Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Chapter 1470. What happened outside? Squeak. A treasure-hunting flying glider stopped. Then another treasure-hunting flying fly stopped. Immediately afterwards, all the treasure-hunting flying stopped, hovering in the empty midair, squeaking non-stop. Stop it again. Su Lang's heart tightened. He was afraid that he would see the bones of Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters. However, such a thing did not happen. He found nothing. Nothing at all. Su Lang only felt dizzy and dizzy. Could it be that his body was broken? This moment, it was as if 10,000 poisoned knives had been inserted in his heart, and he was still constantly agitating. That kind of deep pain surpassed almost any battle. Su Lang gritted his teeth, his gums overflowed with blood. Who did it? Ha ha ha, no matter who it is, I want the whole world to bury you. Su Lang's pupils shrank, revealing a hideous light, almost exactly the same as the beast pupil that had lost his mind. But at this moment, who dares to make noise outside Jiu Mountain? Are you panicking to death? A stern shout suddenly came from the empty void in front, and then, a woman in a long gown flew out with a bold face. This woman is just a quasi-emperor, but she dared to yell at the 7 great Emperor Su Lang, which shows that the background is very hard. Of course Su Lang realized this, but he didn't care at all. In his eyes, the entire place of exile was an enemy, and he wanted revenge. Die to me. Su Lang tilted his head and stared at the woman, with one hand stretched out, the power of various avenues condensed into a giant colorful hand, falling from the sky. You dare. I am the maid of Yushan Yuji. The quasi-emperor woman's pupils shrank suddenly, and she couldn't believe that the other party dared to do something to herself. However, her harsh drinks and threats were useless. Billy. Under Su Lang's palm, the defenses of the quasi-emperor woman shattered like fragile glass. Immediately after, this quasi-emperor woman was crushed into a meatball. The system prompt sounded, which means that she has completely fallen. Weaving Yushan, you weaving. Jia, my people died on your sight, you must bury them. Su Lang retracted his right hand, his eyes fixed on the place where the Emperor Zun woman appeared. Where there is nothing, even Su Lang could not see the clues in a short time. But now that I know there is something there, it's easier to handle. Su Lang used the mysterious method, and slowly finally saw a thin film. This layer of membrane is alternately real and imaginary, and it also has the ability to defend against mental detection. The effect is even comparable to the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. No wonder I didn't pay attention before. Su Lang showed a cruel sneer and directly activated the devouring clone. Rumble. The powerful momentum continued to erupt, and the turbulent air currents dispelled all the clouds in the sky. Cut. After swallowing the clone, Su Lang had reached the quasi-no-god level, and the quasi-no-god soldier's heart that had been pulled out of his waist was severely chopped off without any edge. The powerful blow that condensed all of Su Lang's mental power fell on the film instantly. Stabbed. The film suddenly cracked a big hole. Looking inside from the opening, you can see a super mountain comparable to a misty peak. The whole mountain is snow white, and emits a little bit of light, just like a beautiful snow mountain. But a closer look reveals that it is not white snow that covers this mountain, but endless white spider silk. This is Jiu Mountain. Who dare to destroy the hidden barrier of the Jade Mountain? Weaving. Someone made a surprise attack. There was an emperor-level attack on Jiu Mountain. Please contact Greed Wolf Palace. Quote. In Jiu Mountain, the maids screamed in horror and anger, and someone immediately contacted the Greed Wolf Palace. In the luxurious boudoir. Okay, what happened outside? Yuji put down the Emperor weaving, taking a long emperor as too tender, in his hand, raised his head and asked slowly. Chapter 1471. Little excitement. It seems that someone has attacked our Jiu Mountain. The people outside are terrified. It seems that the other party has broken through the hidden barrier. They have already contacted the Hall of Greed Wolf, and the attacker may not be able to find him. Quote. At the door, the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei, as Yuji's personal maid, you told me one by one. And Yuji heard the words of Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters, and a little excitement flashed in her eyes. But then, that trace of excitement was overwhelmed by the later gray. From Yuji's point of view, those who can destroy the hidden barrier of Jiu Mountain are indeed extraordinary. However, no matter how extraordinary, there would be no god level at best, and such strength could not fight the Wuxuanglo behind the Greed Wolf Palace. That's it. Well, the people of Greed Wolf Palace should be able to handle it well, don't worry about it. The three of you come over, let's discuss the next plot, the next chapter of Emperor Lang and Emperor Ji. Yuji waved his small hand frustratedly, and once again opened a hidden protective barrier to completely isolate the outside movement. Hey, here we come. Chu Xiaobei's three daughters ran over immediately. The next chapter, we think so. In fact, after getting used to the life of Jiushan, they quite like this kind of life, the only thing missing is Su Lang. But they couldn't think of it, the Su Lang they were thinking of was outside right now. Weaving Yushan outside, is it the breath of quasi-great emperor? Su Lang looked at the white giant mountain, a cruel and crazy grin evoked from the corner of his mouth. Soon, with a light wave, he released the great emperor Xianxia and Jianxian cannon. Drive me, Su Lang gave an order, holding the Yudian sword, and severely chopped it forward. Wow, the powerful defensive ability of Yudian's sword is effective, and the hidden barrier and protective barriers surrounding the entire Jiu Mountain are like a bubble, and it shatters directly. They are coming in, a quasi-godless attacker, how to do, quote. In Jiu Mountain, countless maids kept screaming, their voices one after another. Kill everything. Su Lang raised the Yudian sword in his hand, and his voice sounded like blowing from the endless ice abyss. The great Emperor Xianxia was about to take action immediately. The Xian cannon also began to gather energy, preparing for a grand artillery firework. But at this moment, squeak, treasure hunting flying rushed forward, making an urgent cry, stop. This is another breath. Furthermore, the treasure hunting flying drifters' reaction is even more intense. Chu Xiaobei and the others are here. The bloodthirsty and madness in Su Lang's eyes immediately dissipated a lot, and a trace of clear mind took its place. Immediately after, a treasure hunting flying to Su Lang's palm, pointed at Jiu Mountain and squeaked. Is it inside? Su Lang stretched his face, revealing a pleasant smile. That's great. This moment, the idea of murdering the wild has long been thrown out of the sky. Su Lang just wanted to meet Chu Xiaobei Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian as quickly as possible. Without thinking about it, he immediately flew to Jiu Mountain. But at this moment, friends stop, a faint voice came, and before the voice arrived, a figure stopped in front of Su Lang. This old woman with wrinkled faces and all teeth lost. But just this ugly old woman exudes a quasi-godless aura, and she also holds a quasi-godless broom in her hand. After the old lady with the broom appeared, rushing, bursts of light sent straight into the sky, standing upright. A great emperor appeared in the light, and everyone had wolf head tattoos on their faces. They were the people who were greedy of Wolf Palace. Dare to stop me? Su Lang's eyes condensed, and he wanted to cut it out with a sword. But considering that Chu Xiaobei and the others are here, the people here can't distinguish between enemy and friend for the time being. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they accidentally injured the friendly army? What's more, the quasi-no-god level battle is too horrible, and it is easy to cause accidental injuries. It is better to figure out the situation before seeing whether to do it. And so, who are you? Su Lang stubbornly restrained his killing thoughts and stopped in midair. Where are Chu Xiaobei Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian? What is your relationship with Chu Xiaobei and others? Chu Xiaobei, I don't know this person. Friends of Taoism are here for Chu Xiaobei. Let me ask if there is such a person. The old woman was puzzled. She was ordered by her master to stay underground in Jiu Mountain to protect Yuji. She really didn't know any of the maids on the mountain. You ants, who knows Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian? The old woman looked around at the great emperor behind her and the panicked maids on Jiu Mountain. Chapter 1472. I thought I was green, Chu Xiaobei. That Da Neng turned out to be looking for Chu Xiaobei. Oh my god, that strong man didn't even expel Chao Junjun directly, but talked with him politely. This is incredible. Yeah, that person doesn't know the origin. Behind him is also a powerful quasi-superior emperor, but that emperor is standing behind him like a slave. The strong man came looking for Chu Xiaobei so aggressively. I'm afraid he has a close relationship. I have insulted Chu Xiaobei and the others before. What should I do? Quote. When many maids on Jiu Mountain heard of Su Lang's intentions, they trembled in shock. Because the cultivation base of Chu Xiaobei's three daughters was too low, it was the lowest among all the maids. Almost all the maids have bullied the three Chu Xiaobei, at least they have given expressions. Although the three of Chu Xiaobei were followed by Yuji for their novels, they soared to the sky since then, and later did not retaliate against them less. However, the menacing man in the sky probably won't let it go. The maids looked around in horror and found that the three of Chu Xiaobei had not appeared, and immediately understood that the three of Chu Xiaobei were still in your majesty's boudoir. The idea of concealment suddenly appeared in the minds of many maids. But soon they gave up this idea in despair. Concealment can be done temporarily, but it is absolutely impossible to keep concealing it. If you don't confess at this time, you may end up even worse in the future, suddenly. Never speak. Don't even have a tongue. The dim old eyes of the old lady Chao Zhen shot Ling Xuan's gaze, and the terrifying murderous aura immediately enveloped the entire Jiu mountain. The servant girl knows, the servant girl knows. A maid with a slightly higher status knelt on the ground in horror, and said in a hurry, Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian are the personal maids of Yuji, they are serving your majesty Yuji. This statement came out. Chao Taizen's old lady looked slightly awkward and turned to look at Su Lang, but when the old woman saw Su Lang's face, her heart suddenly shook. Because Su Lang's face is so ugly, the bottom of the pot is even darker. I crossed you. My woman was turned into a personal maid by someone else. Furthermore, serving that Yuri together. Su Lang was so angry that his eyes were cracking, his orifices were producing smoke, he gritted his teeth and trembled all over. Yes, no man will not be violent when he is green, unless he is a pervert. And Su Lang mistakenly thought that he was green. Because he didn't even know that Yuji was a woman, and she was still a girl. Broken dream knife, you must have done a good job. I killed you. In the eyes of the public, with a bewildered face and awe-inspiring eyes, Su Lang roared hoarsely, and then took out the broken dream knife sealed in an abandoned life universe. What is this going to do? The old lady Chao Taijun and the others couldn't help but look jealous when seeing Su Lang's big movements, as if facing a big enemy. Immediately after, seeing Su Lang snapping off the seal, let the broken dream knife see the sun again. The great soldier. Hi, how does this great emperor soldier give people an ominous feeling? Could this person use this weapon against us? The old lady Chao Tai narrowed her eyes, and was even more nervous and ready to fight. Just then, the stalwart Lord Langdi, could it be, have you figured it out? The green elf-like broken dream knife spirit came out, staring at Su Lang with bright eyes. Wow, ha ha ha, great. Come on, touch me. Talking. The broken dream knife rubbed against Su Lang. Seeing this scene, the old lady and the others were dumbfounded, asking which one was this acting. Go away, don't pretend to Lao Su. You said, did you secretly sign a contract with me? Su Lang immediately flashed aside, his eyes were red, and his voice was hoarse. Think about it before answering, otherwise you will have only one end. Chapter 1473, Fubao Supreme Rui Lamp, what? No, Broken Dreams has always been very frank, how could they secretly calculate you? Moreover, how can Broken Dreams be calculated for a cautious player like you? The green elf touched the top of the emerald green head and said helplessly, my lord, you must have misunderstood Broken Dreams. This statement came out, yeah, I'm so cautious. When facing Broken Dream Knife, I always take safety measures. It is impossible for it to sign a contract. Su Lang's eyes flickered, his face changed, and he thought to himself, Chu Xiaobei and the others will never take the initiative to betray me, they must be forced. Thought of this, Su Lang felt so painful that he wanted to vomit blood. A wave of strong resentment and murderous aura also condensed fiercely, completely filling Su Lang's body. Seeing this scene, Chao Taizen's old lady couldn't help but her eyes condensed, and she once again entered the state of facing a big enemy. You weave, I promise, you will endure the most unbearable pain in the world. Su Lang gritted his teeth fiercely, without any signs, burst out all his strength instantly. Shifang Universe, the power of the world. Kunlun is invisible, hidden scales hunt west. Broken a sword, Yutian sword, kill everything for me. In an instant, Su Lang held a long sword and slayed the old lady Shang Chaotai. The great emperor Shanxi naturally acted immediately, and the terrifying aura spread, causing the entire Jiu mountain to tremble fiercely. What the happened? Why did he suddenly go crazy? Also, his power is so terrifying, is it a quasi-no-god level who has stepped from soul-body fusion to soul fusion? Chao Taizen's old lady's eyes shrank suddenly, almost turning into two soybean eyes. Simultaneously, numerous defensive methods also immediately exploded from her. Endless incense will power, the power of suppressing all the world, as well as a variety of powerful body-building techniques, 3 top-notch defense emperor soldiers, are all displayed. Although the other great emperors of the Hall of Greed Wolf were frightened and desperate for the power that Su Lang showed, they had no way to retreat and could only bite the bullet. But they didn't have the right to fight with Su Lang, they were directly stopped by the great Emperor Xianxia, so they had to work together to deal with the great Emperor Xianxia at the same time. The next millisecond, rumble, Su Lang held a long sword and blasted the old lady Chao Taijun. A deafening explosion sounded even for the great emperor. The aftermath of the turbulent battle spread, and instantly tore through all the defensive and hidden barriers of Jiu Mountain, completely exposing it between heaven and earth. Click, click, click. 3 broken sounds sounded directly, and there were 3 screams in the dark. But the 3 defensive emperor soldiers were directly crushed and wiped out in ashes. The defensive mask on the old lady Chao Tai also shattered instantly, and Yudian Jian Senen's black sword tip had almost touched her skin. If the broken dream knife breaks open a little defense, she is dead. Not good, dangerous. The rich experience in high-powered realm made the old lady Chao Taijun immediately aware of the danger of her life. Without hesitation, she directly activated the final hole card, Fu Bao Supreme Ruyi Lamp. In an instant, a candlestick phantom emerged from the old lady Chao Taijun, with a white candle standing on it, and the big flame burst with dim light. But it was this dim light that actually blocked Su Lang's full-out attack. Buzzing buzzing, there was a piercing metal clash, and Yudian's sword made a long sword sound. On the other hand, the real old lady Chao Tai didn't move, and she didn't even drop a single piece of her yellow hair. But, after the candlestick phantom cast by the old lady Chao Taijun blocked Su Lang's blow, it was directly dimmed by half, dead. Su Lang didn't have any nonsense, and immediately stabbed a sword again, broken a sword. Ding! Yudian's sword hit Chao Taijun old woman again. The phantom of the candlestick suddenly dimmed a lot again, almost disappearing. Friends, wait a minute. There must be some misunderstanding. Chu Xiaobei and the others, as Majesty Yuji's personal maids, will certainly not have any grievances, you can rest assured. The old lady Chao Yuzhen was shocked by Wanfang. You must know that the Supreme Ruyi Lamp is a godless soldier. Even if it is just a talisman containing a trace of the power of the Supreme Ruyi Lamp, it cannot be broken by an ordinary quasi-no-god level. Chapter 1474, What is this man up to but? Su Lang actually consumed a large amount of power of the talisman in one blow, which is incredible. Chao Taijun old lady can foresee that if this continues, she will undoubtedly die. Therefore, she immediately began to explain. But will Su Lang listen? Not only won't, but even more angry. All labor management women are serving as personal maids to others, and you won't have any grievances. Isn't this a beating? Die to me. Su Lang's whole body surged innately, and the long sword in his hand swallowed a terrifying light. Next sword, there is no doubt that the real old lady will die. But at this moment, what are you doing? Stop it for me. A sullen shout came. Although it was a very immature girl's voice, it contained extremely powerful power and spread throughout the entire Jiu Mountain. It turned out that the battle between Su Lang and Chao Taizun's old woman shook the protective barrier under the weaving cloth and alarmed her. As a result, Yuji felt assaulted immediately, and rushed out very angrily. Moreover, in order to prevent Chu Xiaobei and their 3 little darlings from being affected by the battle, Yuji also specially placed a protective barrier to protect them. So at this moment, Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters could only stay in Yuji's boudoir, with their little hands propped on the smooth white chin, staring at the impenetrable protective barrier, thinking in her heart what happened outside. Okay, another quasi-godless class, HMPH, kill this old woman first, then kill the little demon girl. Su Lang sensed the breath of Yuji, and didn't even bother to look at it. The long sword in his hand severely killed the old lady Shang Chaotai. Your Majesty Yuji, help. Without the talisman of the Supreme Wishful Lamp, the old lady Chao Taijun can only dodge. But with her speed, how can she avoid Su Lang's sword? Moreover, Yuji's eyes flickered, and she stood on the sidelines without any intention of taking action. But Su Lang's body shook slightly when he heard the cry of the old lady Chao Taijun. Huh, Yuji is a girl, what am I misunderstanding? Yori is not a man. The 3 of Chu Xiaobei are just serving as a maid for a little girl. I have not been greened. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Excitement and ecstasy instantly filled Su Lang's heart. Then the old woman in front of her has also become an unknown enemy or friend, let her go first. Thought of this, Su Lang immediately flipped his wrist, and the blade of the Yutian sword brushed across the skin of the old lady Chao Taijun, almost killing the old lady Chao Taijun. Stabbed, the sound of breaking wind reached the old woman's ears, and the breath of death made her tremble. But Chao Taijun's old lady soon found out that she was not dead, and Su Lang actually showed mercy. What's going on again? Why suddenly his men are merciful and don't kill me? Could it be that your Majesty Yuji's appearance made him afraid to kill me? Impossible, it was precisely because of the mention of your Majesty Yuji that he was a killer. The old woman was so surprised that she couldn't understand her. At the same time, what is this man doing? He is so powerful, why did he stop suddenly? Yuji's immature and cute little face was also very surprised, and he spit out wildly in his heart, I also expect him to kill the old lady Chao Yuzhen, really. The other side, seeing that Su Lang stopped, the great Emperor Xianxia stopped his hand immediately. He respectfully walked behind Su Lang, crouching slightly, like an old servant. And as the opponent of the great Emperor Shandi, although the great emperors of the greedy wolf palace were also at the great emperor level, they were far behind the quasi-godless level of Shanqi. The dozens of great emperors in Greed Wolf Palace used a joint great emperor's secret method to reluctantly resist, but all of them were seriously injured in a short period of time and almost all fell. At this moment, the battlefield was plunged into a strange atmosphere. Su Lang was so excited, his eyes were extremely bright. Yuji was full of surprise, and the gaze that looked at Su Lang had a hint of hatred for iron and steel. The old lady Chao Taijun was also very surprised, but she was more fortunate after the disaster. Those elders of the Greed Wolf Palace who had escaped under the hand of the great Emperor Xianxia shivered one by one, wishing to leave this battlefield immediately. At this time, Yuori, Su Lang looked at Yuji, his eyes burst out with excitement. Chapter 1475. Just let me take a look. Hi, this is a pervert. He is actually interested in my small body. Yuji's big beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and a trace of contempt flashed. Hey, are you Yuji? Seeing Yuji didn't answer, Su Lang flew up to Yuji, leaned over and looked at her little face and asked. Okay, I'm Yori. Seeing Su Lang flying in front of him, Yuji suddenly wanted to take a few steps back. But she didn't, instead she took 2 steps in front of Su Lang. And she glanced at the old woman, then winked at Su Lang in the blink of an eye. It seems to be asking, why didn't you kill the old woman? You killed her, she and I are not in the same group. But Su Lang's mind was full of Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters, and he didn't pay attention to this detail at all. You are really Yuji, huh, great, not a man. Su Lang happily let out a long sigh of relief, but immediately became suspicious. Sometimes, boys are more beautiful and cuter than girls, in case Yori is actually a man, just looks like a girl. Besides, here is a fantasy world where anything can happen. That possibility is even greater. Thought of this. The more Su Lang thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, and the smile on his face gradually faded, slightly gloomy. Seeing this scene, Yuji couldn't help but frown, and there were 10,000 question marks on his head. Why did this man suddenly change his face? Strange. Immediately afterwards, she heard Su Lang ask, are you a girl? Forget it, I can't believe what you said, I have to check it personally to rest assured. Su Lang looked at Yuji suspiciously. Then his expression sank, and the surging mental power instantly enveloped Yuji's body. What are you doing? Yuji felt Su Lang's mental power detection, and suddenly felt deeply offended. She wasn't an easy mess either. She used her mental power to resist Su Lang's exploration, while she pinched her small fist and slammed at Su Lang. Although the fist looks small, it has gathered a quasi-no-god level power, which can blast a planet with one punch. Boom. When the pink little fist was about to touch Su Lang's body, a black round shield seemed to appear out of thin air, blocking the little fist. Rumbling. The turbulent aftermath of the battle spread, and the entire Jiu mountain was shattered. Don't resist, I'll just take a look. Su Lang's voice was anxious, eager to confirm that Yuji was a real girl, but those who don't know thought he was impatient. No way, don't you just want to know if I am a woman? I'm telling you, I'm a woman, do you understand? Seeing that his attack was blocked, Yuji did not cause any harm to Su Lang at all, and suddenly gave up the attack. Of course, Her mental power is still constantly resisting Su Lang's detection. Are you really a woman? No, I still can't believe you. Hearing is false, seeing is believing, just let me have a look. Su Lang hesitated for a moment, sipped in a low voice, and then used his mental power with all his strength. His spiritual power has been strengthened by the training of soul fusion fission and soul burning, and the quality is higher than that of Yuji. Moreover, Su Lang's mental power has reached the pinnacle of nirvana fragmentation, and he can break through at any time if he wants to. The most important thing is that Su Lang also possesses the subtle mystery method, and the detection ability is not a normal metamorphosis. Therefore, Yuji's resistance is being disintegrated by Su Lang a little bit. It does not take long. Su Lang can see it clearly. But at this moment, stop. Friends, what are you going to do? Chao Taijun old lady rushed over, and also released her mental power to help Yuji resist Su Lang's detection. In fact, Chao Za really knew that Yori would not wait to see herself. But Yori is her surveillance target, the person her master ordered to protect her. Therefore, Chao Yu really can't let Su Lang really offend Yuji, otherwise she will only have a dead end. Dead old woman, I advise you to go away immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless under the sword. Su Lang sensed that his mental power was being resisted, and suddenly pulled out the heart without edge longsword from his waist a little violently. When Yuji and Chaotai really saw that Su Lang took out another quasi-no ***** soldier, they couldn't help but wince. They can clearly feel that this black bladeless long sword is very dangerous. Chapter 1476, Comfortable. And at this moment, the great Emperor Xianxia, Su Lang's slave, also flew over, unleashing his mental power to fight against Chao Qizhan's mental power. With the help of the great Emperor Shandi, Su Lang's mental strength immediately went further. Come and help, do you want to die? Yuji widened her eyes and screamed in surprise. The great emperors of Greed Wolf Palace who had finally recovered their lives looked at each other, their eyes full of horror and fear. Joke. That is the battlefield of the four quasi-no gods. They are ordinary emperors rushing forward, can't just chime directly. Suddenly, Chao Tai really roared. No matter how much you dare to hesitate, there is only one word in the end, and that is death. Fight. The great emperors of Greed Wolf Palace had no choice but to release their mental powers to fight against the mental powers of Su Lang and the great emperors, but although they are also the spiritual power of the broken Nirvana realm, they are far inferior to the spiritual power of Su Lang and the great Emperor Xianxia. More than a dozen ordinary emperors worked hard together, plus Yuji and Chao Yuzhan's two main forces, only to be able to block the mental power of Su Lang and Xianxia. Okay, do you have more people than me? Su Lang gritted his teeth and sneered. With a thought, dozens of avatars descended. Rumbling, the Qi great emperor's breath fell one after another, and the breath trembles the void and sinks greatly. What? These 7 great emperors are his clones. Oh my god, how can a person have so many great emperor level clones, all of them at the 7 great emperor level? This is incredible, incredible, incredible. Monster, he is a monster. Quote. Yuji and the others were directly frightened, especially the ordinary great emperors of Greed Wolf Palace, they were so scared. At this moment, the avatars of the avatars unfolded their mental powers under Su Lang's orders. Wow, with the help of the clones. Su Lang's mental power suddenly broke through, breaking through the opponent's defense fiercely, tearing apart Yuji's mental protection, and detecting it. Oh, really? Don't worry now, haha. Seeing what he wanted to see, Su Lang showed a relaxed and happy smile. You wanna die? I have guarded myself like jade for 1 billion years, and even the Wushuang poster failed to succeed. How dare you? Yuji's face flushed, her eyes flushed, and a trace of sullenness gathered, condensing into rage. But Chao Yuzhan's face is pale. It's over. Your Majesty Yuji is offended. Your Majesty Yuji is the master's instinct. If the master didn't want to use strong, just sent us to watch, Your Majesty Yuji would have been accepted by the master. This is over. Your Majesty Yuji was offended by other men. The master was angry, and the dead body was billions of dollars. I will definitely die. Quote. Not only the ordinary great emperors who are greedy of the Wolf Palace, but even the Supreme Emperor Chao Yu really looked desperate. Without him, Wushuang original poster is too scary. The best way now is to kill all the insiders. Except Your Majesty Yuji, to ensure that this matter will not leak out. Chao Yu's real thoughts turned and thought of the best way. However, This method does not work. Because they couldn't be Su Lang's opponent at all. Even if you fight everything, it's just a gift. And so, the only way is to assume that nothing has happened. As long as I can hide it, I won't welcome the master's anger in waiting. Thinking of this, Chao Yanjun immediately gave a voice to everyone in the Greed Wolf Palace. Let them not act rashly, even their expressions must be controlled, as if nothing happened. Cough. After giving orders to his subordinates, Chao Yu really coughed and whispered to Su Lang, "This fellow Langdi Taoist, this is the end of the matter, please don't disclose the secrets, let alone publicize it, otherwise all of us present, I mean everyone, will die. Oh, everything will die, including me." What a big tone. Su Lang smiled, however, I really didn't do this very well. I won't go out and talk nonsense. Hear this. Chao Taijun and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Yuri was trembling with anger. Oh my god, it's unreasonable to treat her as if nothing happened after offending her. And at this moment, Su Lang made a gesture towards Yuji, and took out a Wugu Dream Flower Great Emperor pill and handed it over. Chapter 1477. Yuri, refuse. I'm sorry for what happened just now. It's because I care too much, and I'm too suspicious that I do that. Su Lang smiled slightly. I know it's useless to explain, so, as compensation, this Wuxia Dream Flower Great Emperor pill is yours. Emperor Wugu Menghua Dan, and it's a perfect quality pill. Chao Yuzhen and others saw the pill in Su Lang's hand, and their faces were immediately shocked. Even Yuji, who was so angry, his eyes widened, and a hint of surprise appeared on his small face. Almost all the great emperors in the place of exile had heard of the name of Wugu Menghua Great Emperor Dan, and many people knew the formula. However, there are very few people who can refine this kind of pill, and there are hundreds of quasi-no-god levels to find one. Even the godless level is difficult to refine. The Immaculate Dream Flower Great Emperor pill in front of me is of perfect quality, which is really incredible. It seems that fellow Taoists are very satisfied with this compensation. Su Lang grinned, in that case, please accept it quickly. Talking, Su Lang handed the pill to Yuji again. Chao Yuzhen and others looked at the pill, almost salivating. However, satisfaction, you want to get rid of me like this? Sure enough, in fact all men are scumbags. I should stay in the room for the rest of my life and never go out. Yuji's eyes were reddish, her small body trembled back 2 steps, and her big eyes were full of anger. Is one pill not enough? Su Lang's expression was stagnant, and then he took out another Immaculate Dream Flower Great Emperor pill, then 2. This is another furnace of newly refined elixir, and it consumes the loot materials that were later harvested. Another one. Chao Yu is really going to get cold to the end. This person actually has 2 Immaculate Dream Flower pills, and they are both of perfect quality. The other great emperors of the Greedy Wolf Palace were even more envious, almost wishing to take the place of Yuji and catch the 2 pills. However, 2 medicinal pills just want to uncover all this, it's impossible. Yuji hugged his chest with his hands, full of anger. Don't say it is 2 pills, even 5 or 10, it won't work. This statement came out. Not only Su Lang was taken aback. Chao Taijun and other emperors were extremely shocked and speechless. 2 Immortal Dream Flower. Great Emperor Dan, this is not satisfactory, and 5 or 10 will not work. Tianel, Auntie, Grandma, now it's time to turn big things into small things, so how come you are so proud? Your Majesty Yuji, 2 Immortal Dream Flower Great Emperor pills are already a lot. Chao Yu really felt that she had to enlighten Yuji, so she heard her voice, if this matter becomes a big issue and the Master Wuxuang knows about it, we will all die. Hear this. Yuji suddenly turned blue and red in her small face, and she was so angry that Chi Chao smoked, but she tried to hold back, almost all of her eyes were filled with tears. Chao Tai really felt that she had spoken very bluntly, and she had no worries about Yuji or not agreeing. Seeing the changes in the expressions of the 2 of them, Su Lang probably guessed something, and smiled and passed the 2 Immaculate Dream Flower Great Emperor pills. Next, it is probably the real fragrance live. But, I do not want, my dignity is not that cheap. With 2 pills, it is necessary to completely cover up this matter, and even make me think it has never happened. This is absolutely impossible. I will not accept your apology, and will never forgive you, scum. The anger on Yuji's face gradually calmed down, but the light in his eyes became increasingly cold. Oh my god, it's over. Should I say that even Wuxuang Master dared to refuse Yuji, so capricious and arrogant? Now if people get angry and publicize this matter, we will all die. Quote. Seeing Yuji so decisive, the old lady Chao Yuzhen couldn't help feeling a trace of despair. The other great emperors also looked at each other, and their hearts had sunk to the bottom. And at this moment, you are the most spineless person I have ever seen. Su Lang withdrew the 2 pills in surprise. Then, Your Majesty Yuji, in your opinion, what can I do to satisfy you? Su Lang still had the mentality of solving the problem, and didn't plan to just do it like this. Chapter 1478, Stubborn Fruit on the Tree, Humph. Yuji snorted coldly, and then found that he was out of words. Yes, the other party is already willing to pay a great price, but he is unwilling to accept it. So, how is it that I let it go? Is the other party responsible? Impossible, it is absolutely impossible. It is possible to have a scumbag responsible for oneself. Yuji, is a person who doesn't even pay attention to the Wuxia poster. Take the initiative to ask a man to be responsible, don't even think about it. But, what if you don't do it? This matter is not easy to make a big noise, otherwise it will really die, then, just keep spending it. But this doesn't work either. Don't say whether the other party has more patience. Just consuming it in this way will attract the attention of the Wuxia host. The dead man with a stinky face will definitely kill all the people present. Even if they were lucky not to die, Chu Xiaobei and the others would die. In this way, let alone the new book, even the latest chapters are not read, which is unacceptable to Yori. Your Majesty Yuji, you should accept the pill. Chao Tai really saw Yuji lost in thought, so she reminded her, impossible. How can I bend for 2 pills? Yuji recovered from thinking, took a deep breath, and snorted to Su Lang coldly, go, leave my sight, I don't want to see you again. Implications. Even if I suffer from this loss, you don't want me to bend down. Really stiff. The old lady Chao Taijun and the great emperors of the Hall of Greed Wolf looked at each other, feeling distressed for the 2 great emperor pills of Wugu Menghua. That is the great emperor pill of Wugu Menghua, not the other miscellaneous great pills, and it is of perfect quality. It is a pity to give up like this. However, since Yuji is willing to lose and make concessions, then this matter can be suppressed. Therefore, Chao Taijun old woman and others were also relieved. But will Su Lang go? If nothing else, Su Lang would definitely leave the medicine behind. But he came to see the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei. Sorry, I can't go now. My purpose is to find Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian. I know they are in your palace. You let them be maids for more than 100 years, I won't hold them accountable. The smile on Su Lang's face gradually dissipated, turning into indifference. You let them out, I want to take them away. This statement came out. Chao Taijun and the others didn't think there was anything. Isn't it just taking away the 3 maids? How many maids does this Jiu mountain need? Take it away if you want, no need to think about it at all. However, what, you want to take Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian? You came specifically to find them, what is your relationship with them? Oh, right, before Chao Yu really called you Lord Langdi, I thought I had heard it wrong, so you really are Langdi, you are the man in their dreams. God, I never expected that the original form of Emperor Lang was someone like you, wow. Yuji was frightened at first, and then started crying. Suddenly, fuzzy on the tree, fuzzy for fruit, fuzzy for you and me under the tree. Su Lang, Chao Yanjun and everyone else were confused. What is this talking about? So you are Langdi, the man in the dream, the original form of Langdi. Just listen, could it be that you Yuji have heard of Langdi a long time ago? And even crying because of seeing a real person, what kind of stimulation was this? What did Chu Xiaobei and the others say to this little body? There were 10,000 question marks on Su Lang's head, so that after she saw me, she collapsed and cried. What did your Majesty Yuji go through? He is so arrogant that he can cry. What is the connection between her and this Langdi? Chao Taijun and the others looked at each other, only to feel that there was a lot of information inside. Cough. Friend you weaving Taoist. Su Lang coughed softly and said softly, no matter what Chu Xiaobei and the others have said to you, please let them out. I will take them away. Chapter 1479. What is the relationship between these 2? Take them away, I tell you, this is impossible. You go, you immediately walk away from me, I don't allow you to take Chu Xiaobei and others, let alone pollute my Langdi. You go, I want you to never show up. Yuji lifted Yu Lihua's small face, eyes full of disappointment and pain. It's like running over the car. But this word fell in the ears of Su Lang and others, and it was stunned, and the corners of their mouth twitched. My Langdi. These 4 words seemed to have a greater amount of information. What happened to Yori? What is the relationship between these 2 people? What exactly did those 3 maids do to make Yori react so violently? Chao Yuzhen and the others were almost confused, their eyes moved back and forth on Yuji and Su Lang, their faces filled with a look of uncertainty. And Su Lang was even more speechless. I fork, Chu Xiaobei, what good things have you done? Su Lang frantically complained in his heart, and quickly adjusted his expression on the surface. He smiled and said, Yuji Dao friends, Chu Xiaobei and others are my Dao friends. I have been looking for them for a long time, not hesitating to come to this exile from the endless universe. So, no matter what, I will take them away. Please understand. Hear this. Chao Taijun and others were shocked. Oh my god, this Langdi came to the exile from the boundless universe. The most important thing is that he actually came to the exile for the 3 women. This is incredible. This person's emphasis on feelings is simply impressive. Quote. Regardless of other things, Chao Yuzhen and others admire Su Lang's behavior of chasing his wife across borders. Even Yuji looked stunned, and the prejudice against Su Lang in his heart dissipated a bit. This man is so dedicated, it is the same as in the novel written by Chu Xiaobei and others. Thinking about it this way, it's not particularly scumbag. Bah, what do you think? This person overlord forcibly bowed his bow and looked at his whole body, and he had to make people think that nothing had happened. Isn't it scumbag? It's damaging the image of Langdi in my fantasy, bastard. Yori thought so, her eyes flickered, and finally became cold again. You bastard, I will never give you Chu Xiaobei and others. Furthermore, I also figured out a solution for what you forced to look at my body before. If you want me to accept your apology, you have to change your name, whatever you call it, but you can't be called Langdi. Yuji stared at Su Lang closely, and said in a tone with no room for negotiation. This statement came out, the bewildered atmosphere of the audience suddenly solidified slightly, and a trace of tension and coldness began to appear. Yuji turned down Su Lang so decisively, and wanted Su Lang to change her title. Especially for people to change their esteem, this is simply tearing. A powerful quasi-no-god class, its title must have been used for countless years, almost all of it has been carved into the soul. Because some dumb things will make people change their esteem in one sentence, this matter has been regarded as a complete humiliation. In addition, Yuji refused to let Su Lang take away Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters. This has caused a very intense conflict. Talking about this, the war is about to begin again. Yuji, why are you so headstrong? I'm not someone's opponent, why are you so strong? Now if people get angry, I will have to fight to the death. And in any case, once the war starts, I will definitely die, because this will inevitably attract the attention of Wuxia Master. It's over, it's a dilemma now. Chao Yu really feels that she is too unlucky for the task of monitoring Yuji. This Guliang is too willful. At this time, I must take the 3 of Chu Xiaobei away. It is absolutely impossible to change the name. Friend Yuji, I can still talk to you well now. If you completely wear down my patience, then I can only do it. Su Lang looked indifferent, and pointed to his clones and Emperor Xianxia. Look for yourself, what chance do you have? Chapter 1480. You go in with me alone. Hear this. Yuji suddenly turned white. In the face of absolute power, everything is pale and powerless. She can be willful, and must be built on the patience of others, such as the unparalleled poster who wants to chase her, such as the current Su Lang. At this time, Chao Yan really spoke. Friend Langdi Taoist, I am not your opponent. But, please think twice before you do it. Because if we must die, Wuxia Master will definitely be brought over. Our master has the supreme soldier. Although you are very powerful, fellow Taoist, you certainly can't deal with the supreme soldier. At that time, once Master Wuxia gets angry, you, me, your Majesty Yuji, and Chu Xiaobei, all 3 girls will not be spared. In order to prevent Su Lang from igniting the flames of war, Chao Ha really had no choice but to make a threat. Ha, the supreme soldier. Your master does have some patience, I can't deal with it temporarily. However, you may have some misunderstandings about my escape technique. I want to take people away, and it will be difficult for the Supreme Emperor to catch up. So, You'd better agree to my terms and let me take people away. Otherwise, you will die, but I won't. Su Lang's expression was indifferent, his eyes gradually became cold, and the aura on his body gradually became violent. Next to him, the great Emperor Xianxia and thousands of 6 great Emperor clones were also ready to fight. Not much time. Give you 10 breaths, after which I will do it. Su Lang was holding the Yutian sword, a bit of murderous aura permeated. The war is about to start. Well, how can this be good? Chao Tai really saw that Su Lang was not threatened at all, but was aroused in anger, and suddenly felt like lifting a rock and hitting her in the foot. As for Yuji, her eyes flickered and she didn't know what she was thinking. There are still 5 breaths left. Su Lang's emotionless voice came, like a cold wind blowing in the ice hell. Yuri's eyes flickered more intensely. Chao Taijun and the others were tight, breathing stagnant, and had to prepare for battle. There are 3 more breaths. 3-2. Just when Su Lang was about to call out the last number. Just when Chao Yuzhen and the others were preparing to fight to the death, and attracted the Wuxuang poster. Wait, I promise you, Chu Xiaobei, I will give it to you. Yuji closed his eyes fiercely, and seemed to have made the most difficult decision of his life. Call. Seeing the softness of Yuji's clothes, Chao Yuzhen and others breathed a sigh of relief, and a strong feeling of aftermath rose in their hearts. And Su Lang was no longer indifferent, and smiled. Haha, look, I promised that there are so many things. Humph, they are in my bedroom, follow me. With a cold snort, Yuji turned around and flew towards Jiu Mountain. Keep up. With a wave of Su Lang's big hand, the great Emperor Xianxia and the thousands of great Emperor-level clones followed. Let's follow. Chao Taijun and others immediately followed. Quickly. Yuji flew into Jiu Mountain and came to a grand entrance. Don't be funny. Su Lang looked around the surrounding buildings and smiled lightly. Chu Xiaobei and the others are inside. If you want to see them that much, just follow me in. However, this is my bedroom after all, so it is not convenient for so many people to follow along. Yuji said without turning his head, you go in with me alone, and the others are waiting outside. This statement came out. Chao Taijun and the others were suddenly confused. Obviously Yuji can bring people out, so why let Su Lang in? Could it be a trap is set inside? Thought of this, Chao Taijun and others are a little worried again. If this really starts with Su Lang, they won't even have time to help. If that trap is useless, wouldn't it be for nothing? By the way, the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei are inside. Your Majesty usually has them as a bargaining chip, maybe it will be safer. It is good. Su Lang directly agreed to Yuji's proposal. What Chao Taijun and others thought of, he naturally wanted to get it. But Su Lang was not afraid at all. In the face of absolute power and a perverted system, he was confident to crack the opponent's all means. Chapter 1481. Let me see your masterpiece. Next, Su Lang followed Yuji into the bedroom. Although the color inside is relatively simple, basically all white, but it is very luxurious. And Su Lang also noticed that there are many things that girls like around. It seems that your Majesty Yuji's mental age is really not that big. Maybe it is because of the long-time home practice. However, it stands to reason that even if you have been staying home for so long, you should mature. Could it be another reason? Su Lang thought so, followed the little girl Yuji, and came to a barrier. They are in there. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly, and his trembling voice showed that he was very excited. Yes, when I open the barrier, you can see them. Yuji nodded without expression, and immediately pinched a few hand skills, and the barrier in front of him suddenly opened a gap. Soon, Yuji went straight in. It's really like a trap. Su Lang looked at the small gap, couldn't help but smiled dumbly, and immediately got in before the crack healed. Next moment, 3 boring and familiar figures appeared in Su Lang's field of vision with their little hands supporting their chins. It is Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian. Your Majesty Yuji, are you back? What happened outside? Hey, why did you bring someone? He is Su Lang. My god, I'm not dreaming. Su Lang, is Su Lang you? Quote. When Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian saw Su Lang, they almost thought they had hallucinations. A strong sense of dream filled the 3 women's minds, making them feel a little dizzy. Ha 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 ha, you are not dreaming, I found you. Su Lang couldn't help feeling a little distressed when he looked at the 3 girls who were so shocked that they were a little stupid. When Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian heard Su Lang's voice, they first looked at each other in a trance. Immediately, their whole bodies shook fiercely, and their eyes burst into fiery light. Ah, it's really Brother Su Lang. Brother Su Lang, you finally found us. Tianla, do you know how we spent these years? Ah, quote. The three excited girls screamed excitedly and rushed straight to Su Lang. Snap, ha, puff. Chu Xiaobei jumped up and hugged Su Lang, his legs clamped Su Lang's waist. She kneaded her two little hands on Su Lang's face, and she kept muttering, "It's really Su Lang, wow, really my Su Lang. Ah, Brother Su Lang, we miss you so much. Every day we went from wandering to exile." Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian were a little reserved, but they also hugged Su Lang from the side heavily, chatting incoherently in their mouths, Ying and Yan. Okay. With me by your side, you are completely safe. Next, I will take you away from this ghost place. Su Lang was also full of excitement, with a smile on his face, constantly calming the restless three women. The four people hugged each other tightly at this moment. HMPH, Emperor Lang. Beside, Yuji glanced at the four people, grabbing the novel book on the bed and wanting to tear it off. But in the end, it seemed reluctant to put it away. Hey, can the four of you wait for a while and then fly lingeringly? I'm standing here by myself, can't you see it? After putting away the novels, Yuji rolled his eyes when seeing the three of them still you and me. They were so sweet that they couldn't help but shouted. Her shout finally worked. Oh, Su Lang turned around and smiled. Sorry, you are too short, and you forgot if you didn't pay attention for a while. When Chu Xiaobei's three daughters heard this, they couldn't help casting an apologetic look at Yuji. I'm short of your big ghost. If I hadn't practiced the secret method, I wouldn't be like this. Yuji angrily patted the bed, and said loudly, when my secret method is finished, I will be the best figure with long legs, slender waist and big breasts. My stockings and high heels are ready. Puff, silk stockings and high heels. You actually know silk stockings and high heels. Su Lang suddenly felt that Yuji's painting style had undergone a sudden change. Why was it so out of place? At this time, Murong Shenxian smiled. Slightly, we wrote a novel for your majesty Yuji and mentioned many things about Blue Star in ancient times. Oh, that's it, you guys wrote novels for her. A hint of interest appeared on Su Lang's face. Come on, let me see your masterpiece. Chapter 1482, You must also take me away, on your majesty Yuji. Ji Rushui chuckled while covering her mouth. Su Lang's gaze suddenly fell on Yuji's body. No way, that's what the three of them wrote to me, you can't read it. Yuji looked at Su Lang vigilantly, but he was panicked. Why did she also participate in the creation of the novel to some extent, adding some blushing plots to it? Hey, don't watch if you don't see it. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and immediately said with a serious face, okay, I also received the people, and then we are going to leave. Talking, Su Lang bowed his hand to Yuji, preparing to take someone away, however. No way, do you know why I called you in alone? Yuji took a deep breath, because you said you can escape the Wuxia host, so I want you to take me out of here. What, take you along? Su Lang's expression was startled, he never expected Yuji to have such thoughts. Not bad, Yuji nodded heavily, if you want to take Chu Xiaobei and the others, you must also take me away. Why must I take you with me? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, he now knew that Yuji was the person monitored by the unparalleled host. Once Yuji is taken away, it will definitely attract the attention of that person Wuxia original poster. And that Wuxia poster possesses the Supreme Emperor's soldiers, and based on this alone, the combat power is so powerful that it is hard to guess. Su Lang is not arrogant, he is still a little jealous of this person, and doesn't want to provoke him. Before he stopped talking to Yuji and Chao Zhajin, there was no reason for this. Therefore, Su Lang is not willing to take Yuji away, but just because I have rescued Chu Xiaobei and the others. Yuri didn't really want to mention this kind of thing. He felt embarrassed and ashamed to report the favor, but he couldn't help it. Yes, Brother Su Lang, your majesty Yuji did save us. Ji Rushui nodded and said softly, the Temple of Greedy Wolf originally wanted to kill us all, but fortunately, your majesty Yuji came forward and saved us. Chu Xiaobei and Murong Shenxian nodded at the same time. If it hadn't been for Yuji, they would have died for more than 100 years. The Hall of Greedy Wolf. Are those people outside? They killed those martial saint guards I cultivated. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, revealing a bit of chill. Since Yuji and them are not in the same group, and they have saved your lives, then go with me. Greedy Wolf Palace is the power of the Wuxia original master. The people of Greedy Wolf Palace killed Wu Xingtian Guardian Martial Saint and almost killed Chu Xiaobei and the others. They had already forged a vengeance with Su Lang. And Yuji is a person who is watched by the Temple of Greedy Wolf, coveted or even imprisoned by the original Wuxia, and is also an enemy of Wuxia. Since the hatred has been formed anyway, there is no need to worry about anything, let alone the hatred a little deeper. Thank you for taking me away. Don't worry, I won't be a burden. Seeing Su Lang's agreement, Yuji heaved a sigh of relief and bowed to Su Lang very gratefully. Her small body was already low, and after bowing like this, Su Lang immediately saw her. Of course, a tablet is not worth seeing for the time being. Whether you use it or not. If you save Chu Xiaobei and the others, I will try my best to protect you. Su Lang looked indifferent. However, I have a small condition here, you must agree to it. Humph. Yuji snorted, tilted her head, her heart said I would be useless. I'm quasi no god anyway. Immediately after, she asked, what are your conditions? Don't be too much. Very simple. My Taoist companion has been your maid for so long. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. Then, you should also be a maid for us. What? Let me be a maid. Yuji's eyes widened suddenly. Apart from other things, just saying that she has no god-level cultivation base will make her status not low. But Su Lang actually wanted her to be a maid. How incredible is this? Look, even Chu Xiaobei and the others are shocked. Chapter 1483. Not a good thing, how? I don't agree with this. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, revealing a touch of playfulness. In that case, then, and many more. I promise you can't do it. Yuji's face was tangled, but immediately reluctantly agreed. She really doesn't want to be placed under house arrest in Jiu Mountain. What's more, from Yuji's point of view, Su Lang probably said that. Just agree. From now on, you will be our maid, you call Xiaoji Hao. Then, next, Xiaoji, I will include you in the universe of life. Originally, you are a quasi-godless class, and have a very powerful universe of life. Su Lang continued, so, don't resist, and don't release the power of the world at will. I know, you are so fragile, I won't be very strong. Yuji rolled his eyes lightly, saying that she was useless to Su Lang before, and made her revenge as a maid. Quote. When Su Lang heard this, he was very speechless. This Yuji is even more arrogant than Chu Xiaobei. No, it can be said to have been done. If she hadn't saved Chu Xiaobei's life, Su Lang really didn't want to take her. Su Lang was too lazy to break with Yuji, and with a thought, opened the Dantian universe. Suddenly, a spatial passage appeared in the room. But with Su Lang's spatial avenue control, no spatial fluctuations can leak out at all. Your Majesty Yuji, go in. Chu Xiaobei took Rushui and Slender's hands and nodded to Yuji. Okay, this is the trick to open the barrier. Yuji handed a piece of jade slip to Su Lang, and immediately flew into the space channel. Su Lang suddenly felt very stressed when a quasi-godless class entered his life universe. It's as if the entire Dantian universe is about to burst. After Yuji entered Su Lang's Dantian universe, he was immediately surprised. In this life universe, whether it is that very small life planet or the blazing sun, it gives her a very extraordinary feeling. Yuji unfolded his mental power, and when he took a closer look, endless stormy waves suddenly rose in his heart. Hiss. There are so many manifestation rules on this guy's life planet. Moreover, these manifestation rules are definitely not something ordinary treasures can do. Could it be that this planet of life is the legendary core fragment of the boundless world? There is also that sun, which also seems to manifest the endless rules of fire, sun, radiation and other avenues, which are also related to the legendary core fragment of the boundless world. What is the identity of this fellow Langdi? Yuji was stunned by his discovery, and the whole person was dumbfounded, like a silly. Soon, she flew towards the blue star, entered the atmosphere, passed through the clouds, and saw the beautiful continent. The quasi-godless breath also filled the world, shocking Su Linger and Xiaomei who were bored. Miss, someone has come in. What a powerful breath, this kind of inadvertent message makes me tremble both physically and mentally. Look at the sky, it looks like a beautiful girl. As expected of His Majesty Langdi, he accepted another girl in one fell swoop. The charm is so powerful. Xiao Mei and Su Ling'er looked at the sky, the former showed admiration, while the latter was slightly speechless. This little beauty has really become a fan. Even Su Lang's sentimental and fraternal love to accept women is a thing to worship in her eyes. The one in the sky is obviously very small, too small. Su Ling'er couldn't help muttering in secret, "Has your majesty Su Lang's taste become like this?" At the same time, Yuji also immediately found Su Ling'er and Xiao Mei. There is a building there. There are 2 girls living inside. Hey, that's not right, there is also a cave on the mountain over there, and there is also a young woman living in it. Oh my god, Su Lang actually raised a girl in his life universe. Should I be said to be a man? Sure enough, none of them are good things. Yuji rolled his eyes and looked contemptuous. I thought he was so affectionate and righteous. Chapter 1484, Steal and Change Posts. At the same time, outside, inside the bedroom of Jiu Mountain, surrounded by the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei, Su Lang patted his stomach before looking at the jade slip. The jade slip recorded a very simple technique, allowing Su Lang to easily open the protective barrier of this palace. Although he didn't need to open the barrier, he could also use the clone to leave instead. But Su Lang decided to make things perfect, leaving some smoke bombs before leaving, quickly. Su Lang finished learning the hand tactics. Leave an illusion of weaving first. Well, it should be fine to pretend to be a clone. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and Li Shenyang was immediately summoned. Those outside were all avatars, Li Shenyang and the remaining 2 avatars. Su Lang would not easily send them out to fight, because they are Su Lang's 3 chances to die. Of course, Su Lang would not let Li Shenyang, an old servant, die for him unless he died in desperate situation. The servant knocks to see the master. Knocked to the 3 mistresses. After being summoned, Li Shenyang immediately prostrated himself at Su Lang's feet, saluting respectfully. Months ago, he is still a quasi-immortal. And now, he is already the 7th great emperor. Although he has become Su Lang's clone, it is definitely him who has the most benefit to Su Lang's side. Therefore, in terms of loyalty, Li Shenyang is definitely the most loyal servant. Any order from Su Lang, he will execute it unconditionally, such as be a big lady in women's clothing. Li Shenyang, you use Unreal Avenue to become this girl. Well, take the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, it can prevent you from being seen as if you are in trouble. While talking, Su Lang transformed Yuji's phantom, and then passed the soul-chasing Emperor Palace to Li Shenyang. Yes, the servant will not insult your life. Li Shenyang accepted the order without thinking, and immediately turned into Yuji, sitting in a chair. By the way, your majesty Yuji likes to read books. Chu Xiaobei said suddenly. You turn into another book and take a look at it pretendingly. Yes, Li Shenyang immediately turned into a book, and even read it in a serious manner. Well, nothing is wrong, it's okay. The 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei looked around as if they were guards, and nodded one after another. In that case, then let's leave here. Su Lang smiled, snapped his fingers casually, and the outer barrier split a big gap in the door. A large group of people stood outside. It was Su Lang's thousands of clones and the servant Xianxia Great Emperor, as well as all the people who were squeezed in the corner. Master, the Great Emperor Xianxia stepped forward to salute Su Lang. Wow, brother Su Lang, you have so many clones, so amazing. This uncle is also a subordinate of brother Su Lang, he looks very powerful. During our absence, brother Su Lang has been much stronger again. Quote. The 3 women surrounded Su Lang, and Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian couldn't help but exclaim. Although Chu Xiaobei didn't say anything, the worship and satisfaction in his eyes could not be concealed. At this time, friend Langdi Taoist, congratulations, you finally found 3 Taoists. Chao Taijun stepped forward to salute and congratulate Su Lang. Thank you for this time, your majesty Yuji. Su Langpi said without a smile, she helped me protect Chu Xiaobei and the 3 of them. Haha, Chao Tai really laughed twice, speechless. Although she did not participate in the small battle 100 years ago, she also knew that the subordinates of the Hall of Greed Wolf had killed many people. In this matter, Greed Wolf Palace did not do it right. I have completed the handover with your majesty Yuji, and I am leaving now. Su Lang said lightly, your majesty Yuji asked me to tell you not to disturb her, she wants to be quiet. Yes, thank you Lord Langdi for reporting. Chao Zhajian nodded with a wry smile, and then led a group of subordinates to the corner, giving all the roads to Su Lang. Come. Su Lang's expression was indifferent, and he took all the clones away with his fingers. Soon. Let's go. Su Lang took the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei and flew away, and the great Emperor Xianxia naturally followed closely behind. Chapter 1485. I don't believe it if it's okay quickly. Su Lang left the Jiu mountain area. Next you will enter my universe of life, and I will perform a super long-distance clone replacement. Remember not to damage it inside. Su Lang found a place to stop and whispered to the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei. Okay, Brother Su Lang. I see, Brother Su Lang. Don't worry, we have controlled our power to perfection all these years. Ji Rushui, Mirong Shenxian and Chu Xiaobei answered one after another. That's good. When it's safe, I will check your body and improve your strength. Su Lang laughed, and then opened the channel of the Dantian universe again. Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters flew in immediately. Then, Su Lang opened the Zhengxing universe again and said to the great Emperor Xianxia, you enter this universe of life. The cubic universe is already very inflated, so Su Lang didn't plan to take the great Emperor Xianxia into the Dantian universe. Yes, Lord, the great Emperor Xianxia bowed respectfully, and then flew into the Zhengxing universe. Well, the carrying capacity is still not strong enough. It seems that we should use it in realms as one, as soon as possible to connect the universe of life in the 10 directions. The power of the universe of life in the 10 directions is connected to each other, and it is endless, and it will definitely grow countless times. Su Lang felt slightly dissatisfied with the 2 universes that had almost reached the upper limit. Of course, the use of 10 realms as one requires a lot of cultivation. Su Lang's most urgent task at the moment is to consolidate the Tao and break through to the level of the Great Emperor. Next, clone dispatch. Dispatch, dispatch, dispatch. Su Lang began to continuously dispatch clones. A clone avatar was dispatched, immediately unfolding mental power to turn all detection areas into dispatchable areas. Then the second clone was dispatched to the furthest place in the current area, to continue to expand the spiritual power and expand the dispatchable range, quickly. Thousands of avatars were dispatched by Su Lang, connected in a straight line, spanning the distance of light years in units of 10,000. Quickly, Su Lang had crossed millions of light years away, completely far away from Jiu Mountain. However, in order to be safe, Su Lang did not stop, but continued on. The route he chose was also very remote, a relatively weak place, and would not easily disturb the old monsters who had been dormant in the exile for countless years. At the same time, in the cubic universe, gosh, the blue star has grown so big. Moreover, there are caves and blessings everywhere above, and the concentration of spiritual energy is so high. The planet has grown bigger, and the old soil has also been buried. I don't know if Su Lang has asked people to dig out the buried treasure. Outside the atmosphere, Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters looked at the greatly changed blue star, and they were immediately surprised. Soon, the 3 women flew into the atmosphere and landed on the ground. Xiaobei, like snow, slender. Yuji found Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters and immediately found them. Your Majesty Yuji. Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters also greeted him immediately, and the 4 joined together. Bei, Rushui, Slim, don't call me Your Majesty Yuji in the future. Yuji said seriously, just call my name Yuji. Okay. Mirong Shenxian was taken aback, and then agreed. Chu Xiaobei and Ji Rushui thought for a while and nodded immediately. Although Yuji's cultivation base is very high, everyone's identities are now different from before. The 3rd daughter is no longer a maid, and Yuji needed Su Lang's blessing, and even agreed to become a maid. Coupled with the kindness that you save me and I save you that is almost unclear, everyone is already in a very equal position. At this time, Yuji said mysteriously, by the way, there is something I don't know if you know it. What's the matter? Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters suddenly became interested when they saw Yuji mysteriously. Su Lang has raised 3 girls on this planet. The whole planet is inhabited by the 3 of them. If you say it's okay, I absolutely don't believe it. Yuji said angrily, look at them quickly, do they have serious status? Chapter 1486. He is here, Wushuang original poster. She didn't want to pick something, but was really angry. Perhaps it is because I am too obsessed with the beautiful image of Langdi in those female fantasy novels. Talking, Yu Weaving transformed Su Ling Xiao Mei, and Yu Mei. Suddenly, images of a beautiful woman and 2 innocent girls appeared in front of Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters. These 3 people, Haven't seen it before. Could it be that Su Lang really supported us to raise women? When we are not here, he will mess around outside and raise people in the universe of life. No, brother Su Lang is not such a person. How could he pick up girls while looking for us? I also don't think Su Lang would do this, but I still want to hear an explanation. Quote. After Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters looked at each other, they pouted in surprise one by one. An atmosphere of Shura field began to gradually appear on the blue star. At the same time, Jiu Mountain, Chao Yuzhen and the others were relieved after looking at the direction Su Lang was leaving. In this way, this matter is even hidden. Although the crime of deception is also mortal, it is undoubtedly mortal if you don't hide it. If you conceal it, you can survive as long as you don't get discovered for a day. Your Majesty Yuji, after weaving Yushan, I will retreat after this. Chao Tai really walked to the entrance of Yuji's bedroom and saluted Li Shenyang's transformed Yuji. Quote. Li Shenyang didn't say a word, nodded indifferently. His eyes did not leave the book in his hand for a moment. He was as steady as an old dog. Chao Tai really didn't doubt that he was there, and bowed slightly again, and turned back. Seeing this, Li Shenyang waved his hand indifferently, and gradually closed the protective barrier of the palace using the hand tactics given by Yuji. The invasion of Mount Jiu seems to end here. But at this moment, one of the 5 great emperors in Greed Wolf Palace suddenly trembled, and there was a trace of silent pain in his eyes. Immediately after, his eyes flashed, and in an instant he took on an arrogant, frivolous, and arrogant look. But then, his eyes changed again, immediately full of anger and sneer. Chao Yu is really brave as a slave. You dare to hide it from me. If it weren't for me, I came over on a whim to check the memory of the eyeliner. I am afraid it would really make you hide the past. The hoarse voice came from the mouth of the great emperor, and it spread across the entire Jiu Mountain. This voice is not clear, but it made the entire Jiu Mountain tremble. All the maids on the mountain died instantly, and the emperor looked pale, showing panic and despair. Chao Yu really stiffened all over her body, and her rickety body could not stop shaking. He came. Wuxia original poster. I should have thought that he would put other eyeliners in the Hall of Greed Wolf. Chao Yuzhen's pupils shrunk like needles, and his face was as ugly as a dead man. She never expected that, let alone how many days of hiding. She couldn't hide it even for half an hour. What else can you say? The great emperor, whose body was controlled by the Wuxia poster, stepped forward and came to the top of Chao Taizen's head, overlooking the withered and gray quasi-supreme emperor. Old slave, please my master. Although Chao Taijun knew that hope was slim, she still refused to give up a trace of life-saving straw. Spare. The original Wuxia sneered, you can't even get a happy death, so you dare to ask for mercy. Your Majesty Yuji, run away. Chao Tai really didn't even think about it, and instantly unfolded all the secret methods and fled into the distance. And he didn't forget to remind the Yuji in Jiu Mountain that the two of them ran away together, which could at least distract some Wuxia posters. At the same time, some of the great emperors who were greedy of the Wolf Palace also fled frantically. Others stayed where they were in despair. They were so desperate that they didn't even have the mind to struggle. Want to escape? The crime has increased. The Wuxia host sneered again and again, without even stopping. He didn't collect the souls of these subordinates. How could he not arrange other deadly methods? Immediately after, I saw Chao Junjun and others who fled to the distance were staggering, with black blood in their mouths. Those weaker emperors fell instantly. Although the quasi-godless Chao Zhen was not dead, she was seriously injured and dying. She flew for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and finally fell into the interior of a large mountain. Chapter 1487. This person is a pervert. Humph. No one has ever escaped from me. The Wuxia original poster flew to the edge of the mountain and took pictures of the dying Chao Zhen, pulling the old woman's yellow hair, all the way back to Jiu Mountain. This process was very fast, and nothing happened in Jiu Mountain. Yuji's palace is still intact. Yuji. It was a good goal, but unfortunately it was destroyed. Even though I just looked at the body, it also made me very uninterested. HMPH, then use this subordinate's physical body to play you to death. Of course, that guy who dared to assault you, I will not let it go, he will be worse than Chao Yan. The Wuxia original poster threw Chao Taizen's old lady down, with a distorted and hideous expression on her face, like a smile and cry. Immediately after, he slapped his palm on the protective barrier of the Jiushan Imperial Palace. This quasi-godless barrier could not be broken by the five great emperor. But a trace of weird power was revealed from the five great emperor, and the barrier in front of it collapsed when it was touched, and dissipated into stars. Suddenly, the low-key luxurious bedroom appeared in front of him. Jia 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 Jia, let me taste how you taste different from others. The Wushuang poster occupies the body of the five great emperors, let out an evil laugh, and slowly walked into the palace. A small figure appeared in the field of vision. That petite body was full of temptation in the eyes of the Wushuang original poster. At this moment, Li Shenyang's, Yu Ji, disguised as Yu Ji, turned his head and looked at Wushuang's host. Okay, this look seems a little different. The Wushuang original poster looked at the eyes of Yu Ji, and a trace of doubt emerged in his heart, but according to him from the memory of the occupied five great emperors. Although Yu Ji was seen by others, he did not leave, but stayed in the palace. Therefore, the Wushuang poster never thought that the real Yu Ji would have been replaced long ago, and Li Shenyang has the protection of the imperial palace without the gods. Although Wushuang's original poster has vast supernatural powers, he is not really a supreme emperor. He just stepped from the soul-body fusion to the soul-space fusion road, and has a strong man who is quasi-no ***** soldier. Now the Wushuang original poster is occupying the body of a five great emperor with a trace of spiritual thought across a long distance. Without using the whole cards, he can't break Li Shenyang's disguise. At this moment, although Wushuang's poster noticed something strange, he quickly made up his own explanation. Maybe it's been too long. Yuri likes to read a lot these years, and some changes are normal. Thinking about this, the Wushuang poster once again showed a wicked smile. My favorite is my sister, who loves to read, it's cold. He walked slowly towards the motionless, Yu Weaving, who seemed to have lost his resistance. And, in the process, he stretched out his hand to undress. Hey, this person wants to Dunloon. Oh my god, this person is simply a pervert. Li Shenyang looked at the fierce man walking towards him, and instantly cursed away in his heart. But Su Lang ordered him to play Yu Ji, but he didn't tell him how to deal with this situation. Therefore, Li Shenyang was a little at a loss in a short time. Just then, the Wushuang poster controlled the five great emperor and took off his shirt, revealing strong muscles, very stylish and powerful. With such a perfect figure, even Li Shenyang couldn't find the flaws. How about it? Do you like this figure, little baby? The Wushuang original poster came to Li Shenyang and looked down at the petite girl, with a sneer that thought he was infinitely charming. Li Shenyang felt as disgusting as he had eaten shit. But without Su Lang's order, he did not immediately reveal his identity, but immediately asked Su Lang for instructions. The other side, the frequency of Su Lang's avatar replacement has been reduced a lot, because at this time he has been away from Jiu Mountain by tens of millions of light years. Somewhere in the mountains where there were beautiful mountains and beautiful rocks, Su Lang stopped. Chapter 1488, I beat you to death. This place is somewhat similar to Zhangjiajia, who has been to the previous life, so let's stop here for a while. Su Lang thought silently, then chose a big mountain and fell to the top of a flat mountain made of rocks, suddenly. Okay, there is movement over Li Shenyang. And very anxious, it seems that something big has happened. Su Lang sensed Li Shenyang's change, and immediately used perception sharing to gain Li Shenyang's vision. Immediately after, he saw a big man with a perverted and distorted smile, walking naked to the Yu Weaving that Li Shenyang had transformed. Lying down, is this a large-scale foundation site? Who is this guy? He broke into Jiu Mountain's bedroom and broke the protective barrier. He tried to assault Li Shenyang. What about the old lady Chao Taijun? Why don't you dare to stop him? No, this guy is a bit familiar, as if he is a certain great emperor in the Hall of Greed Wolf. But if it is really the great emperor of Greed Wolf Palace, it is absolutely impossible to have such courage. Oh, I see, it should be the Wushuang poster who is making a ghost. This guy didn't see through Li Shenyang's disguise, and he looked excited. There is really no one. Quote. Su Lang looked at the perverted Wushuang poster through Li Shenyang's perspective, and his heart was full of speechlessness. At this time, the big man controlled by Wushuang's original poster had reached out to touch Li Shenyang's little pretty face. Li Shenyang suddenly panicked a lot, and screamed in his heart, Lord, what should you do? My side is already far away, you don't have to worry about what you want to do. The difference between Su Lang and Li Shenyang's anxious mood, couldn't help but smile, and then gave him instructions. Do what you want. That's great, you bastard, I have tolerated you for a long time. Li Shenyang, who had received Su Lang's instructions, jumped up instantly and slapped the face of the man who was close at hand. Boom. As if the giant drum was hit by a heavy hammer, the vigorous roar spread throughout the Jiu Mountain. The five great emperor, controlled by the Supreme Lord, was instantly blown to the face, revealing teeth. You dare to resist. When Wushuang's original poster couldn't believe it, his eyes were red, full of endless anger. Even if only the manipulating clone was hit, Li Shenyang's fierce slap still seemed to hit his own face and heart. The raging sense of shame immediately filled all the hearts and minds of Wushuang's original poster. Rebel, I killed you, hidden scale West Hunter, break a sword. Li Shenyang, who was disgusted, was also extremely angry, with both hands pointing into a sword. His left hand was hidden scales, his right hand broke a sword, and at the same time, he stabbed the Wu Great Emperor controlled by the Wushuang original poster. Li Shenyang was the clone of Su Lang, possessing the attack realm of the 7 Great Emperor Plus. At this time, he displayed the explosion secret technique and his attack power was infinitely close to the 8 Great Emperor. On the other hand, the 5 Great Emperor controlled by the Wushuang poster was just a very ordinary 5 Great Emperor, and the gap with Li Shenyang was too great. Next moment, Li Shenyang's Ningzhan's hands were about to pierce the big man in front of him, extinguishing his spirit. However, humph, you don't dare to do your best, it's really hard to see. The Wushuang original poster realized that the power of Li Shenyang's move did not reach the quasi-no-god level at all, and immediately sneered. You need to know that Yuji is a quasi-no-god level. He really has to work hard, absolutely burst out with all his strength. It is impossible to use only the power of the 8 Great Emperor. In the face of Li Shenyang's move, Wushuang original poster is completely as stable as an old dog. Although he controls the 5 Great Emperors, he has a whole card. Otherwise, he could not break the protective barrier of the Jiushan Imperial Palace alone. Fu Bao the Supreme Wishful Lamp. Suddenly, the big man controlled by Wushuang's original poster touched his hands, and a phantom shadow of a candlestick appeared out of thin air, and the dim light on the candle easily blocked Li Shenyang's attack. So strong. I'm done. Li Shenyang's eyes stared, and he didn't move. No way, the talisman of this supreme wishful lamp could even resist Su Lang in the extreme state in Chao Taizen's hands. Can he break a clone? Chapter 1489. Get crazy with anger. At this time, I see, the reason why you don't resist with all your strength is to create a bit of fun. You want to resist symbolically and arouse my desire to attack. You are so good. The Wushuang host who blocked Li Shenyang's attack grinned, showing a perverted smile. Soon, the bean-sized light on the candlestick flickered, turning into countless stars, condensed into chains to surround Li Shenyang. This is to be restrained and tired. Li Shenyang's face turned black in an instant. Su Lang was a little confused and dumbfounded. This Wushuang poster still thinks that the one in front of him is Yu Weaving. I really believe my own judgment. Jia, I understand your careful thoughts, come on, baby. The Wushuang poster controlled the 5 Great Emperor, and the smile on his face gradually became more and more abnormal. I vomited. Deadly, perverted, labor and capital are men. Li Shenyang finally couldn't help it, and instantly removed the shelter of the Unreal Rule Avenue and the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, and its original appearance suddenly emerged. The gradual smile of the Wushuang original poster gradually solidified, and the excitement in his eyes instantly transformed into incredible and endless shame. Even the deity who was far away in the Wushuang building suddenly covered his heart, and his breath was disordered, as if he was crazy. OMG, his unparalleled host, actually said so many shameful words to a man, and produced such shameful intentions. This is really shameless and disqualifying, okay. Immediately after, the Wushuang original poster realized that he was being tricked, and the shame in his heart instantly transformed into endless shame. This kind of shame is more and more profound than before Li Shenyang slapped him in the face. Ah, I will surely cause you to suffer the most painful punishment in the exile. The Wushuang original poster roared frantically, and his breath rushed violently, blasting Jiushan's palace to pieces. Next moment, he stared at Li Shenyang, one hand slowly raised, and the chain formed by the supreme wishful lamp grew spikes, exuding a heart-palpitating breath. Immediately afterwards, the chain gradually tightened, and that strange force was about to pierce Li Shenyang's body and soul. But at this moment, Li Shenyang sneered, and his body instantly turned into a phantom, about to disappear. Not bad. It was Su Lang who initiated the Avatar dispatch to dispatch Li Shenyang to other places. Want to escape? What kind of secret is this? Even my supreme wishful lamp can't stop it. The Wushuang host sneered first, and immediately realized that the supreme Ruyi lantern could not stop Li Shenyang from disappearing, and his face suddenly appeared in horror. Without thinking about it, he immediately squeezed it with a big hand, and the chains formed by the supreme wishful lamp instantly needed. A trace of blood overflowed from the gap in the chain. The dog byproducts really ran away. Seeing the glimmer of blood, the Wushuang host was shaking with anger. He knew that although the opponent was injured, he did not die, but managed to escape. A little 7 great emperor escaped from his dignified and unparalleled host. This is another great shame. Roar. No matter who you are, I will find you and make you pay a heavy price. The Wushuang original poster was so angry that his eyes burst out with blood, and the 5 great emperors under his control were about to explode. Immediately after, the Wushuang original poster controlled the 5 great emperors who had been seriously injured and dying, and brought the dying Chao Zhen from outside, and quickly left Jiu Mountain. Next moment, the supreme wishful lantern talisman, which was left in the Jiushan palace and turned into a chain, exploded. Although it has been consumed 2 or 3 times, it still possesses very terrifying power, and instantly wiped the entire Jiu Mountain from the world. Even the earth in a radius of tens of millions of miles has been shortened by thousands of feet and turned into a vast pit. At the same time, the other side, wow, a phantom gradually condensed into a ****** body. It was Li Shenyang. It takes a little bit of time for the clone to be dispatched, even if it is less than the time required to replace the clone, but this time still exists. Because of this little time, Li Shenyang almost died under the talisman of the Supreme Wishful Lantern. Chapter 1490. You can't even match me. The next servant knocks on the Lord. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Li Shenyang ignored the pain and prostrated on the ground to bow to Su Lang. Get up, you did a great job. These are healing pills, I'll take them soon. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and then took out some emperor-level healing pills for Li Shenyang. Thank you, Lord. It is the mission of the servant to die for the Lord. Even if you are crushed and broken, you will be happy. Li Shenyang took the pill, his face improved a lot, and he saluted Su Lang again. It's good to have this heart, I won't stand by and watch you die. Su Lang smiled faintly. Well, I will put you back into the mysterious space first, where you can recover faster. Yes, Lord. Li Shenyang bowed his head respectfully. Immediately after, Su Lang waved his hand and took Li Shenyang into the mysterious black space. The situation is safe, it's time to release Chu Xiaobei and the others. Su Lang smiled with excitement, and when his thoughts moved, he released Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui, Mirong Shenxian, Yuji, and the great Emperor Xianxia in the Zhengxing universe. Brother Su Lang, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian were extremely happy when they saw Su Lang. What? Chu Xiaobei was surprised. Why did you let us out? Is it safe? So fast? Yes, it's safe for the time being. Although the matter of Jiushan has been known by the Wushuang host. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and smiled, but it is tens of millions of light years away from Jiu Mountain, and it is almost impossible for him to find us. What? Tens of millions of light years? How long is this? It's not even a quarter of an hour. How can you run so far? When Yuji heard Su Lang's words, his face was suddenly incredulous. This is a fact. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Do I have to lie to you? Suspicious little sister. Humph. Which man doesn't like to brag? Yuji rolled his eyes. Also, don't call me little sister, maybe I'm older than you. Bigger than me. Su Lang patted his chest muscles. Wrong, you can't even compare to me. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters couldn't help covering her mouth. At the same time, Chu Xiaobei and Mirong Shenxian lowered their heads to look at themselves and found that they could not see their toes, so they were very happy. Ji Rushui has also grown for so long, and it is also not small, at least reaching the average level, much larger than Yuji. You. I'm talking about age. Yuji's eyes widened, pointing to Su Lang and dancing, almost dancing. Her body changes drastically after practicing the secret method, which is the eternal pain in her heart. Oh, Su Lang laughed, but if you don't tell me how do I know that you mean age? Humph. Yuji snorted coldly, and then rolled his eyes. You are less greasy, and you are so annoying, don't you know? As he said, he winked at Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters. You little maid, what are you doing? Su Lang's face was surprised, and his eyes fell on the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei. The well-behaved Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian suddenly lowered their heads, pinching their fingers and wondering what to say. Ahem, I just asked directly. Chu Xiaobei coughed slightly, and stood up and said, Su Lang, are these 3 women on Blue Star? 3 women on the Blue Star. Su Lang looked at him for a moment, and then he patted his thighs suddenly. You said them. Yes, Yuji helped. Don't lie, I am the best at detecting lies. The 3 women, one is called Su Ling, one is called Xiaomei, and the other is called Yu. Oh, it's called Yume. Su Ling is the son of Jingtianxing's distorted world. Before Jingtianxing was released, I sneaked into Jingtianxing and met. She is regarded as my named disciple, which is of great research value. Xiaomei is Su Ling's maid. She has been with Su Ling since she was a child. It is Su Ling who wants to take her with me. It has nothing to do with me. The last Yuheng, it was a guide. I just came to the place of exile yesterday, and I caught it casually. If you don't tell me, I almost forgot her. In short, although they were put on the Blue Star by me, they are not my women. I only have 3 of you in my heart, huh? Su Lang's tone was steady and he explained clearly. Chapter 1491, is he bragging seriously? Wow, that's it. Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian listened, and they were completely relieved. Although Yuji looked unbelieving, Chu Xiaobei and others didn't say much, and she couldn't mention it anymore. However, the slightest uncomfortable feeling in her heart led her snorted. Also, you haven't lied. Besides, there is actually one more annoyance that I said. Okay, Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Talk about it. I know that you have great magical powers, and I think I can escape the Wushuang host, and I have a little confidence in you. However, the Wushuang poster has a supreme wishful lamp. This supreme emperor's soldier has the characteristics of wishful change, almost similar to the strength of wish. So it has a variety of incredible abilities, including the ability to chase. Yuji smiled softly. As long as the original Wushuang master gets your breath, he will definitely find your trace and location. As the supreme emperor soldier, it is indeed very powerful. Su Lang recalled the weird candlestick phantom when he was fighting Chao Junjun before, and he nodded solemnly. He has the weapon recognition function, knowing that it is a special kind of talisman, cast with the strength of the supreme emperor's body. But just that little bit can easily block his attack in the limit state. And this thing can be used not only for defense, but also for offense, and it can also form various auxiliary capabilities, which I have to say is really powerful. Yuji smiled and asked, now that you know this, do you still think you can escape from the Wushuang host? Even if he can determine my position, whether he can catch up with me is still a question. And don't just keep your mouth shut even if you flee, this is called a strategic shift. The Wushuang landlord hates me and has the supreme emperor's soldiers. Only by killing them can I feel at ease. Su Lang said indifferently, so, I won't always transfer, as long as the strength is enough, I will return a shot and kill him. Waiting for enough strength, that would have to wait for hundreds of millions of years. With such a long time gap, did the original Wushuang host chase you to death? Yuji rolled her eyes lightly, her face full of unbelief. Hee, how many million years to wait? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Let me tell you, I can kill him in a few days. Puff, how many days? The Wushuang original poster has entered the soul-body fusion for 500 million years. You want to catch up with his strength in a few days. How can it be possible? Yuji looked at Su Lang suspiciously, as if looking at a silly road deer who didn't understand anything. But Su Lang also looked at Yuji with the eyes of a silly road deer. The world is huge, and you don't know many things. These things are also difficult to explain clearly. When you see it with your own eyes, you will understand. Yuji looked at Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters in disbelief. Is he bragging seriously? In her opinion, the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei would definitely nod their heads together. However, nothing. Brother Su Lang's growth rate has always been incredible. Before we were exiled, his ultimate strength was probably quasi-great emperor. Ji Rushui said seriously, and now, it has been able to defeat the quasi-no-god level, and has also accepted the quasi-no-god level subordinates. This statement came out. Yuji's face suddenly stiffened. What? It's only been 100 years since you lived in exile, It is said that the ratio of the time velocity of the exiled land to the infinite universe is 10,000 to 1. In other words, if you have stayed here for more than 100 years, he has only stayed in the endless universe for a few days. How can it be possible to be promoted from quasi-great emperor to quasi-godless in just a few days? My god, Rushui, you must be mistaken, right? Yuji stared at Ji Rushui dumbfounded, her face full of disbelief. Indeed. This is really something she could not even dream of. After all, it took her 800 million years to cultivate from a great emperor to the quasi-no-god level. It took a few days to get promoted from quasi-great emperor to quasi-godless, with 10 small realms between them. How can you listen to it? Chapter 1492. Squat obediently and play in the mud, nothing was wrong. It is indeed the case. Ji Rushui nodded seriously. Brother Su Lang really has such a fast growth rate. He is the most powerful man in the universe. This guy has never been able to use common sense. Chu Xiaobei smiled and said, I personally watched him get promoted from the martial king level to the martial emperor level in a short time. Murong Shenxian also nodded and said, Brother Su Lang said that he can defeat the ability to catch up with the Wushuang host in a few days, and that will definitely be possible. As soon as the three daughters said these words, Yuji immediately shut down. How can that be? This is impossible, this is impossible. I have worked so hard for 800 million years to reach this level. How could Su Lang be able to do it in a few days? This must be fake. They are lied to me in partnership. No, Xiaobei and others will not lie to me. It is Su Lang who lied to all of us. Su Lang must be an old monster who has cultivated to the quasi-no-god level very early. He incarnates the weak, sneaks into the bottom, plays a popular game, and gets acquainted with Xiaobei and the others, and then coaxes them around. Yes, it must be so. This kind of routine is too simple. You can tell at a glance. Poor Xiaobei and the others are so simple. They were actually deceived by the scum like Su Lang. Su Lang, Su Lang, you fooled Xiaobei and the others. You can't fool Ben Guliang. How well? Ben Guliang is so aware and perverted. Ha 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 ha. Thinking like this, a triumphant smile appeared on Yuji's tender little face. She was already very sure at this time, Su Lang, this incredible genius must have been disguised by the old monster. Of course, seeing that Chu Xiaobei was convinced by all three of them, Yuji didn't bother to argue now. Aren't you practicing fast? When you return to your original state, I see how you can maintain your disguised abnormal cultivation speed. The corners of Yuji's mouth sketched out a slight playfulness, and he waited to see Su Lang make a fool of himself. And when Su Lang saw the change in Yuji's expression, he could basically guess the same. Tisk tisk. Don't blame you for not believing, just blame me for being too powerful. Su Lang sighed in his heart. At the point of cultivation speed, I am really a master as lonely as snow. Feeling finished. Well, time is precious, I have to retreat as soon as possible. Su Lang smiled faintly and looked at the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei, and before that, I want to check the physical condition of the three of you. Hear this. Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian smiled suddenly. Yuji blushed, and cursed in a low voice, smelly hooligan, thinking about those bashful things. Hey! What are you thinking? Su Lang rolled his eyes and smiled. Checking the body is such a serious matter. You are thinking about it. I think you are hopeless. You slander me. Yuji stared at him, and said incredulously, it is clear that your mind is impure, but you also said me in reverse. Forget it. You are such a wayward and stubborn person. No matter how much you say, you can't change your thinking. Su Lang shook his head slowly and looked at Yuji as if he was looking at a hopelessly bad girl. HMPH, just quibble. Yuji snorted and looked at Su Lang disdainfully. I will throw you back to Jiu Mountain. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and a sneer appeared on his face, saying that I could not cure you. You dare. Yuji spoke hard, but his eyes flickered, obviously persuaded. Hey, Su Lang sneered, if you're scared, squat in the mud for fun, don't disturb me doing business. I am not a child. Yu Weaving exclaimed in a low voice. What? Su Lang scratched his ears with his little finger, speak louder. I can't hear you. Yuji wanted to hum, but he didn't dare, and suddenly turned his head with his arms in dullness. Little maid, it's really too much to clean up. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and his eyes turned to Chu Xiaobei's three daughters. But seeing the pleading glances of the three girls, it was obvious that they didn't want Su Lang to bully Yuji. It seemed that they were eager for Yuji's life-saving grace. Okay, I won't talk about her, it's time to check her body. Su Lang beckoned to Chu Xiaobei. Xiaobei, come first. Chapter 1493. Stunned Yori, it is good. Chu Xiaobei nodded happily, came to Su Lang and sat down cross-legged. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian didn't want to leave Yuji in the cold, so they both came to Yuji's side, and then stared at Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei intently. Yuji Tsunere tilted her head to one side, but evasively turned her eyes towards Chu Xiaobei. Her face was slightly red, and her eyes were in a trance, as if she had fallen into a certain fantasy. The reason why Yuji had determined that Su Lang would do bad things before was because he had seen similar passages in the novels written by Chu Xiaobei. The key is that the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei also wrote very detailed, which really makes her hard not to be crooked. Here, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei sat opposite each other. Chu Xiaobei closed his eyes slightly, and his whole body relaxed, without a trace of guard. Soon, Su Lang then unfolded his mental power and used the small mystery method to inspect Chu Xiaobei. After more than 100 years in the land of exile, Chu Xiaobei is still in the realm of quasi-Xian. In fact, before she was exiled, she had mastered 121 rules, which was enough to make her break into the realm of Wushan. And she didn't waste her time in the exile. Perhaps because of the quasi-no-god level guidance of Yuji, Chu Xiaobei has realized a rule on his own in this short period of more than 100 years. You know, under normal circumstances, it takes a full 10,000 years for a martial artist to comprehend a rule. Chu Xiaobei used more than 100 years to comprehend a rule. Even with Yuji's guidance, he is completely a genius. At this time, Chu Xiaobei mastered 122 rules, and it was more than enough to advance to the Wushan level. Moreover, under the situation of Jiu Mountain at that time, their cultivation base was very low and it was easy to suffer. But even so, Chu Xiaobei did not choose to break through. Because she will always remember that Su Lang wants to help her comprehend 360 rules and build a perfect foundation for martial arts. She was sure that Su Lang would be able to find them, and she had strong confidence in Su Lang, so she didn't break through. This kind of trust really moved Su Lang. Xiaobei, I didn't expect you to comprehend a rule independently. It's great. Su Lang found Chu Xiaobei's newly understood rules, and couldn't help being amazed. Compared with others, Chu Xiaobei smiled dumbly, it's not comparable to you at all. No. Actually, your understanding is much better than mine. Su Lang smiled happily, only he knew that his savvy was actually not high. Huh, I believe you a ghost. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes, thinking that Su Lang was too humble. You can't do it if you don't believe me. Su Lang smiled, okay, I'm going to instill new rules for you next, get ready. Chu Xiaobei showed excitement, come on, I've been waiting for a day for a long time. It is good. Su Lang nodded and immediately reached out his hand against Chu Xiaobei's smooth forehead. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian beside them could not turn their eyes, and there was a hint of envy in their eyes. But Yuji was completely confused and surprised. What? Instilling rules? What are you talking about? Can rules be instilled? Bei Bei is playing me with Su Lang. Quote. Although Yuji didn't know much knowledge and experience, he also knew that the rules could never be instilled, and he had to experience it personally. Even the master can only provide guidance, and the ability to understand the rules depends entirely on the individual. But at this time, Su Lang even said to instill rules. This is really unbelievable. But then, the thing that made Yuji stunned has happened. I saw a rule fluctuation suddenly spread from Chu Xiaobei. This kind of rule fluctuation is very strong, and it has reached the level of condensed road. The most important thing is that Yuji has never seen this kind of rule power in Chu Xiaobei. At the beginning, she became interested in Chu Xiaobei's understanding of hundreds of rules at a young age and saved the three women. Later, Yuji also carefully studied the types of Chu Xiaobei's rules and powers, and even gave guidance. He is a half-teacher, and he is very familiar with the rules and powers that Chu Xiaobei has mastered. Therefore, after reaching the power of rules exuded from Chu Xiaobei, Yuji immediately discovered that it was the power of rules that Chu Xiaobei had never mastered. In other words, in front of her, Chu Xiaobei immediately grasped the power of a rule that was almost condensed. This kind of thing directly subverted Yuji's worldview, making her dumbfounded and dumbfounded. But then, What made her thunderous happened. Chapter 1494. This fake. I saw Chu Xiaobei's body one after another new rule fluctuations. The second share, the third share, the fourth share. By the time Su Lang withdrew his hand, there had been a full 34 share rule fluctuation. In other words, in a short time, Chu Xiaobei comprehended a total of 34 new rules, and accomplished what an ordinary wusheng could accomplish in a half-life. Congratulations, Sister Xiaobei. Sister Xiaobei has understood 156 rules, and is getting closer and closer to the foundation of the perfect wusheng. Great, Sister Xiaobei is stronger, we are safer. Quote. Seeing Su Lang slowly retracting their hands, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian immediately ran to Chu Xiaobei in ecstasy. This fake. 34 rules. 34 rules are instilled. What kind of anti-the-sky method does Su Lang master? Yuji's worldview was nearly shattered by the shock of terror, and the turbulent waves rising in her heart almost drowned her mind. Suddenly, Yuji suddenly shook his body and shouted loudly, Su Lang, such a sky-defying secret technique must have terrifying side effects. You are hurting Beckham. Her voice was terribly loud, almost hysterical. Little sister, you think too much. Su Lang turned his head and smiled faintly. I care about Xiaobei and the others more than you. If there are really side effects, how can I use them on them? You're lying. Yuji said stubbornly, how can such a heaven-defying secret technique have no side effects? No. Su Lang helplessly spread his hands, believe it or not. Sister Yuji, Su Lang's method of instilling rules really has no side effects. Chu Xiaobei explained with a smile, basically all of our 3 comprehensible rules were instilled by Su Lang. If you have a chance in the future, you should try it too. Sister Xiaobei is right, Ji Rushui said softly. Furthermore, Brother Su Lang can instill not only the power of rules, but also cultivation bases and techniques. Brother Su Lang can instill so many rules now. If I think about it, I can certainly instill many cultivation bases and techniques. Mirong Shenxian also smiled. Would you like Brother Su Lang to give Sister Yuji a try? Is this real? Seeing that Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters were all eloquent, Yuji suddenly changed from completely unbelief to doubtful. Since Xiaobei and the others have said that they will give you a chance to experience it, then I will reluctantly instill some exercises for you. Su Lang curled his lips and said, however, there is only one chance. If you refuse, then treat it as I didn't say it. In that case, let me try. Yuji hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then come here. Su Lang hung his eyes and beckoned slowly. Go. Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian ran to Yuji and pushed her to Su Lang. Seeing Su Lang's arrogant look, Yuji suddenly snorted. But she still sat obediently in front of Su Lang. Attention, I will instill a practice technique for you. Relax your body and don't have a trace of resistance. Su Lang reached out his hand and pressed Yuji's head. Yuji snorted again. She had never done anything like giving up all resistance in defense. But she didn't want to give up the opportunity of this experience. And she still trusts Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters very much. So she tried to convince herself and completely let go of her defenses against Su Lang. If Su Lang wanted to kill her at this time, she would not have time to redeploy her defenses. You do it. Yuji took a deep breath. Her low voice trembled slightly, obviously she was very nervous. System, start the exercise empowerment. Su Lang immediately issued instructions to the system, instill the exercises, Shantian Yiki Dijing, to the designated target. Ding. The innate Yiki Emperor Jing was successfully instilled. Chapter 1495. Broken Imperial Soldiers. Wow. Yuji only felt that countless exercises and profound meanings poured into his mind, deeply imprinted in his soul. In the end, the profound meanings of these exercises form a complete Emperor-level exercise method, which is the innate Yiki Emperor Jing. Innate Yiki Emperor Jing, a special exercise technique that can transform Di Yuan into a congenital qi after practice, possessing all attributes. I mastered this exercise to the most perfect realm in an instant, as if this exercise was created by myself. The most important thing is that there are really no side effects, only benefits, no harm. Yuji couldn't help but his eyes widened. This is really incredible, it's incredible. Believe it now. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a slight smile. Believe, you really can't use common sense. Yuji nodded in a daze. I even wonder if you are a godless, or even higher power. No god level, even higher power. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. No, 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 you guessed it wrong, I'm just a quasi-great emperor. Emperor quasi? This is impossible. Yuji looked at Su Lang in shock. The strength you show now is quasi-godless. That is my combat power, not my cultivation realm. Su Lang smiled faintly. I won't say much. Rushui Shenxian, come and sit down. Here, brother Su. Rushui and Shenxian immediately ran to Su Lang's side and sat on one side. Soon, Su Lang also checked Ji Rushui and Marang Shenxian's body. The second daughter's cultivation is at the quasi-celestial level, similar to that before the exile, but she can already control her own power perfectly. You guys are great. Su Lang smiled and nodded. Wait a few days after Chu Xiaobei has enough power of rules, and I will instill the power of rules into you, so that you can become immortals as soon as possible. We are not in a hurry. With the protection of brother Su Lang, sister Xiaobei and sister Yuji, no one can hurt us. Ji Rushui and Marangxian nodded delicately, not minding that Su Lang first instilled the power of rules into Chu Xiaobei. So sensible. Su Lang smiled happily. We will definitely protect you. Su Lang is right, Chu Xiaobei and Yuji said in unison. Ji Rushui and Marang Slim nodded their heads. Their faces were full of brilliant smiles, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Correct. Su Lang smiled, and immediately asked, at that time, Xiaohai and them were wandering into the exile with you, how are they now? Under the turbulence of time and space. The old five elements heaven, the five elements emperor soldier, the white jade emperor palace, the space Rubik's cube, the slaughter sky sword sheath, and the Luoyu mirror, etc., were all banished. Brother Su Lang, at that time we were exiled together, so we have been together. But then we encountered the warriors of the greedy wolf palace. They destroyed the five elements sky formation. All the emperor soldiers were hit hard to protect us. Fortunately, Sister Yuji rescued us in time, otherwise they might fight to an end. Ji Rushui whispered, obviously a little sad. They are all here. Chu Xiaobei sighed and took out the 9 imperial soldiers from the inner boundary of Wusheng. 5 fragmented colorful snowflakes, the white jade emperor's palace turned into ruined walls, the spatial cube that has been pierced dozens of times, the eroded and about to fall apart scabbard, and the bleak mirror. The 5-element emperor soldiers, such as Xiao Hai and Xiao Yan, who were in the shape of broken snowflakes, let out excitement when they saw Su Lang, the host. The emperor soldiers such as Baiyu Emperor Palace and Luo Yujing also called out one after another. But they are too broken, they can't even form the spirit of the weapon, and their voice is very weak, and they have long lost their original vitality. Even the space cube is broken to the point that its spirit is about to fall. Xiaohai, Xiaoyan, Xiaojin, Komori, Koyama, Xiaoluo, Xiaofeng, Gord, Baiyu. Su Lang looked at the 9 imperial soldiers in front of him, and seemed to see the bitter battle they had experienced at the beginning, and his eyes were full of deep anger. Chapter 1496. Repair the evolution of the 9 emperor soldiers. Hall of Greedy Wolf, right. Wushuang Building, right. Don't say you want to chase me down. Even if you give up chasing and killing me, I will definitely eliminate you all. The blue veins on Su Lang's forehead violently jumped for a while before he slowly recovered his calm. Soon, he took out countless refining materials from the storage space. Wow, countless materials are all over the sky, and the endless rhyme of Taoism triggers a lot of rules and anomalies, which is extremely gorgeous. Hiss, so much material, and there are dozens of pieces of non-god level materials. This guy is so rich. And what does he want to take out these materials for? Is it to refine weapons? Is to repair these broken imperial soldiers? But isn't he an alchemist? An alchemist who can refine the perfect quality immaculate dream flower great emperor pill, does he still have time to practice the art of refining? This is impossible. Yuri was shocked when he saw so many materials. Immediately after, I saw Su Lang put the blue one of the 5 broken snowflakes in his hand, and then sipped softly, evolve into a great soldier. What are you doing? There is no kidding, nor does the flame. Just talk about it. Can weapons evolve by themselves? Yuji stared at Su Lang in disbelief, but then she saw a very incredible scene. But suddenly a brilliance flashed across the broken blue snowflake lying in Su Lang's hand. After the brilliance flashed, the broken snowflakes had been restored to their original form. No, not only was it restored to its original state, but also its aura skyrocketed, and it was promoted from an emperor soldier to a great emperor soldier. The spirit of the great Emperor Soldier xianxia emerged, like a blue little Nezha, flying around Su Lang excitedly. What? How can that be? How can there be such a method of refining in the world? Speaking of the law means that the spells derived from the Tao of rules can be used at will, but there is no such thing as the Tao of refining rules. What is going on? Yuji pointed at Su Lang dumbfounded, with a small mouth wide open, even the small hanging tongue from his throat was exposed. At this time, Su Lang calmed Xiao Hai, picked up the red broken snowflakes and sky flames, and gave the system evolution instructions again. Suddenly, another burst of brilliance flashed. The red snowflake-shaped sky flame immediately recovered and was successfully promoted to the Emperor Soldier. Some materials have disappeared. It's really refining. Maybe Su Lang really masters the avenue of refining. However, this kind of avenue does not exist in either the boundless universe or the place of exile. Unless it is the legendary primordial level, you can twist the cosmic avenue and form your own avenue power. Could it be that Su Lang is a great power of the primordial level, and has formed a unique refining avenue? However, his strongest state is clearly the quasi-no-god level, and even the Wuxia original poster can't fight head-on. Yuji sensed that some materials had disappeared out of thin air, and when she was horrified, she was filled with countless doubts. In her eyes, Su Lang could no longer see through. Next, in the trance of weaving, Su Lang evolved all 9 broken imperial soldiers into great emperor soldiers. And, after this, because there is still a lot of material left, so Su Lang simply raised the 9 great emperor soldiers again. At this time, the 9 imperial soldiers have all reached the level of the 7 great imperial soldiers. Promoted to this level, the characteristics of the 9-handed emperor soldiers have also been greatly improved, and some changes have taken place. The Sky Series 5 Elements Emperor Soldier is still an auxiliary defensive Emperor Soldier, and its functions such as defense, gathering spirit, and reconnaissance are already very powerful. The key is that the 5 Imperial Soldiers have the ability to fit together. Once combined, there will be no ****** soldiers. In addition, the White Jade Emperor Palace has a very powerful calming effect, which can greatly enhance the martial artist's understanding. In addition to helping the quasi-god condense the lead of space to break through the martial god, the space cube also has the ability to assist the martial artist to expand the inner space. The inner space of Wuxian, Wusheng, Wushan, Wudi and even the great emperor level can be assisted in development. It can be said that it has become a treasure to assist martial artists in cultivation. Chapter 1497, The Quasi-Godless Mirror. The changes in Slaughter Sky Scabbard are also very huge. It was promoted to the 7 great emperor soldiers, and was no longer restricted by Jianshin. Any weapon placed in the scabbard can get a terrifying increase. The longer the cultivation time, the greater the increase. In addition, the sword chi ability possessed by the Slaughter Sky sword sheath itself has also been enhanced, and countless sword auras can be bred in an instant. If the time is long enough, you can also cultivate a sword chi. The strongest power can reach the quasi-no-god level. At last, Luo Yujing Xiaoluo also gained a very powerful ability. The previous Luoyu mirror could only create a very different space, in which to nurture dead souls. In addition, it also has a very ordinary defense ability, but now it has changed greatly. First, the ability to raise dead souls has been transformed and upgraded. In the past, Luo Yujing also nourished the dead souls of the quasi-emperor. But now, it is already able to nurture the dead souls of the great emperor level, and if the control problem is not considered, it can even cultivate the dead souls of the quasi-godless level. The most important thing is that the incense aspiration power used to feed the dead soul must be the incense provided by the believer of the dead soul before his death. Other incense is useless. This also greatly limits the growth speed and maximum limit of the dead soul. Only with the accumulation of 5 or 6 million years of Keanu, some quasi-emperor death souls were cultivated. But now, as long as there is enough incense aspiration power, no matter where the incense aspiration power comes from, Luo Yujing can instantly cultivate a great emperor-level dead soul. And Su Lang happened to have a lot of unwilling power. These incense aspirations come from those Emperor Wu and Great Emperor who were killed. Even Emperor Wu, who has not embarked on the incense road, has a lot of incense aspirations in their life universe. Even if the entire life planet is dead, the incense aspiration power begins to dissipate. There is still a huge amount of incense. These incense will gradually disappear if not used. Su Lang didn't have any way to use it either. His wuxia tree was too few compared to so many incense aspirations. Therefore, this ability of Luo Yujing can come in handy. In addition to the transformation of the ability to raise dead souls, Luo Yujing also possesses the ability to preserve living souls. Under normal circumstances, after the warrior dies, the living soul does not seize the house in a very short time, and it will quickly dissipate, but now, as long as it is a warrior who has just died, its soul can be perfectly preserved after entering the network mirror without any harm. This feature is useless in combat. But Su Lang's eyes brightened, and a vast plan emerged in his mind. At last, Luo Yujing's defensive ability has also been transformed and sublimated. It can now not only defend against attacks from the same level of power, but also absorb the attack ability, simulate the opponent's magic methods, and conduct rebound attacks. Of course, this kind of rebound ability is not perfect. As long as it exceeds the defense limit of Luo Yujing, it cannot be simulated. The rest of the features of Luo Yu Mirror are actually optional. Only the ability to raise dead souls and preserve living souls is the most critical. Su Lang looked at the Luo Yu Mirror in his hand, and the plan in his heart became clearer. He wanted to use Luo Yujing to create reincarnation for his life universe. The current level is obviously not enough. It seems that Luo Yujing has to be upgraded, but I don't know if the materials are enough. Su Lang thought about it in his heart, and then directly issued instructions to the system. Ding. Consume the soul of Emperor Wu 2000, the soul of Wushan 30,000. Luo Yujing has evolved to be without a ****** soldier. I saw the brilliance flashing on the Luo Yu mirror, and the breath suddenly rose. The material is enough, but it saves a lot of trouble. Su Lang was surprised and took Luo Yujing in his hand to observe carefully. The functional characteristics have not changed, but the effect has been greatly improved. Luo Yujing can now cultivate quasi-godless dead souls on a large scale. Awesome little network. Su Lang smiled, and immediately took out the looted life universe and placed them in front of him neatly. This scene stunned Yuji next to him. Chapter 1498. Don't you want to routine me? There's no ***** soldier in instant refining. Su Lang, this guy is terrible. And these things in front of him seem to be a miniature universe of life. He actually has the means to take the universe of other people's lives, turn it into a miniature sandbox, and preserve it. Yuji was shocked. In her opinion, Su Lang was actually the most incredible person. Wuxia posters and others, although they have godless soldiers, are very powerful. But when compared with Su Lang, he was completely mediocre. At this time, Su Lang picked up a life universe and opened a small gap. Immediately, he sent a clone with Luo Yujing into the gap. The clone descended into the universe of life with a fascinating mirror, and immediately began to absorb the incense aspiration that spilled in the air, quickly. The incense and wish power left in this universe of life will be absorbed. Immediately after, Su Lang sent the clone to the second life universe again, and continued to absorb the incense aspiration power. Soon, all the incense aspirations in the miniature universe have been absorbed by Luo Yujing. Little network. Su Lang withdrew Luo Yu mirror from the avatar and called softly, "The host." Qiling Shaluo appeared, a beautiful girl in white, pure and clean, like a fairy. Su Lang smiled and asked, "Do you have enough incense and wish power to support a quasi-godless dead soul?" Report to the master. Enough to support 2 quasi-godless dead souls. However, once they die, they won't be able to replenish the incense aspiration power and cannot be resurrected. Master, do you want to foster a dead soul who is quasi-no god? Shaluo's articulation is clear, like a well-knowing lady. That's it. Su Lang thoughtfully, then, if there is enough willpower, can he nurture a godless dead soul? It's theoretically possible, but it really breeds a godless dead soul. Shaluo can't control it. Shaluo shook his head and said, on the contrary, Shaluo is likely to be controlled by him and become his job. That's it. Then you keep the incense willingness. Su Lang nodded slightly. When I will promote you later, I will raise a godless dead soul as a thug. Yes, master. Xiao Luo nodded, and then got into Luo Yujing. So far, 9 pieces of the great emperor's soldier Su Lang have already seen. By the way, there is another guy. Su Lang waved his hand and summoned a clone avatar. Before leaving Jiu Mountain, Su Lang asked a clone to install the broken dream knife into the life universe and bring it out. Now that there is time, it is natural to reseal it, Otherwise, it is a huge hidden danger. Especially Su Lang now has more and more girls around him. Once an accident occurs, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Wow! A burst of green light flashed. Broken Dream Knife was released from the life universe by the Avatar, and from beginning to end, Broken Dream Knife did not touch his body. Wow, Master, you finally let me out. The green elf immediately emerged from the Broken Dream Knife and looked at Su Lang with excitement. Roll. I'm not your master. You can't try to do me tricks. Su Lang rolled his eyes and instantly activated various sealing methods, formations, equipment, space, and many more. Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't seal me again. I'm willing to help you harm Wuxuang's original poster, just like harming Wuboruo. The green elf immediately knelt down in front of Su Lang, looking at Su Lang beggingly. Scourge Wuxuang poster. Su Lang's eyes lit up. If the Wuxuang host touches Broken Dream Knife, the end must be beautiful. But, when Su Lang's gaze swept across Yuji, the thought suddenly disappeared. Yuji had been in contact with the Wuxuang host. If the Wuxuang host and Broken Dream Blade reached a contract, then Yuji would definitely be affected. Chapter 1499, Lin Fang, the Unparalleled Host. This is not what Su Lang wants to see. It wasn't that Su Lang was attracted to Yuji, he was really not interested in his dry body. Mainly because Yuji, as the savior of Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters, Su Lang didn't want to see her suffer. Forget it, you should be sealed obediently. Su Lang shook his head and continued to use the sealing method. Finally, the Broken Dream Knife that had been sealed layer by layer was put into the abandoned life universe again, and stuffed into the deepest part of the storage space. In fact, there is still a reason why Su Lang has decided to seal the Broken Dream Knife. This knife is really evil. As long as its owner keeps being green, he can continue to grow stronger, and there are fewer and fewer restrictions on signing contracts with creatures. In the past, when the Broken Dream Knife was an Emperor soldier, it was necessary to hold it and cut it out carefully before signing the contract. But later, you only need to touch it and you will be signed. If the Broken Dream Knife is stronger, wouldn't it be signed at a glance? When the time comes, everything is over. Therefore, it is better to seal up this kind of great scourge and never see the sun. After sealing the Broken Dream Knife, Su Lang opened the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, turning it into a villa the size of a villa, sitting on the top of the mountain. Let's go in and rest. Su Lang waved his hand, collected all the weapons and clones, and walked into the soul-chasing Emperor Palace first. Wow, this Imperial Palace is so dark. Yes, it's not as beautiful as the White Jade Emperor Palace. However, it is majestic, and there is also a very mysterious feeling that is not clear. Let's go in. Sister Yuji, together. Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters immediately pulled Yuji into the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. The great Emperor Xianxia, who has always been a transparent person, also walked through the door. But instead of moving on, he sat cross-legged at the gate and became an old man. After entering the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, Su Lang asked Chu Xiaobei and the others to rest, and then ran into the quiet room. To defeat the Wuxuang host, you can't just talk about it, you have to put it into action. Then, I must seriously wait for the system to help me practice. Hey, the life of a genius is so simple and boring. No, I have to enrich my life. While muttering, Su Lang took out the cauldron and materials again, and began to refine the parts of the super-humanoid weapon, at the same time. Far away in Wuxuang building more than 10 million light-years away, the 9 quasi-god level powerhouses knelt on the ground, trembling, not dare to come out. In front of them lay a ragged, tattered corpse, the real corpse of the Supreme Emperor Chao Yan. Humph, dare to deceive me, killing you really dirty my hands. A slender, pale, peach-eyed young man snorted coldly, and wiped his hands with an imperial soldier's kerchief in disgust. This enchanting man is the Wuxuang poster Lin Fang. Because of Zhiushin's affairs, he is still very angry now. The one that irritated him the most was the emperor who pretended to be Yuji, made him want to die in embarrassment, and finally escaped. Humph, you can't hide past the first day of the first year, you can't hide from the 15th. In front of my supreme wishful lamp, no one should try to escape. With a gritted tooth, Lin Fang raised his right hand, his palm slightly opened like a lotus. A candlestick with white candles gradually emerged. A flame the size of a soybean was burning on the candle, which seemed to be extinguished at any time. But it was the flame of this bean-sized lamp that made all the 9 quasi-no-god classes below tremble and frightened, like a mouse that saw a cat. Even Lin Fang himself, his pale face turned pale. No way. The supreme wishful lamp is a true godless soldier. There seems to be a quasi-word difference between the quasi-no-god level and the non-god level, but in fact the gap is really too big. Even if Lin Fang signed a contract with the supreme Ruyi lamp, he could only control this supreme emperor's soldier. Chapter 1500. The supreme wishful lamp collapsed for the first time. Ruyi Ruyi. Please help me find the whereabouts of this person. Lin Fang took a deep breath, flicked his left hand, and a ray of breath flew into the flame of the bean-sized lamp. Compared to Su Lang, Lin Fang hated Li Shenyang, who had played with him even more. Therefore, the first thing Lin Chong was looking for was not Su Lang but Li Shenyang. Do you have to bother me to find someone? There was a lazy female voice in the supreme wishful lamp, as if there was a queen living in it. Sorry to bother you. Lin Fang smiled and said softly. Then I will help you find it. The supreme Ruyi lamp said lightly, and the flame of the lamp shook slightly. But then, inside the supreme wishful lamp came an incredible exclamation. I can't find this person, he is not anywhere in the exile. What? Not in a place of exile? How is this possible? Could it be that it is in the life universe of a certain great emperor? Or other different dimensions? Lin Fang also showed surprise. This is the first time he has missed the Ruyi lantern since he got the supreme Ruyi lantern. No, this is impossible. As long as it is in the land of exile, no matter where it is, even in the lair of those old monsters, I can find it. But I just can't find this person now. Could this person really have left the place of exile? But this is also impossible. 7 great emperors, and there is no reverse exile door. They cannot leave the exile. What method did this person use? Even I can't find it. Quote. An irritable voice came from the supreme Ruyi lamp, like a shrew cursing the street. Ruyi, don't worry, that person has accomplices, and he also took Yuji away. They are probably together. As long as you find one of them, you can find them all. With that, Lin Fang took out a few breaths again, which belonged to Yuji, Su Lang, and the great emperor Xianxia. Then I will look for it again. Ruyi Deng was also very unwilling, and immediately started tracking with the breath provided by Lin Fang. After a dozen breaths, the Ruyi lamp did not move. Lin Fang's face was stiff, and he asked if he failed again. After dozens of breaths, the Ruyi lantern still did not move, and Lin Fang was already thinking about how to relieve the supreme Ruyi lantern. And at this moment, found it. They really are together. HMPH, it took me so much time, the concealment method is very strong. The arrogant sneer of Qi Ling came from the supreme Ruyi lamp. But then, Qi Lingruyi's sneer stopped abruptly, and an incredible voice came. What? They are more than 10 million light years away. Lin Fang was also excited because he found the position of Su Lang and others. But when I heard Qi Lingruyi's exclaim, I was shocked. More than 10 million light years away. Oh my god, how could a quasi-godless class cross such a long distance in such a short time? Even if the long-distance teleportation array is used continuously, it can't be done so fast. It's incredible. In such a long time, this is the first time I have seen a quasi-no-god level capable of crossing such a long distance in such a short time. However, to be able to escape so far, it must be some special means, or some special treasures were consumed. In short, no matter what means or treasure, I don't believe you can use it a second time. The supreme Ruyi lantern exclaimed, and immediately sneered again. Exactly. Indeed, they can only use this method once. Lin Fang also sneered again and again. We are going to chase them right now, and we will not be able to cross the distance of more than 10 million light years. Humph, aren't you leaning on me? I advise you, don't do something meaningless all day long, practice more, and achieve the godless level as soon as possible is the right way. The arrogant voice of the supreme Ruyi lantern came again, which did not give Lin Fang any face. Chapter 1501. Chased after tens of millions of light years. I know, I also want to practice, I want to improve, but ordinary cultivation methods are too slow, and Wuxuanglo also, hey, it's hard to say. When I return with revenge this time, I will think of a way again to see if there are other ways that the sword can go slant, so that I can go further. Quote. Lin Fang's face was full of helplessness. Supreme Ruyi Lamp said, after this matter, I will help you figure out a solution. Then let's start now. Lin Fang nodded slightly, and then turned to look at the 9 quasi-superior emperors who were kneeling down. You look forward to Wuxia. If there is something wrong, I will eat you alive. Yes. The 9 quasi-no-god class kowtowed their heads tremblingly, but in their hearts they were greatly relieved that Lin Fang was about to leave. Immediately after, Lin Fang and the Supreme Ruyi lamp came to a magnificent hall. There is a very huge teleportation formation in the hall. This teleportation array connects all the giant teleportation arrays within the control area of Wuxia building, and the radiation range reaches a full 3 million light years. It is precisely because of the existence of these teleportation formations that Lin Fang can rule the territory of 3 million light years. Wow! Lin Fang walked into the teleportation array with the Supreme Wishful Lamp, the light flashed, and the figure disappeared. Next moment, one person and one light have reached the edge of Wuxia building's control range. Beyond this, the ultra-long teleportation array was not controlled by Lin Fang, but was controlled by others and could not be used at will. It's up to you, Ruyi. Lin Fang stood in the teleportation formation, holding the Supreme Ruyi lantern with his right hand. Okay, Qiling Ruyi responded, and the flame of the bean-sized lamp on the candle separated a bit and fell onto the teleportation array. Suddenly, the teleportation array is bright. Not only the teleportation array under Lin Fang's feet, but also the extremely remote places, the teleportation arrays all lit up. There are hundreds of thousands of these teleportation formations, many of which are private, which has caused fear among many forces. If someone's vision is high enough, they can find that these teleportation arrays are connected in a straight line, pointing like an arrow to the place where Su Lang and others rest. But the line connected by the teleportation array did not extend forever, and stopped after about 500,000 light years. Let's go, the Supreme Wishful Lamp reminded. It is good. Lin Fang nodded and immediately activated the teleportation array. Suddenly, a more violent light burst from the teleportation formation, and Lin Fang's figure disappeared from the place. At the same time, the teleportation array connected in a straight line exploded one after another, becoming the victim of Lin Fang's crossing a long distance, quickly. Lin Fang and the Supreme Ruyi lamp appeared 500,000 light years away. Immediately after, Lin Fang planned to let the Supreme Ruyi lamp continue to control the teleportation array to teleport. Not urgent, they are still where they are. It won't be too late to send after I recover some. The Supreme Ruyi lamp said, otherwise, it will consume too much, and it will be more difficult to recover. Okay, Lin Fang had nothing to do with the Supreme Ruyi lantern, so he could only sit in the teleportation formation to help the Supreme Ruyi lantern recover. Time disappeared a little bit. 2/4 of an hour, or half an hour later, about there. Let's continue on our way. The sound of Qi Lingrui came from the flame of the lamp. It is good. Lin Fang nodded immediately. Then, Lin Fang and the Supreme Ruyi lantern transmitted 500,000 light years in just half an hour, constantly approaching where Su Lang was. In Su Lang, the parts of super-humanoid weapons are being refined continuously, and 360 parts are refined every hour. 10 hours later, Su Lang has refined more than 3,600 parts. Adding the previously refined parts, the total number of parts has reached 30,000. This number is 1/4 of the total number of 120,000 parts of the superhumanoid weapon, and it is getting closer and closer to the day when the complete body is cast. Just when Su Lang planned to refine the 301st part. Ding! Ming Gong Zuo Hua, Lu, has reached the founding level. Ding! Hua Dao Great Emperor Jing, has reached the founding level. Ding! Without shackles. Ding! Quote. The 8 system prompts are endless, resounding in Su Lang's mind. Lying down, these 8 Great Emperor level exercises are finally finished. Su Lang's whole body was shocked, his eyes shone brightly with excitement. Chapter 1502, A Brand New Broken Sword. When excited, Su Lang only felt that there were 8 strong warm currents in his body, and they merged into his limbs. These warm currents continued to nourish every element in Su Lang's body, and his combat power was comprehensively improved. There are a lot of exercises and profound meanings appearing in the mind out of thin air, imprinted on the soul. Su Lang mastered these techniques in an instant, as if he had created it with his own hands and had been practicing for countless years. Tisk tisk, I have completed the 8 Great Emperor level exercises again, and achieved countless things that the quasi-no-god level cannot do in a lifetime. That's great. Su Lang took a breath of intoxication, and immediately turned his mind and fell on the 8 exercises he had just practiced. The first book is called Ming Gong Zuo Hua Lu. This exercise can open up the palace of life, receive the soul, and maintain the survival and development of the soul. It is very similar to the new feature of preservation of living soul in Luoyuzheng. The difference is that the soul in the palace of life, as long as Su Lang is willing, can use his mental power to feed and grow it. However, the living soul preserved by Luo Yuzheng couldn't develop and grow, and could only remain as it was. Although the functions of Luo Yuzheng and Minggong Zhaohulu are somewhat overlapped, both are part of the reincarnation created by Su Lang's plan. The second exercise is called Hua Dao Great Emperor Jing, a very orthodox method of soul fusion. At this time this exercise has reached the founding level. As long as Su Lang breaks through to the emperor level, he will be able to quickly merge the soul and universe with this, become the true heaven of the universe of life, and control everything in the universe of life. The third and fourth exercises are titled Melting Soul Records of Casting Body, and Huntian Heron, which are the orthodox soul-body fusion exercises obtained from Li Qiwei and Yi Chen respectively. Like the Hua Dao Great Emperor Jing, they are also exercise methods to assist the emperor in his cultivation. As long as Su Lang is promoted to the emperor level, he can quickly merge his soul and body with these 2 techniques, and his combat power will burst out. The 5th, 6th, and 7th books are No Shackles, Drinking Stars Sea, and Independent Human World, respectively. These 3 are all explosive secret techniques, which can burst out power beyond their limits in an instant. The last one is The Sword Breaks the 9 Extremes, the Emperor-level Kendo technique, specializing in a sword. It was Su Lang who prepared a brand new, Broken One sword, with the system function of the Gong Fa source. The previous, Broken One sword, after all, was deduced with various fairy-level swordsmanship, and was already very backward. Put it on now. Su Lang thought about it and gave instructions to the system. The system uses Theosource of power, and uses Thebreaking sword, as the basis to deduce new moves. Ding! Start deducing the source of the exercise. With the notification of the system, a group of colorful streamers suddenly appeared in Su Lang's body and soul. This group of colorful streamers is the origin of the unnamed emperor-level exercises that Su Lang possesses. It combines all the exercises that Su Lang cultivated, and possesses almost endless profound meaning. Immediately after, I saw a part of the cold light flew out of this group of colorful streamers, condensing into one again. The previous colorful streamer gradually dissipated and merged into Su Lang's body again. The newly condensed streamer is a semi-transparent color, containing a few sharp rays of light, faintly revealing many different colors. These are the profound meanings of Kung Fu to perform new moves. Next, seeing the ball began to surging, as if there was a tsunami inside, setting off a stormy sea, making the heavens and the earth look the same. Finally, the entire sphere is returned to chaos and collapses into a little star. But this is not over yet. The starlight exploded in the next moment, forming countless meteors, blending into Su Lang's limbs, his brain, the sea, and the universe of life. Su Lang immediately felt that the Po Yi Jian that had been turned into instinct had been sublimated and transformed like never before. Po Yi Jian itself has a very powerful defense function, but at the level of the emperor, it was already a bit unusable. And now, its perverted ability to break defenses is back. In Su Lang's hands, the brand new Po Yi sword can play a more defense against the sky. Not to mention the martial artist of the same level, even the emperor who surpassed Su Lang's 3 or 4 small realms, could not resist the devastation of Po Yi Jian. Chapter 1503. The number of rules exceeds 3,600, incredible. If I use the devouring clone, Emperor Ruhuowu, Emperor Shenshao, Emperor Kunyu and others can break the defense with a single sword. Adding to the Kunlun's invisible, hidden scale West Hunter, and Yudian sword's characteristics that it will die if you break the defense, these people can't even handle my trick. Even if they are stronger than the great Emperor Huowu, who have successfully stepped from the soul-body fusion to the quasi-no-god level of the soul fusion avenue, I will break the defense if I accidentally. Haha, at the quasi-no-god level, I finally have some posture to overpower everything. Su Lang was obviously very satisfied with the brand new Po Yi Jian, and his face almost burst into laughter. Next, just put those 1,780 immortal level holy level exercises that correspond to uncommon rules. When the unremarkable rules corresponding to these exercises are fully understood, the number of rules I have understood will exceed 3,600, which is infinitely close to the real way of heaven. Su Lang thought silently, and immediately took out the 1,780 exercises that had been prepared a long time ago, and then randomly selected 8 exercises to put on the villain Shiwu. The 8 martial arts villains immediately began to practice exercises for Su Lang. Ding! The axis of Li Hate has reached the founding level. Ding! Bronze flying cloud roll has reached the founding level. Ding! Under the extremely abnormal training speed, the Baben exercises reached the founding level in almost half a second. System. Using the Dao Fa world function, let me understand the uncommon rules. While Su Lang ordered to comprehend these rules, he took out 8 exercises to continue practicing. Basically, the practice of Baben exercises is completed. Su Lang instantly understood the indifferent rules corresponding to these exercises. A quarter of an hour later, all these exercises are finally finished, and the total number of rules Su Lang comprehended finally surpassed the number of 3,600. The comprehension of nearly 2,000 new and unfamiliar rules is complete. Su Lang felt very clearly that his body seemed to be full. Moreover, there is no longer any need to rely on the power of the Shifang life universe to feed back the remote rules. On the contrary, the remote rules that Su Lang now comprehends can promote the development of Shifang life and universe, making it more perfect. At this moment, many changes have taken place on the life planets in the 10 life universe. The biggest change is Blue Star. There are countless lives on the Blue Star. At this time, it was even more irritated. All kinds of creatures multiply and grow rapidly, and for a time it seems like 100 flowers bloom, contending for beauty. The remaining 9 life planets also have their own creatures. For example, in the magical universe, there are many fire attribute plants and animals on the magical Mars, and even very special elemental creatures appear. Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn, Venus, 2 wind planets, and 2 light and dark planets have also appeared their own elemental creatures. These elemental creatures were indirectly affected because the planet was promoted by Su Lang, and there was a tendency to expand their ethnic groups and individual upper limits. They all started feeding back to the planet. It seems that this amount is completely sufficient. I don't have to continue to have a headache because of the unruly rules in the future. It's really beautiful. Su Lang stretched out crisply, with a relaxed smile on his face. After relaxing for a while, the way of martial artist, you can't slack off. Next, continue to place the brand new Baben exercises. First of all, place the godless level technique, returning to nature and return to 1 godless record. With a thought, Su Lang placed the synthesized first godless level exercise on the first martial arts villain. Suddenly, the martial arts villain began to get busy. Countless Dao Yun appeared beside the Wushu villain, like a sparkling lake. The second, Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven. Su Lang's thoughts turned, and the second exercise was also placed in it. Then came the third and fourth, until the 8th. The next 6 books are new Great Emperor level exercises later synthesized. They are 72 Swords of the Lost Soul, Secrets of Jolin Sword Solution, and Sword Technique of Dragon Breaking Xingyu, and Emperor Transformation Sunken Star, Blood Moon Sky Underworld, and Drunken Dreams. Chapter 1504, 300 Avenue. Return to Basics Without God, will not say. This exercise was originally a transparent crystal, and even Su Lang would be dazzled, and he couldn't figure out the specific characteristics and effects. You can only find out after the practice is over. Netherworld Dragon Vein Celestial Realm is a technique that uses incense to create a world of incense and make it into a weapon. It can use incense without being infected by incense. Needless to say, the 3 Emperor-level swordsmanship techniques are the techniques that Su Lang prepared in order to continue to innovate on the Po Yijian in the future. After all, he will soon enter the godless class now. When the time comes to break a sword, you will be behind by a large level. If it is not so, start preparing. Emperor Sinking Star can make the Emperor body as heavy as the planet and extremely tough after practice. It is an Iron and Han-style body-building secret technique. Blood Moon Sky and Underworld is a great Emperor-level secret technique that specializes in improving vitality and blood. It can make the Emperor-level soul burst out of terrifying power without harming the foundation of the Emperor. The last, Drunken Dreams, is a rare Emperor-level spiritual exercise, which can gain and temper the Emperor-level soul. This kind of exercise is countless times more precious than Wugu Mengwa Great Emperor Pill. After all, the latter is useless if it is eaten, but the exercises can be used repeatedly to continuously strengthen the soul. It can be said that a great emperor with perfect soul-body fusion, as long as he obtains this technique, will be able to step into the path of soul-space fusion 100%, and move on to the true godless level. Tisk tisk. When these exercises are completed, my unnamed exercises can become godless level exercises. The corner of Su Lang's mouth clicked. To say that the only shortcoming after completing the exercises this time, it is probably that, the 1000 ways to one unnamed, has not been promoted to the godless level. Well, wait for the cultivation technique to be promoted to godless level, I will name it. After making up his mind in his heart, Su Lang's eyes fell on the cultivator in the mysterious black space. This has accumulated more than 10 hours. I don't even know how much I have saved. Su Lang smiled in his heart. The system, quickly activate the power of the Tao function, and give me new rules and roads. Ding. The dark rule avenue has successfully condensed. Ding. The avenue of rules of Shuai was successfully condensed. Ding. Wow. The system prompts one after another, like being bombarded by a phone. Su Lang quickly blocked the system prompt. After a while, the system prompt finally ended, and Su Lang got a brand new 120 rules avenue. In addition to the condensed avenues before, he has condensed 300 regular avenues. The power of the big 300. This is about the same as the number of avenues comprehended by the great Emperor Huawu and Emperor Xiao Xiao, an old monster that has lived for more than 1 billion years. They estimate that they have understood dozens of avenues, then broke through to the Emperor level, and then continue to accumulate, to have hundreds of avenues. In other words, I can now be promoted to the Emperor level. Su Lang licked his lips with excitement. He really wanted to be promoted to the Emperor level now, but reason tells him that now is not the best time for promotion. A better opportunity for promotion should be after using the 10 worlds as one, to connect the life and universe of the 10 directions together. In this way, the most complete state can be achieved when the souls are merged. And there are only 300 regular avenues, which is really mediocre. In the xianxia culture, the number of 49 is the extreme number. Then, I will comprehend the 490 rules and avenues, and I will start to accumulate cultivation bases and complete the 10 realms as one. After that, I will truly break through to the great emperor level. Quote. After thinking about it, Su Lang planned for his future. Immediately after, he opened his property panel. Properties panel. Name: Su Lang race. Human qualification level. Turbidity realm level. Quasi-Great Emperor attack level. Quasi-No ***** level defense level. Quasi-No ***** level Shenfa level. Quasi-No ***** level endurance level. Quasi-No ***** level spirit level. Realm of broken nirvana mastering the exercises. The Infinite Heart Sutra. 10,000 laws into one. Unnamed, Great Emperor level. Founding activated system functions. 1 key practice function level 40, 1 key martial arts function level 39, clone dispatch function level 38, 1 key treasure hunt function level 38, 1 key alchemy function level 15, 1 key mixer function 15 levels, 1 key refining array function 15 levels, 1 key synthesis function 15 levels, 1 key empowering function 17 levels, 1 key decomposition function no levels. Chapter 1505. Lin Fang is here. Lying down. It has reached the level of quasi-no god in all aspects. With the cultivation level of the quasi-great emperor, I have crossed a whole realm and reached the quasi-no god level combat power. Look at the properties panel. Su Lang couldn't help his eyes shine. Although in the past, his combat power often crossed the realm. But now it's a daily state, not a state of using the swallowing clone. You know, the higher the martial arts realm, the more terrifying the gap between the small realms. At the Emperor level, the gap between each small realm is estimated to be equivalent to the gap from the Wudi level to the quasi-Great Emperor level. This can be seen. Su Langning possesses quasi-godless combat power in the quasi-Great Emperor level realm. How defying the sky, how abnormal. Tisk tut, I don't know how far I can reach when I use the devouring clone. Su Lang uttered a tusk, and he couldn't help but imagine it in his mind. At this time, Master, big things are bad, the outside world is changing, and suddenly it seems like a world has changed. The servant estimated that we were trapped in a different space by some means. The great Emperor Xianxia, who was guarding the gate of the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, rushed to Su Lang's quiet room and eagerly reported, "What? Someone trapped us in a different space." Su Lang furrowed his brows. He was too silent for the huge gain, and he unexpectedly lost his vigilance to the outside world, of course. If it was an ordinary quasi-no-god level doing this, Su Lang must have noticed it a long time ago. If you can hide from Su Lang in a short period of time, then the visitor must be very difficult. At this time, Su Lang, brother Su Lang, it is Wuxia original poster Lin Fang who has come with his supreme wishful lamp. Quote. Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui, Marong Shenxian, and Yu Ji ran over anxiously. Wuxia poster Lin Fang, you found me so soon. It looks like this guy really has two brushes. Su Lang's complexion turned slightly and opened the Dantian universe. You immediately enter the Dantian universe, and I will deal with this Lin Fang. Don't, Su Lang, Yuji said eagerly. Lin Fang is not an ordinary quasi-godless class, and he also has the supreme wishful lamp. You are not his opponent. Humph, how can I know if I don't try? Anyway, even if I can't fight, I can't die, so I just use him to practice my hand. Su Lang held his hands behind his back, showing a light smile, as if he didn't put Lin Fang in his eyes. You. Su Lang, you arrogant. Don't think that you can refine alchemy, just think you are invincible in the world. Your self-confidence killed all of us. Seeing Su Lang's appearance, Yuji couldn't help being dumbfounded, and then ranted angrily with hatred for iron and steel. Stop talking nonsense. Can you love Xiaobei Rushui and Slim than I do? Su Lang rolled his eyes and instantly activated the devouring doppelganger. This time, as always, Su Lang swallowed 35 clones, leaving 3 clones to be dispatched to extremely remote places as substitutes for death. Rumble. 35 quasi-godless clones were swallowed by Su Lang. The breath on his body instantly spread like the sun exploded. The horrible aura has risen one after another, and it has far exceeded the ordinary quasi-no-god level 100,000 times. How is this kind of breath possible? This aura is more terrifying than Wuxia host Lin Fang. What level of power is Su Lang? Could it be that he is actually a godless strong, pretending to be a weak here for fun? Quote. Yuji felt the breath of Su Lang's body that made her almost dizzy, and her eyes almost stared out. The great Emperor Xianxia immediately threw his 5 bodies to the ground and worshipped Su Lang as if he was a fanatic. But the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei were not surprised, they exclaimed, and they took it for granted. Go in. Su Lang glanced at the incredible Yuji, then with a big wave, she and Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters were taken into the Dantian universe. The great Emperor Xianxia was also taken into the Zhongxing universe. Chapter 1506. Don't even look at whether it's a man or a woman immediately after. Su Lang glanced at his attribute panel. However, great changes have taken place in the 5-dimensional attributes. The 5 attributes of attack, defense, physical fitness, endurance, and spirit have all become quasi-godless infinity. The plus sign that represents more than the combat power of the same level has turned into an infinity symbol. In other words, at this time, Su Lang was only a thin film away from the true godless class. Coupled with those secret techniques, I am afraid that even the godless level can fight for several rounds. This level of combat power. HMPH, Lin Fang, right. Let me see how strong you are with the Supreme Emperor's soldiers. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth and waved his hand lightly, putting the soul-chasing Imperial Palace into the storage space. Suddenly, a weird piece of gray appeared in front of him during the day, which was somewhat similar to Nianfang space. However, at the top of this world, there are thick and colorful clouds floating. The dimly lit space makes the colorful clouds resemble an old painting, giving people a strange sense of decay. Boom! A thunderstorm formed by regular vision struck the sky, illuminating the colorful clouds pale. Simultaneously, a slender figure was also illuminated by thunder. His face is feminine, his phoenix eyes are cold, and his slender palm holds a lampstand. A white candle was inserted on the lampstand, and the candle was burning with a flame the size of a soybean. Properties panel. Name: Lin Fang race. Lu Yi qualification level. Absolutely Long Lu Dao Ti realm level. Quasi-Supreme Emperor attack level. Quasi-No **** level plus defensive level. Quasi-No God level plus Shenfa level. Quasi-No **** level plus endurance level. Quasi-No God level plus spirit level. Realm of Broken Nirvana plus mastering the exercises. Lu Zibaojian, the Book of Emperor Hoshin Janmu, Great Emperor Level, Perfect Yulin Wawang, Great Emperor Level, Perfect Deng Yin Zan, Great Emperor Level, Perfect Burial Flower Music, Great Emperor Level, Consummation. It turned out to be a special physique. It seems that Lin Fang is not easy. Unfortunately, no amount of plus signs can compare to my infinity sign. The corner of Su Lang's mouth was raised with a faint smile. When Su Lang observed Lin Fang is also observing Su Lang. The breath on this child is so powerful. The feeling he gave me is infinitely close to the godless level. If the supreme Ruyi lamp is not used, I am afraid that he is not his enemy. Unfortunately, you are not as powerful as my supreme wishful lamp. The corner of Lin Fang's mouth twitched, revealing a slight sneer. Lin Fang. Su Lang carried his hands behind his back, out of thin air, walked towards Lin Fang step by step. You came to find me, why? What's the matter? Humph. What good did you do? Don't you have any points in your heart? You took away the woman I've been fond of for a long time, and you left a big man to disgust me, and you asked why I came to you. Lin Fang squinted his eyes, and fierce resentment and killing intent shot out between his eyes. Yo, the woman you're after, is that Yori? Tisk tusk, I didn't expect you to be a ***** and like that kind of dry body. By the way, the subordinate I left behind is not specifically disgusting you. It's clearly your own brains, and you rushed up without even seeing whether it was a male or a female. You can't blame me for this. Su Lang didn't care about the killing intent in Lin Fang's eyes, with a slight sarcasm on his face. Su Lang, don't be too arrogant. Lin Fang was so angry that Su Lang gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, there are many people who are stronger than you in the land of exile. Of course there are people stronger than me in the exile, but it's not you. Su Lang's expression was indifferent. If you hadn't had the supreme wishful lamp, a small reptile like you, I would have killed you here with just one finger. Since you know I have the supreme wishful lamp, then you should be ready to die. Lin Fang sneered again and again, it is your honor to die under the supreme wishful lamp. Ha ha, you want to kill me? Okay, just come and try. Su Lang stepped forward, surrounded by golden flames, instantly transformed into a ***** of war. Chapter 1507. The quasi-no-god level can be so strong. Try it, Lin Fang sneered, but he felt something wrong in an instant. A weird force in the dark, to obliterate his vitality. It's the law of destiny. Little tricks, little tricks. The arrogant female voice came from the Ruyi lamp. At the same time, a dim light shot from the lamp flame, covering Lin Fang's whole body. Suddenly, Lin Fang felt that the life and death crisis had disappeared invisible, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Tisk tut, you are nothing without the supreme Ruyi lamp. It's easy to kill you with just one move of the Great Emperor Sutra. When Su Lang saw this scene, the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched, revealing a touch of sarcasm. Ha ha, it is also my ability to activate the supreme wishful lamp. Lin Fang's face turned blue and red, and he almost fell before the war, which made him too ashamed. Yes, eating soft rice is indeed an ability. Su Lang smiled and continued mockingly. What? Today I will kill you. Lin Fang's complexion was distorted, and he let out a ferocious roar, and instantly activated the secret skills, Hoshin builds a tree, and Dragon Willow Incarnate, open. In an instant, the whole different space flashed with lightning, and the sky was shaking. Roar. With a terrifying roar, Lin Fang, who was already slender, stretched and swelled again, turning into a giant dragon-shaped creature of tens of thousands of meters. This dragon-shaped creature resembles an ancient willow tree that has survived since ancient times. The dark green body is covered with slender and sharp willow-like scales, the dragon head extends out the complicated horns of the dragon's horns, and the eyes of the dragon bloom with emerald green light, like a perfect jade. The 4 dragon claws are also made up of countless root-like muscles, which are rough and sharp, making the heart palpitating. Red flames lingered behind the dragon's body, acting as a majestic mane, extending from the dragon's head to its tail. What is even more eye-catching is that the body exudes an extremely rich dragon power, as if the whole world must respect it and submit to its feet. Do you have dragon blood? The place of exile has strong people from all star regions in the entire infinite universe, and it is truly extraordinary. The dragon that Lin Fang transformed is far more powerful than the cicada dragon that Yuan Sanlin transformed. The coercion alone is not one level. Su Lang looked at Lin Fang, who had changed into Jackie Chan in an instant, and in a moment he glanced at Lin Feng's attribute panel again. Sure enough, this guy's combat power has increased by half a small realm in all directions, and he is almost invincible under the godless level. But this attribute is still not enough in front of Su Lang. He held his hands behind his back, looking calmly at Lin Feng, who had turned into a dragon, slowly raising the Yudian sword in his hand. Master is going to use me, so excited. The two eyeballs on Yu Tian's sword kept rolling, making a small excited voice. Next moment. Die me. Deng Yin cut. Lin Fanglong's mouth uttered a loud roar, and the huge dragon's body instantly leapt across the void. Thousands of sharp dragon teeth in his mouth were like a long knife, slaying Su Lang fiercely. With this trick alone, if the ordinary quasi-no-god level encounters, I am afraid I can't even move a bullet, I can only wait for death in despair. But in front of Su Lang, break the shackles, drink the sea of stars. The inner world of the 10 directions, shattered the world. Kunlun is invisible, hidden scales hunt west. In an instant, Su Lang launched 6 secret techniques, smashed out like a terrifying coercion flood, and the pitch-black Yudian sword pierced Lin Fanglong's forehead straight. Su Lang's speed is too fast. The power carried on the sword is too terrifying. This is almost beyond Lin Feng's imagination. The quasi-no-god level can be so strong. Suddenly, Lin Fanglong's pupils shrank like needles, implying endless shock and fear. After being almost killed by the law of causality before, he felt a life-and-death crisis that was extremely terrifying. Want to kill my humanoid mount, dream. Rui's cold voice came, but Lin Feng was extremely happy. Next moment, I saw a small flame flying out of the supreme wishful lantern, turning into an illusory long sword, and violently colliding with the Yudian sword. Silently, Yutianjian's figure stagnated and was faintly blocked. Broken a sword, the corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. The reason why he didn't use Po Yi Jian together was for this moment. Chapter 1508. Worthy of being a soldier of the Supreme Emperor in an instant. A majestic, vast and restrained force erupted from the Yudian sword, and the illusory long sword was instantly shattered. Cut all the avenues and restrain everything. There was an incredible cry from the supreme wishful lamp. Lin Feng was even more stunned and dumbfounded, completely unable to believe that this was true. Since he got the supreme Rui lamp, Rui has never missed it. But on Su Lang's body, he was defeated. Even if it's just a long sword made by ray of light, it also possesses the power of a godless level. In addition to the shock, fear also spread across Lin Feng. Because the tip of the Yudian sword almost touched his skin, he would pierce his dragon head in the next moment. Even Lin Feng heard the excitement of Xiaoyu in the Yudian sword. Rui, save me. Lin Feng only came to think of calling for help, but couldn't do anything else. What about cutting off the avenue? At the moment, the flame of the supreme wishful lamp flickered, and the heart of the flame dissipated, turned into chaos, and became very strange. A twisted and strange aura immediately enveloped Lin Feng. Under this weird aura, the tip of the sword was nailed to the center of Lin Fanglong's forehead, but it was difficult to move forward by ascent. The power of twisting the avenue. Su Lang's expression was startled. He clearly sensed that the breath of the supreme Rui lantern was very similar to the twisting power in Su Ling. This kind of twisting power is not comparable to the power radiated by the twisted rules in the heavenly swordsman. It is even more terrifying than the twisting power in the forbidden area of the star field. It is this twisted power that makes it difficult for the Yudian sword in Su Lang's hand to move forward. This is a godless power. No matter how strong you are in the quasi-no-god level, you will be vulnerable to the power of the non-god level. Originally, you hoped to enter the godless level, but, unfortunately, you just provoke me because you are so immortal. In that case, then I will obliterate you, the future Supreme Emperor. Ha 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 ha, killing a future Supreme Emperor is really fulfilling. Quote. Looking at the Yudian sword whose eyebrows were hard to move forward by ascent, and the surprised Su Lang, Lin Feng, who had survived the disaster, let out a hearty laugh. Next moment, Rui, kill him for me. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and roared with cracked eyes. The humiliation he suffered because of Su Lang was so great that he could not wait to chew Su Lang alive. Rui Denshi Ling said indifferently. Using the godless level twisting power again will consume your extremely terrifying vitality. Are you ready? Bring it on. It's not the first time anyway. Lin Feng's face showed a trace of cruelty. He is a cruel person, cruel to other people, even more cruel to himself, otherwise he will not be able to go today, and he will not be recognized by the Supreme Ruyi lamp. It is good. The Supreme Ruyi lantern chuckled, and then the flame flickered again. Seeing this scene, Su Lang broke out countless secret methods again, and also used a thought to seal the sky. Wow! When the gray-white space came, Lin Fang was to be pulled into it alone, and the Supreme Ruyi lamp was isolated. However, under the light of the Supreme Wishful lamp, the space of Nianfang was like white snow under the blazing sun, and it went out in smoke. It is worthy of being a soldier of the Supreme Emperor. Although there is only a thin film between me and the godless class, I am still one level behind. Su Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, stopped doing useless work, and straightly put the Yudian sword away. The next moment, cracking, weird voices erupted from Lin Fang's dragon body. I saw a huge dark green dragon of tens of thousands of meters, gradually withering and corrupting, turning into pieces of rotten wood, cracking and dissipating. A huge amount of vitality poured into the Supreme Wishful Lantern from Lin Fang. The flame of the lamp that turned into chaos once again condensed a trace of Flame Heart. New Flame Heart, that is the distorting power of godless grade. HMPH, then Lin Fang and Wushang Ruyi Lantern have found out the whole cards, and the purpose of this battle has been achieved. Su Lang felt the deadly breath, but was not afraid at all, and even showed a triumphant smile. Chapter 1509. I also said that you can't kill me, Jia 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 Jia. Su Lang, I said I will kill you today. At this moment, it is your death date. Lin Fanglong's body collapsed and transformed into a skeleton-like human form again. His dry and hoarse voice was filled with joy and excitement. Ha ha, I also said that you can't kill me. Su Lang smiled faintly, raised his right hand into a fist, and the next moment his asterisk suddenly popped out, Wanyu Naiming finger. Rumble, all the power in Su Lang's body exploded in an instant. Like a galaxy exploding, the endless power directly destroyed the surrounding space. What? Lin Fang's pupils shrank abruptly, his body stiff, and his fish-eyed eyes burst into a strong disbelief and a faint sense of powerlessness that cannot be concealed. In an instant, the power of the universe Nirvana finger hit Lin Fang's body. ZZZ. The twisting force left by the Ruyi lamp enveloped Lin Fang, continuously distorting the endless flow of vast energy. In this endless energy, even the higher level of twisting power is being consumed quickly. This is a self-destructive attack. The vastness of these forces has completely reached the godless level. The spirit of the Supreme Ruyi lamp, Ruyi, also exclaimed, with a deep and unbelievable tone. In its career, it has seen countless strong men, even the true godless level, but it has never seen anyone who can burst out godless power with a quasi-godless power, even if it is only compared in scale. Ruyi, quick, I'm going to die. Although protected by the power of twisting, Lin Fang still bears a trace of the power of the universal annihilation finger. He was exhausted, and he would really die if he continued like this. Su Lang, it's a pity that you are dead. But who makes you an enemy to me? Rest in peace, I will remember you. Ruyi lamp sighed, and the flame heart disappeared again. A brand new godless grade twisting force turned into an arrow, piercing through the endless torrent of energy, and pierced Su Lang's eyebrows fiercely. The next moment, death substitute trigger. In the eyes of Lin Fang and the Supreme Ruyi Deng, Su Lang was already wiped out. Boom! The torrent of terrifying energy left by Su Lang was still looting, and the alien space under Lin Fang's sight was completely destroyed. Not only that, after the alien space was destroyed, the energy flooded out into the exile, and everything within tens of thousands of light years in an instant died. A big pit that is not bottomless and bigger than the planet appeared on this land. The endless power of rules and avenues lingers in the big pit, forming countless sinister areas. After experiencing this battle, this place has become a trace of a godless battle. For tens of thousands of years, even Emperor Wu dared not enter, and the Emperor did not dare to stay for a long time. Only the existence of quasi-godless can explore for a long time. Ha ha ha, fight me, even if your fighting talent is against the sky. What? I have the Supreme Soldier. Looking at the boundless crater under his feet, Lin Fang opened his arms and let out a wild laugh. But then, humph, the Supreme Ruyi Lantern snorted coldly, if you don't work hard, don't blame me for finding a new humanoid mount. This, Ruyi, don't be like this. Like Su Lang, who is more powerful than me, the quasi-no-god level, there is absolutely no second one. Aha, I'm pretty good. The wild laugh in Lin Fang's mouth stopped abruptly and quickly turned into a pleased look. Look at your performance. I have a hunch that the War of Reincarnation is coming again. The last time in the War of Reincarnation, as far as I know, 9 godless soldiers fell. There are many more powerful than me, I don't want to follow in their footsteps. The supremely wishful lamp stopped in the air, and there was a trace of fear in the spirit of the lamp. Do not worry. I will definitely work hard. Lin Fang patted his chest and promised, after I go back this time, I will immediately search for resources and close up. It's good to know how to make progress. However, with your current state, let's find a place to heal your injuries first. In addition, I don't have much energy reserves. I can't mobilize countless teleportation formations like before and return to the nest quickly. The Supreme Rui Lantern spoke softly, seeming a bit discouraged. Chapter 15:10. Yori who can't stop stunned, it is good. Lin Fang nodded hurriedly, and immediately left the battlefield with the Supreme Wishful Lantern and disappeared where the world meets. The other side, Su Lang appeared in Jiu Mountain. Yes, he arranged the clone here, and returned to this place after triggering death substitution. Why? Naturally, he wanted to retaliate horribly against Lin Fang. That guy is still tens of thousands of light years away, and is seriously injured. It is impossible to come back in a short time. If you don't do anything during this time, I'm so sorry for the sacrificed clone. Come out. Su Lang waved his hand and released the Yuji in the Dantian universe. This is Jiu Mountain. Su Lang, didn't you fight Lin Fang? Why are we here? After Yuji appeared, he was stunned and dumbfounded when he saw the familiar surroundings. Yes, obviously everyone was chased by Lin Fang 10 million light years away. But now, after just a few dozen breaths, why did he appear in Jiu Mountain again? The terrified Yuji instantly started to replenish his brain. Could it be? Don't you know the rules of time, Su Lang? You took us to shuttle time, returned to the past, and escaped from Lin Fang and Wushang Ruyi Dang. Yes, only time rules can explain all these changes. Oh my god, I have to admit, Su Lang, you are really a genius that has not been born for 1 trillion years, you can understand the rules of time. In the countless years of history passed down in the land of exile, there has never been a person who can understand the rules of time. By the way, if you understand the rules of time, you can take us to heaven, through the unknown, to the boundless universe on the other side. In this way, we don't have to face the war of reincarnation. Hurry up, let's set off now. Yuji, who thought she knew the truth, was so excited that her eyes lit up, but those who didn't know thought she had 2 laser pointers in her eyes. Immediately after, the rules of time, who told you that I understood the rules of time? Su Lang looked at Yuji with a dumb face like a roe deer, and couldn't help shrugging his shoulders. Hurry up, what did you say? You didn't understand the rules of time. What a joke. Yuji smiled in disbelief. Quickly, I've long wanted to go to the boundless universe. Moron, I didn't comprehend the rules of time. Su Lang rolled his eyes. I just used another method to escape here from thousands of light years away. What did you say? It's not the time rule, but another method, which instantly crossed the distance of tens of millions of light years. How is this possible? Even light has to travel a distance of 10 million years. You think I didn't condense the space avenue? The space avenue can't do this at all, you don't want to lie. Yuji's eyes widened, her mouth opened wide, and her face looked incredible. You don't believe anything, so I don't want to explain it to you. Su Lang turned his eyes out of helplessly. Don't talk nonsense anymore, I'm asking you about the location of Lin Fang's lair. What? You are looking for the location of Lin Fang's lair. What do you want to do? You finally escaped, what are you doing? Don't mess around. Yuji was taken aback for a moment, and then grabbed Su Lang's arm with a look of horror. We are not Lin Fang's opponent at all, let's run away. You let me go. Now Lin Fang has been seriously injured, and the Supreme Rui Lantern consumes a lot of money. And they are tens of thousands of light years away, and they can't come back in a short time. I'm going to steal their nest. I made this plan from the beginning. Su Lang grabbed Yuji's hand and tore it from his arm. Lin Fang was seriously injured. He possesses the Supreme Wishful Lantern, and was seriously injured by you. Even the Supreme Rui Lamp was consumed very badly by you. Yuji stared blankly, completely stupid. Her small head is really hard to imagine how Su Lang seriously injured Lin Feng, who possessed the supreme wishful lantern. Chapter 15:11. The Feast of Counterattack has begun. Don't question this and that anymore. When Lin Feng dies in my hands, you will believe everything. Su Lang spread out his hands helplessly. Now time is precious, and quickly tell me the location of Lin Feng's lair. Oh, Lin Feng's site is located 100,000 light-years north of Jiu Mountain. His territory has a range of 3 million light-years in length and breadth. There are many quasi-no-god guards, and, Yuji said blankly, but without speaking, he was thrown into the Dantian universe by Su Lang. There is no god level or anything, it is a little rabbit in front of Su Lang at this time. The other great emperors are little ants. What's so scary about the little bunny and the little ant? It's all done. Moreover, Su Lang didn't plan to do it all by himself, so why would he want to clone and hunt for treasure? The Feast of Counterattack has begun, and the clone is dispatched. Su Lang thought. Li Shenyang and another clone, as well as 38 clone incarnations suddenly appeared. 40 clones, each with all aspects of quasi-no-god level combat power. If Yuji hadn't been thrown into the Dantian universe, he would be stunned again. Servants, see the Lord. Li Shenyang led many clones, kneeling in front of Su Lang. Okay, Su Lang smiled faintly. Next, I will use Bying's clone, and then cover his face. Yes, Li Shenyang and other avatars immediately used Bying avatars. 40 quasi-godless clones suddenly turned into 4009 great emperors. And it is the strongest among the 9 great emperors. Once you use various secret techniques such as drinking star sea, wu shackle, etc., it will be no problem to reach quasi-godless in a short time. Next, go. As long as there is anyone who dares to resist and dare to do something, it doesn't matter if you kill. With a tick at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, his thoughts moved, and his avatars were dispatched to the north. Almost instantly, a clone stepped onto the ground of Wushuang building. Immediately after, other clones appeared in this clone's spiritual power coverage area, and then unfolded their spiritual power, and were dispatched by Su Lang again, spreading crazily around. Su Lang also used a clone to replace him and came to the Wushuang building site. Treasure hunt flying glider. Go, dig this land for me. Don't even let the underground veins go. Su Lang smiled and released all the treasure hunting flying gliders. There are more than 700 billion treasure hunting flying gliders that have the Emperor's golden body, and can only be killed by the Great Emperor. Compared to Su Lang's clones, these professional treasure hunting flying gliders are the main force in the search of the Wushuanglo site. Suddenly, wow, almost endless treasure hunting flying gliders are dispatched to cover the sky and the sun, setting off storms. Wherever they went, even the lowest level spirit grass was not let go. Some mountains have mineral deposits, and they are directly swarmed by flying birds. The mountains are instantly riddled with holes and collapsed. There are even more defensive cities that are invaded by the treasure-hunting flying gliders, instantly jumping. Countless warriors have been looted, and there is no way to hunt for treasures and flying gliders. Only the Great Emperor level can dispatch them to kill them. But these treasure-hunting flying gliders are too confusing. All of them didn't even have a trace of spiritual power, and they were completely unattractive at first. When the Emperor-level powerhouse paid attention, they had already robbed countless wealth. More than 700 billion treasure-hunting flying frantically searched. The originally very wealthy Wushuanglo site was barren at a speed visible to the naked eye. This immediately made countless people feel that the world has changed and the world is about to be destroyed. But in contrast to the treasure hunt flying stray, Su Lang's 4,000 clones brought even greater horror to this 3 million light-year-long world. A avatar is suspended in the sky. The terrifying breath of the 9 great emperors fell on the ground, as if to crush the surface continent. A famous Wushuanglo powerhouse was shocked, especially after the series of news, after learning that more than thousands of the 9 great emperors have jointly invaded, and there are countless strange flying squirrels sweeping the world. It is even more horrified. They immediately realized that there is definitely an extremely powerful mysterious force that has done something to Wushuanglo. But, thinking of the mysterious and powerful Wushuang poster above his head, these high-status emperors suddenly gained confidence. Chapter 15:12. This number alone is desperate. Who are you guys anyway? It's so courageous, dare to run wild on the ground of Wushuanglo. Don't answer. You are so defiant, die for me. Quote. Some Wuxia emperors rose from the ground, rushed straight into the sky, and fiercely killed a clone of Su Lang. As long as the people in Wuxia are killed, this clone smiled coldly, and slashed his right hand with a pointed sword, slashing across the sky and the earth, tearing the void, and immediately beheading all these great emperors. What? So many emperors fell in an instant. The warriors who witnessed all this suddenly showed despair. That was 3 or 4, or even 7 or 8 emperors, who were killed by one sword. The huge turmoil, of course, also attracted the attention of the 9 quasi-no-god class guards who stayed behind in the Wuxia building. Who is it that came to attack our Wuxia building? As soon as the original poster left, these people came. The news is very good. The only 9 of us who know the trail of the original poster, we have a traitor. HMPH, who is the traitor? Waiting for the host to come back to you will be revealed. The top priority is to kill these invading forces that do not know the heights. Yes, kill. The 9 quasi-no-god levels all dispatched together to kill the closest clone of Su Lang. Suddenly, 9 quasi-no-god level battlefields have been opened up, endless rules and visions pervade, destroying large areas of land in an instant. Just started the war, the quasi-no-god level of Juzun Wuxia building was stunned. Because their opponents have all kinds of extremely abnormal secret techniques, their comprehensive strength is not weaker than the ordinary quasi-no-god level. Oh my god, there are 4,000 such powerful people who invaded our Wuxia building. Such a terrifying force is not something I can fight against. Please contact your master. I hope you can come back soon. The quasi-no-god class of Wuxia was horrified, and they all retreated, and no longer had the confidence and arrogance they had before. If it hadn't been for fear of being liquidated by the Wuxia host, they had already fled at this time. Whispering sound. Are there only 9 quasi-no-god levels? It's so little, I don't even have the right to let me do it myself. Somewhere in the sky, Su Lang raised his eyebrows, then, let the clones play with you. Next moment. Su Lang thought. Among the 4,000 clones, 900 were mobilized. These 900 avatars are divided into 9 groups, and they each move towards a Wuxia quasi-no-god level. In 9 quasi-no-god class battlefields. Wow, a personal figure condensed and turned into Su Lang's clone, exploding with terrifying power. What? Why do so many enemies suddenly appear again? Damn, they all have quasi-no-god level combat power. It's over, it's dead, run away. Seeing death right in front of them, the quasi-no-god class in Wuxia building instantly became desperate and turned around and fled. At this time, how can they worry about the subsequent liquidation of the Wuxia poster? If you don't run away, you will die. However, even if you run away, you can't escape if you want to. Every Wuxianglu's Zhenwusheng must single out 101 Su Lang clones. This number alone is desperate. The result was no surprise at all. All the Emperor Quasi-Supreme in the Wuxia building was bombarded to death with just a few breaths, and he died. The world is filled with dust and endless energy torrents that cover the sky and the sun. The miserable howls of the 9 quasi-no-god class fell spread across large areas of land, frightening and despairing countless creatures. For them, even the quasi-no-god level is dead. This is simply the sky collapsed. Desperate emotions instantly permeated every corner of Wuxianglu's 3 million light-year-old site. Except for a few guys with weak heads who continued to resist, everyone else gave up counter-attacking and waited helplessly for death. At the same time, at the bottom of a large lake 10 million light-years away, under the deep water, a slender figure like a skeleton sat on the ground, surrounded by a lot of treasures floating around. This person was Lin Fang, who thought he had killed Su Lang. Now he feels uncomfortable, and he is healing his injuries with all kinds of treasures. Chapter 15:13. Lin Fang, who is incompetent and furious. Okay. Wanzun bell is moving. Suddenly, Lin Fang's expression changed, and he took out a bell from the universe of life. Sweep away, read the message. What? A mysterious force sneaked on my sight. Lin Fang's complexion changed wildly in an instant, and his anger was full of anger. His whole body was shaken severely, and the surrounding lake water was directly drained thousands of meters. At this time, another message came from Wanzun's bell. The invaders are very powerful, with a completely unfathomable quasi-no-god level powerhouse, and thousands of 9 great emperors with extraordinary combat power. There are endless weird flying squirrels that only the great emperor can kill. Wherever the intruder passed, the resistance of Wushuang building instantly collapsed. The weird flying squirrels are overwhelming, looting all training resources frantically. The territory of the entire Wushuang building is about to fall. Damn, who is it? Who is so defiant and bold? Who is it that leaked the news of me leaving Wushuang building? Damn it, asterisk 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 it all. Bastard. Quote. The sudden bad news made Lin Feng tremble with anger. His face was blue and red. How many years have it been? No one has ever dared to run wild on the grounds of Wushuanglo. But now, not only have some people come in, they are also attacking the whole area of Wushuanglo. This is the rhythm of destroying Wushuanglo. To know, the resources required for quasi-no-god level cultivation are terrifying. The Wushuanglo area is the richest place in this 15 million light-year range. If the Wushuang Tower is lost, and the training resources that are not enough are lost, it will be even more difficult for him to make breakthroughs. Not long ago, he promised Rui on an oath to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Rumble. The surrounding lake was overwhelmingly closed, like a sun behind a black hand covering the sky. Dare to yin me, you, all have to die. Lin Feng was trembling all over, his eyes were red, and he instantly broke through the lake, tore through the void, and flew towards Wushuang Tower. However, although his speed is very fast, but Wushuang Tower is too far away from him, more than 10 million light-years away. Even if his speed is 10 million times faster than light, he will have to fly for a whole year to return. No way, can't go on like this. Otherwise, when I return to Wushuang building, I don't know how long it has been since the owner has changed. Lin Feng realized that he couldn't return to his lair in time, and he was immediately anxious and helpless. Rui, think of a way. The anxious Lin Feng could only take out the supreme wishful lamp. This is his only hope now. Lin Feng, I am experiencing serious consumption and have not recovered yet. Once you forcefully use magical powers to help you quickly return to the Wushuang building area, you will pay a great price. The opponent's strength is too strong, it is completely crushing, and we can only face a messy battlefield when we return. Even, they may face the trap they set. You have to think clearly. The Supreme Rui Lantern spoke softly, a hint of helplessness in the words. Since they dare not confront me head-on, but choose to take advantage of the emptiness, then they are definitely not my opponents. They are looting everywhere and looting everything in Wushuang building. I must make them pay. As long as we can go back as soon as possible, we can catch their tails and even intercept the stolen training resources. Rui, I think it over, I want to go back as soon as possible, please. Quote. Lin Feng looked resentful, full of violence that destroys everything. In that case, then I will help you once. The sound of the supreme wishful lamp is indifferent like water. Great, don't worry, after dealing with those guys, I will make up for you. Seeing that the Supreme Rui Lantern agreed to come down, Lin Feng was immediately surprised. The Supreme Rui lamp did not reply. I saw its candlestick-like body tremble fiercely, the white candle inserted in the candlestick twisted, and the top began to melt. Immediately after, a crystal-clear liquid like teardrops appeared on the top of the white candle, spreading upward along the candle wick. Chapter 15:14. Lin Feng, the temptation to go home. Next moment, the soy-sized lamp flame suddenly expanded, even bursting out 1 or 2 sparks. And inside the flame, a brand new flame heart gradually appeared. Moreover, this flame heart is actually brighter and brighter than the 2 previously consumed. A breath of incomparable mystery, as if containing the heaven and earth, but faintly detached from the flames of light. Void Link Tunnel, open. Along with the faint sound of the Supreme Rui lamp, a huge black vortex appeared in the sky. This black vortex is filled with extremely terrifying space turbulence. It is tearing everything around like crazy, like a black hole. On the earth, huge lakes, rolling mountains, and lofty giant peaks are all easily torn apart and sucked into the center of the whirlpool-like toys. Lin Feng also rushed in instantly. Wow, the turbulent flow of countless space avenues rushed over. If the ordinary emperor would definitely not bear it. However, Lin Feng had not healed from his serious injury and was in poor condition, so he also felt severe pain. Time passed slowly. Suddenly the exit of the void chain tunnel appeared ahead, and the violent light seemed to pierce people's eyes. Boom. Lin Feng looked like a pill being stuffed into the barrel, and like a fart held for a long time, it was ejected with a bang. Rumble. The mountains unluckily blocked Lin Fang, and as a result, he was knocked out of terrifying holes. Where is this place? In a certain valley where smoke and dust was flying, Lin Fang rose into the sky, looking around. It's not here yet. The voice of the Supreme Ruyi Lantern came, at least 10 more times, 10 times. At this speed, even 10 times, it only takes half an hour. Lin Fang had wide eyes, quick, wishful, we will go back as soon as possible, they most likely have not yet left. Humph, stop, talking nonsense, I take a break and continue. The Supreme Ruyi Deng let out a dissatisfied cold snort, and after a while, it opened a void chain tunnel again. Lin Fang rushed in again without hesitation. And just when Lin Fang rushed back frantically, Wuxuanglo area, Su Lang's 4,000 clones and more than 700 billion treasure-hunting flying ducks have occupied the entire Wuxuang building. Almost every less than 100,000 light-years away, there is a clone of Su Lang overlooking everything. All the resistors had been killed by Su Lang's clone. The rest of the creatures all bowed their heads, and the entire race kneeled to Su Lang. The creatures on the Wuxuanglo 3 million light-year site are more than 10 trillion. But so many creatures, in just 10 minutes, all surrendered to Su Lang's feet. In relative to these surrendered people, Su Lang killed too few people. Of course, these people are the mainstays of Wuxuanglo, completely loyal to Lin Fang, and they are the targets of Su Lang's death. No one has resisted, it's really boring. Then, just wait for the treasure hunt flying to search for resources. I have to say that Lin Fang's vision is really good, this 3 million light-year long site is simply fat and oily. In a short period of time, there are so many old babies who have been found out. Tisk tisk, I don't know if it is Lin Fang's method of collecting treasures that is too rubbish, or whether my treasure hunters are too good. Quote. Su Lang was suspended in the air, condescendingly overlooking the vast Wuxuanglo area. This wealthy land has brought him too many benefits. Just the huge mineral veins, a full 5 million were found, containing various mineral deposits. Some of the veins even condensed into godless materials, which is really amazing. In addition, some special items buried deep in the earth were found by Su Lang. For example, some of the bones of the strong men who fell in the last war of reincarnation, among them there was a godless one. There are still terrifying powers on the bones, which can be used to build godless soldiers. There are more quasi-godless bones, but their residual power is already very small. After all, it is not at the same level as the real Supreme Emperor, and with the passing of time, it has almost turned into ordinary dust. Chapter 15:15. The same upgrade 4 system functions. Except besides, Su Lang also got some broken Imperial Soldiers fragments and Great Imperial Soldiers fragments. These weapon fragments have no aura, but they can still be used to decompose and obtain precious raw materials. The above gains are enough to make a quasi-no-god level dumbfounded. And what Su Lang valued most was Xianyuan. The land of exile is lacking in various resources, and the source of immortality is also very few. Compared with the warriors of the same level in the boundless universe, it is a full 10 times worse. But even so, Su Lang also received a full 549 million yuan of Supreme Immortal. In addition to the rest of the previous, the system balance in the mysterious space has reached a full 600 million. So many high-quality fairy sources are enough for Su Lang to upgrade the system again. Tisk tut, it's no use coming here. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and immediately issued an instruction to the system. System, give me the functions of one-click martial arts, avatar dispatch, one-click treasure hunt, and one-key empowerment. Ding. Consumes 100 million superior immortal sources. The one-key martial arts function is upgraded to level 40, and the training speed is increased to 1466.368 billion times the basic training speed of no lack of qualifications. Ding. Consumes 100 million superior fairy sources. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 39, the number of clones is +1, the current number of clones is 39, and the number of clones is 39. Ding. It consumes 100 million superior Xianyuan. The one-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 39, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders has increased to 1466.368 billion. Ding. Consumption of 100 million superior sources of immortality. The one-key empowerment function has been increased to 18, the current empowerment efficiency is 100%, and the number of daily empowerments has increased to 36. A series of system prompts came, and Su Lang almost smiled and cocked his mouth. The speed of the one-key martial arts function has doubled. It seems that I have just placed the Great Emperor level exercises, and it won't take long to get to the founding level. Furthermore, the number of clones and the number of avatars are increased by 1. If these 2 clones use the buying clone function, they will be 209 Great Emperors. Ha ha ha, in a split second, I have 200 more 9 Great Emperors who are comparable to the quasi-no-god level, which is simply against the sky. Oh, right, the number of treasure-hunting flying gliders has also doubled. Hurry up, let them out to search for resources. Quote. Su Lang looked at his brand new 4 system functions, and was very excited. Immediately after, he immediately released the extra 700 billion treasure-hunting flying gliders. Suddenly, the density of the treasure-hunting flying in the Wuxia area has doubled, and the search is not only faster and faster, but also cleaner. Now for the first 4 functions, 1 key training is at level 40, and the remaining 3 are also at level 39, which is 1 step closer to gaining the unlocking authority for new functions. Thinking of the new features he was about to unlock, Su Lang couldn't help but look forward to it. After upgrading the system, Su Lang looked at the various materials piled up in his storage space like continents, and the idea of upgrading weapons arose in his heart. The godless soldier is really terrifying. Lin Fang is obviously far behind me, but with the supreme wishful lamp, I can trigger death substitution. It seems that my weapon needs to be upgraded as soon as possible. Quote. While thinking about it, Su Lang gave the system an order to upgrade Yudian's sword, however. Ding. To retain the specified characteristics to evolve the Yudian sword, you need to consume godless grade material Tianxiao extremely cold jade 1, Xuanmo Tianyu gold 10, and vessel Yulin bone 10. Great Emperor level refining material, Quasi Great Soul 8, Great Emperor 100, Woody Spirit 100,000. The system listed a list of materials. Obviously, the materials in Su Lang's storage space were not enough to evolve Yudian's sword. Tisk tut, so many materials in my storage space. If you evolve ordinary quasi-superior soldiers, it is probably enough, but evolving Yudian's sword is not enough. Never mind, then I'll try it out again. Su Lang exclaimed, and immediately activated the one-key synthesis function, using various low-level materials to continuously synthesize. Pieces of Great Emperor grade materials were synthesized and piled up in the storage space like ordinary stones. Immediately, these stones were synthesized into extremely rare godless materials. Chapter 15:16. I'll just go ahead just. The description of the one-key synthesis function is, it can be synthesized with materials and medicinal pills of the same godless level or below, and the synthesis ratio is 10:1. But the synthesized product is not absolutely able to advance to a great realm level. Su Lang had encountered this when he was synthesizing a holy pill in Yaoqi. It must be synthesized several times at a ratio of 10:1 to get a higher level product. This situation becomes more and more serious when synthesizing godless grade materials from Great Emperor grade materials. The most common and godless level materials require at least 10,000 identical Great Emperor level materials to be synthesized to obtain. And the materials required by the Yudian sword are also extraordinary in the godless class. Therefore, the chance of a successful synthesis is even smaller, even with one-click synthesis at the speed of almost instant completion. It took Su Lang more than 10 minutes to get together the godless grade material of the profound Mo Tian Yujin. And at this moment, the time limit for Su Lang to swallow the clone had arrived. I saw that the aura on his body dropped swiftly, dropping directly to the daily level. Well, Lin Fang will certainly not be ignorant of the changes in Lao Lao. At this time, he is probably on his way back. It's a pity that I don't have a formation that can threaten him, even if it is a combined formation. Otherwise, you can lay a net here and wait for it. It's not yet clear when he will arrive, and my swallowing clone function has just fallen into cooling down, so I need to be cautious. It just so happens that the Wuxia building area is completely out of resistance, and it's useless for the clones to stay here. Let them explore. Su Lang touched his chin, using the clone dispatch while maintaining the operation of the one-key synthesis function. Suddenly, one by one, the avatars were dispatched to the place where they had previously fought with Lin Fang, and then spread out quickly using the battlefield and the Wuxia building area as a two-point line. There was even a treasure hunt flying glider who ingested Lin Fang's breath, followed by frantically searching for Lin Feng's trace with the function of hunting soul. Two-pronged approach. The tracking action is progressing quickly. At last, somewhere in the mountain range 5 million light-years away from the Wuxia geographical boundary, a black hole-like horrible vortex suddenly appeared, hanging high in the air. Rumble. A loud noise came from the black vortex. Immediately after, Lin Feng was banged out, and directly crashed to Hard Rock Mountain. It happened that an incarnation of Su Lang had discovered the exit of the Void Chain Tunnel in advance. Not just noticed here, I saw Lin Feng collided with the Rocky Mountain. It turned out to be here. Lin Feng is really rushing to his lair. HMPH, it seems that he is very exhausted and he has no time to adjust his breath. Moreover, the Supreme Ruyi Lantern has become very weak. It seems that the cost of using this method to cross the void is not small. If that's the case, let you come here a few more times. From the perspective of the Avatar, Su Lang clearly perceives the state of Lin Feng and the Supreme Ruyi Lamp. He did not rush to do it. Since the other party is so anxious and wants to return quickly at any cost, let them pay a little more. Immediately after, Su Lang dispatched the clone to other places, so as not to startle the snake. And Lin Feng always believed that Su Lang had died in his hands. At this time, he wanted to go home even more, and he didn't even notice the sudden disappearance of Su Lang clone. After resting in place for a while, the Supreme Ruyi Lantern once again opened the Void Chain Tunnel, spanning millions of light-years away. Simultaneously, in the Wuxia building area, Su Lang had already collected all the clone avatar in the treasure hunt flying gaze sent to track Lin Feng. After all, it is now known that Lin Feng will definitely return, and monitoring all the way is completely unnecessary. At their speed, it takes about 20 minutes to reach the boundary of the Wuxia building area. By then, my swallowing clone hasn't cooled down yet, and the gentleman doesn't stand under the dangerous wall, then I'll take it first. With a thought, Su Lang used the clone to dispatch replacements, and returned to the battlefield where he had fought Lin Feng before. Soon, he leisurely remotely controlled the avatars and the treasure-hunting flying birds to continue to search for the training resources in the Wuxia building area. Of course, the one key synthesis function has not stopped, and has been synthesizing Godless and Great Emperor materials. Although the production rate is not satisfactory, as long as the base is large, you can always get it together. Chapter 15:17. Lin Feng has a hidden hole card. The world is dim. Because of the broken ground of the war, endless dust was raised and the sky was covered. There were fierce space cracks all around, just like the fangs of a mysterious black behemoth, which could easily shred countless creatures. All kinds of residual terrifying energy turbulently flowed, and even the Great Emperor would be seriously injured if they accidentally touched it. In addition, there are a large number of rules and avenues manifested by battle, which can make it easier for ordinary creatures to understand the rules. There are even some peculiar materials formed due to huge force compression and energy convergence, which are helpful to practice. In short, for creatures below the Great Emperor level, this place has become a forbidden place where death comes with opportunity. Tisk tisk. The higher the martial artist, the stronger he really is. I just fought a random fight, which created such a world-class spectacle. Quote. Su Lang walked in a turbulent flow of energy, unscathed, even his hair was not blown up. I just found a place to sit down. Su Lang took out the soul-chasing Emperor Palace again and entered the closed room again, at the same time. With the help of Wuxia Ruyi Lantern, Lin Feng hurried to the Wuxia building area. He never expected it. It was Su Lang who he thought was dead to attack Wuxia Tower. Even more unexpectedly, Su Lang returned to the previous battlefield at this time. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng finally reached the boundary of Wuxia area by relying on the Supreme Ruyi Lantern. According to the remaining intelligence system, he learned that the forces that invaded Wuxia building were still looting frantically. I didn't even leave. I don't know if it's a defiant person or a daring artist. But anyway, you people all have to die. Quote. Lin Feng watched the message playing with the bell in his hand, and an abnormal red appeared on his thin face. But although Lin Feng was angry, he was not stupid at all. He knew very well that there was an unfathomable quasi-godless class in his territory. Since the other party has the courage to fight over, even if he is taking advantage of it, there must be two brushes. But Lin Feng himself was seriously injured. The Supreme Ruyi Lamp consumes too much. In this state, if you act recklessly, it's really hard to tell the outcome, and so Lin Fang intends to use a whole card. A whole card placed in the Wushuang building area, countless creatures. Go to Red Valley first. Then use the super teleportation array to return to the Wushuang main building. Next is the countdown to your death. Quote. Lin Fang gritted his teeth severely and flew towards the northeast, quickly. A blood-red valley appeared in the field of vision. A huge red teleportation array is hidden at the bottom of the valley. This kind of teleportation array was created by Lin Fang for himself, specifically to radiate the dominance of the teleportation array. Using this teleportation array, he can quickly return to the Wushuang main building. Step on the teleportation array. Lin Fang's hand art was pinched, and the teleportation formation suddenly skyrocketed. After the violent red light disappeared, Lin Fang had also been sent out. In an instant, he appeared on the second red teleportation array. Just appeared. Lin Fang discovered a large number of treasure-hunting flying gliders. These treasure-hunting flying gliders are frantically digging up all the treasures, even the lowest-level treasures. This is the weird flying squirrel mentioned in the intelligence. Obviously there is no power at all, but only a great emperor can kill. Now the great emperor-level experts in the Wushuang building area have fallen a lot, and those who are alive don't dare to shoot again, for fear of being retaliated by those invaders. As a result, these treasure-hunting flying gliders are totally unattended, arrogant, and doing misfortune everywhere, not only digging for treasures in the earth, but also attacking some people. Damn it, looking at their speed and efficiency so high, I don't know how many cultivation resources have been dug up during these hours. These cultivation resources are clearly not yet the best time to harvest, but they were killed to get their eggs like this, what a damn. Chapter 15:18. The Strange Ruins of Wushuanglo. Lin Fang looked around, watching the treasure-hunting flying across the sky, leaving behind the devastated ground, almost vomiting blood with anger. But he still didn't make a move. He even kept hiding his figure. Because he didn't want to startle the snake, he was targeted and intercepted. Take a deep breath. Lin Fang activated the teleportation array again and kept heading to the Wushuang main building. But he didn't know. All his whereabouts have been seen by Su Lang. This Lin Fang is so angry, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he endured the humiliation, swallowed his breath, and secretly went to the Wushuang main building. It seems that this guy must have a purpose. It is estimated that it is his whole card left on the Wushuang floor. It's a pity that Emperor Wu swallowed the clone is still cooling, otherwise he must go to intercept him. Now my strength is not strong enough, and the weapons have not been refined. Even if I summon a group of clones to attack, it will only give me food. Forget it, do it again. Quote. While thinking about it, Su Lang refines super-humanoid weapon fairy-level parts. The one-key synthesis function is constantly synthesizing advanced materials. Yutian sword is promoted to a true godless soldier, one step further. The other side, Lin Fang passed through the teleportation array and arrived at the Wushuang main building with surprise but no danger. The main building of Wushuanglu is built in the center of Wushuangliu area, in the Wushuang Plateau. The Wushuanglo area is the richest area within a radius of 15 million light-years, and the Wushuangdao principle is the richest place in the Wushuanglo area. Not only is the spiritual energy hundreds of times stronger than other places, there are also various cherished training resources. Lin Fang just used this as the center of the nest, and for this, he built a large area of luxury buildings. Although these buildings are not weapons, they also use countless precious materials. Lin Fang also established a medicinal garden, a beast garden and other facilities to breed elixir and beasts for cultivation, but now, those pieces of luxurious buildings have been dug into riddles by the treasure-hunting flying gliders, and collapsed in pieces. Even a piece of the lowest-level training material could not be found in the ruins. Those medicine gardens, spirit beast gardens, etc., became even more empty and incomparably messy. Many places still lay a bunch of tattered corpses. The owners of these corpses were sacrificed to protect the Wushuang main building. In short, as the central area of Wushuang building, it is obviously being seriously targeted, only to be razed to the ground. Looking at this large swath of ruins, watching my countless efforts destroyed and countless treasures stolen, Lin Fang only felt a sharp pain in his heart, his whole body trembled fiercely, and he almost couldn't stand steady. It's not working. In the Supreme Rui lamp, Qi Ling Rui said lightly. Who said I can't do it? Lin Fang gritted his teeth fiercely, stepped forward, and strode forward. Not long, he came to a ruin and went straight into the ground. Drilled into the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Lang frowned slightly. For the Wushuang main building, he deliberately explored it with mental power and found no problems. But now it seems, it is estimated that Lin Fang used the power of the Supreme Ruyi Lantern to hide some things, so that Su Lang did not find it. Immediately after, Su Lang dispatched a clone to monitor him in the distance. But when the avatars, mental power probed that area, they found nothing. Even Lin Fang's trail was lost. To know, although the clones did not create a planet of life, their strength was a little weaker than Su Lang. But the mental power is exactly the same as Su Lang. Each clone possesses the spiritual power of the broken nirvana level, and masters the keeping the minor mystery method. If it was Lin Fang's own concealment method, it would definitely not be possible to hide from Su Lang. It looks like this guy really has a great hole card. It is estimated that it is another godless method, and it will definitely be able to explode with great power. Su Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that I also have to own a godless soldier to guarantee my undefeated. Chapter 15:19. The Strange Underground World. Thought of this, Su Lang immediately issued instructions to the system, trying to upgrade the Yudian sword. However, the material is still not enough. It's really not that Su Lang has too few materials, but that the materials needed for the evolution of the Yudian sword are too high and too high. The materials that can be synthesized have been synthesized. It is impossible to evolve the Yudian sword in a short time. So, try to see if you can evolve other weapons. The 5 Elements Sky Series, Space Rubik's Cube, White Jade Emperor Palace, Luoyu Mirror, etc. are all auxiliary defensive Emperor soldiers, so put them aside first. Then try Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath and Shinju Wufeng. Quote. After thinking for a moment, Su Lang asked the system. It turned out that the Slaughter Sky Scabbard was only a 7th-grade Emperor soldier, and it needed more materials to evolve into a godless soldier, and it lacked a few. Only the quasi-no-god level heart has no edge, and the required promotion materials are enough. Then tentatively decide that the heart will have no edge. After Lin Fang's whole cards are played, I will decide whether to store the material in the Evolution Yudian Sword, or use the Evolution Heart Absolute right now. After making up his mind, Su Lang dispatched his own clone to watch the place where Lin Fang disappeared. At the same time, the center of Wushuang building is underground. A huge cave almost formed a strange underground world. In this dim space, growing all kinds of strange plants, they have extremely wide leaves, and the veins of the leaves show a fluorescent color. If you look closely, you can find that these fluorescent veins are actually a little dragon-shaped. And among these plants, there are also some spirit beasts. These spirit beasts are basically snake-shaped, and have some characteristics of dragons. They seem to be ferocious, elegant and noble, which is very strange. Of course, there are also creatures that are not snake-shaped. But these, different, creatures can only be reduced to the lowest level of food here. Because those dragon snake-shaped spirit beasts are very powerful, not only at the fairy level, but even at the emperor level. And these snake-shaped creatures are entrenched on some plants, stones, and cave walls, and the heads of dragons and snakes face the same direction. They have horrifying mouths wide open, and they seem to be sucking something, at this time. Wow, a blast of falling rocks fell. It turned out that Lin Fang came to this underground space from the ground. Hiss. Seeing Lin Fang, countless creatures in the shape of dragons and snakes crawled to the ground. This is because Lin Chong possesses the Dragon Willow Dao Fei, and his cultivation is strong, which has caused natural terror pressure on these creatures with extremely thin dragon veins. Lin Fang looked around, not looking at the spirit beasts in the shape of dragons and snakes. After checking the direction, he flew straight to the destination. With a quasi-godless speed, he reached under an extremely large stone pillar almost instantly. This stone pillar is very huge. It looks like the sky pillar of this underground world, standing on top of the earth, supporting the sky and opening up this underground world. On the stone pillars, there are also dragon-like fluorescent veins. And these fluorescent veins are brighter and thicker. The strange plants surrounding the stone pillars also grow taller and possess stronger spiritual pressure. Follow the fluorescent dragon veins on the stone pillars. Lin Fang flew up, and soon came to the middle section of the stone pillar. However, all the stone pillars in this section have been covered by strange fluorescence. A trace of fluorescence flows down from this stone pillar, forming the dragon vein-like patterns below. Here is the source of the strange fluorescence of the entire underground world. Master, the disciple has come to see you. Lin Fang knelt at this fluorescent stone pillar in the air, then turned into streamer and rushed into the stone pillar. The tough stone pillars containing a lot of dragon-like fluorescence, in front of Lin Fang, automatically lined up like soft mud, exposing the passage. Follow the channel. Lin Fang arrived at the center of Shiju. This place has become an ocean of dragon pattern fluorescence, with dazzling light on all sides. In the center, there was a tall, crystal-clear man suspended quietly. Chapter 1520, Disciple is not filial. On the man's head, 2 small horned dragon horns grew unexpectedly. A terrifying dragon radiated from the 2 dragon horns, and even Lin Fang, who had the blood of the dragon and willow, felt a thick suffocation. No way, Lin Fang was just a quasi-no-god level that hadn't taken long from soul-body fusion to soul-space fusion. But this crystal-clear man is truly a godless powerhouse. And even in the godless level, it is not a simple commodity. This crystal-clear man has no life. Even if it is viewed from the avenue of life or avenue of death, there is no trace of life. In other words, this is a corpse. Lin Fang, your master is dead, what use is it for you to come to him? Although you have the constitution of the dragon and willow, there is a huge difference from your master's dragon veins after all. Can you still use your master's remaining bloodline? For the first time, the spirit of the supreme Rui Lantern transformed into a figure. She was a tall and slender woman with a cold face in a colorful robe. She appeared in front of the tall body, seeming to show her respect. There are things you don't know about Rui. Lin Fang replied, for example, some dragon vein secret techniques I inherited from Master. That's it. Qi Ling Rui nodded and stopped talking. Master is here. The disciple has encountered an extremely powerful enemy. However, the disciple is not sure to behead it on his own. The situation is critical and the disciple is not filial. I am here to borrow your body for a use. Lin Fang knelt in front of the crystal-clear man's body, kowtowed 3 heads heavily. Immediately after, he walked forward slowly, with his hands closed and pinching his hands. His body was full of vitality, and a strange wave of waves was emitted. These ripples are like smooth and illusory wicker strips, but they turn into dragons from time to time, cruising around Lin Fang. As Lin Fang got closer to the man's body, the dragon-shaped illusory wicker grew more and more, and it became more and more out of the image of wicker, closer to the dragon pattern. The dragon-patterned wicker extends from Lin Fang to the man's body, connecting the two together. A trace of blood overflowed from Lin Fang's body and flowed into the man's body along the dragon-patterned wicker. There was also a hint of gleaming fluorescence emerging from the man's body, following the dragon-patterned wicker into Lin Fang's body. In an instant, the two parties seemed to have reached a strange connection. Immediately afterwards, there were more and more dragon-patterned wickers sticking out of Lin Fang. They grew crazily like granulation, and gradually enveloped the body of the tall man and Lin Fang. Immediately, the dragon-patterned wicker formed a huge sphere, completely sealing Lin Fang and his master inside. Is it a secret method from dragon veins? The dragon of the boundless world is really amazing. Rui looked at the meatball in front of him, a little surprised in her eyes. She had already seen that Lin Fang could really use his master's body. A breath that was stronger than a gust of strength spilled out from the huge sphere formed by dragon-patterned wicker. The breath of horror continues to rise. In the end, it was infinitely close to the Zochin Soul Universal Fusion, and it was close to the true godless level. This kind of breath, it's no worse than the previous Su Lang. With such a powerful force, it is indeed possible to expel those invaders easily. I just don't know if this secret method has serious harm, or whether it will affect the foundation. If Lin Fang affects the foundation of martial arts and completely misses the godless level, that would be bad. Thinking of this, Rui couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although she was really disappointed with Lin Fang, after all, Lin Fang was a humanoid mount she personally selected, so she was still a little emotional. And she also counted on Lin Fang to break through to the godless level as soon as possible, so as to prevent her from falling in the battle of reincarnation. Time passed slowly, not long. The sphere formed by the dragon-patterned wicker began to gradually tighten and shrink. Chapter 1521. Use the body of the master. Finally, the huge sphere transformed into a human shape again. The dragon-shaped wicker completely dissipated, revealing Lin Fang, whose eyes were closed, but his master disappeared. However, Lin Fang at this time was completely different from before. Before Lin Fang consumed a huge amount of vitality to urge the Supreme Ruyi Lantern to kill Su Lang, he turned into a corpse skeleton. But at this time, not only did Lin Fang regain his fullness and upright body appearance, but his skin was crystal clear, with traces of dragon veins looming, very similar to his master's body. Infinitely close to the aura of godless. Just this point is already invincible below the godless level. Ruyi nodded silently, a hint of splendor appeared in her eyes. At this time, Lin Fang slowly opened his eyes, with endless excitement in his eyes. He already felt the terrifying power in his body. Although the realm of cultivation has not changed, but this force is thousands of times stronger than before. This is the power that is infinitely close to godless. The previous Su Lang had such a powerful force, thanks to Ruyi, otherwise I will definitely die. Huh, with this power, I can kill all those nasty invaders. HMPH, I dared to invade my territory, and even dared to burn, kill, and loot. I want to make your death extremely painful. Quote. Lin Fang squeezed his fists and twisted his face, forming a grinning and cruel smile. Lin Fang, it's not too late, let's go out now. If Lin Fang seemed to be a little overwhelmed with his opinions, he immediately reminded him, it is good. Let's go kill those people. Lin Fang sneered, squeezing the body of the Supreme Ruyi lamp, and rushed out of the stone pillar instantly. Countless spirit beasts with dragon veins around him screamed and worshipped when they saw him, which immediately made him more enjoyable. Haha, Lin Fang used the secret technique to fly out of the ground in an instant. Following that, there was also an extremely majestic and vast longway. Are you out? In the soul-chasing Emperor's palace, Su Lang, who was monitoring the Wushuang building area through his clone, slowly put down the materials in his hands. In fact, when Lin Fang and his master formed a dragon-patterned wicker sphere, the power that covered everything disappeared. Su Lang saw all the changes that occurred in Lin Fang afterwards. This guy also has the power that is infinitely close to the Supreme Emperor. However, his infinite proximity cannot be more powerful than my infinity symbol. On the individual's ultimate combat power, he still misses me a bit. His current advantage is the godless Supreme Wishful Lamp. But after so many consumption and overdrafts, the Supreme Ruyi Lantern is no longer as strong as before, and there is even a faint tendency to fall to the godless level. Now as long as I create a godless soldier, with the devouring clone and various secret techniques, I can probably get rid of him. Quote. Su Lang retracted all the avatars and glanced at the mysterious space. The avatars have all cooled down. Moreover, after the upgrade, the number of clones and avatars has reached 39, a total of 78. This time, try to swallow 37 clones. Except for Li Shenyang, just leave another clone as a substitute for death. Of course, you have to get the weapon out first. Quote. While thinking, Su Lang pulled Shinju Wufeng from his waist. No front, Su Lang stroked the black bladeless sword lightly, calling out faintly. Wufeng knock on the Lord. The spirit of Li Qiwei appeared, kneeling on the ground respectfully and kowtow, stand up. Su Lang smiled faintly, next, I will promote you to a godless soldier, so be mentally prepared. What? The Lord wants me to be promoted to a godless soldier. Wufeng was horrified, and his whole body trembled. The Lord has just promoted me to quasi-godless soldier. Don't be surprised, as long as I have enough materials, it is very easy for me to evolve imperial soldiers. So, sooner or later you will be promoted to godless soldier by me. And I'm going to deal with an enemy next. This person has a godless soldier and can exert a very powerful force. Su Lang smiled, so, you have to work harder. Don't worry, Lord. Wufeng kowtowed. Again, Wufeng will go all out, even if the sword is broken, he will still die. It is good, you go back to the body first. Su Lang nodded slightly, evolution is about to begin. Chapter 1522. See if he can resist my sword, yes. Li Shinju suppressed his excitement and returned to the body of Shinju Wufeng's sword. System. Only retain the current characteristics, the evolutionary heart has no edge sword. Su Lang held his heart without a front, and gave instructions to the system. Ding. Consumes the soul of Quasi-Great Emperor 4, the soul of the Great Emperor 60, the soul of Wudi 10,000, the soul of Wushan 10,000, Godless Material Equator Silk 10, Fengyan Mingxia 10. Great Emperor grade materials desperately Jiaoshan Jade 1000, Heavenly Falling Maple Heart 100, Soul Breaking Heavenly Jade 100. Ding. Xinju Wufeng sword evolved into a godless soldier. I saw a burst of violent brilliance flashing from the Xinju Wufeng long sword, like ripples like dragon scales. Immediately after, it was seen that the whole body was pitch black and bladeless, like a burning stick. The hard no-edge sword gradually collapsed and dispersed, turning into a cloud of black smoke. This black smoke did not dissipate, but quickly condensed into a stalkless and no front, and even the sword body was a semi-illusory long sword with mist-like flowing energy. The terrifying mental deterrence ability spreads from above, and the Wudi with a spiritual power realm of Kongani will collapse directly at a glance. Even at the peak of Su Lang's broken nirvana, he can break through to a higher realm at any time, and experience the mental power of broken nirvana with thousands of hammers, and feel a burst of pain. This is natural suppression from the level. Xinju knocks on the Lord. Qi Ling Li Xinju flew out of the brand new Xinju Wufeng sword. The body of Xinju Wufeng's sword has undergone tremendous changes, and Li Xinju has also changed accordingly. Although his appearance has not changed, he still has red robe and white hair, and his facial features are as three-dimensional as a knife, and he is unparalleled handsome. But his body has become flesh and blood. He already has a real flesh and blood body, and can no longer become a sword spirit, but a real human flesh and blood creature. This is a transformation in nature. In addition, Li Xinju's eyes became the same as the main body of Xinju's bladeless longsword, turning into misty fluid energy, like two clusters of black star swirls, breathtaking. Unexpectedly, when the weapon reached the godless level, it would actually become a flesh and blood creature. Su Lang looked at Li Xinju up and down, and said with a smile, "It should be the distorting power that the godless class has mastered, allowing your spiritual body to essentially transform into a flesh and blood body. Lord, you can watch the fire." It is true, Li Xinju still knelt on the ground, not a bit arrogant. He clearly knew that even though he was already godless, everything he had was bestowed by Su Lang. There is no Su Lang. He is still a 6th grade emperor soldier now, and he doesn't look much in this place of exile. For Li Xinju, Su Lang has a complete reinvention of him. And, Li Xinju also knew, Su Lang can easily promote himself, and naturally he can easily promote other weapons. He is just a sword in Su Lang's hands, he can be replaced or even broken down at any time. Okay, Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, you are now promoted to godless, and your ability should be greatly improved. Return to the Lord, Heart Absolute, the soul's damage ability is stronger. Even with the power of the body alone, it can kill the quasi-no god at will. If you add your mental power, and then use the power of distortion, you will be invincible under the godless level. Even if the opponent has a godless soldier, it is useless. Li Xinju replied respectfully, and the person he was referring to was naturally Lin Fang. Well, I'm so relieved. Su Lang smiled blankly, let's go, let me kill Lin Fang, and see if he can resist my sword. Definitely live up to the Lord's expectations. Li Xinju kowtowed, and immediately turned into a streamer and merged into Xinju Wufeng's sword again. Xinju Wufeng's body merged with the device spirit, and fell into Su Lang's hands in a complete state. In this time, Li Xinju has been able to completely control her power. Su Lang held the long sword and felt no discomfort. Immediately after, Su Lang used the avatar dispatch and avatar replacement and came to the territory of Wushuang building. In Su Lang, from monitoring to Lin Fang flying out of the ground, to the evolution of the long sword for the heart without the edge, in fact, it only took a few breaths. Chapter 1523, Seen somewhere. After Lin Fang flew out, he just used his mental power to explore the 5 light-year radius of his opponent. Then he was dumbfounded, because within 5 light-years of the radius, there would be no treasure-hunting flying glider and a quasi-god level powerhouse. Where are people? What about those quasi-no god level powerhouses who invaded? What about those weird flying squirrels that are looting everywhere and can only be killed by the great emperor? Could it be that some of them have been monitoring me and immediately started to evacuate when they found me? But even so, how could they disappear all at once? Quote. Excited Lin Fang was planning to kill. As soon as he was about to start his hands, he realized that the target was gone, which immediately gave him the feeling of punching the cotton. It's impossible to all run away. I previously locked all the super teleportation arrays, they can't use the super teleportation array to leave. Ordinary teleportation array is not far away, so it is better to use Space Avenue. Then, they must have not run far. Quote. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately began to contact his intelligence system. Result. Before he gave his instructions, he found that Wanzun's bells were sending out a joyous message. Master. Great, the intruder has retreated. Lord, the quasi-no-god level invading powerhouses in the Yu Emperor city in front of Wushuang Tower have disappeared. They fled. The Lord is supernatural, wise and martial, and countless strategies. The invaders fled in a hurry as soon as they found the Lord. They were as timid as a mouse. With the Lord's blessing, Wushuanglo will be passed on for countless years and become a great godless power. Quote. Looking at the message inside Wanzun's bell, Lin Feng almost squirted a mouthful of blood. Judging from the information, the enemy not only successfully retreated in all aspects and disappeared without a trace, but it is totally unreasonable for the people on his side to regard this as a victory. I have never seen such a brazen person. These subordinates are simply the B Camp Ant team, the mobs. I will definitely clean them up. Lin Feng was clutching his heart, the whole body was trembling with smoke, his teeth were gnashing and his eyes were cracking. The enemy disappeared and his subordinates were in a state of discomfort. Lin Feng had already decided to spread his anger on those **** subordinates. At this time, enlightened Lord, the big thing is bad. Suddenly a quasi-godless invader appeared in our Fenye Emperor city. Wanzun's bell vibrated slightly, and 100,000 urgent messages came from inside. What? Even one is alone. Ha. Great, I want to catch you and torture you for a whole billion years. Lin Feng looked at the enemy information in Wanzun's bell, but his eyes lit up and he laughed. Immediately after, he immediately tore through the void and came to a super teleportation formation. Zan even activated the formation and arrived at Fenye Emperor City. The red light flickered, and Lin Feng walked out of the teleportation array holding the supreme Ruyi lantern. Just appeared, he felt a quasi-godless breath, and immediately sneered. But then he frowned again. Okay, how do you know this chi? Where did you see it? Lin Feng frowned tightly, looked towards the sky, and suddenly saw a figure standing in the clouds overlooking the entire city. Lin Feng, don't you remember me? Su Lang looked at Lin Feng condescendingly, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It's you, Su Lang. How could it be you? You have been killed by me. You have been smashed into ashes, and you can't die anymore. How can you be resurrected? How can you appear here? This is not true, you must be pretending. Quote. Lin Feng looked at Su Lang with a smile on his face in the sky, his whole body was thunderous, and his mouth was stunned. It was incredible to the extreme. Ha. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Did you forget what I said to you? What? Lin Feng stared and asked angrily. Chapter 1524. You and I will both win and die, I said. You can never kill me. Su Lang stretched out his right hand and shook his finger disdainfully. This is impossible. I paid an extremely terrifying price. There is also my Ruyi, and my Ruyi is also going all out. You are not a god level. How can you escape? You must be fake. Who are you? What kind of power are you? Lin Feng kept shaking his head, unable to accept that his peak blow at the cost of serious injury could not kill Su Lang. Tisk. There are more miracles in the world. Su Lang showed disdain. Only a mediocre person like you dare not accept the unthinkable things. Mediocre. You said I was mediocre. I am the original poster of Wushuang. I have entered the road of soul and universe integration. I have the supreme wishful lamp. And now, I have temporarily borrowed the body of the master, infinitely close to the supreme emperor. You are so ordinary and quasi-no god, you dare to say that I am mediocre. Today I must take you down and torture you in 10,000 ways. Lin Feng was so angry that Su Lang's contemptuous words exploded his forehead. Ha, come on, I'll give you a chance to try. Su Lang looked down at Lin Feng and instantly activated the devouring doppelganger. 37 clones disappeared instantly. But Su Lang's aura rose layer by layer, instantly possessing an infinite symbol. Rumble. The breath of almost crushing everything enveloped the entire Fenye Emperor city. Just this unintentionally released breath shook countless Wushuanglo members to death. What? This breath? You? It's really you, Su Lang. You are really not dead, and unscathed. It's impossible. How could this kind of thing happen? Quote. Lin Feng was very impressed by Su Lang's infinitely close to godless aura. So as soon as Su Lang used the devouring clone, he immediately realized that what he was facing was really Su Lang, who was beaten by himself not long ago. It is really difficult for him to accept this, because in the battle that destroyed the world not long ago, in order to perform the final blow, he and the Supreme Rui Lantern paid a terrible price. But now, the enemy who thought he was dead appeared in front of him intact, which really made Lin Fang want to vomit blood. But, although it is difficult to accept the facts, this kind of thing has already happened. Lin Fang's only choice is to face it, otherwise, he would be a whole coward. Anyway, I can repel you once, and I can repel you 10,000 times. It is not impossible to really kill you. After all, I am not my previous strength anymore. Su Lang, today you and I will be both winners and losers, but also life and death. Hooshin Janmu, Longliu Wangmei, kill. Along with the earth-shaking roar, Lin Fang once again unfolded his own secret technique. I saw Lin Fang's figure elongated and swelled, instantly turning into a 30,000 zhong dark green dragon. This is 3 times larger than the size of the last time he transformed into a dragon. The most important thing is that the characteristics of the ancient willows in him have disappeared a lot. Although the willow-shaped slender dragon scales are still sharp, they have become grandiose. The red dragon mane that stretches for 100,000 meters behind has also turned into a golden color. The dragon's horns have changed from the appearance of the roots of the trees to the slender and graceful branches of antlers. The golden red light radiated from the extremely large eyes of the dragon, and almost all creatures couldn't help kneeling on the spot when they saw it. This is not all the creatures in a radius of 100,000 light years, except for Su Lang, who occupies high above the clouds. The rest of the creatures, no matter what realm or race they are, all tremble on the ground. Su Lang, go to death. Deng Yin cut. The dark green dragon's mouth issued a dragon roar that penetrated the sky and the earth, and the terrifying dragon body slayed fiercely towards Su Lang. It's like teleporting. Lin Fang's dragon teeth, dragon claws, dragon tail, and the dragon scales that erupted like a storm all killed Su Lang's vitals. The key is, in these majestic and vast attacks, there are also hidden attacks of twisting power that the Supreme Rui Lamp displays at a great price. Chapter 1525. The heart has no edge to break a sword, kill. No matter how weird you are. In the face of absolute power, all are bubbles. In the Supreme Rui Lamp, the weak Rui sneered. But the next moment, the thing that made it and Lin Fang pale in shock has happened. Without shackles, drink the sea of stars. The inner world of the 10 directions, shattered the world. Kunlun is invisible, hidden scales hunt west. The heart has no edge to break a sword, kill. In the midst of countless terrorist attacks, Su Lang calmly and unhurriedly broke out all his whole cards in an instant, and his breath rose again. The misty energy and fluid heart in his hand was absolutely no front, and immediately pierced Lin Fanglong's head. The spiritual power of the fragmented Nirvana realm that has been tempered for thousands of years and merged with 37 clones directly poured into Heart Absolute Wufang, condensing into a slender spike. Moreover, the innate force that surpasses the ordinary Emperor Yuan endlessly drives the long sword, condensing a trace of godless twisting power. Together with the restraint, a brand new deduction of breaking a sword. The power of this trick is simply unimaginable. Lightning and flint room. The twisting power secretly displayed by the Supreme Rui Lamp fell on Su Lang first. However, this twisting force was offset by another twisting force before it worked. No soldiers. It's another sword on Su Lang's waist. It turned out to be a godless soldier. No, it was clearly a quasi-no **** soldier before. How could it become a godless soldier in a short time? This is impossible. In the Supreme Rui Lamp, Qi Ling Rui found that his twisting power had no achievements, and recognized that Xinju Wufeng was a godless soldier, and suddenly the whole person was stupid. She is really hard for you to imagine. How can a long sword that is clearly a quasi-no god soldier become a no-god soldier in less than an hour? This is even more incredible than Su Lang's inexplicable resurrection. And just when Rui was shocked, Lin Fang's terrorist attack also fell on Su Lang. Dragon teeth, dragon claws, dragon tail, dragon scales, and various terrifying Emperor-level secret techniques, severely destroy Su Lang's Emperor body. However, Su Lang's defensive stamina and endurance surpassed Lin Fang in all aspects, and he had a lot of wonderful ways to deal with it, which was simply outrageous. Not only can the self-transformation constant sand evade some of the attacks, but also the help of the undead Emperor. Su Lang's vitality and blood are endless, and energy is endless. The damaged emperor's body will be repaired instantly. It can be said that Lin Fang's attack can only cause incalculable consumption to Su Lang. However, facing Su Lang's attack, Lin Fang had no ability to defend and evade at all. The misty energy-like heart, the edgeless sword, was deeply submerged in the center of Lin Fanglong's forehead. Roar! Lin Fang's dragon body shuddered in an instant, his hair and beard were stretched, and he let out a dragon howl with fear and despair in fright and anger. However, Lin Fang's huge dragon pupil was constantly distorted and distracted, gradually losing its luster. Even his perfectly fused soul body and flesh, there was a faintly collapsed grid-like mist. His soul has suffered unimaginable damage, and even the part that merges into his body is inevitable. Lin Fang. In the supreme Ruyi lamp, Ruyi felt Lin Fang's endless horror and despair, and her whole body trembled. She immediately consumed herself, the white candle melted again, and a flame heart turned into a twisting force and rushed into Lin Fang's sea of consciousness. Under the influence of this twisting force, the terrorist attack that ransacked in Lin Fanglong's body was immediately suppressed. However, do you have the power of twisting? Su Lang stood on Lin Fang's huge and mighty dragon head, as if stepping on a weak insect. Next moment, endless innate qi and blood energy gushing out of Su Lang's body, once again driving Shinju Wufeng to form a twisting force, and pour it into Lin Fanglong's head fiercely. Ruyi! Lin Fang let out a weak and heart-piercing desperate cry, but the voice stopped abruptly. Su Lang, I'm fighting with you. Seeing Lin Fang fall in front of his eyes, the supreme Ruyi lantern was in grief and indignation. Although she usually looked high in front of Lin Fang, she looked down on her, and even said she wanted to change the owner. But, after all, Lin Fang was a person she had selected and cultivated with one hand and had been intimate with each other for more than 1 billion years. It can be said that her feelings for Lin Fang are deeper than that of any master. Chapter 1526. I'm sorry, I haven't heard of it. Lin Fang's death deeply stung Ruyi's heart. She consumed the body of the white candle at all costs, condensed into a wave of terrifying twisting power, desperately killing Su Lang. It's really embarrassing, but who told you to almost kill my 3 sisters and chase me down? Facing Ruyi's desperate counterattack, Su Lang calmly took it down with a sword without edge. If the opinion is desperate to no avail, on the contrary, he consumes a lot of money, and can't help but feel a little hopeless. At this time, rumble! Lin Fang's more than 30,000 feet of dragon's body began to rupture inch by inch, and there was a faint tendency of flying ash to annihilate. It looks like Lin Fang's life has been ended. But Su Lang frowned slightly. Perfect plunder did not start. This Lin Fang hasn't completely died yet. HMPH, if that's the case, I'll give you another sword. If you go down with this sword, your soul's origin will be annihilated, and it will be even harder to walk the incense road. Su Lang smiled coldly, and twisted his hand holding Shinju Wufeng long sword. Suddenly, his spirit power far surpassing the same level once again uses Shinju Wufeng as the carrier to condense and grow, and make a fierce blow. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion in the dark. Ding! You get the soul of Quasi-Supreme Emperor 1, Quasi-Supreme Emperor Daojing 1, Life Universe 1, Soul Fusion Dragon Body 998, Supreme Emperor Soldier Supreme Ruyi Lamp 1, No God Level Materials Evil Light Dragon Leaf 12, Blood Moon 9 Elements Jade 25. Superior Shanyuan 300,256,784. Lin Fang's dragon body shook again, and the speed of collapse increased frantically. Its huge dragon body turned into fireflies and wrought, dragging its long tail across the sky. Everything is like a very bright firework. But in this tragic firework, suddenly there was another scream. Ah, who is it? Who dared to hurt the soul of the old man? Who is it? Who dared to kill my disciple and ruin my plan to cross reincarnation? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to smash you to pieces, crush your bones and make you ashes. The old hoarse voice seemed to come from a long river of time, getting closer and clearer. At the same time, inside Lin Fang's collapsed dragon body, a crystal clear, tall body fell out. This body is exactly the remains of Master Lin Fang. No, not the body, he is clearly alive. What's more, a plan to cross reincarnation has been laid out. His disciple Lin Fang is a very important part of his plan. But now, Lin Fang was completely beheaded by Su Lang, and even the perfect plunder was triggered. This immediately destroyed the cross-reincarnation plan. I didn't expect to avenge a revenge and get an ancient thing. And as soon as he came out, he had a hatred with me, and wanted to bring me down. Seeing the crystal-clear man falling out, Su Lang was suddenly startled. Immediately after, the crystal-clear man, that is, the body of Lin Fang's master, the godless aura began to recover. Wow, this guy is by no means an ordinary godless class, he can't be recovered. Su Lang's face was horrified, and all the secrets broke out again, and the absolute edge sword in the center of his hand pierced out instantly. The heart has absolutely no edge to break a sword. Puff! The long sword of Shinju Wufeng stabbed the crystal-clear body fiercely and pierced its head. What? Who are you? I am the four dragons in Liang Xiaofei in the last reincarnation era. Since fellow Taoists are godless, I must have heard of it. Stop it, Master Lin Fang, that is, Liang Xiaofei again let out a miserable howl, and quickly reported to his family, making Su Lang stop. It's just that his body is still motionless, his eyes are closed, and his mental power is not emitted, so the voice seems a bit strange and oozing. In addition, he hasn't recovered yet, and his body has been borrowed by Lin Fang, and he is not Su Lang's opponent at all. Can only hope that his identity can suppress Su Lang. Moreover, Liang Xiaofei seemed to hold very strong confidence, as if he would definitely stop when he heard of his name. Unfortunately, what? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Liang Xiaofei from the last reincarnation era. Salonghai, sorry, I haven't heard of it. Chapter 1527. I will put the lid on the coffin for you. What? Aren't you a contemporary of mine? Liang Xiaofei's surprised voice came. It doesn't matter, you know it now, our Salonghai is very strong, our four brothers. Su Lang interrupted Liang Xiaofei's words directly, but you just said that you want to thwart me. That's all in a hurry. Liang Xiaofei said in a hurry. I apologize to fellow Taoists here. If we don't know each other, we might as well become brothers. I will protect you from this reincarnation. The battle of reincarnation is very desperate for the people in the exile, especially the strong. A promise that allows people to survive the war of reincarnation without dying is indeed very tempting to those strong in the exile. But the problem is that Su Lang is not a person from exile. And he didn't even think about wanting to go, but to find other ways to leave the exile. If not, he would directly penetrate the exile and return to the boundless universe. Go to the next era of reincarnation. What a joke. Forget it. What age is this? Who dares to trust others casually? Su Lang shook his head, his faint words were desperately ruthless. You. If you kill me, my three brothers will definitely avenge me. Further death without a place to bury. Take a step back and broaden the sky, fellow Taoist, you have figured it out clearly. Liang Xiaofei saw that Su Lang rejected himself so mercilessly, and immediately began to threaten. Don't think about it, you lie down obediently, and I will cover the coffin lid for you. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and the long sword in his hand twisted fiercely. The world is dying, and the heart has no edge to break a sword. With the profound meaning of the universal nirvana, he burst out all the energy in his body instantly, urging the godless soldier heart Zhu Wufeng to condense an unprecedented twisting force. And his mental power has once again condensed into spikes. This is Su Lang's move without leaving any retreat. It has reached the limit level of his life. Whether it is a mental power attack or a twisting power attack, it has fully reached the godless level. Rumble. The terrifying mental power attack and the power of twisting raged like an endless thunder in Liang Xiaofei's body. Do not. Liang Xiaofei let out a heartbreaking desperate roar, his body collapsed, and the ashes disappeared. Ding. You get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, the Daojing of the Supreme Emperor 1, the Life Universe 1, the soul-melting dragon body 10,000, the blood of the godless grade material Tianlong 100, and the evil light dragon leaf 30, blood moon 9 elements jade 50, chasing sun Wenkai ice 63. The lower emperor source 59,856, the superior Shanyuan 125,693,548. The sky rules the riot. The endless bright and distorted colors are like abstract oil paintings covering the sky. The earth has long since turned into a huge pit of unknown depth, like a burial cave for a behemoth. It is in such a picture. Lin Fang and Liang Xiaofei, the two terrifying powerhouses, have completely fallen. It's over. Su Lang let out a sigh, with a relaxed smile on his face. Soon, he immediately used the clone dispatch function to leave this messy battlefield. In the land of exile, the godless grade is already a strong upper class. The outbreak of such a battle is likely to attract the attention of many warriors of the same level. So Su Lang did not want to stay here. In an instant, Su Lang arrived tens of thousands of light years away, and immediately moved on, shifting directions. And Su Lang just left. Some non-god level forces really noticed the movement here. In the far north, in a bizarre moon-white plain, a young man wearing a purple robe with a bald head but a seductive face looked south. It's the direction of Wuxia building. Unexpectedly, a battle of the godless level broke out. That guy Lin Feng didn't know who had provoked him, and he was hit at the door. However, he has the supreme wishful lamp in his hand. Although this godless soldier is very mediocre, it can also protect him from death. Well, I'd better send someone to have a look, Wanyangui. You go. Quote. The bald young man in purple robe gave a faint command, and he became addicted to his own affairs again. Chapter 1528. Who killed the third brother? Yes. Great Emperor Guyu, a fat, strong man with eyes full of urns responded with urns, and then disappeared instantly. Far away to the southeast of Wuxia building, there is a magnificent white gold inlaid building. In a huge white temple. Is there any god level hands-on? Not only are there no soldiers, but there are also real godless players. A muscular man wearing a white gold cloak without a shirt turned his head and glanced at the north, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Immediately after, there was a knight braving golden light and riding a white flying horse appeared in the temple. Go, shining knight, the brawny man in the cloak said, investigate what happened. Yes, master leader. The knight suddenly turned into a platinum meteor and disappeared into the sky. The two forces that were disturbed by the movement of the Wuxia War were the moon-constructing moth clan mentioned by Yu Heng in the Bright Church, of course. Yu Heng had flown from the boundless universe to a place of exile. And she didn't stay here for a long time, so her knowledge was limited, and she didn't know that the godless powers were far more than those she knew. Except for the Guyu Moth and Bright Church. Some people are aware of this battle. And there is more than one, but two. What? Third junior brother, he has fallen. I felt the third junior brother wake up, but soon he fell, and the lifeline was turned to ashes. How come? No, it's not true. The four of us have agreed to make a comeback and sweep the war of reincarnation. Hey, now that the fourth junior brother has not been found, the third junior brother has fallen. Without the third junior brother, we will greatly reduce our combat power. No matter what, we must avenge the third junior brother. After burning the lifeline, we drifted towards the eastern wilderness, and the enemy is there. No matter who killed the third junior brother, I will let him live forever in endless torture. Quote. In a deep sea, two middle-aged men wearing black robes looked at the land of the east wasteland where Wuxia building was located. The expressions on their faces are hideous and distorted, their teeth rattled, their foreheads violently blue veins, and even countless dragon scales flicker all over their bodies. Obviously, they felt endless anger and pain for Liang Xiaofei's death. These two people are the second members of the four dragon seas mentioned by Liang Xiaofei, xianxia and Zhong Wenshan. Songhai, the godless force of the last reincarnation era, has a total of four godless forces, xianxia, Zhong Wenshan, Liang Xiaofei, and Lu Mingxuan. The physiques of the four are exactly the same, and they are all indispensable geniuses with dragon veins. Therefore, he was accepted as a disciple by a super big man with a strong dragon vein and gathered together. But the real goal of that big boss is to nurture them and use the special secret, evil dragon strategy, to swallow them, thereby making a breakthrough. The four of them got along day and night, and they had deep feelings. Later, they succeeded in counterattack and killed the ghostly master, so they got closer. Later, the four people formed the Four Dragon Sea, and developed a secret method based on the evil technique of the Cheap Master. This secret method allows them to fit together and become an individual, so that their combat power soars. After researching this secret method, the four of them are more like one, intimate. Relying on the unconditional trust between the four and the powerful combat power, the four were famous and powerful in the last reincarnation era, but in the last war of reincarnation, they were not fully prepared, so they were defeated and the four were broken up. They were seriously injured and dying. But the four of them all mastered the same life-saving method, deadwood condensation of sources of life, in order to protect themselves, in order to make a comeback in the next life. In this life, xianxia and Zhong Wenshan awakened one after another and joined together. However, Liang Xiaofei and Lu Mingxuan are still banning themselves, not knowing where they are. Che Chunghua and Zhang Wenxian have been looking for two juniors for a long, long time. Unexpectedly, the first news from the third junior brother was terrible news. The endless anger and pain made Che Chunghua and Zhang Wenxian want to vomit blood, and without even thinking about it, they immediately set off for the Eastern Desolation. Chapter 1529. If you are looking for death, don't blame me at the same time. There is no god-level force in the flying sect of the Eastern Desolation. The depths of an underground labyrinth that almost no one is qualified to enter. The transparent walls formed a powerful formation, and the dense black chains blocked a crystal-clear human-shaped emperor body. This crystal-clear emperor body was almost exactly the same as Liang Xiaofei's before, and it was Salong Heilao Lu Mingxuan. Suddenly, a trace of palm print in his hand was wiped out. Senior brother, Emperor Lu Mingxuan trembled fiercely, and there was a drop of fluorescent tears in the corner of his eyes. Okay, something. In the corner of the maze, a quasi-godless white-robed man was puzzled, and he went back and forth to investigate, but found nothing. He looked suspiciously at the other quasi-no-god companions who also guarded here, but found that they had not found anything. Could it be that I feel wrong? The white-robed man touched his chin, and left the incident behind him. At the same time, Su Lang didn't know that his killing of Lin Fang and Liang Xiaofei caused an investigation by two godless forces. There are even two veteran godless powerhouses from the last reincarnation era, who have crossed countless light years in person and chased them with endless hatred. Su Lang is now lying on a cloud, and he is counting the harvest. First of all, Su Lang took out the godless soldier, the supreme Ruyi lamp. Su Lang, die, accompanied by a heart-piercing roar, a group of Yangtsin fiercely killed Su Lang. Lying down, hate me so, Su Lang instantly swung the Xinju Wufeng long sword, blocking the attack of the supreme Ruyi lantern. The consumption of the supreme Ruyi lamp was so serious that almost half of his foot fell to the godless class. Therefore, her attack could no longer cause any threat to Su Lang, who was holding the sword without the edge of the heart. I killed you. The supreme Ruyi lantern did not give up, and even launched another attack. Humph, since you are looking for death, don't blame me. Su Lang instantly activated all available secret methods, waved the sword of Xinju Wufeng with his right hand, and squeezed the lampstand with his left hand. With the help of Xinju Wufeng's sword, Su Lang immediately suppressed the supreme Ruyi lamp. Immediately after, Su Lang directly activated the one-click decomposition function. In an instant, a mysterious force fell on the supreme Ruyi lamp. Ha 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 ha, the last crazy laugh came from the supreme wishful lamp. Kill me, it's boring to live anyway. Ding, the decomposition is successful. You will get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, the soul of the Quasi-Supreme Emperor 10, the soul of the Emperor 1000, the soul of the Emperor Wu 100,000, the godless grade material purifying Ruyi Root 10, Kuchao Emperor Tears. Gold 20, Supreme Yushinyan 30. Great Emperor grade material. Boom. The supreme Ruyi lamp collapsed suddenly and turned into countless materials into Su Lang's storage space. A godless soldier who has experienced many wars of reincarnation, the weapon that countless powerful men dream of, has been turned into raw materials. I don't know if this is seen by those quasi-godless and godless warriors, whether it will be so distressed and curse. Wow, a lot of materials. With the materials obtained from Lin Fang and Liang Xiaofei, I am afraid that my Yudian sword will be promoted. Su Lang's eyes brightened with excitement, and then immediately took out the Yudian sword to try. Unfortunately, there are still not enough materials. But Su Lang was not discouraged. He obtained a lot of low-level materials, more than he collected from all the sites in Wushuang building. Using these low-level materials to synthesize, you can definitely get enough materials. Let it go first. I will be promoted when the materials are synthesized later. Su Lang touched the Yudian sword at his waist and said with a smile. Wow, Xiaoyu was also very excited. The master is so kind to me, I am the master's little baby. Immediately after, Su Lang began to count other gains. The first is the two souls of the Supreme Emperor from Liang Xiaofei and the Supreme Ruyi lamp. The soul of Quasi-Supreme Emperor is already very different. It is a misty villain with a small golden crystal on the center of his eyebrows. The true soul of the Supreme Emperor has undergone great changes. Chapter 1530. Godless Soul and Dao Jing. The structure of the soul of the Supreme Emperor is divided into 3 layers. The first layer is composed of dense red light spots of hazy fog, and the second layer is composed of strands of colorful colors. The third layer is a lonely golden spot, very, very small. However, that small golden light spot is the most dazzling existence in the entire soul of the Supreme Emperor. And through the ability of treasure recognition, Su Lang also recognized the corresponding things of the three-layer structure. The hazy mist composed of the first red light spots was actually the part of the soul that merged with the Emperor's body. The strands of colorful colors on the second layer are the part of the soul that merges with the universe of life. Those 7 colors represent the infinite power of the universe of life, the almost complete power of heaven. The third small but conspicuous golden light spot is the source of the deepest soul. The godless level has perfected the soul-body and soul-space fusion. After completing these 2 paths, the soul has undergone such a change. So, what about the road without God? Xinju Wufeng Long Sword is a godless soldier. The rank of godless grade is named after crossing. Why is it so? Seeing the incomparably marvelous soul of the Supreme Emperor in his hand, Su Lang's heart suddenly appeared one after another. But no one can answer him. Only after the completion of the Return to Nature and No God record, can we know the path and special features of the godless level. Collect the soul of the Supreme Emperor into the storage space. Su Lang took out the Supreme Emperor Dao Jing again. Compared with the crystal clear Great Emperor Dao Jing, the higher level Supreme Emperor Dao Jing looked a little bleak. It looks like an ordinary glass ball, without any rhyme, and it can't trigger any abnormality of rules. Back to basics. One of the essence of godless grade, Liang Xiaofei comprehends too many rules, except for the time rule, almost all other rules are comprehended. Moreover, his condensed roads are 1237. With these avenues as the skeleton and those rules as the flesh and blood, it has been possible to form a perfect closed loop, without revealing a trace of Taoism. Moreover, it is precisely because the rules and avenues he comprehend are sufficient to form a closed loop, and self-contained, enough to condense a godless twisting power. Dao Fa is natural, Dao Fa world, to the end, it really is to transcend outside the universe and form its own rules of heaven and earth. After I have gathered enough avenues, maybe even if I have not entered the godless level, I will be able to rely on the closed loop of the avenues to become one and condense my twisting power. Of course, this kind of power is still a big gap compared to the true godless grade. After all, I haven't even entered the path of soul-body-soul fusion now. Speaking of which, I am also very good. I actually killed a godless level with a quasi-emperor level cultivation realm. Even if the godless grade was seriously injured and just recovered, this is probably the first case since the creation of the infinite universe. While thinking about it, Su Lang smiled happily, and then put the Supreme Emperor Dao Jing into the storage space. This thing is extremely precious, but it is still tasteless to him. Next, Su Lang took out another piece of flesh and blood like wood. The whole body is emerald green, exquisite and transparent, exuding strong vitality. This thing is exactly the fragment of the soul-melting dragon body. The soul-melting dragon body and the soul body of the great emperor should be a kind of treasure. However, both Lin Fang and Liang Xiaofei are special dragon vein warriors, so this kind of soul-melting dragon body fragments were formed. In Su Lang's view, this soul-melting dragon body is simply a natural super pill, and it's the kind of almighty. Used for cultivation can greatly increase the cultivation speed of the great emperor rank powerhouse, and even have a great gain to the soul. Used for healing, it can quickly restore the body and soul injuries of the great emperor, and it can detoxify almost any poison. Finally, it is even used as a bomb to blow people up. Of course it is a waste to bomb people. Chapter 1531. Nearly complete universe of life, my great devouring devil skill can also swallow it. However, I don't want to eat it when I think that these things fall from people. Su Lang twisted his eyebrows tangledly, and finally decided to store it in case of urgent need or use it for other purposes. Next, Su Lang took out another life universe. These miniature sandboxes of life universe are placed in front of them, like soap bubbles. The vast majority of life universes are of ordinary great emperor level and Wu emperor level, and there are thousands of them. Only 10 were quasi-godless life universes, including Lin Fang's. The other is the godless life universe from Liang Xiaofei. Su Lang didn't bother to look at the ordinary life universe. Dispatch the avatar directly, transform into thousands of great emperors, and enter the universe of life to dig for treasures. Almost instantly, a large number of treasure lands entered the storage space, forming pieces of special land, mountains, and even directly accumulating into continents. And Su Lang personally passed 10 quasi-godless life universes. Because Wuxuanglu's Lin Fang and quasi-no-god class both died in battle, so all the creatures in the universe of life died. This saved Su Lang's troubles. Throw the 10 quasi-godless life universes to the clones. Su Lang took the only godless life universe in his hands. Compared with other life universes, this life universe looks unique. It is not like a soap bubble, but like a perfect orb. This universe of life, the rules and avenues that are infinitely close to consummation have formed their own twisted rules, which are faintly independent of the boundless universe. However, if it is placed in the boundless universe, it will still be wiped out for a long time, and will completely return to the boundless universe. Well, let me see what it looks like inside you. Quote. Su Lang played the godless life universe twice, and then used the power of the space avenue to open it. However, Su Lang's face suddenly showed an awkward smile. Because the universe of life doesn't even move. Ahem, it deserves to be a universe of life without a god. It's very different from other ordinary life universes. However, if you want to stop me, you are still a little tender. After all, you no longer have a master. With a soft cough, Su Lang drew the hard absolute blade from his waist. Immediately after, he put a lot of energy recovering pills into his mouth, and coupled with the energy of the sun in the pubic universe, he soon recovered a large amount of innate chi. After the innate anger is enough. Twisting power, open it to me. Su Lang let out a low cry and injected all the innate chi in his body into the sword, condensing it into a twist of force. Wow, under the influence of the twisting force, the godless life universe instantly opened an entrance. Su Lang did not hesitate and immediately dispatched a clone to enter. Immediately afterwards, he used a perfect leaning, and his will came to the clone. In an instant, an extremely spectacular scene appeared before his eyes. This is a very complete universe of life, with a very large and very mature planet of life. The size of this life planet is about the same size as Cicada Dragon Star, 40 times that of Kenglan Star. There are 2 satellites surrounding the planet of life, about the same size as the white moon of the sky shielding star, 1 yin, 1 yang, 1 ice and 1 fire, acting as the moon and the sun. Moreover, the fragments of broken continents are still floating in the surrounding void, shining like stars under the sun and moon. Tisk tut, the universe of life without God is very different. The surface of the planet is covered with a lot of treasures. Theosin, the moon, and the stars are all treasures. The avenue of rules is perfect. Even if Liang Xiaofei fell asleep or was killed, he didn't suffer a devastating blow here. This is an independent and perfect extraordinary world. Quote. Seeing the world in front of him, Su Lang couldn't help but praise him. Chapter 1532. This is a bad omen, it is a bad omen. Although Liang Xiaofei was dead, the life universe was not greatly affected. It only produced very severe phenomena of heaven and earth, and some natural disasters that were not very serious. Su Lang knew at a glance that this was because there was no Heaven's Tao to preside over the avenue rules. In the past, the Tao of Heaven was Liang Xiaofei, who single-handedly led the development of the entire world. But now there is no way of heaven, and the development of the world has completely moved in an unknown direction. Such a pity. The only way for a warrior to become a world of heaven is the world of harmony or the fusion of souls and universes. I cannot enter the universe of other people's lives. I can only guide as far as possible, so that this planet will give birth to the heavenly path I want. Quote. Su Lang thought silently, looking at the surface of the planet. When Liang Xiaofei was killed by Su Lang, he was just in the recovery phase and did not resist at all. Therefore, the creatures in this universe are also alive and well. There are already more than 1 or 2 kinds of wise creatures among these creatures, but more than 10 kinds of wise creatures. Among them are powerful dragon and snake creatures, dragon fighters with thin dragon veins, and spiritual warlocks who practice various different animal transformation techniques in nature, and so on. In addition, there are countless species, countless plants, powerful beasts, weak beasts, and endless fungi and bacteria. They have formed a very complete and stable ecosystem on this living planet. In this time, because of the phenomena of heaven and earth, the whole world was in panic. The world has changed drastically. This is a bad omen, it is a bad omen. In history, this has never happened in our world. There is an abnormal change in the way of heaven, the dragon and the snake rise from the land, the sky is turned upside down, and the sky is about to change. Quote. On the top of the world, in the Tianlong Palace, 4 quasi-no-god level powerhouses stood on high mountains and rocks, their faces full of shock, disbelief, and a trace of sorrow. Do not. The secret of heaven is already unpredictable, the way of heaven is dead. The sect master suddenly sat down. Our Seiya heaven gate is completely finished, and all the mysterious methods we have practiced are invalid. Heaven and earth will no longer have a place for Seiya Tianmen to stand. Quote. In a azure sea, the quasi-godless sect master at Seiya Tianmen station suddenly sat down, causing countless panics. Roar. Ancestral dragon has fallen. The colorful dragon clan is no longer the child of the world, other races will covet our position. But this is also good news. We have been in the emperor state for a long time, but we have not been allowed to go further. And now, a gap has been opened to the door to higher levels. The world has changed drastically, undercurrents are everywhere, and an all-out war is about to break out. Quote. In a wild virgin forest, countless peaks rushed straight into the sky, full of the breath of time. Powerful dragons and snakes with different colors and characteristics of dragons gather together, some are terrified, some reveal surprises and ambitions. Did heaven finally dissipate? Our time has come. This world belongs to all living beings, and should not be monopolized by those with scales and horns and croaking human heads. Our psychic warlock will overthrow all decayed and outdated reigns, let the world return to nature, and return to all creatures. Quote. The light is dim, but the vast underground world. The humanoid intelligent creatures with fair skin and beautiful appearance looked up at the sky wall, and a raging flame rose in their eyes. In addition to Heavenly Dragon Palace, Seiya Heavenly Gate, Colorful Dragon Race, and Soul Warlock, there are also a large number of races who raised their heads in the dark, and their fighting spirit rose instantly. Some races that are too anxious have already started wars against the enemies around them. But this is only a very small number. Most races are quietly laying out, waiting for the timing. The tentacles of the Tianlong Palace and other big forces almost covered the entire world, and the secret fight broke out in an instant, but the fight on the surface had not yet begun. It's really a great world. All the hidden powerhouses in the entire world are ready to move. Su Lang looked down at the whole world, a faint smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. He had already made it clear about the situation and strength level of the entire world. Chapter 1533. All things are free in Frost. The strongest existence in this universe of life is the Emperor. They are quasi-no-god level powerhouses who have completed the fusion of soul and body, but have not entered the stage of soul fusion. Because Liang Xiaofei does not allow such people to exist. Therefore, he didn't release the soul and universe fusion technique, let alone a godless cultivation method. Moreover, under Liang Xiaofei's monitoring, the wisdom races did not dare to study the exercises secretly, they could only admit their fate. Therefore, the perfection of soul-body fusion is the upper limit of this world. But now the ceiling has disappeared. They can study the exercises at will and chase their dreams. And for this world where war is about to break out, Su Lang quickly came up with a solution. Once a full-scale world war breaks out, the world must be scarred. I don't want to talk about the strong races. Even if the weak races don't participate in the war, it is very likely that the whole race will be extinct. Countless years of development may be ruined, which is not desirable. However, now that the world has reached a critical juncture off volcanic eruption, forced suppression is even more undesirable. Perhaps, I can follow the example of Zan Zan and Void Sect, and build a half-virtual and half-real world to guide this planet of life. Quote. Thinking about this, Su Lang immediately used the clone to replace it, and descended into this world as his deity. Soon, Su Lang held his heart absolutely Wufang, and when his thoughts moved, the aura of godlessness spread instantly. In an instant, it was as if a humanoid planet appeared in the sky, and the terrifying power was simply unbelievable. In this breath, the whole world sank slightly, and the boiling creatures fell directly to the ground, shivering. What is this? Such a terrifying breath, comparable to the way of heaven. This is the breath of the heavenly Tao level, whether there is a great existence of God level coming. The way of heaven is dead, and a godless class comparable to the way of heaven comes. What is the connection between the two? What kind of drastic changes will the coming of heavenly Tao level bring to our world? Will the great existence help us overthrow the cruel rule of the ancient forces? Or is he going to accept the surrender of those people and let the world continue to maintain the status quo? The situation is getting more confusing. Quote. As soon as Su Lang appeared, the whole world suddenly became quieter. Countless creatures looked up at the sky, guessing, scared, thinking, and eager, waiting for Su Lang's supreme life and death to control everything. Just in the eyes of everyone, heaven is not benevolent, and everything is a dog. Su Lang's indifferent voice came, I kill the Tao of heaven, and from now on, everything will compete freely in the frost heaven. This statement came out, the whole world was in an uproar. It was this great being who killed heavenly Tao. It is he who liberated us so that we no longer live in the destiny that is destined all the time. It is him who brings us true freedom and beautiful and mysterious unknowns. Knock to the great existence. Quote. Countless creatures were ecstatic and bowed down to Su Lang, and the powerful forces such as the colorful dragon clan showed awe while feeling complicated, obviously. This great existence who slayed heavenly Tao approves of a major reshuffle of the entire world. They, who have been in high positions for a long time, naturally immediately felt a strong crisis. Originally, this world was about to break out of war, but some forces were still very hesitant and might not join the war. But now, with this heavenly Tao level, there must be more forces participating in the war. And at this moment, when the way of heaven is gone, the great world comes. In order to prevent the world's creatures from being overwhelmed and the common people dying, I will establish the Shira realm to fight for the world and the common people. All creatures can enter the Shira realm and fight with a trace of soul power. Even if they fall, they will not hurt their lives. After the war is completely over and the situation is completely stable, the real world will be divided into territories and resources based on the situation in the Asura world. The Asura world will turn the imaginary into reality, become the heaven and earth forever. Those who have a good character, a strong cultivation base and accumulated great merits can enter the heavens, comprehend the supreme way of transformation, and pursue the realm above the emperor. Furthermore, the people of the celestial realm will take charge of the heavenly soldiers based on their cultivation bases and merits, walk the way for the heavens, eliminate the disasters in the human realm, and protect all beings. In order to avoid the corruption of the heavens, every 10,000 years is an epoch, and the heavens are transformed into the Shira realm again and again, endlessly. Su Lang sat in the clouds, overlooking the world. The voice in his mouth was not loud, but it spread throughout the planet of life. Chapter 1534, I will arrange the Shira world. After all beings heard Su Lang's words, they boiled instantly. Oh my God, what a great existence is so kind and compassionate. Even if the Shira realm was specially established for us to fight together, I will not die if I fall in it. Yes, in this way, we can put aside all scruples and fight wholeheartedly. Although we still have to face the powerful colorful dragons and other big forces, the situation is now countless times better. I can unite and work together to overthrow their rule. Not only that, the Shira realm will also be transformed into the heavens, with noble virtues, strong cultivation bases, and great merits to enter. With these people in charge of the heavens, most of the darkness in our human world will dissipate. Yes, the great existence is true and well-intentioned, and our world will become better and better from now on. I want to enter the realm of heaven, comprehend the supreme magic of the path of transformation, control the heavenly soldiers, uphold the will of great existence, and protect the human world. Worship the great existence. Quote. Countless creatures knelt on the ground, praising Su Lang frantically. The big powers such as the colorful dragon clan were also extremely excited and grateful, and even some people instantly threw their power position out of the sky. The supreme magic method of Wadao. The supreme divine art leading to the emperor. Ha 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 ha, I didn't have a choice before, but I must be a good man now. Go to a special battle, I will do good deeds. Yeah, what's the use of power or something? Who wants to go to war on his own? You go to fight, and I'll be by the side to persuade people to save people. Quote. Whether it is the colorful dragon clan, Seiya Tianmen or Tianlong Palace, there is a quasi-no-god level who has abandoned the idea of killing Yingye and is ready to be a good person. Although many of them have many murders. But since they were responsible for those things because they were controlled by Liang Xiaofei's fate, Su Lang did not pursue them, at this time. In terms of merit, everyone is on the same level. Seeing laughter on the planet of life, Su Lang was also very happy. He spent a lot of time doing this, isn't it just to lead the world towards peace and kindness? Moreover, doing so will not make the world lose its competitiveness. On the contrary, it will give the creatures a goal to move forward and promote the continuous development of the world. All beings are quiet. I will arrange the Shira world. Su Lang's faint voice spread throughout the planet. Countless creatures closed their mouths in an instant, waiting for Su Lang to do it with respect and expectation. Immediately after, they saw an unforgettable scene. Su Lang waved his big hand, and the brilliance swept across the sky like meteors, staying at different coordinates in the sky. These brilliances were actually transformed by the Emperor soldiers and the Emperor soldiers. Among them are the 5 Elements series of great soldiers such as Shaohai, Luoyu Mirror, Space Rubik's Cube, and Zhanxian Cannon. And many of the Emperor's soldiers seized from the enemy and specially newly refined by Su Lang. Although the newly refined weapons are not very powerful, they are not bad. Among them are a large number of Emperor soldiers refined with reference to Void Do Chamber, Shuzuan Fang City, and Zanhu Trial Arena. In addition, there are Dinghai Shenzhen, Thunder Hammer, Banana Fan, Zan Shen Ji Yu, Bagua Furnace and so on. The purpose is to correspond to celestial positions such as Lei Gong and Lei Mu, so that they can better hold the celestial duties and maintain peace on earth. Now that the world is in chaos, it is easy to produce natural disasters, and these people in charge of heaven are very easy to come in handy. At this moment, dozens of Emperor soldiers pierced the sky, suspended in the sky, like the brightest stars. When the strong men on the earth saw these weapons, they were stunned and in awe. Because they had never seen so many great Emperor soldiers. The land of exile is relatively barren. Of course, Liang Xiaofei can't leave the materials to the people in the living universe to build weapons. Therefore, the most powerful weapons on this planet are only a few very ordinary great Emperor soldiers, which are refined from the corpses of the strong. The vast majority of great Emperor-level powerhouses can only possess some Emperor-level weapons. Lacking materials, they also formed a tradition of refining certain parts of their bodies into weapons. Chapter 1535, Can Live a Second Life. At this time, everyone was shocked and dizzy when they saw the densely packed high-ranking soldiers. In particular, there are also, Emperor-level, weapons like Luo Yujing, which is incredible. Su Lang laughed at the shock of countless powerful men in the world, and threw the Hua Dao Dao Jing out, and immediately began to arrange the Shira world. A thought is formed. With Su Lang's thoughts, a large number of formations suddenly appeared out of thin air, covering the sky. Then Su Lang used the great Emperor's soldiers as the skeleton, the formation, the countless rules, and the power of the great avenue as flesh and blood, and gradually laid out a world. This world is almost the same as the original, Xuanshuan Arena, and Void Do Room. It even brought Su Lang's innovative spiritual internet, which can promote the great integration of the world, the great cultural integration and so on. But this is not over yet. Li Xinju, a hint of twisting power. Su Lang waved the long sword in his hand, and poured his whole body into it, condensed into a twisting force. Soon, Su Lang's thoughts moved, and the power of twisting submerged into the half-completed Shira realm, becoming the core. This twisting power can only be consumed by the twisting power of the same level. As long as it is not consumed, the Shira realm arranged by Su Lang will always exist. Even if a few skeletons, such as the 5 Elements Emperor's soldiers were removed, it would not have much impact. After the power of twisting became the core, the Asura realm suddenly trembled, from illusion to a lot of clarity, showing a half-virtual and half-real form. In the eyes of countless creatures on the planet of life, a huge and hazy world appears in the sky, which makes people indistinct. But it can be seen that this world is very huge, and the topography is very close to the real-life planet. Countless creatures were stunned instantly. Create the world out of thin air. This is the real power of creation. Immediately, countless creatures worshipped Su Lang and turned into mad fans. However, with Su Lang's order before him, no one dared to speak out, let alone shout an exclamation. The Shira world is complete. All creatures with spiritual power are eligible to enter the Shira realm. You only need to remotely sense the Shira realm with your mental power to enter it. However, after falling inside, you can only enter the next era. Su Lang smiled and waved a big hand. Now, the Shira world is open. With the voice of Su Lang landing, immediately there are a large number of creatures trying to sense the Asura world with mental power. Immediately after, They received a prompt from the spiritual internet, have searched the Asura world, do you want to enter? Enter. A powerful spiritual warlock chose to enter. In the next moment, he found himself appearing in an underground world, which was very similar to the place he had just stayed. Too real. It feels exactly like the human world. I can live a second life here. The psychic touched the tree beside him, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. In addition to this creature warlock, many creatures have entered it. They retained their own strength, and even their weapons were simulated, almost indistinguishable from the real world. Suddenly, a white dragon snake nearly 10,000 meters long slashed across the sky, and the terrifying coercion spread across the ground, making all creatures almost suffocated with horror. However, immediately after they heard the jaw-dropping dragon roar, I am Ao Tang of the colorful dragon clan, in the realm of Emperor Zun. An hour later, I will preach at Zhongbei Mountain. All creatures can come and listen to the sermon without any restrictions. Suddenly, another emperor-class voice spread across the vast land. Ao Tang, you are wicked, who can believe you? The life warlock Mingqiao, the realm of the emperor, will now explain all the profound meanings from the body quenching to the Emperor Wu. Finished talking, this quasi-no-god level powerhouse named Mingqiao actually started preaching loudly, and his voice spread for hundreds of millions of miles. Hiss. This guy, he started talking directly. Ao Tang was sullen, and then said loudly, Mingqiao, your cultivation is shallow, don't make mistakes, shut up, let me talk about it. Chapter 1536. This is almost the same. Finished talking, Ao Tang also began to preach loudly. Suddenly, don't fight between the two. In terms of exercise compatibility, the dragon vein martial artist of our heavenly dragon gate is the closest to all creatures. Let me talk about it. Another quasi-no-god level powerhouse emerged, but it was a dragon vein warrior of the Tianlongmen. You fart. The Great Avenue of the world has the same goal by different routes, and the Great Avenue we talked about is suitable for all living beings. Ao Tang and Mingqiao were originally fighting, but at this time they began to attack the dragon vein warrior in unison. In short, in order to gain great merit, many people have chosen the path of preaching. However, there are also people who choose to help people diagnose their illnesses, guide others in alchemy, instruct others in refining tools, and even help others find Taoists. Those who entered the Shira realm and were preparing to fight saw these people and things, and their faces were immediately bewildered. As Su Lang watched the scenes in the Shira world, the corners of his mouth twitched. Continue like this. When will the situation be determined? Do good deeds in the real world. Now that the traffic transmission network is turned on, everyone can teleport to the designated location, and can only teleport once. The transportation network will be closed in half an hour and a world war will begin. Based on the Asura world situation 10 hours after the start of the battle, divide the real world territory resources. Su Lang rolled his eyes silently and announced the new regulations loudly. This statement came out. The complexion of all the creatures in the Shira world has changed greatly. Immediately after, all creatures gave up what they were holding. They tried to use the teleportation network to go to the designated place, and merge together to form a huge force. In this process, almost no one started, so the fight is not counted now, and it will officially start after half an hour. Quickly. The forces have gathered tremendous fighting power, and the atmosphere in the entire Asura world has become extremely dignified and tense. It's almost. You fight slowly, I have something to do, so I will withdraw first. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, turned and walked into the exit of life universe, muttering slowly, the road is long and long, I will search up and down. The road is long and long, I will search up and down. Countless creatures in the Shira realm immediately trembled when they heard this sentence. Even those great beings are still pursuing the goals in their eyes. I will also use my hands to fight for what I want and fulfill my dream. Quote. The creatures who have been at the bottom for a long time rise up to fight and use their own hands to fight for status and resources. What are the great beings pursuing? What an incredible goal that would be. I just want to enter the heavens. Is this goal too small? The significance of the great existence of the heavens lies in the development of the world. Yes, that is what I should pursue. The battle of the Shira world is a necessary process for the iteration of the world. I should understand this and actively participate in it. However, we can no longer oppress other races for no reason and forever. We must find the races with merits and release water for them. Other races must also leave them a way out. This is what the future master of the heavens should do. Quote. Many powerful emperors had such thoughts. They have already substituted themselves into the identity of the master of the heavens, and have begun to consider the development and growth of the entire world, have to say. Su Lang's strategy was very successful. This godless universe of life will become more and more prosperous. He believes that the strong inside will bring him great benefits. The other side. After Su Lang left the universe of life, he appeared in the world of exile. The pupil of 10,000 worlds. Looking at the godless universe and thousands of other life universes in his hand, Su Lang directly activated the pupil of 10,000 worlds. Anyway, it will not affect the clones to dig out the treasures on the abandoned life planets. Wow, thousands of life universes were divided into 2 equal batches, and they were simultaneously submerged in Su Lang's left and right pupils. They will be irrigated by the rules of Su Lang Dao in Su Lang's pupils, becoming more and more stable. Chapter 1537. The particularly mysterious Big Sun and Sky map at this time. There are 600 universes of life in Su Lang's pupils. They turned into tiny spots of light, adding a lot of luster to Su Lang's deep-eye pupils. Tisk tut, I am alone now, almost everyone can call it a little thousand world. Su Lang smiled brightly, and immediately began to check other gains. A glance at the storage space. With a thought, Su Lang took out the books. These classics are the secret techniques obtained by destroying wuxia. There are simply countless exercises below the immortal level, but for Su Lang at this time, they are basically useless. The emperor-level exercises can be used to synthesize the emperor-level exercises. Try your luck to see if you can synthesize a useful exercise. Well, there are a total of 3,300 newly obtained non-synthetic emperor-level exercises. Tisk tusk, I didn't expect that just a wuxia building could have so many emperor-level techniques. The total amount of the emperor-level exercises I obtained from the 3 worlds of Anshan, Zishan, and Hongtian was only more than 300. It is estimated that only this vast place of exile can a large number of exercises emerge in each cycle. 3,300 emperor-level exercises can be combined into 330 great emperor-level exercises. I hope that there will be something useful in these exercises. Quote. After sighing, Su Lang took a deep breath, as if waiting for the draw, began to synthesize these exercises. Ding. After the synthesis is complete, you will obtain the Great Emperor level technique, Blood Rainbow Crane Secret Technique. Ding. After the synthesis is complete, you will obtain the Great Emperor level technique, the Secret Sutra of Cultivation of Qingyan. Ding. The synthesis is complete, you get. Ding. Accompanied by the sound of the system prompts, a copy of the original Emperor-level exercise method appeared in front of Su Lang. These were originally all odd and strange, containing countless mysterious Taoist rhymes, and the average Great Emperor-level powerhouse would have their eyes straight when they saw it. But Su Lang was a little bored. Because he has practiced enough Great Emperor-level exercises. Various methods have reached the limit of quasi-no-god level. Even if he practiced a lot of Great Emperor-level techniques, the improvement in combat power was very unobvious. Therefore, these Great Emperor-level exercises, which seemed extremely rare to others, were tasteless in Su Lang's eyes, and it was a pity to discard them. In a blink of an eye, 330 Great Emperor-level exercises have all been synthesized. As expected, there is still no practice related to the time rule. Su Lang also knows that the time rules are very powerful, not at this level, so he didn't hold any expectations. Let's see if there are any exercises available. Su Lang slowly took the 330 Great Emperor-level exercises in front of him, and looked over them one by one. Fudo without shadow, it's useless. Secret technique of Changshu Wind Dance. It's useless. Fuji Tianwang Zan Gong. The second name is useless. The secret record of Voldemort. What a sinister method, but unfortunately it is also tasteless. 6 Purifying Axis. A spiritual exercise that can only be practiced by cutting off the 6 roots. More ruthless than the Sunflower Book of Swordsmanship. Lying down. Is there no Great Emperor-level technique that can enter my eyes? After Su Lang passed all the Great Emperor-level exercises, he threw them aside and never looked at it again. Fortunately, the non-chief also has a moment to stand up. A Great Emperor-level exercise technique called Great Sun Haoshan 2 entered Su Lang's eyes. Just looking at the name, you know that this exercise is very powerful. After some reading, Su Lang's eyes shined even more, because this exercise is actually a mysterious exercise closely related to the sun. In fact, There are many exercises related to the sun, and many creatures practice exercises that can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. But this exercise is particularly mysterious. Even in its opening chapter, it even explained the origin of the sun in the endless universe. According to this exercise record, there is actually only one sun in the boundless universe, and that is the boundless sun. Infinite Haori exists in the infinite realm, possessing the most powerful kind of compound heaven in the entire universe. The sun in the center of the rest of the star field is all split from the boundless sun. And the suns of those planets in the star field are mostly the regular avenue projections of the star field sun. The same existence is Wuin Haori and Wuin Deu. The boundless bright moon also differentiated into the moon in each star field, and projected on each planet, sprinkling the essence of the moon. Chapter 1538. This exercise must be practiced. Lying down. No wonder I didn't see the sun in the outer space of Kenglin Star, and there was only one satellite. It was the first time I set foot on the land of Kenglin Star, and the sky was clearly twin moons. Jing Tian Xing, Tian Kan Xing, Dong Zhen, even the dark sky covering the surroundings of powerful planets like Tian Hong Tian, there is also no sun. Only the obscuring star has a huge white moon, but that is not the real moon. Because the white moon does not contain the essence of the moon, it has ample aura, equivalent to another extraordinary planet. The sun and moon of all planets in the star field are the regular avenue projections of the sun and moon in the center of the star field. And the sun and the moon in the center of the star field are the sub-body differentiated from the endless Hao sun and the endless Hao Yu. Sure enough, it is exactly the same as my perception in the solar system a long time ago. The sun and the moon are the basic rules of the universe and one of the most important and powerful avenues. And the sun and the moon in the solar system are probably the sub-body of the infinite Hao sun and the infinite Hao Yu. Lying down, I feel like I have made a lot of money. Quote. After reading the opening chapter of The Great Sun Haotian Picture, Su Lang felt that many of his doubts had been solved. This also made him have greater expectations for this exercise. After reading it carefully, Su Lang finally learned more about it. This exercise has only one function, and that is to absorb and transform the sun's energy to the greatest extent. This ability to absorb and transform is more powerful than innate one qi, with the same function because of professional counterparts. Of course, other aspects of the characteristics are no better than innate qi. Daily Haotian Map is a practice specially created to absorb solar energy. Practitioners can go to the surface of the sun to absorb energy at high depths. As the strength grows stronger, you can even live in the sun and become a creature of the sun. It is not an exaggeration to call it the sun god. Love. This exercise must be practiced. After practicing, the speed at which I can recover my innate qi will increase many times. At that time, the cooling time of the universe annihilation finger will be greatly reduced, and my combat power is equivalent to a lot higher invisibly. Quote. Su Lang smiled excitedly, and put the Great Sun Haotian Picture carefully. Immediately after, he checked other Great Emperor level exercises. Not only the combined exercises, but also the exercises seized from Lin Feng and others. I also read them all. For example, the Book of Emperor Haotian Zhanmu, Yulin Wawang, Deng Yin Zan, Burial Flower Song. And from Liang Xiaofei's godless level exercises, Withered Wood Condensation of Source and Fate, Xie Long Ce, Lian Shu Tian Long Jing. The Emperor level exercises, 9 Dragons Breaking Star Ju, 9 Heavens Royal Dragon Ju, Reincarnation Yongqing Ju, and so on. Nothing can compare to the Dari Hao Tian Tu in the combined exercises. The exercises obtained from Liang Xiaofei's master and apprentice were pretty good. It's a pity that except for Dead Wood Condensation of Origin and Life, Deng Yin Zan, and Reincarnation Eternal Qing Ju, the rest of the exercises must be practiced by the dragon and willow, of course. This harvest is not bad. Among them, Reincarnation Eternal Qing Ju had a great effect on Su Lang. This exercise was created in a place of exile, and its purpose was to cross the reincarnation age with a fleshy body containing endless vitality. A great emperor can obtain countless vitality after completing this exercise. Life expectancy will far exceed the limit of 2 billion years for the great emperor, reaching 2.5 billion years or even longer. This lifespan has approached the lifespan of the newly promoted godless class. Coupled with the godless secret technique of Withered Wood Condensation of the Source of Life, it can greatly delay the attenuation of lifespan and allow the practitioner to live longer. This is also the reason why Liang Xiaofei was able to cultivate to the godless level in the last reincarnation era, and he could live for more than 1 billion years in this era. And these two methods of improving and prolonging lifespan actually have a great relationship with the origin of life and soul. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to improve or delay life. Therefore, for the extremely young Su Lang, the greater effect of these two exercises is to enhance the origin of life and soul. These two sources are more important than the existence of appearances such as vitality, soul, breath of life, and spiritual power. Chapter 1539, 40-level clone dispatch function. These two exercises must also be practiced. Forget it, Deng Yin Zan is not as good as Yinlin Qishou. After some selection, Su Lang added, the Great Sun Haotian Map, Withered Wood Condensation of the Source of Life, and Reincarnation Eternal Qingju, into the list of exercises for the next time. In addition, I also got 3 non-synthetic godless level exercises. If you put together 10, you can, maybe you can synthesize 2 basic exercises. Taking into account the difficulty of synthesizing godless level materials, Su Lang was not sure that 10 godless level exercises would surely be able to synthesize a primordial level exercise. Well, I don't want these useless. The exercises such as, returning to the nature and returning to the godless record, that have just been placed have not been practiced yet. While thinking about it, Su Lang gathered all the exercises into the storage space, and then began to check other gains. Unexpectedly, it was almost counted, only Shanyuan was left. This Liang Xiaofei is also true. He was obviously a big man in the last reincarnation era. He didn't even have the Supreme Emperor's soldiers on his body. He felt that he had lost many billions. While complaining, Su Lang issued an instruction to the system, save all Shanyuan, O and Diwan. Deposit me in the balance. Ding, all Shanyuan Diwan has been deposited. Wow, I saw the number behind the balance grew wildly, reaching a full 10 digits 1.1 billion. Suddenly, ding, the current unit balance is huge, and it has been replaced with a higher level currency unit, the Lower Emperor Yuan. Immediately, the 10's digit suddenly lost 4 digits. The final number is 116,340, the subordinate Emperor Yuan. Diwan, the powerful energy spark condensed only by the martial artist who perfectly merges the soul. Under normal circumstances, only the godless level can the soul and universe blend perfectly. In other words, the source of the things of Diwan is basically condensed by the godless powers. Tisk, it's so precious. Su Lang held a subordinate emperor source, and he kept tweeting. Of course, no matter how precious it is, it must be used. The clone dispatch will be level 40 soon. I don't know what new features will be available. The system, immediately upgrade me the dispatch function of the clone. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and directly issued instructions to the system. Ding, consumption of 100 million superior fairy sources, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 40, the number of clones plus 1, the current number of clones is 40, and the number of clones is 40. Ding, congratulations on upgrading the clone dispatch function to level 40. You have obtained the new bonus function, Xingquan Yunhe. Xingquan Yun. You can specify a certain number of clones or avatars to merge into one. The more clones and avatars, the stronger the merged clone. Note, the combination of stars and clouds does not affect the swallowing clone function, but the clone can only be integrated with the clone, and the avatar can only be integrated with the avatar. Department reminders came one after another, which immediately surprised Su Lang. Lie noisily, the stars and clouds converge. Even the clones and the avatars can merge with each other. Although, this is a magical skill just like Buying's clone. Buying clones have increased in quantity and decreased in quality, and this function is to reduce the number of clones and improve the quality of clones. Moreover, this function does not affect the swallowing clone function, that is to say, even if the clones fuse together, I can swallow the merged clone. Su Lang looked at the description of the new function and couldn't help laughing. Xingquan Yunhe can be seen as a supplementary feature of devouring doppelganger. Before getting this function, the clones' strongest combat power was only the same as Su Lang in their daily state. So in many battle scenes, it can't help. But now it is different. The clones can merge with each other to form a stronger combat power and become a better helper for Su Lang. Moreover, there are other unexpected effects when this function is used well. Beautiful. My system is getting better and better. Amazing, amazing. Su Lang's face was full of crooked smiles, and he was extremely satisfied with the new functions. Chapter 1540. Are you also investigating this war? Immediately after, Su Lang was very happy to refine the fairy-level parts of the super-humanoid weapon. Time passed slowly. Just when Su Lang's leisurely refining parts enjoy the one-key training function to automatically cultivate, and the one-key synthesis function to continuously synthesize materials. Wuxia on the edge of the battlefield. A fat man with eyes full of eyes and a golden knight riding a white flying horse meet unexpectedly. It's you, 10,000 Eyes Ghost. Unexpectedly, your soul-body fusion will complete. The golden shining knight looked surprised, but showed no hostility. Even though he represents the light, and the ghosts with all eyes are evil. At this level, who can distinguish good and evil so clearly? The idea of black and white is too naive. Light, I didn't expect to see you here. The cultivation base is thanks to my master's support. Of course, there is still the power of time. We haven't seen each other for 500 million years. Wanyan Ghost is also not malicious, just like meeting an old friend. Haha, yes. Time flies. Xing Guang smiled bitterly. The time of cultivation is coming to an end day after day and year after year. There are still hundreds of millions of years to live. Wanyangui smiled and said, you have to hurry up and enjoy these wonderful times. The soul stage is not something I can enter, so, I am already enjoying it. My life in the bright church is very comfortable. Ying Guang's face was full of smiles, but his eyes were a little helpless and unwilling. That's already good. Wanyangui shrugged. By the way, I was ordered by my master to investigate the battle here. The master seems to attach great importance to this battle, and deliberately used twisting power to help me on the road. Are you also investigating this war? Xian Guang smiled. Me too, and the leader also attaches great importance to this battle. Okay, it may be because the reincarnation has entered an advanced stage. Wanyangui nodded. So, every time a godless battle becomes very sensitive. I also think so. Yan Guang agreed, and immediately said, not much to say, go and see what happened here. This statement came out. The expressions of the two suddenly became serious, and then they walked together into the battlefield full of energy storms and terrifying rules of vision. The breath here makes me very scared. Ling Guang closed her eyes, feeling the remaining breath around her, and her Velis stood up. The white Pegasus riding under him shook constantly and even began to twitch. It should be known that this flying horse also has a cultivation base of the 7 Great Emperors level, and it seems that it also possesses some special bloodlines, and is a top-notch existence among its peers. This is a godless battlefield. The eyes of the Wanyangui are full of promotion and awe. Even if the godless soldiers are used, it is not a battle at our level. Well, be careful. If there is residual twisting power, we are dead. Ying Guang nodded, and collected the white Pegasus into the universe of life, and then took out an hourglass with the size of a palm. This hourglass was very strange, it was empty, and it didn't contain anything. However, it is a quasi-no ***** soldier. Comb the cloud hourglass. I didn't expect you to have this weapon now. 10,000 Eyes Ghost laughed and said, with it, I can sit back and enjoy what I have done, thank you very much. I hope I can get useful information. Zhan Guang smiled. Soon, under the gaze of 10,000 Eyes Ghost, Ling Guang uses an hourglass to collect a lot of things in the battlefield, including energy, breath, rules, land, air, and so on. Basically everything was collected and put into the Comb Cloud Hourglass. Immediately after, Comb the Cloud Hourglass, sick. Hang Guang pinched the tactics with both hands, and the golden light merged into the Comb Cloud Hourglass, followed by infinite Yuan. The Comb Cloud Hourglass immediately began to move. Under the action of golden lights, all the objects in the upper part of the hourglass began to desert and gradually fell into the lower part. These sand grains that entered the lower half of the hourglass turned into strands of different colors. Ying Guang stared at these strands of colors, her eyes flickering, as if she was calculating something. After a while, everything in the upper half of the hourglass fell to the lower half. Chapter 1541. The person who killed Lin Feng is really scary, how about it? Do you see anything? Wanyangui asked expectantly. Inferred. The Wuxia original poster fought a life and death battle with another great power who entered the stage of soul fusion. Both of them held godless soldiers, and there was more than one confrontation. Finally, the Wushuang poster fell. The more Xing Guang said, the more his voice trembled. The Wushuang poster has fallen. How is this possible? Wushuang poster Lin Fang has a godless soldier, how could he fall? Even if he can't beat him, he won't be lost. Wanyangui's face is full of disbelief, and the dense eyeballs on his body are all widening, almost bursting out. I can't believe it either. However, the information I deduced is that the original Wushuang poster has fallen. Yan Guang's face was also full of horror. Or, should you try again? This result is really incredible, I'll try it. Wanyangui nodded, and suddenly all the eyes on his body were massive, ejecting countless months of white light. These rays of light carry a very powerful insight ability and seem to be able to perceive everything, but the consumption of using this ability is terrifying, and the 10,000-eyed ghost only has to use it for a short while before it has to stop. How about it? Xu Guang asked immediately. Indeed, it really fell. Wanyangui took a deep breath, his eyes trembling all over. Lin Fang, who claims to be unparalleled in the world and in charge of the Supreme Wishful Lantern, really fell. My goodness, Lin Fang really fell. He is not much worse than our master. Shiguang took a cold breath. Such a strong man was killed by a warrior of the same level, it is incredible. The person who killed Lin Fang is really terrifying. However, he should have paid a great price. Wanyangui continued, I can feel that the world is filled with a vast and majestic breath and energy that bursts out instantly. It should be that unknown powerhouse who has used an incredible secret technique. This statement came out. Zhan Guang nodded in agreement. Even if you can't feel the sudden burst of breath, you can guess this. Okay. This existence should be seriously injured, and it is not impossible that it is even near death. Wan Jingui looked solemn. Let's go elsewhere to see if there are new clues. I will continue to investigate here. Ling Guang thought for a moment. You go outside to find those survivors in Wushuang building to investigate. Pretty good idea. Then we make an appointment. Wanyangui smiled. After an hour, gather at the place where you met before. It is good. Ying Guang nodded immediately. Soon, the Wanyan ghost left the battlefield and went around to search for the surviving strong. Xu Guang continued to investigate in the battlefield with a cone cloud hourglass. An hour later, the two met at the place where they first met. I only got the purer aura from the mysterious powerhouse. Xin Guang's face was a little embarrassed. There is no more information other than that. Where is your side? I learned that the Wushuang original poster did not have any hatred against any powerful person of the same level. Moreover, the mysterious strong man appeared suddenly, and the scope of his actions is also very narrow. I think that mysterious strong man may have flown here from the boundless universe. Ling Guang, you also know that the powerhouses in the boundless universe are very rich. I guess Wushuang's original poster coveted the other party's wealth and provoked the other party, but was killed instead. Wanyangui seriously analyzed it and really guessed part of the truth. In this case, your guess is very possible. Shi Guang nodded in a groan. Now the information collected is almost the same, it's time to go back. Haha, then see you next time. Wanyangui and Ling Guang greeted him, and the streamer disappeared into the sky. Xu Guang also hurried to Guangming Church immediately. Of course, they don't wait until they return to their lair to report the information. Such important events must be reported immediately. Therefore, as soon as they set off, Ling Guang and Wanyangui reported the results of their investigations to the leader of Guangming and Emperor Guyu respectively. And the two are far apart. After receiving the news, the big brothers suddenly stood up together. Chapter 1542, My two teamed. Up to kill this dog. What? The person who fought with Lin Fang is suspected to be a strong man who just came from the boundless universe. Moreover, that fellow Lin Fang was actually beheaded. It's impossible. Although Lin Fang is a rising star, how could he be so easily defeated when he is in charge of the Supreme Ruyi Lantern? The last time this existence fell, it was 500 million years ago. Quote. In the eerie moon-white plain, the bald head is bright, the face is charming, and the Emperor Guyu is shocked, at the same time. Light, are you sure the results of the investigation are correct? Lin Fang himself has dragon veins, and he has no soldiers, how could he die so easily? In addition, that mysterious strong man really fell from the boundless universe to the exile. Quote. In the southeast, in the White Temple, the Guangming leader wearing a platinum cloak narrowed his eyes, and a golden long sword in his hand waved gently. Although both Emperor Guyu and Guangming hierarch expressed disbelief, however, they still trust their henchman very much, so the two have accepted this result from the bottom of their hearts and began to think about what countermeasures they should make. According to the survey results, Lin Fang completely fell in that great battle, but that mysterious emperor was absolutely uncomfortable. Just judging from the huge surging energy torrent, you can be sure that the mysterious great emperor has definitely exhausted his cards and tried his best. Lin Fang is not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered without resistance. He must have done damage to that mysterious emperor during the war. In other words, the great emperor is now very likely to be seriously injured, and consume all of his energy. Even the creatures in the universe of life have been squeezed clean. As a result, the current state of this mysterious emperor must be the weakest moment in his life. This is a great time. Quote. The bald-headed Emperor Guyu hooked his mouth, revealing a coquettish smile. The land of the southeast. In the White Temple, the speculation of the leader of Guangming is similar to that of Emperor Guyu. The mysterious emperor is very weak now, and his combat power has fallen to the bottom. After killing Lin Fang, he should have left the battlefield immediately, but he couldn't leave too far. He needs healing and needs to recover. And he comes from the boundless universe, and he killed Lin Fang. There must be so many good things on him. Aside from anything else, this person has a godless soldier. After killing Lin Fang, he must have taken the supreme wishful lamp. These two weapons alone are infinitely valuable. This is a great opportunity. If I get something good from him, I will definitely be able to go further. However, this person can kill Lin Fang. Even if he is seriously injured, he must not be underestimated. He may not be able to beat me, but he is likely to have the ability to escape. If I want to make sure that he can't escape, I must find a helper. Xian Guang said that he encountered the 10,000-eyed ghost, Go Yu's subordinate. Then Go Yu will definitely be interested in that strong man. Rather than being hostile to each other for the prey and letting the prey escape, it is better to join forces to kill the prey first and then discuss the distribution of benefits. The leader of Guangming thought so and immediately contacted Emperor Guyu with mysterious means. Friends of the Moon. It turns out to be a fellow Guangming Taoist. What does fellow Taoist think of the invading power who killed Lin Fang? Although Taoist Lin Fang has a lot of friendship with me, he is still a Taoist friend of mine. Now that he is dead, he naturally wants to avenge him. I also have this intention. The existence of that deity will slaughter as soon as it appears. In order to avoid the exile, this person must be removed. Yes, I have collected a breath of that person from here, and the person's location has been determined. He is 17 million light years away and is already close to the eastern border of the exile. Even so far, he was almost about to enter the unknown time and space. It seems that he must have used some kind of secret technique to run so far, but it is a pity that fellow Taoist is better, and he can find the position of that person in one go. HMPH, this person is close to the east edge. As long as I wait for him to surround him, he will have no escape. Then I too will join forces to kill this scorpion, to eliminate the harm from the heaven and the earth. After the event is over, I want the supreme wishful lamp. Chapter 1543, A Crossing of Godless Soldier Yutian Sword. The two tycoons who ruled over millions of light years quickly set the tone, positioning Su Lang as a foreign invader and agreed to crusade. As for time, it is now. For the leader of Guangming and Emperor Guyu, it is natural to take advantage of the emptiness to attack Su Lang. Therefore, without further ado, the two of them set off before Ling Guang and Wanyangui returned. At the same time, two more terrifying powers also came together. Che Chunghua and Zhang Wenshan, with full of killing intent, are bound to make Su Lang pay the heaviest price. Of course, the distance between these two people is farther. Even if they were truly godless great and even godless weapons, it would not be possible for them to cross such a long distance in a short time to reach Su Lang. And just as a great power of terror has been killed, Su Lang was still practicing leisurely. To be precise, it is refining fairy-level parts in various poses. By the way, let the one-key practice function move by itself, and save countless cultivation skills for yourself. It's just that the cultivating villain in the mysterious space is always golden. Su Lang didn't know how many cultivation bases he had accumulated that would allow him to break through from the quasi-Great Emperor to the realm of the Great Emperor. Although it looks a lot, but it's not enough. Not only does it require countless cultivation skills to condense the avenue, There is also Aiden Realms as one, which also needs a lot of cultivation base. I have to break through, from a great emperor to a quasi-no god, from a quasi-no god to a godless. Even if these are all completed, we still need to help Chu Xiaobei and the others improve, otherwise, with their cultivation as the realm, their life expectancy will be less than a fraction of mine. Oh, if I'm not so poor, if I can get rich overnight, the one key practice function can be upgraded to a higher level. Quote. Su Lang changed from lying on his side to lying on his back, but he still didn't feel fast enough for the one key practice function. Suddenly. Ding. After the synthesis is completed, you will get godless grade material, Mountain Destructive Milk 1. This system prompt surprised Su Lang's expression and instantly bounced off the ground. This is the last material needed to evolve the Yudian sword. Ha 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 ha, the materials are finally ready, I can finally evolve the Yudian sword. Su Lang's eyes lighted up, and immediately put away the various immortal parts and cauldrons all over the floor. Soon, he took out the Yudian sword again, placed it in his palm, and stroked the sword lightly. This baby weapon can be upgraded again. The host, why are you looking at me so excited? Ah, don't touch me, master, you are so bad, I like it. Quote. Xiaoyu's shy and infinite pomp came from the Yudian sword, and I don't know what he thought Su Lang was doing. Ahem, Xiaoyu, be quiet, I will not do anything indescribable to weapons. Su Lang rolled his eyes silently. In addition, you are now mentally prepared, I will help you promote to godless level. Really? Wow, Xiaoyu is so happy. Xiaoyu was promoted to the quasi-no god level not long ago, and now he is going to be promoted to the non-god level again, great. Master, Xiaoyu is ready, master, come on. Xiaoyu heard Su Lang say that he was going to be promoted for herself, and she became even more excited, even her voice trembled slightly. Stop it, be serious. Su Lang took a deep breath, the expression on his face gradually calmed down, as if he were calm. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu also suppressed the restless mood, slowly calming down. After a while, system. Su Lang opened his eyes and gave instructions, keep the characteristics of defensive breaking dead, god slashing, and indestructible, and evolve the Yudian sword into the supreme soldier. Ding. Consumption of godless grade material Tianxiao extremely cold jade 1, mountain destroying milk 1, mysterious demon sky yu gold 10, and vein sealing Yulin bone 10. Great emperor level refining materials. Quasi great soul 8, great emperor 100, woody soul 100,000. The Yudian sword evolved into a soldier of the supreme emperor. Chapter 1544. The law of true incense is terrifying in a flash. A splendid brilliance glided across Yudian Zhangjian. Where Guanghua passed, the sword body was completely new, showing a completely different texture. When Guanghua disappeared completely, seeing that all over the sword body, the lines that turned the entire Yudian sword into jet black began to fade quickly. Exactly. It was gathered in the eyes of the sword grid. It was as if those two eyes in the sword grid were constantly devouring those black lines, quickly. The whole body is pitch black, and the Yudian sword, which is completely invisible in the dark, becomes pure white with a crystal clear feeling. A trace of terrifying energy flow is faintly visible in the sword body. Once it breaks out, it is enough to destroy the world. Wow, master, Xiaoyu's body has turned white into a crystal clear white, so beautiful. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu no longer has to worry about being dark. Xiaoyu, who found that she had changed, was extremely excited in an instant. Yes, it's back to white. I remember you were white from the beginning, this is also a return to the basics. Su Lang stroked the crystal clear blade with a feeling of coldness. However, the hilt of the sword gives people a delicate and soft feeling, which is very close and full in the hand, at this time. Master, Xiaoyu is so happy, Xiaoyu loves you. Qiling Xiaoyu flew out of his body with excitement, and rushed to Su Lang's face. Suddenly, a good smell came over. Followed by that, there is the tenderness that makes the mind rippling. I go. Su Lang's eyes widened immediately. Could it be that this is the legendary facial cleanser? Ha ha, is the master stunned? Xiaoyu laughed loudly. It seems that the master is very satisfied with Xiaoyu who has flesh and blood. Cough. Hurry down, come down. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, coughed lightly, and placed Xiaoyu upright in front of him. At the same time, he said silently in his heart, the law of true fragrance is so terrifying. Su Lang looked at Xiaoyu after the promotion. However, Xiaoyu's image has not changed much. She is still the image of a fair-skinned girl in a large black robe. The pretty face is made of powder and jade, the vermilion lips are like cherry blossoms, the white teeth are looming, the eyebrows are like distant mountains and daisies, and the eyes resemble the horizontal waves of autumn water. Dye-colored straight hair is as smooth as a waterfall, reaching the waist and hips. A pair of small hands are velvety white and slender as if boneless. The collarbone in the collar is slender and beautiful and white. The black robe in the heart seems to be full of fragrance and round. The jade feet under the robe are exquisite and pink, as jewels. However, there is no longer a trace of unreal illusion. Standing in front of her was a lively young girl with flesh and soul. Not bad. Su Lang smiled brightly. Congratulations, Xiaoyu, you are finally an adult. Master will use it now. There was a smile in Xiaoyu's thrilling eyes. Go, don't tease me. Su Lang rolled his eyes, and he immediately heard Xiaoyu teasing him. It's obviously a pervert who controls everything. Forget it, Xiaoyu is waiting for the master to use it anytime. Xiaoyu made a face at Su Lang, and then returned to the sword. This is too skinny. Su Lang helplessly spread his hands. This Nizi is so instinctive, she has a lot of poems, she is really unsaved. Of course, there is no need to save, anyway, Xiaoyu is only doing this to him, and there is only one word for others, kill. Immediately after, Su Lang began to check the characteristics of Yudian sword after its evolution. The three characteristics of breaking defense are death, slashing god, and indestructible have reached the godless level. Among them, the strongest is the breaking defense and death feature. This feature actually has two capabilities. The first ability is breaking defense, which gives Yudian sword a super strong ability to break defenses. Don't even want to defend against the soldiers of the same level. Even the soldiers of the Urdu Supreme Emperor could not defend against Yudian sword for a long time without the power of twisting. The second ability is immediate death. Once the Yudian sword breaks through the physical defenses, even if it's just cut out a trace of wounds, you don't want to live. Chapter 1545. Unkind Chaser. It should be the characteristic of indestructible that ranks after breaking defenses and death. The indestructible characteristics make Yudian sword difficult to damage, which is very important in leapfrog battles. The last, God Slash, feature is actually a supplementary feature of break the defense and die. Because it is usually activated when the enemy is beheaded and the soul wants to escape, it can kill the enemy's soul and destroy its deity. This ability has now been greatly improved, even if the opponent is the Emperor of Incense, and has prepared countless incense recovery methods, it is useless. Because a god slashing is already like a sword without the edge of the heart, it can kill the soul source. Moreover, Yudian sword can also condense the power of distortion, and because the level of Yudian sword is higher than Xinju Wufeng, the condensed twisting power is more and stronger. Of course, it's not that the mind that has evolved with a lot of materials is useless. Xinju Wufeng's mental attack ability is stronger than Yudian sword's god slashing characteristic. Because he can get Su Lang's mental power perfusion enhancement, the Yudian sword's god slashing feature is activated by itself. Therefore, Yudian sword's specialty lies in physical attacks, and Xinju Wufeng's specialty lies in spiritual attacks. The conflict between the two is very small. In addition, Xinju Wufeng can condense the power of distortion, which is an absolute weapon. When fighting, you can use the Yudian sword to condense the power of distortion, and at the same time condense the second power of distortion with your heart. Double the twisting power, double the powerful attack, it is not too fragrant. Beautiful. There is only one defensive godless soldier in terms of weapons. When the materials are enough, I will promote the heavenly 8-edged shield. This guy's characteristics are against the sky, but his level is a little bit low, and it's not used in many cases. It's a pity. While thinking about it, Su Lang hung the Yudian sword around his waist, and he was about to continue refining fairy-level parts. However, the Yudian sword suddenly became smaller and flew up, tying Su Lang's hair together into a bun. What? Su Lang's expression moved, and he smiled. Xiaoyu, you actually helped me tie my hair, so sweet. Xiaoyu loves her master the most. Xiaoyu smiled happily, but said in her heart, Ben Guliang shouldn't be hung around her waist like Li Xinju. Even if one person can't do it, I want to be higher. By the way, it's so comfortable to make a nest with the owner's hair. Ah, I can't stand it. Su Lang didn't know that Xiaoyu was extremely happy on his head. He took out the cauldron and the materials, and practiced the fairy-level parts of the super-humanoid weapon. Soul-body perfect fusion can reach the level of quasi-no-god. A single part of a super-humanoid weapon is a cell, and it is a cell containing aura, which is equivalent to a perfect fusion of soul and cell. In other words, when the super-humanoid weapon is completed, it will at least be an emperor soldier of the perfect soul-body fusion level. Well, this is just the worst guess, maybe it can reach a higher level. Quote. With strong expectations, Su Lang kept refining parts. Time passed slowly. When the 40,000th part was refined by Su Lang, rumble, the world suddenly changed. A ripple traverses the sky, sealing all the sky and the earth around the 100,000 light-year area. What forms the seal is a stream of boundless energy and two strong twisting forces. At first glance, it is clear that this is a sealing method that has been deployed for a long time. Such a powerful seal, even the godless grade would take a lot of hands and feet to break. Ha ha, someone actually did something to me. This force, a twisting force, no god. In other words, it is a quasi-godless class with a godless soldier. It seems that the previous battle really attracted the attention of many people. Someone has chased them directly, and I don't know what it is to Lin Fang. Quote. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Although the opponent was bad and well prepared, he was not worried at all. He even collected everything slowly before flying into the air. Chapter 1546. There is no reason to sin suddenly. Two streamers, one from the north and the other from the south, pierced the sky, turning into two men exuding a sense of terror. One had a bald purple robe, a charming face, and even the corners of his eyes were painted with pink rouge. One is sturdy, with a fortified face, wearing a white gold cloak, like a resurrected god of war. Who are these two people if they are not Emperor Guyu and the leader of Guangming? They hurriedly found Su Lang and arranged a seal barrier before they appeared. Vertical. It's you, who killed Taoist Lin Fang in Wushuanglo. You are the scourge of the boundless universe, you have been banished here without stopping, you even want to kill, really no one can kill you. The purple-robed bald-headed Emperor Guyu glared at Su Lang, and yelled constantly. If he hadn't pinched the orchid finger, he would still be somewhat domineering. Tisk tisk, it's really rare to see a quasi-god-level mother cannon. Su Lang dismissed it with a smile, sarcastically, and opened the person's attribute panel by the way. Name: Huaishanlu race, Moonhawk Moth qualification level, excellent realm level, quasi-supreme emperor attack level, quasi-no-god level plus defensive level, quasi-no-god level plus shenfa level, quasi-no-god level plus endurance level, quasi-no-god level plus spirit level, realm of broken nirvana plus mastering the exercises, constructing the Moon Heaven Sutra, Ziyu Ju Ming Sutra Emperor level, consummation Purple Moon Imperial Heart Sutra Emperor level, consummation Cocoon Moth Transformation Emperor level, consummation Gu Feng Yuan Gu Great Emperor level, consummation. It can be seen that this person is indeed better than Lin Fang. And just when Su Lang was completely satisfied with the strength of Huaishanlu. You thief! Our eastern wasteland has been peaceful for a long time, but you have ignited the flames of war, spreading millions of light years, causing deaths and injuries, and also beheading the guard Lin Fang. Are you convicted? The leader of Guangming in a naked cloak looked down at Su Lang, with a grand-sounding face full of justice. Ha ha, why do you want to commit a crime? It seems that you are also coveting the treasures of my wealth. Su Lang faced two enemies that were a bit stronger than Lin Fang, still calm. Simultaneously, he also glanced at the attribute panel of the leader of Guangming. This person's name is Cheng Yangjun, and his 5-dimensional attributes are exactly the same as those of Huaishan Tower. He has mastered the techniques of Mingshan Lian, 4 Secrets of Guangming Mantra, and Shuangguang Yao Tianzhou. Humph, Hu is so quibble. Huaishanlu's slender eyes narrowed into a slit. We must avenge Lin Fang today. Not bad, Cheng Yangjun sneered, you can sign up for your name before you die. Even if you die, you won't be considered as an unknown person. Tisk tut, the two little praying mantises with their teeth and claws are really good for me. Su Lang still looked indifferent. I don't know that he will be easily crushed to death soon. Ha ha, you fought Lin Fang, the price paid is not small. Look at your current state, Ha ha ha, it's only slightly stronger than the average quasi-no-god class. In your state, you dare to crush the two of me without embarrassment, you are scared. Huatian Tower looked down at Su Lang condescendingly, with a sneer on his face. The reason why they did not attack from the beginning was to determine Su Lang's status and strength. At this time, after several conversations, the two have completely determined the fact of Su Lang's weakness. Humph, enough time for you to leave last words. Since you don't want to say your name, then we will kill you as an ant. Cheng Yangjun let out a cold snort, squeezed his right hand fiercely, and a golden thin sword appeared out of thin air. Although the breath of this golden rapier was not revealed because of the return to nature. But Su Lang possesses treasure recognition, and he still sees at a glance that this sword is named Bright Sword, and it is a soldier of the Supreme Emperor. On the contrary, Hua Tianlu and Cheng Yangjun didn't realize that the misty energy sword on Su Lang's waist and the hairpin on his hair were godless soldiers. Ha ha, two dead people are not qualified to know my name. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and instantly activated the system function, swallow the clone, the stars gather together. Chapter 1547, Do you feel a little frightened? Boom, an incomparably vast aura rose from Su Lang's body. It's like 100,000 nuclear bombs exploding violently centered on Su Lang. The terrifying aura and biting aura slammed the Huatianlu and Cheng Yangjun, instantly changing their complexion. They had planned to make a move, but at this time they trembled and withdrew the ultimate move with extreme vigilance. What, this child actually has this kind of secret technique, instantly recovering to its peak. No, this kind of aura is so terrifying, it's infinitely close to the godless level, and it's definitely not my ability to resist directly. Hua Tianlu's face was horrified, and his whole body was tense and extremely nervous. Huatianlu, what are you afraid of? Do you think he can have this kind of horrible breath? It's just a bluff. Moreover, how long can he sustain a severely injured state in this state? It's just a dying struggle. The expression on Cheng Yangjun's face solidified for an instant, before turning into a sneer again. After hearing what Cheng Yangjun said, Huatianlu also felt reasonable, and his face suddenly eased. Suddenly, even more shocking things happened. Haha, one by one, the avatars that looked exactly the same as Su Lang appeared, and the quasi-godless aura permeated the whole world. 40 quasi-godless clones. Huatianlu's eyes were about to stare out. There is such a terrifying avatar technique under the sky. Awesome, really awesome. Such a secret technique is definitely a godless secret technique. HMPH, it's a pity that these clones are still not strong enough. Some gaps cannot be made up by numbers. Cheng Yangjun also showed shock on his face, and then endless greed rose in his eyes, but the greedy color on his face completely solidified in the next instant. Because the 40 clones actually merged into one in an instant. A more terrifying aura than Su Lang's deity unfolded, causing the whole world to tremble fiercely. At this moment, Su Lang and the avatar alone, like the ancient giants that existed since the beginning of the world, everything would be easily crushed. How can that be? What level of secret technique is this? Could it be that this is the legendary 2 basic secret technique? Huatianlu was so shocked that he said incoherently, "No, it's impossible. How can the quasi-no-god level master the secret art of the beginning level?" Huatianlu, don't mess around with yourself. That said, this son is just a bluff. Otherwise, would he be seriously injured in the previous battle and fall to the perfection of his soul? Cheng Yangjun also felt that the vellus hair was standing upright, but he did not believe that Su Lang's method was real. Yes, Zuzi, your strategy has been thoroughly penetrated by us. If you want to scare us away, you are just dreaming. Hua Tianlu snorted coldly, and was so ashamed that he was scared before, so angry. Tisk tut, you can really comfort yourself. Su Lang smiled contemptuously, his heart moved, and the sword at his waist was sent to the clone through the system function, item transfer. Soon, Su Lang and Doppelganger held a godless class-long sword, and poured in with one breath. Suddenly, the godless aura overwhelmed the sky, covering Hua Tianlu and Cheng Yangjun. What? 2 godless longswords? Huatianlu and Chengyang were astonished as thunder. They never expected that Su Lang would have 2 godless longswords. A bad feeling began to spread in my heart. Do you feel a little frightened? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched and he sneered, if you two kneel down and beg for mercy now, and give up your wealth, maybe I can spare you not to die. This statement came out. Hua Tianlu and Cheng Yangjun looked at each other, a trace of warfare gradually replaced the expression of horror. Beg for mercy. I have lived as Yangjun for 1.6 billion years. It's always been someone begging me for mercy, and today is no exception. Cheng Yangjun gritted his teeth. He felt deeply offended. Not bad, although you have 2 godless soldiers, can you hold it? Everything about you is a bubble on the water, it will be broken with one prick, it is you who should beg for mercy. Hua Tianlu also felt that he was deeply insulted, and his body was rising, and he was on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 1548, Cheng Yangjun Hua Tianlu, die. The opportunity has already been given to you. In that case, I will send you on the road. Su Lang's voice was as indifferent as snow, and together with the clone, instantly displayed all the secret techniques that could be activated. Without shackles, drink the sea of stars. The inner world of the 10 directions, shattered the world. Kunlun is invisible, hidden scales hunt west. The world dies, the power of twisting. Yutian break a sword, kill. As the horror aura rose, Su Lang directly slammed in front of Cheng Yangjun. What? How can that be? Cheng Yangjun trembled fiercely, his pupils suddenly shrunk like needles, and the color of horror shot out hard to hide. But, countless years of combat experience still made him instinctively lift the bright sword, and all his whole cards burst out in an instant. The light sword, in his hand trembled violently, condensing a powerful twisting force. However, the next moment, even more terrifying twisting power strikes fiercely, destroying them all. Puff! The Yutian sword pierced directly into the center of Yangjun's eyebrows, and it was triggered by the defensive and god-slashing characteristics, killing him instantly. How is this possible? There was a low cry of horror from the bright sword, and in the next instant it was taken away by a mysterious force. Ding! You get the soul of Quasi-Supreme Emperor 1, Quasi-Supreme Emperor Daojing 1, Life Universe 1, Light Emperor Body Fragment 1245, Supreme Emperor's Soldier Bright Sword 1, and God-level material Bright Emperor Heart 10, Starlight Magic Silk 12. Superior Shanyuan 383,859,145, at the same time. The other side, desperately guard the heart, transform the cocoon moth. Huishenlu is also full of cards, turned into amethyst moths that cover the sky, and even more terrifying mental power attacks. His mental power attack is almost impossible to guard against at this stage of the quasi-no-god level, and it is terrifying. But in front of the avatar of Su Lang, who is holding the sword of Shinju Wufeng, he is not even worthy of carrying shoes. Just a sword, Huatian Tower was killed by Su Lang clone, and the huge body instantly fell apart. Ding! You get the soul of Quasi-Supreme Emperor 1, Quasi-Supreme Emperor Daojing 1, Life Universe 1, Moon Emperor Body Fragment 1166, Supreme Emperor's Weaponry Moon Mother Nest 1, No God Level Material Sky Moth Scale 10, 99 Cloud Sky Gold 10. Superior Shanyuan 563,248,963. The sound of the system came, representing the complete fall of the 2 quasi-no-god level overlords who ruled for millions of light years. They didn't have the slightest resistance in Su Lang's hands. Waste! Su Lang curled his lips in disdain. It has to be said that Cheng Yangjun and Hua Tianlu are simply too weak compared to Lin Feng, who combined Liang Xiaofei's body, of course. They were killed by a single sword. There is also the reason that Su Lang's first trick is to use all his cards. With the profound meaning of the world's annihilation, everything was consumed at once, forming Su Lang's most extreme attack. If this can't kill Cheng Yangjun and Huishenlu with a single sword, then Su Lang should trigger death instead. Damn, I'm exhausted again in one breath. If I have finished training the Great Sun Haoshan map, now, I will be able to recover energy faster. Su Lang curled his mouth, and immediately ingested 2 breaths from the air. It was Cheng Yangjun and Huishenlu. These 2 guys dared to hit his idea, and wanted to take advantage of the vein to kill and win the treasure. This is not something you can expose when you die. It must be cut and rooted, and all its forces must be wiped out to avoid resurgence. One-click treasure hunt. When Su Lang thought, 2 treasure-hunting flying gliders appeared. Squeak! The 2 treasure-hunting flying gliders took in a breath, and then flew in the north and south directions respectively. Clone dispatch. Su Lang immediately sent a clone to explore the past in the north and south. Time passed slowly. While regaining energy, Su Lang watched the avatar sent out. Not long, Li Shenyang and the other clone arrived at Guyu Tianchao and Guangming Temple respectively, that is, the old nests of Huishanlu and Cheng Yangjun. But seeing that Guyu Tianchao had fallen and scattered, he obviously knew the news of the fall of Huishanlu. A large number of powerful men fleeing with countless treasures, and there are even those who take advantage of the fire to rob. The leader, a guy named Wanyangui, even robbed the entire treasure house of the moon-constructed sky nest. Chapter 1549, the 12th System Function. These are the Master's treasures. You want to run away after snatching the Master's baby? Even you yourself are the Master's spoils. Give me death. Li Shenyang sneered coldly, and then broke out one by one, killing the 10,000-eyed ghost and the quasi-no-god level all. Immediately afterwards, 100 shadows clone transformed into hundreds of powerful men, slaughtering all those who took advantage of the fire. Relatively speaking, the Temple of Light appears to be much more orderly. After Cheng Yangjun fell, the divine fire in their temple went out. Therefore, all people in the Temple of Light knew about Cheng Yangjun's death. But they did not escape. On the contrary, under the leadership of the Light Knight, the expressions of grief and determination gathered together, and they fought against Su Lang's clone with all their heart and soul, of course. Although their courage is commendable, everything is useless. Su Lang sent the clone offshing Quan Yunhe over, and slapped them all to death. Next, it is the carnival of the treasure-hunting flying gliders. Although Cheng Yangjun and Huishan Tower do not have Lin Fangqiang, they have a longer history and a deeper heritage. This can be seen from the fact that they have a lot more superior Shanyuan than Lin Fang. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, most of the day passed. Su Lang once again searched countless training resources, and beheaded many strong men who were stubbornly resisting, including 30 people at the quasi-no-god level, 5,376 people at the ordinary emperor level, and 100,000 people at the ordinary Wudi level. Su Lang did not kill anyone who surrendered directly. Obviously not the people of the Temple of Light and the moon-constructing sky nest, and they will not even be plundered by the treasure-hunting flying strays. After cleaning up these two forces, Su Langguang received more than 1,133 million yuan of superior immortal source. Adding in the superb fairy source from Cheng Yangjun and Huishan Tower, as well as the rest of the system functions from the previous upgrade, the total has reached 2,243,300,000. The system will deposit all Shanyuan into the balance. Su Lang thought, and gave instructions. Ding. Deposited. Wow. However, seeing the system balance rising rapidly, the number finally freezes at 224,330 and multiplies D1. Hey, now you can upgrade the one-click treasure hunting function to level 40. The first 4 system functions all reach level 40, you can get the activation authority of the new function. I don't know what the 12th system function is, I really look forward to it. Su Lang thought, excitedly, and immediately issued an instruction, System, upgrade me the one-click treasure hunt function to level 40. Ding. It consumes 100,000 to lower the Emperor's source, the one-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 40, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders has increased to 293.2736 billion. Ding. Congratulations on raising the one-click treasure hunting function to level 40. You have obtained the new bonus function, Great Emperor's Golden Body. Immune to all damage from the Great Emperor and his lower-level warriors. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the first 4 system functions to level 40, and you have obtained the unlocking authority for the new function, One Key Enhancement. Su Lang's face was full of excitement when he heard the system upgrades resounding in his mind. One-click enhanced function. According to the urinary properties of the system, everything can be strengthened. Although the one-click synthesis function can also synthesize items into more advanced treasures, the result of the synthesis is unknown. But one-click enhancement is different, this is to enhance the ability of the item itself. Although the weapon evolution function can also improve the weapon level, this function does not conflict with the enhancement, but will be supplemented by the enhancement function. Wouldn't it be beautiful to strengthen a wave after the upgrade? Awesome. System, immediately activate the one-key enhancement function for me. Su Lang didn't even look at the one-click treasure hunt at level 40, and started to unlock new features. Ding. Consumption of 100,000 lower-level Emperor Yuan, one-key enhanced function to unlock. The current one-key enhancement function is level 1, which can consume all resources to perform level 1 permanent enhancement on all non-creature objects. What? It consumed 100,000 lower Emperor source. What the hell? that is equivalent to 1 billion yuan of superior shan-yuan, 10 trillion yuan of lower shan-yuan. The purse that I just bulged up just now collapsed in an instant. Su Lang was dumbfounded by the activation cost of the new function. Chapter 1550. Super Abnormal 1-Key Enhanced Function. The consumption of this function is terrible, is there? And this is only activation. If you continue to upgrade, you will have more Emperor sources. Su Lang almost saw an extremely terrifying gold-swallowing beast. In front of it, the poor himself could only shiver. What the hell? Su Lang took a deep breath. If the strengthening effect is not strong enough, wouldn't I have a blood loss? Soon. With a trace of anxiety and expectation, Su Lang pulled the Yudian sword from his head and put it in his hand solemnly. Master. Xiaoyu's excited voice came. She also knew that Su Lang must have made a big move towards herself. Xiaoyu, you are ready, you will have some changes. Su Lang reminded him, and immediately ordered, the system, strengthen the Yudian sword at level 1. But the strengthening did not start directly. A panel appeared in front of Su Lang, with a line of words and a progress bar on it. Please select designated consumables. Okay, do I have to choose it myself? That's right, what if I consume the useful things in my storage space? Su Lang nodded suddenly, and immediately delineated some chicken ribs in the storage space with his mind, and designated them as consumables. In a flash, these materials turned into light blue fluorescence and disappeared in the storage space. On the panel in front of Su Lang, the progress bar was filled with light blue. Lying down, although the items I just consumed are tasteless, they are also treasures. With so many things, this is less than 1%. This function is not only horrible to activate and upgrade, but it is also very expensive to use. Su Lang couldn't help but complain, but did not give up on strengthening. He continued to treat many materials in the storage space as designated consumption materials, turning them into a light blue progress bar. At last, when more than half of the materials in the storage space were consumed, even Su Lang began to feel distressed. The progress bar is finally full. Ding! The resources are enough, start strengthening. In an instant, a light blue mysterious power appeared out of thin air and merged into the Yudian sword. Ah! Qiling Xiaoyu suddenly heard a burst of low voices, which seemed very painful and a little excited. At the same time, the breath on the Yudian sword soared wildly. When the light blue mysterious power was completely integrated into Yudian sword, its aura was so powerful that even Su Lang was shocked. Ding! Strengthened successfully, Yudian sword +1. Lying down. Urdu does not have the coercion of God's soldiers. 66. This is equivalent to directly evolving once. Just level 1 enhancement is so awesome, if it is level 10 enhancement, wouldn't it be? Su Lang's eyes widened, imagining this beautiful picture, almost running out of water. He finally tasted the sweetness of a key enhancement. One-click strengthening although eat a lot. However, the materials consumed when this function is strengthened are not rejected, and they are not picky at all. Unlike the evolution of weapons, there are also specified materials. God knows how many things that Su Lang would have consumed in order to gather the designated materials. The most important thing is that the final effect is also very impressive. You know, if you use the weapon evolution function to advance the Yudian sword, the materials in Su Lang's storage space are likely to be insufficient, even if he has scoured the resources of the Light God sect and the moon-constructed nest. No way. Promoting from the first pass without a soldier to the second pass consumes far more materials than the promotion from a quasi-no soldier to the first pass. And beyond that, one-click enhancement has a huge benefit. That is, after the weapon is strengthened, it will not advance. In other words, the conditions of use will not become more demanding. Originally, with the strength of the quasi-no god level, it was already the limit to spur one pass of the no god soldier, and it was almost impossible to urge the second pass. For example, Lin Feng even had to rely on his special blood to have enough energy to activate the Supreme Rui Lantern. However, the enhanced Yudian sword is still the first pass level, but its power has been elevated to the second pass level under the action of mysterious power. The consumption of using Yudian sword will not become more terrifying. This characteristic has a strong and unreasonable atmosphere, and it matches the style of the system. Chapter 1551. Bright Sword Spirit with Unique Painting Style, Great. Strengthening weapons with one-click enhancement function is simply to build them into advanced equipment without level restrictions. The key is that the consumption will not increase. In the future, I will strengthen the Yudian sword to +10, and those senior godless grades can't stand me. Su Lang's face was full of a happy smile, and he stroked Yudian's sword with both hands, extremely excited, at this time. Master, why are you so excited? Xiaoyu's soft and sticky words came, you are so bad, I like it. Don't say this again, it will become a catchphrase. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth, put away his excited smile, and wiped the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, he put the Yudian sword on his head. Xiaoyu turned into a hairpin very cleverly and helped Su Lang to tie his hair. Damn, it's a bit expensive. I planned to upgrade Ajia, but now it looks like I have to wait again. Su Lang glanced at the storage space and sighed softly. Not only did most of the materials and supplies have been consumed, but even the funds were only 24,330 left to subordinate the Emperor's source. I'm so poor, but taking the rich and helping the poor has crossed the bottom line. Forget it, but someone has to provoke me, and come back after all my money is gone. Su Lang shook his head, then waved his hand to take out the Supreme Emperor's bright sword. This godless soldier is very quiet, not as hysterical as the Supreme Wishful Lamp back then, desperately fighting with Su Lang. Don't come out yet, since you are so ignorant, then I will kill you, just because I am short of materials. Su Lang's indifferent and cold words came out, like a cold wind blowing from the ice cave of the bottomless abyss. Wait, the bright sword is willing to follow you. The bright sword spirit flew out immediately. He has a handsome face, but he does not distinguish between men and women. He is dressed in platinum robes with white wings on his back. He exudes a light and holy breath. What style of painting is this, Nima? Su Lang's expression stagnated, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Angel. What? You know angels. The bright sword spirit was horrified by Su Lang's words, and a deep joy rose in his eyes. He thought that he had been completely forgotten. In the whole world, no one knows him, understands him. Even in the countless hours of exile, he has built temples of light, but he can no longer change the fact that he will never end. But now, someone actually called out the name that made him dream. It was like a thunder, hitting his soul fiercely, and awakening the glory and tragedy hidden in his soul. Okay, are you really an angel? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, isn't this something Western? You actually appeared here, West, could it be that you are from the mysterious east of the boundless world? Furthermore, you are a strong man who existed before the Western gods of the infinite realm was completely annihilated. Bright sword spirit looked at Su Lang blankly, and said words that made Su Lang fall into deep thought. Mysterious east of infinity realm, infinite realm Western god system, complete annihilation, you come from the boundless world. Where is it divided into east and west? Because something happened that caused the annihilation of the Western **** system. Is it a war between east and west? Su Lang looked suspiciously at Guangming's sword spirit, and several questions popped up in his mouth. What? You don't even know this? Guangming's sword spirit said in shock, then how do you know that I am an angel? Could it be that you are a strong reincarnated? No, it's not. I come from Blue Star, a core fragment of the boundless world. Also, you haven't answered my question yet. Su Lang shook his head, and he seriously talked with this spirit, because he felt that he might be exposed to some terrifying truth. The core fragment of the boundless world. You actually came from there. No wonder you know that I am an angel. Sorry, I was so shocked, I will answer your question now. Guangming's sword spirit trembles all over, and immediately suppresses the horror, weighs the sentence, and continues to speak slowly. Chapter 1552, The Broken Truth of the Boundless World. I really come from the boundless world, but when I wandered into exile, the boundless realm no longer divided things. Because the Western gods were annihilated long ago, before my remnants were refined into weapons, and there is only the mysterious Eastern power left in the boundless world. From the residual memory of when I was a remnant before I was refined into a weapon, I saw a terrifying battle. Guangming swordsman Ling said, but it is not a mysterious war between the East and the West. What kind of war is that? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and asked. It is a war between the two against the mysterious invading forces. It was that battle that caused the complete annihilation of the Western gods. I also seem to have fallen in that battle, leaving only my remnant, which was later refined into a sword of light. The boundless world was also split into 4 parts because of that battle. The core part was lost, and there was nowhere to go. Even sun and moon collapsed. The core fragments of the boundless realm bear the mark of the 2 major systems of the East and the West. Although the Western spiritual civilization is completely annihilated and the brand will gradually dissipate, it is still possible to retain some information fragments. You are a strong man who emerged from the core fragments of the boundless world. No wonder you know the angels. The bright sword weapon's spiritual eyes were scattered, seeming to be lost in memory, but it was also deeply confused. Because his memory is incomplete, most of his memory was wiped out in the time he became a remnant. After being refined into a weapon, after becoming a weapon spirit, he lost most of his memories again. Only those things that impress the most and are imprinted in the origin of the soul will occasionally think of it. Just like his identity, an angel. And after hearing the angel's answer, Su Lang understood the truth of the broken world of the boundless world better. The boundless world should be a very vast world. There are mysterious Eastern cultivation civilization and Western spiritual cultivation civilization on it. Su Lang once speculated that the myth of Blue Star China is most likely to be true, and now this speculation has been further confirmed. Although those myths and deeds will definitely be changed in the spread, the subject should not have changed much. And Western mythology also exists. Those powerful gods are the godless, or too powerful, in the Western civilization of the boundless world. And about 4 or 5 billion years ago, a mysterious force invaded the boundless realm and triggered a cosmic war. During this war, the Western cultivation civilization was completely annihilated, causing the imprint left in the core fragments of the infinity realm to gradually dissipate. The boundless world was broken into 4 parts in the flames of war. The core part was missing, and part of it became a blue star. The sun and the moon are also formed by a small piece of the collapse of the sun and the moon in the boundless world. Planets such as Jinmu, water, fire and earth are also part of the core fragments of the infinity realm. On the blue star, the imprint left by Western cultivation civilization gradually dissipated, and the inheritance was completely lost. This led to the later rejuvenation of spiritual energy in the West, which was unable to continue the road of cultivation, and only the civilization of Eastern warriors rose. In addition, in the present boundless world, Western cultivation civilization has also been completely annihilated, and the entire universe has been occupied by the mysterious Eastern cultivation civilization, correct? What was the result of that war? Su Lang suddenly asked. The infinite realm should have driven out the mysterious invasion force, right? I do not know either. The memory loss is too severe. But I have a vaguely pessimistic feeling, and even a little desperate. The eyes of Guangming's sword spirit flashed with sadness, and immediately apologized. Sorry, as an angel, I should not convey such negative emotions to you. It's okay. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. When you wandered into the exile, what was the situation in the boundless world? Not sure. Just remember that the boundless world is divided into 4 continents. Each continent is tens of thousands of times larger than the land of exile. They are Calditian Miao, Tian Zan, Tian Ting, Anshan Mi, respectively. Guangming Jianqi Ling shook his head and said, and the shadow of the mysterious invader, until I was in the exile, also shrouded all the continents. Chapter 1553, Leian Temple is the heritage of Buddhism. That's it. Then do you know that many planets in a star field are missing parts? What is the reason? Su Lang touched his chin, and asked again while pondering. Excuse me for not knowing. Guangming's sword weapon thought about it and shook his head. Okay. Su Lang nodded and asked again, what do you think of the place of exile? This is an abandoned continent. The timeline is distorted, 10,000 times faster than the endless universe. But I don't think it can be formed naturally. The time avenue of the endless universe is very stable, and it is impossible to form such a unique location naturally. Guangming swordsman Ling said, perhaps it was formed artificially, and more likely it was an accident. For example, the original battle might be the root cause of the formation of the exile. If it is artificial, Su Lang took a cold breath. That's a terrifying boss to do such a thing. Yes, Guangming's sword agreed. I am afraid that even the strong in the primordial realm can't do it. Okay, Su Lang also nodded. How much do you know about the power distribution in the exile land? In this age of reincarnation, the strongest force should be Supreme Nine Qing Palace. Except for the other, it is the Palace of Long Hen, Leian Temple, and Bishuadian. Underneath are Fatian Sect, Jingchen Sect, Ryu Mountain, and Teibai Sea. Of course, there are many strong people who have survived from the last reincarnation era, and many of them can't be found. These hidden powerhouses are more powerful than the forces on the surface of exile. However, there are very few hidden powerhouses in the East Wasteland, because the environment here is not suitable for them. I also rarely come into contact with the real strong. I am still too weak and easily destroyed. Guangming's sword spirit sighed, his face full of weakness and sadness. In fact, he shouldn't be so weak. As a strong man who participated in that battle, how terrible is even death? But there is always an obsession in his heart that pushes him and keeps him alive. That obsession is guarding and expecting. Su Lang didn't pay much attention to the emotion of Guangming's sword spirit. On the contrary, he was attracted by the forces in the mouth of the light sword weapon. He has heard of Chonghen Palace. It was built by the Supreme Emperor Chonghenzi, and this force seems to have been circulating for many reincarnation times. In Yumei's mouth, Chang'an Palace was the strongest force she said she knew. Obviously, Yumei's knowledge is still not broad enough, and Taishang Nanqing Palace is the strongest force in this era of reincarnation. There are three forces similar to the Palace of Long Hatred. Among them, Leiyan Temple was most interesting to Su Lang. What heritage is this Leiyan Temple? Su Lang asked with interest. Could it be the legendary Buddhist heritage? Yes, Leiyan Temple is the heritage of Buddhism. In the original boundless world, the Buddhist civilization was the Eastern cultivation civilization closest to the West, and it once provided major assistance to the West. And Leiyan Temple, like the Palace of Long Hen, has appeared in almost every reincarnation era since the coffin of the 9 dragons was never born again. There are many strong people in Leiyan Temple, but their inheritance is the fighting Buddhas, and they are not a moderate faction. Guangming's sword spirit replied, "Fighting Buddha." The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and a smile appeared. Tisk tisk, I don't know if I can find traces of fighting and defeating Buddha in the legend. Fight against Buddha. Guangming's sword spirit appeared apologetic. Sorry, I have no impression of this great power. It's okay, I'll just say that. Su Lang smiled, and immediately asked again, by the way, isn't Fatian sect a quasi-no-god level force? It only has the deadly mantra. How can he be ranked in the 3rd echelon? The Fatian sect has developed rapidly recently. A true godless powerhouse has emerged. And the Dead Man Sutra is not an ordinary godless soldier, he is very powerful. Guangming Jianqi Ling replied, that's why Fatian sect is ranked in the 3rd echelon of the forces of exile. Chapter 1554, Bright Sword is willing to follow you. That's it, Su Lang nodded. So far, he has a better understanding of the situation in the exile. This almost infinite continent is 1 billion light-years long and wide. The land of the Eastern Desolation is located in the east of the entire continent, but the area where Su Lang is active is the most remote place in the Eastern Desolation. Go west, near the edge of the Middle Wasteland area, where Fatian sect is located. The Middle Famine area was divided by the 3 major forces of Chang'an Palace, Leiyan Temple, and Bishuadian. At the edge of the Middle Wasteland in the other 3 directions are Jingchenzong, Ryushan, and Teibaihai. But the strongest power in the entire exile area, Taishang Juqing Palace, is located in the extreme north of the exile area, near the edge of the mainland and where time is turbulent. The other forces are similar to those of Wushuanglo, Guangming sect, and Moon Moth clan, so that the godless powerhouse can control the godless soldiers and shock the side. Of course, there is no calculation of those super old monsters that cannot be hidden. In other words, although the place of exile seems to be well balanced and stable, the undercurrent is raging and the variables are very large. But, I never thought about doing things here all the time. Now that Chu Xiaobei and the others have found it, it is time to search for Thelost Xuanwu, and refine the gate of reverse exile. Quote. Su Lang thought silently, there are only 2 ways for the creatures in the exile to leave. The first is the battle of reincarnation, becoming a passenger in the Kowloon coffin. But according to the legends of the past, even if they eat chickens in the battle of reincarnation, the victor can only enter the coffin of the Kowloon alone. Even the things in the universe of life cannot be taken away, let alone other foreign objects. Su Lang was going to take Chu Xiaobei and others to leave. The first method was definitely not applicable. The second is to open the door of reverse exile like Qi Yunkai, change his fate against the sky, and return to the boundless world. Perhaps there is a third type, which is to directly explode the entire exile. The rules of going to special will be destroyed for me. But this is obviously the most unrealistic. For Su Lang, The most convenient, quickest and most suitable option is the second option. Sword of Light, Su Lang tentatively asked, do you know where there is lost Xuanwu? The last time the lost Xuanwu appeared was before more than 100 reincarnation times. I have a deep memory of that incident, because the incident with that lost Xuanwu happened on the border of the Eastern Desolation. At that time, here was also remote, and there were no godless powerhouses, so lost Xuanwu was actually obtained by a group of ordinary quasi-godless people. Later, when the Gate of Reverse Exile broke out, this incident was leaked out, and countless strong men sided with Sais, and even some of them became popular. I was also very sorry for this. I really want to return to the boundless universe, but unfortunately I have never had a chance. Guangming Jianqiling sighed, his face full of deep regret. You must know that there have been many times of reincarnation. He still feels so regretful when he thinks of it now, which shows how difficult that opportunity is. Many things before the era of reincarnation. It happens to happen on the border of the Eastern Desolation. Isn't it the Qi Yun that created the goods? He returned from the place of exile to the vast realm of the universe and the sea, and met me after 30 million years. Counting down, this place of exile should have passed 300 billion years, and it happens to be more than 100 times of reincarnation. Noisy, there is no second lost Xuanwu in more than 100 eras of reincarnation, this probability is too low. Su Lang looked dumbfounded. He thought that lost Xuanwu shouldn't be difficult to find. Now it seems that Qi Yunkai's luck is simply against the sky. Qi Yunkai, do you know the man who returned to the boundless universe through the Gate of Reverse Exile? Guangming's sword said with emotion, hey, I have been envious of that person for a long time, and now I finally know his name. Don't mention him. Su Lang twitched his mouth and changed the subject directly. Bright Sword, are you willing to follow me? Willing. The Bright Sword spirit directly knelt down. The Bright Sword is willing to follow you, a strong man who has emerged from the core fragments of the boundless world. His voice is very solemn, and he obviously takes this one seriously. In other words, he took Su Lang very seriously and placed all his expectations on Su Lang, the only person who knew him better in countless times. Chapter 1555, Farming exploded troops to construct a lunar mother nest. Get up, Su Lang smiled. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Asafar. Guangming Jianqiling smiled and said, these are the 4 words that subordinates remember most clearly. Nice name, very easy to speak. Su Lang smiled happily. Your ability is to influence others, heal others, and restore others. It happens to be similar to one of my supernatural powers. Yes, through the ability of weapon recognition, Su Lang has penetrated the capabilities of the Bright Sword. The ability of this sword is heavily biased towards auxiliary. He can transcend others like Su Lang's Ming Guang Wan realm, and it also has a powerful healing effect. This healing ability, combined with the power of distortion, can even bring back a person whose soul has collapsed and his body has been annihilated. Of course, the target that was completely beheaded by Su Lang, the Bright Sword, could not be resurrected. And this healing ability is very useful for Su Lang. If you use the Bright Sword to slash a sword, you can instantly recover a lot of serious injuries and a lot of energy, which is comparable to the healing and restoring pill of heaven. The most important thing is that it can be reused, and only the most common Di-Yuan and other energy are consumed. Those pill that are against the sky, but take 1 less 1, and consume a lot of materials to refine. In addition, the Sword of Light can also be used against the enemy, and it can also condense a powerful twisting power to exert an extremely terrifying destructive power. The master is really insightful. Asafar was surprised because Su Lang could see through himself. He deeply felt that Su Lang was definitely not the mediocre quasi-godless class before. This is a man destined to be a great being. Tisk tut, I feel like my healing pills are going to be moldy. Su Lang stroked the slender and graceful body of the Bright Sword, with a satisfied smile on his face. Immediately after, Su Lang continued to talk with Asafi for a while before letting him return to his body. Then he hung the Bright Sword on his left waist and placed it with the Shinju Wufeng long sword. So far, Su Lang was already wearing 3 godless long swords. Strengthen the +1 Yudian sword, the heart that specializes in the soul has no edge, and the Bright Sword that assists in healing. Let's take a look at the mother's nest again. Before, Huishenlu did not produce this godless soldier in this battle. Perhaps it was another auxiliary weapon. While thinking, Su Lang took out a lavender octahedral crystal from the storage space. The crystal is composed of 2 quadrangular pyramids, with pointed ends and distinct edges and corners. At first glance, this lavender crystal seems to be very smooth, and it can illuminate human figures. But in Su Lang's eyes, the surface of this crystal was covered with countless tiny holes. In these micropores, there are strange cells at the molecular level, with very powerful vitality. Simultaneously, Su Lang also thoroughly penetrated the capabilities of this weapon. He guessed right, this is the one key assist type godless soldier, but it is completely different from the bright sword. The mother's nest can produce countless tiny molecular spores. These spores possess the characteristics of universal evolution and can develop into various strange species. Of course, these species actually have all the genes of the moonhawk moth, and their appearance will also show part of the racial characteristics of the moonhawk moth. Some of these species are good at attacking, some are good at defense, some are good at healing, some are good at producing resources, and some directly evolve into consumed resources by themselves. Lying down. This is a farming exploded soldier without a ****** soldier. Using this lunar mother's nest, countless troops can be made in minutes, covering the sky and the earth, and the number is very likely to be more than my treasure hunting flying. With the advantage of quantity, these forces can completely crush many stronger existences and occupy a wider territory. No wonder I got a lot more superior immortal source from Huaishanlu than from Lin Fang and Cheng Yangjun. The guy in Huaishanlu is an invading force that can definitely stab the invaders with the use of the mother's nest. Then you can evolve species that specialize in treasure hunting, steal resources secretly, and develop yourself. Although this evolved species is definitely not as good as my treasure hunting flying, but the number is large enough. As long as the resources are sufficient, the womb will continue to produce these species with energy, and then grab the resources again to grow itself like a snowball. Su Lang threw away the mother's nest of the moon in his hand, his face was full of wonder. Chapter 1556, Your look is a bit chic. In the eyes of Su Lang, this moon-constructing mother's nest is simply the source of the Zerg race, it is very terrifying. Of course, the mother's nest is not very helpful in combat. The number of species he produces is large, and the quality is not weak, but it is far from Su Lang's level. Therefore, Huaishanlu didn't use him. For Su Lang, this item is actually not very useful. In terms of combat, although Guyu Brood can produce a large army, it takes time to brew and develop. With this time, Su Lang had already hacked the enemy to death. In terms of assistance, there is no direct light sword, and it is not even as good as Su Lang's own medicine. In Su Lang's view, the only role of the moon-constructing brood is to evolve some strange materials and resources, and to use them to carry out the Creator plan. Not bad, although Su Lang's Dantian universe has developed to the present, any species can survive. And the best choice is to put all people in it. But he is still willing to carry out the Creator's plan, to create a creature that belongs to him alone. Because this is the proof of the sovereignty of creation, it will also be of great help to Su Lang's future integration of soul and universe, becoming a universe of life, and developing a deeper level of life and universe. The spores, produced by the mother's nest have the characteristics of universal evolution, which happens to be a great material for Su Lang's research. Wait for free time later. Just think about how to create new creatures. By the way, this guy hasn't recognized me as his master. Su Lang patted the moon mother's nest and shouted in a low voice, Qi Ling, can't come out yet. Meet the master. A graceful figure flew out of the mother's nest and knelt in front of Su Lang. Although this spirit possesses a human form and even a slim figure of a woman, its first impression is he is a moth with dust all over. Yes, a human-shaped moth, like a little demon that has not completely transformed. You look a little chic. Su Lang glanced at Guyu mother's nest Tu Ling, but he didn't dislike it. You know you well, what's your name? The servant's name is Moon Moth. Qi Ling Yu Mo replied respectfully. He didn't have the style of a sopher that came from the depths of the soul, but had a plain temperament, like an ordinary and humble moth. Moon Moth, got it. Su Lang nodded faintly, go back to the body first, when it's useful to you. Yes, master. The moon moth respectfully worships. Zan even returned to the mother's nest of the moon. Su Lang put the Guyu mother nest into the storage space, and took out a lot of various classics. It was precisely the exercises obtained by eliminating the two forces of Cheng Yangjun and Huaishan Tower. There is not a single copy of godless level exercises. The Emperor-level exercises. Aside from the main exercises, there are Purple Moon Imperial Heart Sutra, Cocoon Moth Transformation, Gaiyu Fangyuan Ji Mingshan Lian, the Four Secrets of Guangming Mantra, and Yuan, Glorious Tianzhou, Light Tomorrow Crossing, and other exercises. If it is coupled with the exercises obtained from Lin Fang and Liang Xiaofei. Su Lang has just reached 30 Emperor-level exercises that have not been used for synthesis. Unfortunately, most of these exercises require special physique bloodlines to practice. For example, Evil Dragon Strategy, 9 Dragons Breaking Star Ju, 9 Heavens Royal Dragon Ju, and other exercises require Dragon Vein Warriors to practice. The Purple Moon Imperial Heart Sutra, Human Cocoon Moth Transformation, Ancient Moon Feng Yuan Ji Yu, and other exercises require the blood of the moon moth to practice. Su Lang estimated that even if these exercises were synthesized into godless-level exercises, he probably could not get rid of the bloodline restrictions. Never mind, it's good to give it a try. Even if the combined exercise cannot be practiced, it is a godless exercise, isn't it? Quote. Su Lang divided the 30 exercises into 3 parts. The first part is all exercises with dragon vein training restrictions. In the second part, most of them are techniques that can only be practiced with the blood of the moon-constructed moth. The third part is all exercises without blood restriction system. Combine these exercises into godless-level exercises. Su Lang used his mind to designate the first part of the exercises and gave the instructions directly. Chapter 1557, 3 Godless Exercises. Ding. After the synthesis is completed, you will get the godless-level technique, Taishu Universe Dragon Art. Following the system prompt, a gray dragon-shaped air current appeared in front of Su Lang. Although this airflow is in the shape of a dragon, it is the same color as his and looks very ordinary. Needless to say, this is caused by the return to nature. Taishu Zhou Long Ju. Sure enough, it is a technique related to dragon veins. It seems that I have no chance. We can only see if there is a chance to take it out for money in the future. Quote. Su Lang curled his lips and put the original, Taishu Zhou Long Ju, in the storage space. Immediately after, he gave a synthesis instruction to the second pile of exercises. Ding. After the synthesis is completed, you will obtain the godless level technique, Wanhua Promise Nirvana Sutra. Suddenly, the second godless grade exercise method was synthesized, and its exercise method was originally a ball full of tiny tentacles. Lying down. What kind of exercise is this? So it looks so curious. Is it going to become an evil tentacle monster after practicing? Hey, there is a picture in my head. Su Lang looked at the strange orb in front of him, a trace of disgust appeared on his face, and then threw it into the storage space. Only the last 10 books are left. Although the first 2 exercises cannot be understood temporarily, the probability that they are suitable for me is too small. You can only see this third synthesis. Can you give me a powerful and suitable exercise? Quote. Licking his lips, I silently said in my heart that I don't want to be a non-chief, and then Su Lang gave the instruction again. Ding. After the synthesis is complete, you will get the godless level technique, Chaos in Darkness. As soon as the system sound fell, a black shadow-like object appeared in front of Su Lang. It looks a bit like a black rag, but it feels like an energy fluid. The texture is similar to Shinju Wufeng, but it's quite different. This is the original technique of chaotic eclipse. It's about chaos. What the asterisk is this? How come I don't even understand the name of the exercise technique of the Supreme Emperor? Su Lang touched his chin speechlessly, turning over this exercise with a hint of luck, however. Although he mastered all kinds of exercises, all kinds of profound meanings. But in front of this godless technique, it was still not enough. He didn't understand a word. Is that what it feels like to be illiterate? Su Lang's face turned dark, and backhand threw, chaotic eclipse, into the storage space. So far, the 3 godless level exercises have been synthesized. I don't know how these 3 exercises are. Especially the first 2 books. I don't know if it is necessary to practice dragon veins. If you must have dragon veins, can my Malming Furnace function help me break through the restrictions? Quote. With a heart full of grooves and entanglements, Su Lang temporarily set aside the matter of the exercise technique. Immediately after, seeing that he was subordinate to Emperor Yuan at 124,330, Su Lang decided to use it. Then the problem came again. 100,000 underlying Emperor Yuan. Should I improve one key practice or one key empowerment? The one key empowerment function will be level 19 immediately, close to level 20, and I don't know what additional functions will be. After some thoughts, Su Lang decided to upgrade the one key practice function first. Don't look at his current cultivation speed so abnormal, but he needs to consume too much cultivation base, and the amount is too big. If you upgrade the one key practice technique earlier, you can double the speed of your practice earlier, and then you will be promoted to the Emperor level by completing the condensation Dao in the 10 realms as soon as possible. System, upgrade me the one key practice function to level 41. Taking a deep breath, Su Lang gave instructions to the system. Ding. Consumes 100,000 lower multiplier sources, the one-click martial arts function is upgraded to level 41, and the training speed is increased to 293.2736 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Chapter 1558, Find the Lost Xuanwu. Tisk tut, almost 3 trillion times. I practice for 1 minute, which is equivalent to more than 5 million years of cultivation for a qualified emperor. After 5 million years of penance, the accumulated cultivation base should be enough to break through to the Great Emperor level. In other words, I can accumulate the cultivation base from the quasi-Great Emperor to the Great Emperor in just 1 minute. Pervert, it is a pervert. Su Lang looked at the speed of the one key practice function, and he was speechless. Of course, he was also very happy. Now his cultivation speed has doubled, and his goal of completing the basics and being promoted to the Emperor rank is much closer. Save a little more time for the cultivation base to condense the main road. Set a small goal for the next step. Su Lang flew straight to the eastern border. It was learned from a sopher that xianxia and others had found the lost Xuanwu in the time turbulence on the border of the eastern desolation. So Su Lang also plans to give it a try. After hurriedly, Su Lang finally came to the boundary line of the eastern taboo, the real place of exile. When the whole continent arrived here, the land in front of it disappeared instantly, as if it had been cut off by mysterious power. Moreover, the void in front of the continental border seems calm, but it is actually dangerous. Just stand on this border. Su Lang felt the chaos of time, and his heart fluttered. Even if he is strong enough to be invincible at the quasi-emperor level and below the godless level, he can't fight the power of time at all. A slightly larger wave of time might kill him. Fortunately, I have a clone. Go, help me explore and find the lost Xuanwu. With a thought, Su Lang dispatched the avatars one by one. These avatars all used buying clones, and suddenly formed a full 4,000 clones. Under Su Lang's thoughts, they were constantly being dispatched, retracted, and dispatched, and their powerful mental power continued to explore the strange areas. At the same time, a turbulent flow of time passed by, and the clones who broke into the turbulent time were very sad. A clone encounters a very small time turbulence, and loses several years of life in a short time. A clone encountered a huge turbulence of time, and instantly changed from a vigorous young man to a bad old man, and then died alive. Of course, more avatars encounter ordinary time turbulence, and 1 minute will consume about 50,000 years of life. With a lifespan of 50 million years at the quasi-Great Emperor level, Su Lang's clones can only survive for about 16 hours in these ordinary times. This is simply terrifying for ordinary quasi-Great Emperors. But it was nothing to Su Lang. The clones can condense within an hour after they die, and have been resurrected 16 times in 16 hours, okay. I hope I can find it. Su Lang took out the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, then went in and began to refine the fairy-level parts. In a blink of an eye, a whole day passed. Su Lang's avatars died and lived and died, and they didn't know how many times they had repeated them. But let alone the lost Xuanwu, not even a tortoise feather was found. But the cultivation base has saved a lot. Moreover, more than 8,000 fairy-level parts have been refined, and the total number is close to 50,000. In addition, during this period, the number of regular initiations of the one key empowerment function was updated twice, so Chu Xiaobei was indoctrinated twice by Su Lang. In addition to the rules that Chu Xiaobei has mastered, the total number has reached 228. After a few more visits, Chu Xiaobei can have a perfect martial arts foundation and break through smoothly. Well, counting down, the cultivation base has accumulated for 24 hours, which is equivalent to the 7.2 billion years of cultivation for the quasi-Great Emperor. Although the cultivation speed of the quasi-great emperor is definitely too far behind the quasi-no-god level, the accumulated cultivation base should be a lot. At least, more than before condensing the avenue a few times. While thinking about it, Su Lang decided to condense the avenue and finish casting the Great Emperor level road foundation. Although he has gathered 300 avenues now, he can be promoted to the Emperor rank. But in order to be more perfect, Su Lang once planned to consider breakthroughs when the number of avenues reached 490. Chapter 1559, The Power of the Avenue is the Extreme of 49. The cultivation base at this time should be completely enough. Su Lang closed his eyes and gave instructions to the system, activate the power of the Tao function, and condense the new rules and roads. Ding. The power of the Great Avenue function is activated. Ding. The Avenue of Enchantment rules is successfully condensed. Ding. The rule of entropy successfully condenses. Ding. Dense, endless system prompt suddenly came. The avenues condense rapidly. It takes millions or even millions of years for others to condense a great road, but in Su Lang, they can condense one in an instant. When the 190 avenues were condensed, Su Lang closed the power of the avenue function. So far, Su Lang has gathered 490 roads. This number has far surpassed the quasi-no-god level of Emperor Shenqi's soul and body, and it is even dozens more than Lin Fangji and his ilk. It can be said that Su Lang's road to the Great Emperor has not yet begun, and has already reached the front of all quasi-no-god levels in terms of the power of the Tao. The power of the avenue is finally complete. Next, wait a while, continue to cultivate enough, and start to merge the 10 directions. Su Lang is planning for his future. And at this moment, ding, Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven has reached the founding level. Ding, 72 Swords of the Lost Soul has reached the founding level. Ding, 7 consecutive system prompts came, and it was precisely that the previously placed Great Emperor level exercises had all been practiced. However, the Godless level exercise, returning to nature and returning to one Emperor record, placed at the same time obviously cannot be completed in a short time. At this moment, a round of warmth flowed out of Su Lang's body, blending into every cell and every molecule. A large number of exercises, principles, and principles have been integrated into Su Lang's soul, and they will never fade away. In a flash, Su Lang has mastered 7 Emperor level exercises, and his proficiency has all reached the founding level. In these 7 exercises, in addition to the 2 mentioned before, the remaining ones are Secrets of Jialan Jijian and Dragon Po Xingyu Sword, as well as Emperor Transformation Sunken Star, Blood Moon Sky Underworld, Drunken Dreams. Needless to say, the 3 swordsmanship were also prepared by Su Lang in advance for the purpose of deducing a brand new breaking sword. Among these exercises, Su Lang most valued, Netherworld Dragon Vein Celestial Realm. This exercise can make great use of incense aspiration power without being contaminated with incense aspiration power. Create a special world with endless incense, and turn this world into a weapon. Because of the versatility of incense, this incense weapon can also be made into any desired characteristics. For example, the Evil Incense Sword, created by Emperor Huawu. It is made with countless negative incense, and possesses weapons with horrible incense characteristics such as dirty and erosion. The Emperor Huawu's Emptiness Dragon Vein Heaven has not been cultivated to the highest level, and the weapons he forged have posed a huge threat to Su Lang. This shows that the potential of this exercise is really high. With this technique, my vacancy in incense can fill some. At least, after condensing the Void Dragon Vein Celestial Realm, when encountering enemies using weird incense, it can be better resolved. Quote. While thinking about it, Su Lang flipped his hand, and a slender black mirror appeared. It is the quasi-no-god warrior mirror. Although Luo Yujing is one of the pillars of Shira realm, taking it out for a short time has no effect at all. Xiao Lubai see the master. Wearing white clothes, the beautiful the side like a fairy walked out of the mirror and bowed to Su Lang Yingying. Get up. Su Lang smiled faintly, and asked, all the incense aspirations of the life universe in the pupil of the 10,000 worlds have been absorbed, right? Report to the master, it's finished. Xiao Luo said softly, does the master want to nurture a dead soul who is quasi-godless? No need. Su Lang shook his head, now you open the world in the mirror, I want to absorb the incense power. Chapter 1560, Create an Imaginary Dragon Vein Heaven. What, master? Even though Xiao Luo has taken those unowned incense and wishes for his own use, he still can't change their nature of infecting the mind. Xiao Luo's face was eager. If the master absorbs those incense aspirations, the risk will be great. In fact, if the previous Su Lang absorbed the incense willingness, it would not only be very risky, it would be 100% successful. But now it's completely different. Xiao Luo, don't you still believe me, the master? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched and smiled. Hey, open the world in the mirror and let me absorb the incense power. This, Xiao Luo believes in the master. Xiao Luo hesitated for a moment, thinking that the master was a miracle machine, and agreed. Next, the world in the mirror, open. Xiao Luo beckoned gently, and the black mirror flew to his chest, gently surrounded by her hands. Immediately, I saw an incomparably vast black world appeared in the mirror, which was many times larger than the ordinary quasi-godless universe of life. In this black world, there are countless incense aspirations. They are condensed into clouds of different colors, and they are suspended in the black world like star swirls, which is extremely eye-catching. But these very beautiful clouds and star swirls are extremely deadly. Once they are contaminated, they will be on the road of no return. The void dragon vein, at the beginning of the heavens, open it. Su Lang closed his eyes, pinched the tactics with both hands, and innate chi and countless rules rushed out. Suddenly, a semi-imaginary orb is condensed and opened up from the avenues of nothingness in space. Immediately, traces of colorful dragon-shaped patterns grew out of the semi-illusory orb-like roots, spreading in all directions. There are more and more colorful dragon-shaped patterns, covering the surrounding void. They seem to form a special law, which contains endless profound meaning, and Su Lang can also see the mysterious rhythm of the formation. This is a magical secret technique that integrates various mysteries. After a few breaths, the colorful dragon-shaped pattern no longer continues to spread around. As if they had encountered a boundary, they began to form a spherical barrier against the invisible boundary, quickly. With the version of the void orb as the core, a colorful sphere the size of a basketball appeared in front of it. This is the netherworld dragon vein heaven realm. Those dragon-shaped patterns are channels for specifically absorbing and transforming incense power. They are all over the world of void dragon veins, everywhere. Come, Su Lang suddenly yelled, pinching the Jew in his hand, and a strange attraction came out. The void dragon vein heaven that had just formed was immediately taken into the center of the eyebrows by Su Lang, and it was located under the spirit platform. Because this world is unique, it cannot be included in the pupil of the 10,000 worlds, otherwise it will not be able to function at all, at this time. The void dragon vein celestial realm settled under Su Lang's spiritual platform. Immediately afterwards, a series of colorful dragon-shaped patterns that seemed to be true began to spread from the center of the brow. These lines first spread all over Su Lang's body like a tattoo, and then spread from the skin to the air. Su Lang seemed to have become the translucent void orb before, and his body was covered with colorful dragon patterns. When the number of these dragon patterns reaches the limit, the scope of their envelope has reached a terrifying 10 trillion li. This number is exactly the farthest distance Su Lang's mental power can detect. The dragon vein is established. From then on, I can use these dragon veins to directly transmit the incense aspiration power to the void dragon vein heaven, so as to avoid being contaminated with incense. While thinking about it, Su Lang dispatched the avatar to enter the void dragon vein celestial realm, and immediately performed perception sharing. Suddenly, a strange world appeared in the field of vision. This is a very vast world. The total volume is larger than the cicada dragon star, and it is hundreds of times the size of the solar system. And in the world, a huge planet serves as the core, and countless dragon veins spread from it, extending into the void in all directions. Looking at the miniature sand table of the void dragon vein heaven realm from the outside, you will feel that these dragon veins are very slender. But when you really enter this world, you will find that these dragon veins are simply slender continents. Chapter 1561. Create incense creatures. Even the very small dragon veins have a larger surface area than the blue stars. The void dragon vein heaven is the world of incense. This is not just a space for storing incense, but a world where creatures exist. And these creatures are incense creatures, like the dead soul in the mirror, the Holy Spirit of Xuano. They survive in this world, and they will also have emotional thoughts and form incense. When it reaches a certain level, it will be self-sufficient in incense, and then gradually develop and grow. Even if you don't absorb incense from the outside world, this unique incense world will become stronger and stronger. Even in the end, countless powerful monsters will be condensed with endless incense. Of course, the speed will naturally be countless times slower. Therefore, we still have to absorb the power of incense, especially now that it is the beginning stage. Incense is indispensable. Su Lang groaned, his gaze shifted to Luo Yujing, road of incense, yin. Although he was cautious and did not dare to contaminate incense, his ability to control the avenue of incense had reached its limit. At this moment, with Shaluo's cooperation and the motivating of the avenue of incense, the incense willingness in the mirror suddenly poured out continuously. The incense of these colorful colors just appeared in the world of exile. There is a tendency to dissipate. But before they dissipate, there will be dragon veins whizzing out, swallowing them all. Not long, all the incense aspirations in the mirror were collected by Su Lang into the void dragon vein heaven realm. With a thought in Su Lang, all the dragon veins around him were hidden and everything returned to normal. Immediately afterwards, he once again sent a clone incarnation to enter the void dragon vein heaven. Groups of colorful incense wafted in the world full of dragon veins, and instantly merged into the dragon veins and disappeared. Su Lang didn't care about it, because he knew that those incense aspirations did not disappear, but were stored in the dragon veins. Next, is to create incense creatures. Su Lang's expression was indifferent, and with a wave of his hand, countless martial arts souls flew out of the storage space. These souls have everything from low to high, all of them are the souls of warriors that Su Lang once harvested by beheading the enemy. And these souls of warriors that were released were basically souls that were no longer available at this stage. Among them, the soul of Wusheng is the most of which were killed in the Star Wars. The second is the soul under Wu Sheng, the soul of Wushan, and the soul of Emperor Wu, as well as the soul of the Great Emperor. Next, Su Lang opened the entrance of the Void Dragon Vein Heaven Realm and collected all the souls of these warriors. One by one, souls entered the emptiness of dragon veins and landed on the dragon veins. When they touched the surface of the dragon veins, there was a burst of incense and the power of wishing to emerge and blend into their bodies. In a short time, these blank warrior souls merged with the incense aspiration power that carries a lot of thoughts and emotions, and began to form consciousness. They were originally blank, and after fusing their aspirations, they were equivalent to souls that were completely corroded by the incense aspirations. Fortunately, these incense aspirations come from strong individuals, and most of them have undergone preliminary filtering. Except for the Emperor Huowu, who specializes in using evil and negative incense, the rest of the strong collect more positive incense. Therefore, although the spirits of these warriors who merged with the incense aspirations are in chaos. But after all, only a small number of people fall into distortion, madness, and hysteria. And these crazy warrior souls immediately began the massacre. One by one, the souls of warriors died in their hands, being swallowed by them. But the soul of the dead warrior did not really die, but merged into the dragon veins again, and gradually transformed into a brand new incense creature. The brand new ones are different because of the different incense aspirations. Some still have goodness in the majority, while others become evil and join the killing camp. Of course, the incense creatures in the good camp also absorb incense such as courage, tenacity, and justice. With a strong spirit of resistance, they fight with the evil incense creatures. The whole world began to be filled with killing, and the thoughts of the incense creatures were mostly negative. If things go on like this, the entire world of Void Dragon Veins will definitely become a world dominated by negative emotions. And this is also the most worry-free way to cultivate the emptiness of dragon veins. In addition, most of the incense weapons created are evil, killing, filthy, and corrosive, with great lethality. However, looking at the world full of killings, Su Lang fell into deep thought. Chapter 1562, Get a Kibao Wonderful Tree Out. In this way, the Void Dragon Vein Heaven Realm was allowed to develop on its own, creating a weapon like the Sword of Evil Incense. Or choose an unimaginable powerful trait to create a weapon with special properties. If you choose the former, you don't need to worry too much, just continue to provide incense and aspirations. If it is the latter, then a specific tone must be laid for the entire world. Then slowly guide it, and it takes countless time and effort. Of course, with the omnipotent characteristics of incense willingness, you can choose any direction to cultivate the Void Dragon Vein Heaven, and the final incense weapon is absolutely terrifying. In terms of attack, I have the Yutian sword as the main player, and the heart is absolutely no edge as a supplement. It is completely enough. In terms of defense, the next step is to upgrade the 8-sided shield of the sky, and there is also the aid of the sky-repelling wall. In terms of assistance, there are various weapons such as Luoyu Mirror, Bright Sword, and countless secret methods, and there is not much demand. Su Lang thought silently, and finally made a decision, then, build a weapon of special nature. Immediately after, what kind of weapons to build has become another question. In terms of imagination, you still have to be awesome by those online writers on Blue Stars in the past. Yes, there are those who do comics, and the readers are also very powerful, always thinking of things the author can't think of. Su Lang touched his chin, thoughtfully. Unfortunately now I can't ask for help off the court, I can only think about it myself. With a look of entanglement, Su Lang first began to recall the animations he had seen in his previous life and the weapons that appeared in the animations. Those awesome Zanpai knives, Sword of Oath of Victory in the Moon Universe, the 10-fist sword in Hokage, and the 8-foot mirror. The iron broken teeth used by a demon, and his brother's natural teeth, his father's Kong Yunya. The kind of Jinghua Shuiyu that has complete hypnotic ability and can completely control the 5 senses of the hand. One-hit kills, no matter how strong you are, a small wound will make you die slowly Chun Yu. Or in the Marvel Universe, an infinite glove that can destroy the world with a snap of your fingers. Then there are the spiritual treasures in the prehistoric world, the God-opening axe, the chaotic green lotus, the chaotic clock, the chaotic bead, the jade disc of good fortune, the wonderful tree of 7 treasures. Looking noisy, so many, how to choose? The more Su Lang thinks, the more entangled he becomes. In his heart, he wants it all, but reality does not allow it. Then, Su Lang had to rule out one by one. The first is that it is of little use or similar in nature to the current weapons. For example, Chun Yu, its ability is similar to the Yudian sword, and it is not as powerful as the Yudian sword. Secondly, it is too difficult to cultivate, such as the God Axe, Chaos Qinglian, and Infinite Knuckles. Finally, the image of an item was fixed in Su Lang's mind Qibao Miaoshu. Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Su Lang liked it very much, but the difficulty of creation was relatively greater than that of the Qibao Miaoshu, so he placed it behind. If the 7 treasure trees are cultivated in the future, they may be able to create mirror flowers and water moons. Closer to home, the 7 treasure tree is the ultimate treasure for quasi-teachers, possessing the terrifying power of everything. Even the Lord of the Heavenly Cults has been defeated twice in a row by the quasi-teachers. Su Lang valued the 7 treasure tree precisely because of its feature of being all-in-one. It can directly plunder the enemy's weapons, and it is completely a super abnormal plugin. In this place of exile, countless times of reincarnation, there are countless magic weapons circulating. Even on the border of the Eastern Desolation, there are 3 godless soldiers, the Supreme Ruyi Lantern, the Bright Sword, and the Moon Nest. This can be seen. In the deserted land, where there are more old monsters, there must be more powerful treasures. As long as the 7 treasure tree is created, those warriors who relied on their weapons will have no support in front of Su Lang. The key is, can hide countless weapons and treasures. The direct decomposition of these weapons and treasures are countless treasured materials, which can be used to upgrade weapons such as the Yudian sword, or to strengthen them. The 7 treasure tree is a spiritual treasure refined by the day after tomorrow. It is not difficult to cultivate, but its characteristics are super scary. It can be said to be the most cost-effective treasure. That's it, get a 7 treasure tree out. So, how should we guide the Void Dragon Vein Celestial Realm to develop in the direction of the Qibao Miaoshu? Chapter 1563, Acting with Those Incense Creatures. Su Lang fell into contemplation again. The core ability of Qibao Miaoshu is deprivation and plunder. The Void Dragon Vein Heaven Realm must first have such a tone, mainly plundering. The creatures inside need to think about plundering others all the time, and take action, so as to form countless incense aspirations about plunder. In addition, the creatures inside must also form a concept that the enemy cannot defend itself from predatory behavior. This concept needs to be deeply carved into the souls of countless incense creatures, and the incense aspiration they produce will have the characteristic of ignoring defense. Predation is inherently negative. This is in line with the current general direction of the development of the Void Dragon Vein Heaven Realm, but it can save me a lot of effort. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and his thoughts moved. and there was a sudden change in the void dragon vein heaven. I saw the dragon vein earth, all over the world suddenly changed color. The original colorful earth turned directly into black, and all the positive incense aspirations were absorbed by the ball at the core. Those who stayed outside to circulate are all negative incense. All the creatures in the whole world are thrown into crazy bloodthirsty. One by one, the incense creatures continued to kill others or were killed, and then once again absorbed the incense from the dragon vessel, and wished to be reborn. But the scene of crazy killing did not last long. Because of those negative incense aspirations, some of them began to be intercepted by the dragon vein core. The pure killing was first completely intercepted, and the remaining negative incense was also intercepted one after another. Until the dragon vein core reached its limit, the incense in the world could no longer be intercepted and purified. But at this time, the black earth gradually turned into grayish-white. There are not many incense in the world except for plundering. The nature of the incense and desire power that permeated between heaven and earth was closer to the state that Su Lang had expected. When the incense life and death cycle in the whole world many times, the remaining types of incense will become less and less. Incense creatures gradually stopped killing other targets, but kept attacking and plundering other targets' incense power. As these incense creatures became stronger, the incense aspirations they produced became purer, all about plundering. I believe that with the passage of time, there will be only the incense power of the predatory characteristic in this world. Next, the concept "Ofnami cannot defend" will be formed. It is deeply rooted in the hearts of every incense creature, and it has become the rule of this world. Su Lang thought about what to do. He already had a clue. Clone dispatch, buying clone, Mingguang Wanji. In a flash, the avatars were dispatched by Su Lang to the world of void dragon veins, and then turned into a large number of avatars, displaying the light of the universe, illuminating the entire world of void dragon veins. These incense creatures were inherently fragile and very unstable, and were quickly subdued. Immediately after, the clones began to instill in them the notion that the enemy cannot defend. To put it concretely, it is to fool all the incense creatures. The world they live in is transformed by the most precious, the colorful branches of the Seven Treasure Tree. All creatures are descendants of the Seven Treasure Tree, possessing the ability to plunder others as they please, and the enemy cannot defend and can only be slaughtered. The enemy is unable to defend, which is obviously very incredible. But the subdued incense creatures still obeyed, forcibly convinced themselves of this view. In the beginning, only part of it believed this view, and not sincerely. In order to let the incense creatures believe this view from the heart, Su Lang's avatars also used soul gathering and splitting technique to fissure into countless souls. Then use these souls to become incense creatures and act with those real incense creatures. Chapter 1564, Drunk Dreams Forever, Refine the Soul. I saw the ground formed by dragon veins. One incense creature went crazy to grab the aspiration of another incense creature. As a result, the opponent rebelled frantically, but it didn't help. The incense creature that shot and snatched easily grabbed a lot of aspirations, and the whole person was stunned. Then, a sentence came to his mind. I am a descendant of Qibao Miaoshu. I can ***** other people's things, but others can't defend it. It is true, others really can't defend. I'm a descendant of Qibao Miaoshu. The great Seven Treasure Tree is on the top. Except for His Majesty Langdi, you are my most convincing existence. This creature believed in his identity and his abilities from the heart. Immediately afterwards, he continued to take action. After repeated attempts, the enemy could not defend. This scene also appeared in other incense creatures. Gradually, more and more incense creatures believed in that concept sincerely. If there are more people who believe in a ridiculous thing, it is impossible to distinguish the true from the false. When everyone believes it, it's not true or true. Of course, for the incense creatures in the void dragon vein world to form deep-rooted concepts, it takes time to solidify. To make the entire void dragon vein celestial realm reach the point where it can be hammered into a weapon, it can't be done in a short time. The void dragon vein celestial realm is now formal. In the future, you only need to infuse incense and aspiration from time to time, put the soul of your heart, and guide and correct it. Seeing the countless incense creatures, you rob me and I rob you on the gray earth, Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after, his attention finally fell to the other three exercises. They are Imperial Transformation and Sunken Star, Blood Moon, heaven and underworld, and drunken dreams. Among them, imperial transformation and sunken star is a body-building exercise. After practice, the emperor's body can become as heavy as a planet and extremely tough. If this exercise was accompanied by the heaven and earth method of emperor phase without beginning sutra, it would be enough to transform into a planet-level existence. At that time, stepping on the stars, punching the sun and the moon will become a real fact. Blood Moon Sky Underworld is an explosive secret technique of chi and blood. It can be used after using the final chapter, Broken World, of Independent Human World, to further explode the power of the Emperor from the atomic level. Drunken Dreams is the same important technique as Netherworld Dragon Vessels. Because this is a rare book that can exercise the spiritual power of the Great Emperor. I won't try, Emperor Hua Chengxing, and Blood Moon Sky and Underworld. I've been waiting for the technique of Drunken Dreams forever, for a long time, and finally I can use it. Try it now. Su Lang took a deep breath, held his breath, and performed Drunk Dreams. Enter the fixed state. Immediately after, in the chaotic sea of consciousness, countless golden mists began to condense into vortexes. The mist condensed in the vortex, turned into a solid, and turned into a broken mirror. It's the kind that shatters the complete mirror. There are tens of thousands of fragmented mirrors, large and small, of different shapes, floating in the sea of knowledge. And in every broken mirror, there is a Su Lang reflected. It seems that every broken mirror has become a world, and Su Lang will enter it to experience a complete life from death to life, but Su Lang's main consciousness did not participate in it. The Su Lang in those mirror surfaces is just an illusion transformed by soul power, including everything in the mirror surface is fake. Even the mirror surface is just appearance. Beneath the surface is the spirit power of the soul that is constantly working. They relied on the more than 3,000 nearly perfect Tao rules that Su Lang had comprehended to evolve one by one false worlds, and were tempered in the process, but this, Drunken Dreams, can actually help others exercise their mental power. Just put the souls of others into the broken lens, you can get tempered, and even understand the rules of Su Lang as the source. But the soul that was put in had to really end the first life, in it, and could not come out until Su Lang stopped working. Chapter 1565, Open the 10 Realms as One. Time passed slowly. In an instant, 2 whole days passed. In the boundless world of knowledge of the sea, suddenly there were waves of earth-shaking loud noises that spread throughout the world. Boom boom boom. But I saw that the countless broken lenses exploded one by one, turning into a thick golden mist again. Compared with before, the golden mist at this time is obviously richer. Have you finished the exercise? Su Lang slowly opened his eyes, a flash of light flashed, open it to me. For an instant, Su Lang's mental power surged out like a flood, and rolled away. More and more distant places were discovered, 10,000 meters, hundreds of millions of meters, trillions of meters, trillions of meters. Before Su Lang's limit detection range of spiritual power was 10 trillion li, but now it has increased to 12 trillion li. Improved by a fifth. This technique is pretty good, even my mental strength can be increased by 1/5. If this is cultivated to the founding level by other ordinary goods, wouldn't it be possible to improve the power? More once. Unfortunately, this exercise can only be used once in a short time, otherwise it will be too late. Quote. Su Lang's face showed 7 points of satisfaction and 3 points of regret. Soon, he also took out several exercises, namely, Daily Haoshan 2, Withered Wood Condensation of Origin and Fate, Reincarnation Eternal Green Art, and Taishu Universe Dragon Art, and Wanwa Promise Nirvana, Classics, Chaotic Dark Eclipse. Now one key martial arts has reached level 40, and you can practice 9 exercises at the same time. Now, with the addition of Returning to the Pure and Returning to One Emperor, there are only 7 exercises, 2 books short of it. While thinking about it, Su Lang selected 2 forging body types from the synthesized Emperor level exercises. No matter what the stage, you can never go wrong with exercise. Immediately after, Su Lang put all of these 9 exercises on the Wushu villain and started to practice. The 3 godless level exercises can actually be practiced. It seems that my melting pot of 10,000 magic functions is much more powerful than I thought, and it's also a super plugin. I just don't know if the power displayed after the training is completed will decrease. After all, I don't have those strange bloodlines. Quote. Seeing the busy villain Shiwu, Su Lang's eyes showed a hint of surprise and expectation. Soon, his gaze shifted to the cultivating villain next to him. I saw that the cultivator was covered in gold, and the aura was faintly rotating inside. 2 whole days. I practiced for 2 full days at a cultivation speed close to 3 trillion times. The accumulated cultivation base should be enough to complete Thetan realms as one. Su Lang took a deep breath, and immediately issued an order without any muddles. The system, immediately turn on the 10 realms as one function. Ding! The repair base is consuming, and the world channel is being opened. The system prompt is particularly pleasing, because this time it really succeeded. Hey, my inner world will finally be connected. Su Lang smiled excitedly, then looked at himself and checked the progress of the world channel. I saw the cultivation base accumulated by the cultivation villain quickly disappeared. Each of the inner worlds of the Shifang stretched out 9 wonderful passages, deriving from the other inner worlds. In the end, the inner boundary of Shifang was connected by 45 world channels. Any one world can connect and communicate with the other 9 worlds. These 45 world channels seem to have formed a peculiar meridian network in Su Lang's body, independent of another meridian network besides the physical meridian. All that flows inside is the power of the world. To be precise, it is the power of the world's heaven. Su Lang's life universe has not yet nourished the soul, and has not formed the power of humanity. But this day is not far away, and he has laid out a plan specifically for the power of humanity, and Luoyujing, Life Palace Creation Records, etc. are all part of the plan. Chapter 1566. The Realm of the Emperor is not easy. At this moment, the inner boundaries of the 10 directions are connected to each other, and the earth-shaking changes have taken place immediately. Each world has been perfected and moisturized by other worlds while maintaining its own characteristics. For example, the 5 internal organs correspond to the 5 elements: Yingwo, Zhengxing, Chengxing, Qiming, and Tai Sui. After interconnecting, the 5 elements are connected, complement each other, and continue to live endlessly, and the power of the world rises sharply. The 5-element life universe and the 2 wind attribute universes are also affected by the Dantian universe and the light and dark universes, producing their own sun, moon, day and night. In short, with the exception of the Dantian universe, every living universe began to possess a trace of other attributes on the basis of a single attribute. And the primitive lives produced in the universe of life began to gradually possess other attributes. This kind of change is definitely not something that can be produced by simply throwing a treasure of other attributes into a certain life universe. If you really do that, the only result is that the treasure of other attributes is assimilated and swallowed. In addition, the Dantian universe is naturally also affected by the other 9 life universes. As the basic attribute, the 5-element attributes have the greatest impact, bringing the cultivation environment of Blue Star's entire planet to a higher level. The light and dark universes have enhanced the power of the sun and the moon, making the light and dark attributes of the Blue Star as common as the attributes of the 5 elements. The powerful wind attribute made the Blue Star's atmosphere appear in the Blue Star's atmosphere with strong 9-day winds, roaring day and night. At this time, the Blue Star had all the characteristics of a high-level transcendent world, except for its small area. Even the quasi-no god can practice here. For example, Yuji, who temporarily stayed on the Blue Star, immediately felt the Blue Star's gain to her. The world has changed drastically. The whole world seems to have risen to a level, and it is still developing rapidly. The 8 regular avenues of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and light, dark and wind, and hundreds of derivative regular avenues have become more apparent. Many of them are unfamiliar rules that I didn't understand. Oh my god, how did Su Lang comprehend these rules? What did he do to make his life universe greatly improved? Could it be that he has broken through to the Supreme Emperor level? Thinking of this, Yuji couldn't help covering her small mouth, her eyes widening. What? Brother Su Lang broke through to the godless level? No, Brother Su Lang is not a great emperor. How could he break through to the godless level all at once? It may be that the strength has been improved. The realm does not have much restriction on Brother Su Lang. That's right, Su Lang can't use common sense. Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian were also very excited. Su Lang has become stronger, and they are naturally very happy. At this time, suddenly there was another tremor of heaven and earth, and the sun and the moon were dark. There seems to be a loud rumbling from the depths of the distant universe, like shattering people's eardrums. Immediately after, Countless regular visions arise from the sky and the earth at the same time. Red clouds and purple mists, flames, mysterious ice, and hurricanes roar in jewels. The smallpox fell to the ground and the golden lotus rushed, and the thunder shook for 9 days. In addition to the changes on the planet, the edge of the universe is full of chaos, constantly opening up a whole new space. And such changes appear in the 10 life universes at the same time. And this is not all. Just when Chu Xiaobei and others were shocked, pieces of huge treasure land suddenly appeared in the blue star sky. Amidst countless visions, it looked like a floating fairy island. Immediately after, these treasure lands suddenly disappeared, and the earth began to shake violently. No, not just vibration, but tearing. Pieces of continents were torn apart, huge canyons, and pieces of treasure land grew out of the cracks like bamboo shoots. This scene seems to have lifted the seal of heaven and earth, making the land of ancient times see the sky again. But in fact, this series of changes, but Su Lang officially broke through the great emperor. Then, he put the treasure of those trophies into the Blue Star, and used Space Avenue to embed it in the ground. In addition to Blue Star, the other 9 life universes also ushered in their own treasure places with corresponding attributes. Su Lang killed too many powerful men in Wushuanglo, Guangming sect, and Moth clan, and collected too many treasures. This time, it directly increased the surface area of the Blue Star and other life planets by dozens of times. More dense auras rushed out, and some plants, birds and beasts that existed on the planet of life were nourished by the auras, opening their wisdom and becoming a demon. This power, the realm of the Emperor, I finally reached it. It's not easy. In the quiet room of the soul-chasing Emperor's palace, Su Lang slowly let out a sigh of relief, his heart moved. Attribute panel. Chapter 1567. 2 Godless class hit the door. Properties panel. Name: Su Lang. Race: Human. Qualification level: Turbidity realm level 1. Great Emperor attack level: Quasi no ***** level Infinity defensive level: Quasi no God level Infinity Shenfa level: Quasi no ***** level Infinity Endurance level: Quasi no ***** level Infinity Spirit level. Realm of Broken Nirvana. Mastering the exercises. The Infinite Heart Sutra, 10,000 Laws into 1. Unnamed, Great Emperor level, Founding. Activated System Functions. 1 Key Practice Function, level 41, 1 Key Martial Arts Function, level 39, Clone Dispatch Function, level 40, 1 Key Treasure Hunt Function, level 40, 1 Key Alchemy Function, level 15, 1 Key Mixer Function, level 15, 1 Key Refinement Function, level 15, 1 Key Synthesis Function, level 15, 1 Key Empowerment Function, level 18, 1 Key Enhancement Function, level 1, 1 Key Decomposition Function. No grade. Daily attributes have not broken through to the godless level. It seems that the gap between the Great Emperor and the godless level is really terrifying. However, I also reached the limit of using devouring clones and all mysteries before. Now once the swallow clone and the secret technique are used, the combat power can be 100% increased to the godless level. What's more, none of my Great Emperor level body building exercises really worked. I still have room for improvement. Next, as long as the cultivation level is sufficient, you can rely on those founding level soul body soul space fusion techniques to complete the fusion of the soul body and soul space and step into the godless level. Quote. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a calm smile. Now all the big players who consume cultivation bases have disappeared, and his cultivation base can finally be used to improve the cultivation level. With the current cultivation rate close to 3 trillion times, it will surely be able to accumulate enough cultivation skills soon. Godless. Soon. There was a glimmer of expectation in Su Lang's eyes. Even if Zong was about to change places, he continued to send clones to search for the lost Xuanwu in the turbulent time. But at this moment, boom boom boom, a sonic boom came from a distance. But before the sound arrived, 2 figures appeared in the nearby air. The 2 were dressed in black robes and looked like middle-aged men in vicissitudes of life. These 2 people, no ***** class. Su Lang looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared, suddenly raised his eyebrows, and opened their attribute panel. This look, his pupils suddenly shrank. The 2 were named Che Chunghua and Zhong Wenshan. They are not ordinary godless class, they are all Sandu godless class. The key is, the person who came has the dragon veins, and it is exactly the same as Liang Xiaofei's dragon veins, and even the aura exuding from his body is 99% similar. Liang Xiaofei's brother, a member of the 4 dragon seas of the last reincarnation era. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. I'm Chael, I just broke through to the great emperor level, and there are serious godless powerhouses coming to my door, am I really a non-chief? And while Su Lang was observing and complaining, Xianxia and Zhang Wenxin were also looking at Su Lang up and down. The scales of the dragons were looming on their faces because of anger, which was quite hideous. That's it, he killed the 3rd junior brother. Zhang Wenxin stared at Su Lang, a trace of ashes floating in his hand, it was the lifeline after burning. The 3rd junior brother, Xianxia roared in a low voice, dare to kill my 3rd junior brother. His mood on the journey these days has calmed down a bit, but when he saw Su Lang at this time, his eyes were red again, and his anger was boiling. But then, a trace of doubt reappeared in the hearts of Zhang Wenxin and Xianxia. Because the fluctuation of the young man's cultivation base in front of him is only a great emperor. Although his aura is so powerful, he has reached the level of invincibility in the quasi-no-god level. But at this level, it is impossible to kill the godless 3rd junior brother Liang Xiaofei. Even if Liang Xiaofei hasn't awakened yet, just realizing the godless defense mechanism laid down is not a quasi-godless defense mechanism. Chapter 1568, Am I not killing him and waiting for him to kill me? This is a little weird. I'm afraid it is the reincarnation or rebirth of old monsters from other reincarnation eras. But in any case, he is the murderer who killed the 3rd junior brother, and we will avenge this grudge. After making eye contact with doubts, the distressed Xianxia and Zhang Wenxin left immediately, blocking Su Lang in the middle. Why did you two come here? Su Lang pretended not to know, he didn't want to fight with 2 Sandu godless grades for the time being, after all, the opposite was too scary. If you can fool around, that is the best result, however. Su Lang's idea is obviously going to fail. Why did you come? Coming for the asterisk vengeance. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and shone in a cold light. I ask you, why are you killing my 3rd junior brother Liang Xiaofei? What hate does he have with you? Before killing Su Lang, he wanted to figure out what happened. Rather than let the 3rd junior brother die unclear, nor do I want this revenge to be so unclear. Humph, it turned out to be for Liang Xiaofei. Su Lang pretended to be surprised, and sneered, when he comes out, he will crush me. If I don't kill him, wait for him to kill me. Not bad, you should just wait for him to kill you. Zhang Wenxin's eyes were blood red, and he shouted angrily, what qualifications do you have to resist, you bastard, you are damned. Ouch, ouch, so overbearing, so rampant, so unreasonable. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, besides, you are so retarded, I can kill Liang Xiaofei, you still talk to me about qualifications. Humph, give me less time to speak. What happened to my 3rd junior brother? How did you sneak attack and kill him? I advise you to recruit from the ground, so that when you die, you can be happy, otherwise I will let you live forever, but you can't ask for death. Xianxia stared at Su Lang, a terrifying murderous aura spread. In an instant, the world trembles with a radius of 100,000 light years, and the void is torn apart, as if some world-class horror existed forcibly. That majestic and vast aura, even with Su Lang's current strength, felt completely cold all over. Sandu godless grade is really too strong, and at this level, the gap between small realms is even more terrifying. Su Lang is separated from this realm by 3 full gaps, and every gap is difficult to cross. Say it, what happened to my 3rd junior brother? The one who killed my 3rd junior brother, besides you, did anyone help you? Zhang Wenxin also asked fiercely, his whole body aura pressed down, and the space was broken every inch, like a rotten wall. Su Lang was sandwiched between the 2 Sandu godless grades, almost squashed. But he still looked calm and unhurried, as if facing only 2 ordinary middle-aged men. Since you want to know, then I will tell you, so that you too can also understand more clearly. Su Lang smiled faintly, and slowly said, there is a power in the East Wilderness named Wuxia. The host Lin Fang is Liang Xiaofei's master. They both provoke me and were hacked to death by me alone, understand? Let us understand more. Ha 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 ha, are you crazy? Could it be that you didn't notice the breath in us? HMPH, you dare to say that you killed one with a single sword. With your cultivation base, you can't even hurt a single hair from my 3rd junior brother. Now since you refuse to tell the truth, then we have arrested you so that you are not as good as death. By the way, we can find out the old ***** who helped you. After hearing Su Lang's words, Che Chunghua and Zhang Wenxin sneered again and again with murderous aura. The two brothers looked at each other, and at the same time stretched out their big hands to grab them. Rumble. Countless regular avenues formed a vision, rolling towards Su Lang. Su Lang stood under the attack of two godless classes, like a praying mantis before the giant wheel, an ant in the flood. Ha ha, it doesn't even use twisting power to deal with me, how do you look down on me? In that case, let you see my strength, and by the way, I also self-test to what extent the limit state can reach. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, his thoughts flickered, and the secret technique he had secretly prepared broke out instantly. Chapter 1569. I feel like I lost countless billion, swallow the clone, the stars gather together. The inner world of 10 directions, the broken world, Emperor Hua Chen Xing, Fa Shang Tian. Blood Moon, heaven and soul, the world is dead. Kunlun is invisible, hidden scales hunting west. Yutian break a sword, kill. In an instant, Su Lang swallowed 38 clones, his aura soared and broke through to Urdu godless level. Immediately, the 10 directions of life universe connected together opened up, and the power of the world was all leaked out. The broken world and broken shackles made Su Lang's breath rise again. Immediately afterwards, endless qi and blood burst out from all the cells of Su Lang, and all the innate qi stored in his body was completely released without any reservation. A large number of explosive secret methods were urged, the Urdu godless grade Yutian sword whistled, and the horrible twisting power condensed. Before Su Lang suppressed the realm, the foundation that he spent countless cultivation bases to build broke out at this moment. In an instant, his combat power was crazily close to the Sandu godless level. Except for the deity of Su Lang, there are also 40 avatars incarnate in a Xing Quan Yunhe, merged into one. Although these avatars do not have a 10-square inner world, the fusion of godless avatars are also like horrible gods. Moreover, this godless avatar also holds 2 godless soldiers, the hard absolute edge sword and the bright sword, so powerful that it is unimaginable. At this moment, the magical powers of Che Chunghua and Zhang Wenxin are approaching, and Su Lang has also turned from a praying mantis under a giant wheel, an ant in a flood, to a terrifying powerhouse. Next moment. Rumble. Su Lang didn't have the slightest reservation. Using his lifelong learning and lifelong cultivation as a powerful move, he smashed Cha Chungwa's attack fiercely. The godless clone also hit Sanzong Wenxin's attack. In addition, the attacks of Su Lang's deity and clone are still unabated, and they will kill Che Chunghua and Zhang Wenxin in general. What? This Liao unexpectedly burst into an attack close to the Sandu godless grade at the quasi-godless grade. How is this possible? Che Chunghua and Zhang Wenxin were dumbfounded, and could not believe their eyes. They have gone through 2 eras of reincarnation, but they are horrible bosses who have lived for billions. But it's so unbelievable, it's the first time they have seen each other for unbelievable things. Of course, horrified is horrified, the two immediately started to defend. Although Su Lang's attack did not reach the Sandu godless level. However, Chunghua and Chunghua did not dare to resist this kind of attack vehicle close to the Sandu godless class. Because it contains a lot of twisting power. At the godless level, there is more distortion than someone else. The two of them were horrified by the twisting power that was rolling in, and they couldn't think of why Su Lang could condense so much twisting power. Perhaps the only explanation is that Su Lang is really a reborn super boss. Che Chunghua and Zhang Wenxin no longer looked down upon Su Lang, and directly used their own supreme soldier. Zishao Tianxinglong, come out. Promise Sky Star Dragon, come out. However, a purple light and a white light flew out of the hands of Che Chunghua and Zhang Wenxin respectively, turning into a purple sky dragon and a white sky dragon. Ho ******** ho ho. 2 sky-shaking dragons came, followed by the extremely majestic Longwei, and the whole world seemed to be filled with Long Xiaolongwei. These 2 divine mighty dragons roaming around the world, it is as if the sky and the earth have become waves for them to swim freely, and the universe has become their sky soaring. A wave of twisting power kept pouring out, cancelling all Su Lang's attacks. Urdu has no ***** soldiers, and it turned out to be 2 dragons. It looks like it should be refined from the remains of a dragon, containing the real dragon soul and dragon body, and it is definitely not a fake that looks like a dragon. I chail, these 2 old guys are a dragon. How come Liang Xiaofei doesn't have such a powerful weapon? I feel like I have lost countless billions. Quote. Seeing the divine dragon that shuttles between the sky and the earth, soaring through the fog, and destroying Emperor Gaoshan with its breath, Su Lang feels heartache. Of course, Su Lang is not patronizing and distressed. His previous blow has exhausted all his strength. Although there is the sun in the body as an energy source, the energy recovered is enough to allow him to move freely, and it is impossible to carry out such an attack again. Chapter 1570. Slaughter your 2 cows and so. Without a hit, Su Lang immediately turned around and ran. However, Xianxia, Zhang Wenshan and their Shenlong cut off their way in other directions. The only way to leave is time turbulence. Want to escape? We have chased you across countless light years and let you escape. Quote. Seeing Su Lang turned and fled, Xianxia and Zhang Wenshan instantly chased after him. At this time, Jia, the day the sword is recast, when the night returns. When my deity returns, it will be your 2 deaths. Su Lang's avatar of the godless grade smiled, and the godless soldier in his hand disappeared, and then his whole body exploded. Boom! An extremely terrifying force swept across the world and successfully delayed the footsteps of Xianxia and Zhang Wenshan. In less than a millisecond, Su Lang's figure had disappeared into the turbulent flow of time. Damn! Zhang Wenshan's eyes were about to split, and he gritted his teeth, dare to escape into the turbulence of time. Chase! With that said, Zhang Wenshan wanted to catch up. Wait, second brother, I am waiting for a short lifespan, so I can't wear it so easily. Xianxia stopped Zhang Wenshan. Although that old monster is reincarnated, but his lifespan is definitely not long, he won't be able to stay in it for long. Yes, I'm so confused. Zhang Wenshan slapped his forehead fiercely. That doggy doesn't want to die in the turbulence of time, it will definitely come out soon. Not bad. You should have also discovered that his cultivation realm is only quasi-great emperor level. I am afraid that he can't stay a day in the turbulent time. Maybe he has more than that lifespan, but no matter how long he does not exceed 5 days, if he doesn't want to die, he will definitely come out. Xianxia sneered and analyzed again and again. We only need to arrange the interception formation along the border of the Eastern Desolation, and wait for the rabbits. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Zhang Wenshan laughed for a long time. As expected of my brother, okay, just do it. Immediately after, the two immediately began to move, one heading towards the north and the other heading towards the south, where they passed the formations. These formations are not very powerful, but very keen, and news will be sent out once they are destroyed. And every few distances, the two will leave a teleportation formation so that they can arrive in time and kill Su Lang. However, Xianxia and Zhang Wenshan never thought of it. As soon as Su Lang entered the turbulent flow of time and left the sight of the two of them, he had already left through the clone replacement. And the reason why he wanted to make such a show was completely because Su Lang wanted to lead Xianxia by his nose like a cow. At this time, Xianxia and Zhang Wenshan were really fooled. They were hung on the border, and they prepared wholeheartedly to intercept Su Lang in the turbulent time. Humph! When my strength improves, I will kill you 2 cows. The 2 Shenlong Emperor soldiers, I'm so rare, and suck. Su Lang stood on a mountaintop tens of millions of light years away from the border of the eastern wilderness, licking his lips with a sneer. Soon. System, start one-click treasure hunt. Go, watch the 2 old guys for me. With a thought in Su Lang, countless treasure-hunting flying flies swarmed out, appeared not far from the border of the eastern desolation, and quickly lurked to various places. In this way, the traces of Xianxia and Zhang Wenshan can be better grasped. There is nothing left to do next. The cultivation base that should be improved has also been improved, and now the cultivation base is not enough. The materials are also not enough. The materials needed to upgrade the godless soldiers are really too much. Fortunately, the materials needed to refine the fairy-level parts of the superhumanoid weapon do not need to be very advanced, and they are sufficient for the time being. Quote. Sighing for his poverty again, Su Lang took out the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and ran into the quiet room to refine the parts. And just when Xianxia and Zhang Wenshan clothed the net to intercept Su Lang, but Su Lang escaped comfortably. Chapter 1571. Super Voldemort Road Mingshuan. The western border of the East Wasteland is close to the location of the Middle Wasteland. The tall and steep mountain peaks are endless, surrounded by clouds of fairy-like white mist, like a fairyland. The magnificent palace-style buildings cover billions of miles and isolate the sky. Between the palaces, there are mountains and mountains, immortals, birds and animals, and Yinchuan melts down for 9 days. The magnificent building has 5 steps on the first floor, 10 steps in a pavilion. This is exactly where the Fatian sect, the largest force in the Eastern Desolation, resides. Even this area with a radius of 20 million light-years is called the Flying Fairy Domain. Fatian sect is a new force emerging in this reincarnation era. A strong rise named Fatian, with the help of the Supreme Emperor's soldiers, killed countless enemies and stood on top of the Eastern Desolation. At this time, Fatian is already a true Supreme Emperor. And there is still no god level or due. But no one knows that the reason why Fatian can rise depends on not only the dead man's scriptures. There is also a strong man in the last reincarnation era who has proclaimed himself for countless years. This strong man is in the depths of the maze of Fei Tianzhao, using countless formations and chains to seal the 4 dragons and the 4th, Luming Xuan. Fatian has obtained countless benefits from Luming Xuan with secret methods, and it is one of them to break through the godless level. But Fatian didn't know that all of these were traps laid by Luming Xuan. The 4 brothers of the 4 dragons and seas failed in the last reincarnation era, and were scattered all over the world, using the deadwood condensation technique, to call themselves everything, waiting for the day of recovery. But Luming Xuan is clearly the smartest. He arranged a series of methods in advance to guide others to seize his power and become a stronger person. Its purpose is to swallow all those strong men who have taken his power at the moment of complete recovery. All the power that belongs to him, does not belong to him, all belongs to him. This kind of strategy is actually not particularly clever. The key is that the details are too real and the temptation is too strong. The temptation to break through to the godless level, below the godless level, who can resist except Su Lang? Moreover, Luming Xuan has endured 600 million years since he was discovered by Fatian and extracted his strength. After such a long period of time, even those who were vigilant were completely relaxed. At this moment, deep in the underground maze, in the center surrounded by countless transparent walls and black chains, the crystal-clear godless body suddenly showed a trace of color. Yellow skin, long black hair, dark brown pupils, bright red lips. A trace of invisible power spread to the black chain, causing it to gradually turn red. Even the transparent walls around them spread a cobweb-like red, just like capillaries under the crystal-clear skin. The silent but conspicuous changes spread rapidly. The 4 quasi-godless guards in white robes did not move. If you look closely, you can find that the surface of the 4 quasi-godless skins and the depths of the pupils of the eyes have been covered by the spreading blood-red lines. A disaster that was extremely terrifying to the flying immortal territory extended from the ground. The strange atmosphere began to flood this fairyland-like land. At the same time, Fatian Emperor Hall, the most luxurious retreat room. The entire retreat room is made of countless precious materials, and it is absolutely impossible to be disturbed by the outside world. No one knows that Fatian Guru Fatian is sitting on the ground, wrapped in countless blood-red lines. Yes, Fei Genius is the most important object of Luming Xuan's care. Long before the attack from underground, Fatian had been restrained. In the quiet room, the red-wrapped Fatian twitched slightly and let out a scream of incomparable pain. However, as a godless powerhouse, he has no way to escape the predicament, and he can't even send a message. It can be said that everything about Fatian was given by Luming Xuan, and he was too much controlled. The terrifying world changes are about to appear in the Flying Fairy Domain. The entire place of exile, except for those who are restrained by flying to teach martial artists. Only a few people felt this weird change. The first is Che Chunghua and Zhang Wenshan, their 4 brothers are the closest people. Before Liang Xiaofei recovered, the 2 of them felt it, but before they set out to find, Liang Xiaofei was beheaded by Su Lang. At this time, Che Chunghua and Zhang Wenshan felt the breath of Luming Xuan again, and they were suddenly excited. They immediately contacted Luming Xuan through the unique contact method between the brothers. After confirming that Luming Xuan was very safe, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued to arrange a net to capture Su Lang. After preparing to kill Su Lang, go to find Luming Xuan to join. In addition to Che Chunghua and Zhang Wenshan, 2 others sensed the changes in the flying immortal territory. Chapter 1572, Zan Taiching and Chong Henzi. The extreme north edge of the exile. There is plenty of aura and materials here, no less than the middle wasteland. But all this is not natural, but man-made, created by the supreme Nine Qing Palace. The Supreme Nine Qing Palace, like the Chonghen Palace, are powerful forces that have experienced a lot of reincarnation times. Its resident is a vast area of 100,000 light years, and the land of the entire resident is cast with various treasures. Even the places outside the station are full of various treasures, forming a blessed land. The extremely rich spiritual energy radiated from these treasures, permeating between the heaven and the earth. Not only that, but 1,000,000 light years away from the core of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace, there is also an endless array of gathering spirits. These spirit-gathering formations are as high as the Emperor's level, endless, like a black hole, absorbing spiritual energy all the time. This caused the northern barren land to almost truly become a barren area. Except for the resident on the northern wilderness, part of the resident of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace actually extends into the turbulence of time. Most of this part of the station in the turbulence of the world is planted with all kinds of elixir, as well as full of formations that inspire the natural treasures. The Supreme Nine Qing Palace is actually using the power of time turbulence to cultivate spiritual plants and treasures of heaven and material. There are actually many people who do this, but such a large-scale cultivation is too much for the Nine Qing Palace to do. Moreover, these cultivation sites are actually to conceal a special existence, a special zone where the time flow is slower than other places in the exile. Just in the deepest part of the turbulent flow of time, there is a simple wooden house alone. In the wooden house, a skinny old man sat quietly, with a chessboard in front of him. This old man is exactly the head of the 9 supreme emperors of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace, Zan Taiqing. The chessboard has 9 straight lines intertwined into dots, all of which are red, but with different shades. The shallowest is almost invisible, and the deepest is right at the northernmost part of the board. Just a few days, the quasi-godless grade has died so many, and the newly resurrected godless grade also died. These people are all dead in the hands of a little guy who can burst out of quasi-godless combat. Power from time to time. It's unbelievable. Maybe it's the godless level of recovery. Maybe I should send someone to see it. Well, the Fatian sect, which is close to the middle famine in the eastern famine, has also had an accident, and there is an extra red dot representing the godless level. The red dots representing Fatian flashed so violently. It seems that the little fellow of Fatian sect is going to die. This little guy is actually quite talented, and it would be a pity if he died. However, the guy in the Palace of Long Hating controls the eye of the 9 yin candles, and he will notice this change. That guy will definitely go there. The skinny Zan Taiqing looked at the chessboard in front of him with a numb expression on his face. At the same time, the vast middle wasteland. There are 3 powerful godless powers standing here: Chang'an Palace, Laiyan Temple, and Bixidian. And the location of Chang'an Palace is adjacent to Fatianzhou and closer to the eastern wilderness side. Compared with the residents of Fatianzhou, the residence of Chang'an Palace looks very simple. However, if you take a closer look, you can find that there are mysterious principles between the seemingly ordinary buildings and layouts. The entire residence of the Palace of Long Hatred has become a complete dojo. The Fatianzhou's residence seems extremely gorgeous, but its level is lower than that of the Palace of Long Hatred. It has to be said that the Palace of Long Hatred is worthy of being a superpower in the era of reincarnation. Such forces are simply not comparable to the Fatian sects that have emerged in this era. At this moment, in a wide palace made of black stone lay, a young man in a plain gray robe sits on a futon. This person is the famous palace master of Chonghen, Chonghen's son. Chonghenzi was holding a pitch-black bowl with water in it. He looked down, but his face was not reflected on the water, but another scene appeared. Chapter 1573. I must personally make you better than death. This scene is exactly what happened in Fatian sect. The huge Fatian sect has gradually covered the entire station with red capillary lines. Countless sect disciples have turned into corpses. Those who were still alive, there were only quasi-godless elders and leader Fatian. The powerhouse of the last reincarnation era of recovery. The entire Fatian sect is the cause and effect you planted. Once it recovers, I intend to swallow it all. If it is a general quasi-no-god level force, that's fine, but Fatian is also a second-duty no-god level force. The battle of reincarnation requires such a strong person to become my stepping stone, rather than costing my life in vain. It seems that I have to go. Chonghenzi stood up and dragged his broad gray robe to the ground. He smiled faintly, his eyes were indifferent and cold. Soon, he stretched out his finger and tapped on the edge of the black bowl, and the water inside suddenly rippled. The ripples did not gradually return to calm, but formed a super teleportation array. Immediately after, the black light flashed, and Chong Henzi's figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already reached the edge of the flying immortal territory, 5 million light-years away. The ripples in the black bowl swayed again. Chong Henzi disappeared again in an instant. This time, he came directly to Fatianzhao's vast and gorgeous sect residence. Very sorry. You Fatian, I save it. Your karma and grievances, wait until the war of reincarnation to end. Quote. While talking, Chong Henzi stretched out his hand a little. An extremely terrifying twisting force fell from the sky, instantly destroying the Fatian Emperor Hall. The red lines that wrapped Yu Fatian suddenly opened a gap, in the form of a huge giant cocoon. A black and skinny skeleton appeared inside, almost like a corpse. Although Yu Fatian hadn't died yet, 99% of the vitality energy had been drawn from his body, and he was not far from death. Chong Henzi did not pause, stretched out his hand to take a photo. Yu Fatian suddenly got rid of the restriction of the red lines, and rose from the ground. Hate me and remember me. During the war of reincarnation, do your best to kill me. Chong Henzi glanced at the earth and seemed to see Lu Mingxuan in the depths of the underground maze. Soon, he left a word, and left with Yu Fatian slowly. Hateful. Just a little bit, I can swallow all Yu Fatian. With only a slight difference, my strength will be able to rise to the next level, reaching the Sidhu godless level. Chong Hate son, I'm never finished with you. In the depths of the underground maze, Lu Mingxuan's eyes were about to split, and his body was shaking with anger. The 4 quasi-no-god level statues around who had already turned into skeletons were shocked to fly ashes instantly. But, Lu Mingxuan did not dare to do it, because he felt the death crisis from Chong Henzi. That guy who seemed to be just a teenager had already reached the peak of the 4 crossing godless grade. The black bowl in his hand is even more terrifying, at least it is also a voodoo godless soldier. But, I can't fight you alone. But when it comes to the battle of reincarnation, as long as our brothers and sisters work together, plus the 4 great dragons and no gods. Thinking of this, Lu Mingxuan couldn't help but think of the fallen 3rd senior brother Liang Xiaofei. The anger in his heart is more intense. It is like an active volcano that has been suppressed for countless billions of years to erupt. I can't deal with Chong Henzi temporarily, I can't deal with you yet. Dare to kill my 3rd brother, I will personally make you worse than death. Lu Mingxuan's face was twisted and hideous, and his whole body directly broke through the earth and hurried towards the eastern wilderness. On the way, he didn't forget to contact Che Chunghua and Zhang Wenshan to tell them not to kill Su Lang easily after they caught Su Lang, and wait for him to torture Su Lang together. Che Chunghua and Zhang Wenshan naturally agreed, and while continuing to search for Su Lang, they designed the torture to be used on Su Lang. At the same time, Su Lang didn't even know what happened outside. He was putting down the fairy-level parts in his hand, looking at the one-key cultivation villain extremely excited. Chapter 1574. The first Emperor level upgrade. I saw that the cultivator had turned from white to gold again. Ding. The sea of repair is full. Do you break through? Break through. Break immediately. Su Lang directly issued the order. Suddenly, almost endless aura appeared in his body. At the same time, part of the golden mist in Su Lang's consciousness sea also suddenly disappeared. These golden mists are his broken nirvana soul, and the part that disappeared was divided into 2, which were respectively integrated into the pubic universe and the heart. This is exactly the process of fusion of soul and universe and soul body. The average emperor needs countless time to complete this process. However, Su Lang had already practiced more than one soul-body fusion technique, and the soul-space fusion technique had also practiced a Wadao Great Emperor Sutra. All these exercises have reached the founding level, so Su Lang has no bottleneck on the 2 roads of soul-body-spirit fusion. At this moment, a large amount of Su Lang's soul power was integrated into the heart and the Dantian universe. Suddenly, Su Lang felt that his control of the heart had reached the limit, and he could do whatever he wanted. Although it was possible to achieve relatively perfect control before, it was impossible to control every molecule and atom like it is now. Moreover, the fusion of soul will in flesh and blood is not as simple as 1 + 1, but it can burst out even more incredible power. That kind of mysterious state that is almost indescribable, probably the word, angry blow, can express 1 part in a trillion. And, a blow with anger, is just the most superficial means to explode stronger power with the fusion of will and body. Soul-body fusion is to always maintain the strongest will and the strongest body fusion to explode, and each move can exert its ultimate strength. This is a simultaneous sublimation of the spirit and the body, a higher level of life completely reborn. At this time, Su Lang's heart has completed the fusion of soul and body and has become a higher level of flesh and blood. In addition to soul-body fusion, Su Lang also took a step on the road of soul-you fusion. A large amount of soul power has been integrated into the Shifeng life universe, and Su Lang has improved his control over the Shifeng universe. The 10 vast universes of life, in front of Su Lang, are like high-definition videos turned into Blu-ray videos, becoming clearer and clearer. Moreover, the Rule Avenue of Self-Understanding, and the Rule Avenue of Shifeng universe are also more compatible. The two sides complement each other, and the degree of harmony has gone to the next level. Although Su Lang understood more than 3,900 rules and more than 3,600 imaginary number rules, they were still imperfect in reality. And his condensed avenues are only 490, which is too far away from the realm of consummation. Therefore, with the initial level of soul fusion, Su Lang felt more remote rules and avenues on life planets such as Blue Star. Once the fusion of soul and universe is completed, he will be able to master these rules of avenues perfectly, and complement his foundation on the avenues of rules. In addition, the ability to control the universe of life has naturally reached the perfect level. Can manipulate anything in the life universe except time, even a small dust. Hey, wait until then, can you be called the true creator? Su Lang chuckled, then glanced at his attribute panel again. But except for the change in the realm, nothing else has changed. Su Lang didn't feel disappointed either. After all, although he now mastered a lot of exercises, they were all of the great emperor. Who is the supreme emperor who has not cultivated a godless level technique? He can pile up his combat power to infinitely close to the godless level with various great emperor level techniques, which is super abnormal. Moreover, Su Lang believed that as long as he broke through a few more small realms, his daily combat power would probably be able to break through to the godless level. At that time, in addition to being unable to use the power of distortion, other attack methods will never be inferior to the godless level. With a trace of anticipation, while continuing to refine parts, Su Lang was accumulating cultivation base, planning to break through to a higher level in one breath. In a blink of an eye, another day passed. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Chapter 1575, It's So Shocking. Ding. Big Sun Haoshan map has reached the founding level. Ding. Reincarnation Eternal Qingju has reached the founding level. Ding. The exercises placed before, except for the 5 godless level exercises, have not been completed. The remaining 4 great emperor level exercises have all reached the founding level. And among these 4 great emperor level exercises, the one that Su Lang valued most was the Great Sun Haoshan 2, followed by Reincarnation Eternal Qingju. Big Sun Haoshan map can make Su Lang soar the speed of absorbing solar energy countless times, further reaching the level of unlimited mana. The ability of Reincarnation Eternal Qingju is to greatly increase life expectancy, and its core is mainly to enhance life origin and soul origin. In addition to these 2 exercises, the other 2 are forging exercises at the emperor level, with simple and rude effects, which are to increase physical strength. I feel my strength has improved a lot. However, there is no qualitative improvement, but the quantity has increased. While thinking about it, Su Lang released Chu Xiaobei and others from the Dantian universe. Brother Su Lang, your blue star has grown many times bigger. Ji Rushui exclaimed at Su Lang as soon as he appeared. Suddenly many holes and blessings popped up under the ground. Murong Shenxian also exclaimed, moreover, some of these heaven and earth are still inhabited by strange creatures. It's not just that Blue Star has undergone drastic changes, the entire universe has grown a lot. Chu Xiaobei also exclaimed, Su Lang, Yuji said that you have broken through to the godless level, really? I can't guess wrong. I'm a veteran quasi-no god. The corner of Yuji's mouth twitched. Such a big movement must have broken through to the godless level. However, who said I broke through to the godless level? I just broke through from the quasi-great emperor level to the great emperor level. Su Lang smiled. Oh, I broke through to the second great emperor a day ago. What? How is this possible? Breakthrough to the great emperor level can also cause such a big movement. Fake it. Yuji's face froze, and he said in disbelief, what's more, if you were only at the quasi-great emperor level before, how could you defeat Lin Fang? Don't lie to me. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and released the realm fluctuation. This, the second great emperor's realm fluctuates. It's impossible, it must be fake, or I am dreaming. Yuji found that Su Lang's realm fluctuation was only the second great emperor, and suddenly his worldview was broken. Sister Yuji, you are not dreaming. Ji Rushui smiled and said, you forgot, brother Su Lang can't use common sense. Yes, not a person from the world at all. The entanglement and pain on your face seemed to be autistic. Ahem, okay. Su Lang waved his hand, Xiaobei, come here, it's time to instill the rules for you. Great, I come here a few more times, and my wuxian daoji will be perfect. Chu Xiaobei smiled, and immediately ran to Su Lang's face. What? I don't watch. This unreasonable method is simply too depressing. But Yuji seemed to be stimulated again, covering her face and turning around, her little body trembling slightly. Sister Yuji, don't compare yourself with Su Lang's brother, it will collapse. Yes, we don't bother with those problems at all. We just need to enjoy brother Su Lang beautifully and help brother Su Lang cheer and shout. Quote. Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian immediately went to comfort Yuji, quickly. Su Lang completed the indoctrination of Chu Xiaobei's rules and raised her mastery to 264 rules. I really want to break through. Chu Xiaobei felt the power of the new rules in his body, and he was eager to try. Put with it for a while, good. Su Lang patted Chu Xiaobei on the head. Okay, I am dependent on you. Chu Xiaobei smiled, giving people a feeling of being like a bird. This Tsunere Guliang will do the same. Su Lang smiled dumbly in his heart, and said to the four women, well, I am going to make a breakthrough now, for fear of hurting you by mistake. Go back to Blue Star first. Chapter 1576, The True Power of the Supreme Emperor. Wow. Brother Su is about to break through again. It's so fast, you deserve to be Brother Su Lang. Brother Su Lang, come on. Quote. The four women exclaimed, and Su Lang, who was stunned with a smile, took Blue Star back. Immediately after, he glanced at the cultivators who had all turned golden. It's been 24 hours. Equivalent to a second great emperor's 7.2 billion years of cultivation. Although I am a soul body and soul universe fusion at the same time, so many cultivation bases will definitely raise my realm to a higher level. Quote. Su Lang took a deep breath and immediately issued instructions to the system, give me continuous breakthroughs until the cultivation base is exhausted. Ding. Start breaking through. The system prompts that the sound has not fallen off. In the world of Su Lang's knowledge of the sea, a large stock of golden mist disappeared immediately. Part of these golden mists merged into Su Lang's internal organs and limbs, and submerged into the universe of life in 10 directions. Each cell completely merged with Su Lang's soul. Su Lang's soul body fusion rate soared, 10%, 30%, 70%. The soul fusion degree is also constantly increasing, but because there are 10 life universes, the progress is far behind the soul-body fusion degree. Finally, Su Lang's soul-body fusion is stable at 100%, which is the realm of the Supreme Emperor. At this point, Su Lang's life essence has made another leap, and every cell and even molecular atom in his body has taken a higher level. His lifespan has also been greatly increased. With the addition of Reincarnation Eternal Qingju, and a book of emperor-level body forging techniques, it has reached 3 billion years. Although this is not eternal life, it can be called longevity. In addition to the soul-body fusion, Su Lang's soul-space fusion has also increased a lot, and finally stabilized at 10%. Looking at the surface, there is only the realm of a great emperor, but Su Lang has 10 life universes. This 10% is almost equivalent to a complete universe of life. The soul body is 100% integrated. 10 life universes and 10% souls are fused. If there is only one universe in my life, I am afraid I will be promoted to the godless level soon. However, although my realm has not reached the godless level, my strength has steadily entered the godless level. Su Lang's eyes were superb and exquisite, and he felt the newly acquired power in detail. The soul body is complete, bringing unimaginable explosive powers, and even the slightest bit of these powers can be perfectly controlled. Although Soul Yu only had 10% fusion, it also allowed Su Lang to master dozens of unseen rules that he had never seen before, and his control of the power of the world became more and more exquisite. His control of the universe of life is also more nuanced. As long as he wants to, he can clearly see most of the details in the Shifang universe. With just one thought, you can accurately find a certain grass, a certain cobblestone on a certain life planet. This is something that the previous Su Lang could not do. This feeling of controlling the universe is really fascinating. Su Lang had a deep light in his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened the attribute panel. Properties panel. Name: Su Lang. Race: Human. Qualification level: Turbidity realm level. Quasi-Supreme Emperor attack level: Yidu Supreme Emperor defensive level. Yidu Supreme Emperor Shenfa level. A crossing of the Supreme Emperor endurance level. A crossing of the Supreme Emperor spirit level. Realm of broken nirvana mastering the exercises, the Infinite Heart Sutra, 10,000. Laws into 1. Unnamed, Great Emperor level, founding activated system functions. 1 key practice function level 41, 1 key martial arts function level 40, clone dispatch function level 40, 1 key treasure hunt function level 40, 1 key alchemy function level 15, 1 key mixer function level 15, 1 key refinement function level 15, 1 key synthesis function level 15, 1 key empowerment function level 18, 1 key enhancement function level 1, 1 key decomposition function no grade. 4-dimensional attributes have reached the level of godlessness in all aspects. Next, when, returning to nature and returning to 1 Emperor record, reaches the founding level, it will definitely improve greatly. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and smiled. Che Chunghua, Zhong Wenshan, your death date is not far away. Chapter 1577. I accept your little fate. Perception sharing. With the thought of Su Lang, the scenes seen by the flying gliders in search of treasure passed by before his eyes. Soon, he found Che Chunghua and Zhong Wenshan. The two are in the south and the other in the north. They have arranged an array that lasts 10 million light years. In order to kill Su Lang, it can be said that all costs are taken. A distance of 10 million light years. HMPH, it's really a good opportunity for me to break one by one. There was a sneer at the corner of Lang's mouth, and immediately dispatched the clone to the north. In the case of constant use of clone replacement, Su Lang quickly reached the place where Zhongwen Mountain was. Damn it! Why hasn't this guy come out yet? With his lifespan, it is impossible to stay in it for that long. What is going on? Is he already one step ahead of me and escaped from a place further north? This is impossible. I used the promised Sky Star Dragon to travel. How can he, a lingering garbage, be faster than me? Could it be that he is already dead in the turbulence of time and space? It's a pity that the ashes of the lifeline have completely dissipated, otherwise it can be used to detect it. Zhong Wenshan was suspended high in the air, holding a thin golden thread in his hand, and a light curtain spread out on the thin thread, forming a keen array. He stared at the depths of the turbulent flow of time and space. As soon as the target appeared, he would act immediately. However, he didn't even know that Su Lang was looking at him from behind. Zhong Wenshan, I accept your little life. Su Lang sneered, and instantly used the devouring clone and Xing Kuanyan. In an instant, the aura on Su Lang's body instantly skyrocketed from the Yidu godless level to the Sidu godless level. Using the avatar of Xing Kuanyan, he also directly condensed the avatar of the Sidu godless grade. Why is this breath so familiar? Zhong Wenshan felt 2 horrible auras of 4 crossing godless grade rising up not far from him, and his complexion suddenly changed. Immediately after, through the breath that impressed him, Zhong Wenshan instantly knew the identity of the visitor. It's the crap. Kill the 3rd junior brother's miscellaneous things. Oh my god, he didn't die, and he burst out with the breath of godless Sidu. Zhong Wenshan paled in shock, a storm rose in his heart, and a strong disbelief appeared on his face. But even if he didn't believe it, no matter how hard he could accept, he knew that the facts were in front of him. Within a single thought, Zhong Wenshan contacted Che Chunghua through special means and passed the news of Su Lang's appearance. At this time, the world trembled for a while, 2 slender figures holding long swords, as if teleporting to him. Promise Sky Star Dragon, Life Universe, the power of the world. Zhong Wenshan's pupils shrank, suddenly and immediately sacrificed his own supreme soldier. He couldn't believe that Su Lang could explode with such power, but the breath did scare him and he had to go all out. Humph, I have no soldiers, I have 10 more life universes. Su Lang sneered again and again, and he didn't even bother to use the burst secret method. directly urging Yudian's sword to be cut down instantly. And the non-god level clone also severely cut down with Heart Ju Wufeng. With the powerful combat power of Sidu godless grade, the power of Yudian's sword was immediately urged to the extreme. I saw a sparkling white light forming a training, falling from the sky like thunder. Roar! The promised Sky Star Dragon roared and rose into the sky, surrounded by a lot of twisting power. Your opponent is us. Li Shinju's voice spread all over the world. Immediately afterwards, two powerful twisting forces rushed out from the Shinju Wufeng sword and the bright sword, and entangled the promised Sky Star Dragon. Roar! The promised Sky Star Dragon roared frantically. Even though he was the Urdu godless soldier, he was still entangled for a moment by the twisting power of two godless longswords. And it is this moment of time. Dead. Su Lang's Yudian sword slammed into Zhang Wenshin's protective barrier. Chapter 1578. You broke out with all your strength, I didn't click. Crackling. Under the blade of Yudian's sword, all Zhang Wenshin's defenses looked like paper. The white blade destroys the dryness and decays like a bamboo, cutting off countless protective barriers instantly. Whether it is a protective formation, or a protection of the great emperor's soldiers, everything is like a chicken and dog, and it is simply vulnerable. Zhang Wenshin looked at the approaching blade, his whole body was cold. He was horrified by the power of destroying the world, and trembling by the fear of death. How many years have it been? Only in the last war of reincarnation did Zhang Wenshin feel the threat of death. But even that time, he did not die, but lived intact to the next era of reincarnation. On the contrary, those godless who were stronger than them, but most of them died in that war won, and now, it seems it's his turn. I cannot be reconciled. Even if you die, I won't make you feel better. Zhang Wenshin's complexion was crooked and crazily. He directly squeezed the universe of life that had been cultivated for countless years, and countless creatures in it died directly. All energies such as blood, soul, spiritual power, etc. were extracted by Zhang Wenshin, and then formed a stronger twisting force. Silently, the Yudian sword was blocked in the air by the twisting force, as if it had cut a bunch of soft but tough cotton. Ha ha, Zhang Wenshin, you exploded with all your strength, but I didn't. All your struggles are in vain. Die, you have no chance. Su Lang sneered again and again, his thoughts moved, terrifying energy poured into Yudian's sword, forming a large amount of twisting power. Moreover, the profound meaning of breaking a sword is attached to the blade, forming a strange force that restrains everything. These two forces came out. The remaining defenses of Zhang Wenshin suddenly fell apart. He wanted to withdraw the promised Sky Star Dragon's defense, but the promised Sky Star Dragon was entangled by Su Lang's godless clone. Next moment, the crystal-clear white blade of Yudian's sword pierced Zhang Wenshin's skin. Stop! Suddenly a roar came from a distance. It turned out that Cha Chunghwa received the information and hurried over through the super teleportation array along the way. I don't know what price he paid, and he rushed from the south to the northern battlefield within these few breaths. Ha ha ha, Cha Chunghwa, you are late. If you come earlier, maybe your brothers can resist for a while. Su Lang smiled faintly, and Yudian sword's characteristics of breaking defense and killing and slashing the gods have been activated. Brother, Zhongwen made the last call of despair from the mountain pass, then his eyes went dark and his breath disappeared. Ding! You get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, the Daojing of the Supreme Emperor 1, the Life Universe 1, the Soul Melting Dragon Body 11,000, the Blood of the Godless Grade Material Tianlong 120, the Evil Light Dragon Leaf 50, Blood Moon 9 Elements Jade 50, Chasing the Sun Wenkai Ice 80. The Lower Emperor Source 65,856, the Superior Shanyuan 213,941,527. The system prompt announced the complete death of Sandu Supreme Emperor Zhang Wenshin. Wow! A palm print suddenly turned into ashes in the hands of Cha Chunghwa, who flew over from a distance, and scattered into the void. Second junior brother. Cha Chunghwa was distraught, his heart seemed to be severely stirred by 10,000 knives. Their senior brothers are closer to each other than their own brothers, and they have supported each other for billions of years. But at this time, the third junior brother died, and the second junior brother also died in front of him. He just watched his second junior brother be killed alive in despair. Dog awful, I will avenge my younger brother. With full heartache, Cha Chunghwa immediately turned around and ran. Although he was extremely sad, he was not stupid. He knew that he was similar in strength to Zhang Wenshin and would not be able to beat Su Lang. So the only option is to keep a useful body, and when you become stronger, come back to avenge the second and third younger brothers. Tisk tut, the relationship is so deep, it seems like I am the villain. You provoke me, don't even bother to run away. Su Lang smiled coldly, his thoughts moved, and he immediately activated a thought to seal the sky. Initiating a thought to confine the sky with the 4-deuce godless level realm, even if this secret method is only the emperor level, it is enough to exert a powerful effect. Chapter 1579, Who Did It? Ahead, Cha Chunghwa broke out and escaped frantically. But I found that everything in front of me suddenly turned grayish-white. Different space. Broken. Break for me. Without thinking about it, he immediately urged the Zishao Sky Star Dragon, condensing a large amount of twisting power, and blasted it fiercely. Wow! The Nianfeng space was suddenly shattered, and the scenery outside immediately recovered its color. However, Cha Chunghwa escaped from the Nianfeng space, and Su Lang also seized this opportunity to wield the Yudian sword in his hand. The godless clone naturally did not fall behind. 3 godless swords pierced the sky, as if to separate heaven and earth. The 3 terrifying twisting powers burst out, and the surrounding heaven and earth rule avenues instantly became invalid and twisted. The heaven and earth in the vicinity seemed to be independent from this universe and become a whole. In this weird breath, the twisting power of Shinju Wufeng sword and bright sword counteracted the twisting power of Zishao Tianxinglong. And Yudian sword severely smashed the defensive barrier of Cha Chunghwa. The power of twisting. Cha Chunghwa's pupils shrank suddenly, revealing a look of despair. But before the last moment, he still refused to give up and directly activated all the secret techniques. Even the secret technique that consumes life is used. This is really a desperate blow for Cha Chunghwa, who has already exhausted his lifespan. And this blow actually blocked Su Lang's breaking sword with the Yudian sword. Escape. A glimmer of hope rose in Cha Chunghwa's heart, and immediately turned around and ran. Even he specially left the Zishao Tianxinglong to fight for the chance to survive for himself. Do you think you can run away with a single sword if you can stop me? I can use this kind of sword trick countless times. Give me death. Su Lang sneered and slapped again. Do not. Why? Why are you so strong? The hope in Cha Chunghwa's heart became even more intense despair. He knew that he would never have to fight to the death a second time, his life had come to an end. Click. Yudian's sword cut down, and straightly cut Cha Chunghwa and his protective barrier into 2. The sound of the system sounded again, and the Salonghai boss became splendid and died. Call. Su Lang let out a long sigh. I have killed 3 of the 4 dragon seas, but unfortunately I don't know where the 4th one is, otherwise I will kill them together. Immediately after, he waved away the godless avatar that used the Star Kuan combination, and he immediately replaced it with the avatar and left here. After all, even the destruction of Wushuang Tower has attracted the attention of others. There has been a battle without superiors here, and it will definitely attract the attention of more powerful people. And just when Su Lang left the battlefield, somewhere in the volcano group between Futianzhou and the border of the Eastern Desolation, a handsome black-haired man shook his whole body and stopped in midair. This person, who suffered a big loss in the hands of Chong Henzi, was going to find 2 senior brothers, and by the way, Lu Mingxuan, who vented his anger on Su Lang. And this time, the reason why he stopped on the road, it is because there are 2 more special lines in his palm that have turned into ashes one after another, and the time between each other is less than 3 breaths. Brother, no, don't die. Why are you killed? Who did it? Who did it? Lu Mingxuan covered his face with his hands and opened his mouth wide, roaring like a wild beast. The surrounding volcanoes all exploded at this moment, and the sky was filled with flames, seeming to burn the entire world. He was the last one in Salonghai, and he was taken care of by the seniors the most. Any good things would be assigned to him. However, at this time his brothers actually fell into the hands of others one after another, leaving him alone. He was a remnant of the last reincarnation era. At this time, all the seniors died, and he seemed to be the only one left in the world. Everything else has nothing to do with him, he is completely incompatible with this world. Although Lu Mingxuan was so strong that he was infinitely close to the Sidhu godless level, but at this moment, he was extremely helpless, just like a stray dog. Weeping in the same place for a long time, Lu Mingxuan just cleared up his emotions. His eyes seemed to have completely turned into ice cubes, which was ruthlessly chilling. Immediately after, Lu Mingxuan tightly grasped the ashes of the life rope, and continued to move towards the eastern wilderness. But this time, he concealed his breath and whereabouts, because he had to live first, and then he could get revenge. Chapter 1580. It's like catching two little snakes the other side. Su Lang randomly found a place, released the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, and got into the quiet room by himself. Immediately after, he began to count the harvest this time. He. 2 godless people with total net worth. Just the 2 godless dragons made me earn the money. Quote. Su Lang sat in the quiet room with an excited smile on his face. Immediately after, he first took out the 2 Supreme Emperor soldiers, the Promised Sky Star Dragon and the Zishao Sky Star Dragon. Ho. As soon as the 2 Supreme Emperor soldiers appeared, they immediately let out an angry roar. They are all reduced versions of the dragon form, one purple and one white. Wandering in front of Su Lang, swallowing clouds and mist, with strong hatred in his eyes, but because of fear, he dare not make any moves. Are you angry? It seems that you and your former master have a very deep relationship. Su Lang smiled disdainfully, and pinched a dragon's neck with one hand, as if he had caught 2 little snakes. Roar. The 2 dragons roared, and they twisted and struggled constantly, even opening their mouths to bite Su Lang's hands. It seems that their relationship with Cha Chunghua and others is really deep. After all, they live in 2 reincarnation times day and night for billions of years. Forget it, since you are so loyal, then I will let you go down and accompany Cha Chunghua with them. Su Lang sneered and directly activated the 1-key decomposition function. Ding! The decomposition is successful. You will get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 10, the soul of the Quasi-Supreme Emperor 100, the soul of the Supreme Emperor 10,000, the soul of the Emperor Wu 100,000, the Godless Material Heavenly Dragon Remnant Soul 1, the Heavenly Dragon Remnant Body *1, Zishao Dragon Blood Jade 100, Supreme Dragon Tears Gold 200, Supreme Heaven Heart Stone 300. Great Emperor Grade Material. Ding! The decomposition is successful. You will get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 10, and the soul of the Quasi-Supreme Emperor 100. In fact, let alone the resistance of these 2 godless soldiers, even if there is no resistance, there is a trace of disagreement, Su Lang will not keep them. There are a lot of things broken down. It's much more material than the decomposed Supreme Rui lamp. Just a soul without a ***** can get 20 copies. This is a super treasure that is hard to come across in a billion years. Moreover, many of the materials decomposed by the 2 godless soldiers are the same and can be used universally. Su Lang looked at the 2 large piles of materials that appeared in the storage space, and suddenly smiled with satisfaction. Immediately after, with a thought, Su Lang took the Yutian sword in his hand. System, is my material enough for the Yutian sword to evolve? Ding! If you need to retain the specified characteristics, you need to consume Godless Soul 1, Quasi-God Soul 10. Anyway, it's not enough. Evolution can't work, enhancement means not enough functional level. Su Lang curled his lips. It seems that there will be no way to upgrade Xiaoyu for a while. Thought about it, Su Lang spread out his palm, and a dragon button jade seal appeared in his hand. It was the Jianxian cannon. At this time the Jixian cannon is already a quasi-no ***** soldier. And it has super strong cross-class single attack, super wide range of unlimited fire support, and terrifying mental deterrence. In addition, its base can be turned into a dragon's nest, with strong defensive capabilities, and can absorb the enemy's power for its own use. It can be said that this is a relatively versatile war machine. Although its characteristics are not so abnormal, they are all very useful. If it is promoted to the Godless Soldier, it is definitely a stronger weapon than the Supreme Rui Lantern and his like. And the shape of the small cannon is very similar to that of a dragon. Some materials here are just suitable for it. Su Lang chased the corner of his mouth, and took out a series of materials. Including the 2 remnants of the Heavenly Dragon Soul, 2 remnants of the Heavenly Dragon, the Zishao Dragon Blood Jade, and the Supreme Dragon's Tears. And kill the 4 Dragon Vein Warriors Lin Fang, Liang Xiaofei, Cha Chunghua and Zhong Wenshan to get the soul-melting dragon body, the blood of the dragon, the evil light dragon leaf and so on. In addition to these materials related to Shenlong, Su Lang also produced a lot of other materials. For example, the quasi-no God Emperor Soul, the soul of the Great Emperor and so on, which are necessary to evolve to the Godless Soldiers. Chapter 1581. Sandu no ***** Dragon Platform. System. Using these designated materials, upgrade the Jixian cannon to a Godless Soldier. Su Lang licked his lips and gave instructions. Don't say that these materials are not enough, the upgrade is done twice. Ding. Consume no god-level materials. No ****** Soul 5, Remnant Soul of Heavenly Dragon 2, Remnant Body of Heavenly Dragon 2, Purple Dragon Blood Jade 100, Supreme Dragon Tear Gold 100. Great Emperor level refining materials. The Soul of the Supreme Emperor 20, the Soul of the Great Emperor 500, the Soul of the Emperor Wu 200,000. The Jianxian Cannon evolved into the Sandu Supreme Soldier. I have directly reached the Sandu Godless Soldier. Listening to the system prompt, Su Lang's eyes suddenly brightened. Haha, it didn't disappoint me. The mixer function of the system is much stronger than the normal mixer. The main point is that it consumes much less material. Therefore, the same amount of materials can often produce more advanced and powerful weapons. Let me see how you are now. Su Lang took the Jianxian cannon in front of him and looked at it carefully. Perhaps because it contains too much Shenlong material, this imperial soldier has not returned to the basics, but is gorgeous. I saw that the overall image of the Jianxian artillery remained basically unchanged, still the domineering appearance of Long Niu Yushi. However, its details have changed a lot. The overall color became white, like the best white jade in the world. Its dragon buttons have become lifelike, whether in appearance, demeanor or temperament, they are more like dragons than the previous Zishao Tianxinglong and Promise Tianxinglong. And the dragon button exudes a faint purple dragon energy. This is a strong dragon power, with an extremely powerful deterrent ability. Even a trace of dragon power inadvertently radiated is enough to make a quasi-god less powerhouse's legs so weak that he can't walk. Let's talk about Qi Ling. After upgrading to the Sandu Godless level, the Qi Ling cannon's intelligence has become completely normal. At this moment, Xiao Pao was kneeling in front of Su Lang, and thanked him loudly. Xiao Pao thanked the master for his reinvention. Because of the perfect mentality, it doesn't seem to be so stupid and ironic anymore. And his appearance is a slender young man. There are two small dragon horns growing on his forehead, and he wears a gorgeous dress made up of countless small scales. At this time, with a solemn expression of gratitude, it is even more graceful, like a jade, and the jade tree is in the wind. Ha 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 ha, you finally have a more complete sense of wisdom. In that case, you can be considered a real new student. Su Lang smiled happily. From then on, Jianxian Cannon is renamed Wushan Longtai, and your name is no longer Xiaopao, but Ao Bing. Yes, Ao Bing kowtowed again. Ao Bing kowtowed thanks to the master for his name. All right, you go back. Su Lang smiled faintly. Yes, Ao Bing immediately got into the Godless Dragon Terrace. Such a jade seal, at first glance, can only be controlled by the kind of strong man who dominates the universe, and the realism is really higher than the sky. Su Lang played with the Godless Dragon Terrace in his hand, and the surprise in his heart still did not dissipate. He also didn't expect that after the Jianxian Cannon was promoted to Godless Soldier, he would gain a perfect mentality. It seems that other Imperial soldiers refined by combinatorial techniques, such as the 5-element Imperial soldiers, will gain perfect sanity after being promoted to the Godless level, and will no longer be stupid. Perhaps, when the superhumanoid weapon is completed, it will also have a perfect mentality. However, how do I feel that hope is not great? Godless Dragon platform and other weapons use very few parts, while superhumanoid weapons have a full 120,000 parts. Well, forget it, now I have refined more than 60,000 parts, half of it is completed, and when this weapon is refined, I will know if the weapon spirit is a minor mental retardation. While thinking about it, Su Lang used the weapon recognition ability to check the Godless Dragon platform ability. On the whole, it remains the same, and it can still burst out cross-border single attacks, super large-scale firepower injection, Dragon's Nest defense energy absorption, and Terror Spirit shock. And because of Longwei's sake, the mental deterrence ability has been greatly strengthened, and the same level will be frightened. Chapter 1582. Use it as a mount to pull the wind. Of course, there are exceptions to Su Lang who are immune to Longwei. In addition, the Godless Dragon platform is naturally able to condense the power of distortion. And because it is born to rely on energy to attack, it has a unique advantage in this regard. The same innate chi can condense more twisting power. Not bad, one more weapon that can be used. Su Lang smiled happily. Moreover, you can use it as a mount if you don't usually fight, to pull the wind. Soon, he put his gaze on those Diwan Shanyuan again, and issued an instruction. System, deposit all the Shanyuan Diwan I got into the balance. Ding. The balance has been deposited. I saw in the mysterious space, the number behind the balance suddenly rose from 24,330 to 111,580. There are more than 100,000 subordinate Emperor sources. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth. System, upgrade me the 1 key empowerment function. Ding. Consumption of 100,000 lower multiplier sources. The 1 key empowerment function has been upgraded to 19, the current empowerment efficiency is 100%, and the number of daily empowerments has been increased to 38. It's only one level to level 20. I don't know what kind of bonus feature will be given. Su Lang smiled slightly, keeping a trace of anticipation. Immediately after, he turned his gaze to the exercise books he had just harvested. Unfortunately, except for some lower level exercises, the other advanced exercises are exactly the same as those obtained from Liang Xiaofei. It seems that the desire to synthesize a brand new godless level technique has fallen back. Su Lang curled his lips, and then took out 2 life universes. It was Che Chunghua and Zhong Wenchen. These are 2 godless life universes, as high level as the one from Liang Xiaofei, with perfect rules and avenues, almost independent of the universe. Open the channel. Su Lang's heart moved, and the dragon button on the godless dragon platform opened his mouth and let out a twist of force. Suddenly, a crack was opened on the surface of one of the living universes, forming a stable channel. Clone dispatch. Su Lang directly dispatched a clone into this universe of life, and used perception sharing, quickly. A deadly universe appeared before his eyes. A super large planet full of cracks is suspended in the universe, surrounded by 2 clusters of yin and yang slowly escaping energy. On the planet of life, all creatures are completely dead, not even a single bacteria left. Obviously, the master of the universe of life has exhausted all costs. Su Lang controlled the clone to walk on this vast planet of life, and the cities were full of corpses. Some corpses still maintain their pre-death actions, such as meditating, practicing martial arts, dual cultivation and enlightenment. These corpses were turned into black, dry remains, which would turn into ashes when touched. Su Lang even found nests of dragon corpses in the withered virgin forest. These dragons are different from the colorful dragons in Liang Xiaofei's universe. They are purple and have different bloodlines. And these dragon corpses also lost all use value. For Su Lang, it was no more precious than a handful of loess. Immediately after, he explored another universe of life and found that the situation was the same. The planet of life cracked, the sun and the moon collapsed, and all creatures died regardless of their cultivation level. It seems that only some precious land and a lot of ordinary land can be harvested. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, withdrew from the clone, and returned to his deity. Then send a large number of avatars to the 2 universes to dig out the treasures inside. So far, the trophies obtained from Che Chunghua and Zhong Wenchen have been counted. Next, continue to search for the lost Xuanwu. The space-time turbulence near the border of the eastern wilderness is basically searched again, and I can only go to other places. Where should I go then? The west is too far, to the south or the north. After some thoughts, Su Lang decided to go south. Because the battlefields used to kill Lin Fang, the leader of Guangming, and Emperor Guyu were all in the south, which was a place that could be sent directly. But the north needs to send a clone to expand the map on a large scale to reach it quickly. Since the south can arrive faster, then the south, Chapter 1583, was mistaken for an old monster. Just do it. Su Lang immediately used the clone dispatch and replacement, directly to the south of the eastern desolation. Immediately after, he once again sent a clone avatar to expand the dispatchable range, and soon reached the southern border. Same as before, Su Lang enters the retreat of the soul-chasing Emperor Palace to refining parts, saving up cultivation skills and waiting for the exercises. The avatars all use buying avatars to become thousands of avatars, searching for the lost Xuanwu in the turbulence of time. At the same time, the battle between Su Lang's beheading of Cha Chunghua and Zhong Wenchen was also known by Chonghen Palace and Supreme Nanqing Palace. This force, 4 crossings are no gods. In the plain and wide palace of the Chonghen Palace, a boy in a long robe held a black bowl and looked at the water in the bowl. However, there was a world filled with regular visions and energy turbulence reflected on the water. It was the battlefield where Su Lang killed the 2 of Che Chunghua. Before I sensed that there was a quasi-no-god level battle over there, I didn't care, but I didn't expect such a character to appear in a blink of an eye. This mysterious Sidhu godless grade is probably a survivor from the last reincarnation era. These old monsters can really hide. Now that the era of reincarnation is gradually coming to an end, the life of the old monsters has almost reached its limit, have they pried open the coffin plates. However, let's recover when we recover. Why start killing each other now? Don't you understand that when the battle of reincarnation comes is the real time to fight? It's really a group of short-sighted, unstructured old trash, who have lived so long for nothing. Quote. Chong Henzi looked at the eastern wilderness, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Immediately after, he turned and looked aside. There was a middle-aged man with a pale complexion sitting cross-legged, who was the leader of the Fatian sect, Yu Fatian. At this time, Yu Fatian had already recovered a little, and Chong Henzi was pulled back from the deadlock. Junior meets the Lord of Chong Hen. Seeing Chong Henzi looked over, Yu Fatian immediately bowed respectfully, but the expression he hid under his eyes was somewhat complicated. Since you have recovered a certain degree of self-protection, let's go. Hope you don't let me down during the war of reincarnation. Chong Henzi waved his hand, as if he was driving a fly, completely disregarding Yu Fatian, the Urdu godless grade. Yes, Yu Fatian knows what Chong Henzi means, worry that his stepping stone will not be hard enough when the war of reincarnation comes. I have to say that this is really very arrogant, but Chong Henzi has the arrogant capital. Although there are three major forces in the Middle Famine, he is the strongest. Except for the Supreme Nine Qing Palace, who basically doesn't care about the world, the place of exile is basically the place where he hates the most sun. Go. Chong Henzi left a word and never looked at Yu Fatian again. Yu Fatian didn't say a word, turned and left the palace of long hatred. There is still some time before the battle of reincarnation. He not only has to restore the peak, but also find ways to climb a higher realm. Only in that way can we have the strength to find Lu Mingxuan for revenge, and be qualified to stand at the top of the battle of reincarnation and compete for the right to ride in the Kowloon coffin. After Yu Fatian left, Chong Henzi patted his hand lightly, and a dark figure appeared behind him. Subordinates pay respect to the palace lord. This black shadow's aura is very powerful. It turned out to be a Sandu godless grade. However, in front of Chong Henzi, this supreme emperor was very humble and treated himself as a subordinate. Go ahead, go to the whole place of exile, plant the seeds of hatred, and nurture them to take root. I need those strong men to take the initiative to fight, instead of being forced by the world. Only in this way can we condense the true will of humanity, and the possibility of the nine-dragon coffin will be even greater. Quote. Chong Henzi's vision is far-reaching, but with a trace of distraction, as if imagining the boundless universe in the legend. The boundless universe, a star field is the size of the entire exile. What a vast world is that! Wait for the subordinates to leave for a while. The divine light in Chong Henzi's eyes slowly condensed. He waved his hand, and the ground under his feet suddenly expanded into a vertical channel. Chong Henzi's body sank slowly, and soon stood on the ground again, with a very wide underground room in front of him. The walls around the room are transparent, and hundreds of millions of people are sealed inside. These people are male and female, old and young, but without exception, they are all dead. Chapter 1584. The atmosphere of the great world began to condense. What? My parents, wife and children, brothers, masters, disciples. Chong Henzi's complexion gradually turned sad, 2 tears slipped down her cheeks, and disappeared in the air before landing. He is so sad, it makes the watcher sad, and the listener shed tears. But no one knew that it was Chong Henzi who killed these people himself. Because this is the cultivation method of Chang'an Palace. The inheritance legend of Chang'an Palace comes from a fallen candle with 9 yin. In addition to practicing the road of orthodox warriors, the inheritors also have other unique methods of cultivation. This kind of perverted, twisted, and crazy practice of killing all relatives and friends personally and sinking oneself into sadness and hatred is the most important one. And the basic principles of this cultivation method are actually somewhat close to the way of incense. It's just that, the traditional way of incense is to have believers give themselves the power of incense. And the strange way of cultivation of Chang'an Palace is to produce sadness and hatred towards oneself, turn it into a unique aspiration, in order to quickly cultivate to a higher level. I have to say that although this method is perverted and distorted, the effect is good. Every inheritor of the Palace of Long Hatred in the reincarnation era can quickly improve and stand at the top of the current era. At this moment, Chong Henzi began to practice uniquely, and peculiar aspirations were generated. These aspirations merged into his body and the universe of life, like a special solvent, melting the body and the universe of life into one. The further integration of the perfectly integrated soul body and the perfectly integrated universe of life is the only way to practice without God. And this step is also called Incarnation World. Of course, Su Lang didn't know this yet, and his return to nature and return to one emperor had not yet reached the founding level. And while Chong Henzi was practicing hard, in the far north, in the wooden house where Taishang Juqing Palace went deep into the turbulent time, Zan Taiching was staring at the chessboard in amazement. I saw an unusually bright red dot on the eastern part of the chessboard. Sidhu has no god level. This person had crossed the quasi-godless level before and reached the Yidu godless level, and now he directly crossed 3 small realms to the 4 crossing godless level. Even if this person is a strong survivor from the last reincarnation era, it is impossible to recover so quickly, right? A godless grade needs to recover. I don't know how many heavenly materials and earth treasures must be eaten, and how many heaven and earth auras will be absorbed to slowly recover. Perhaps, this is a real super old monster. Maybe it is not a person from the last reincarnation era, but a strong man in a more distant era. This era of reincarnation is probably more exciting than the last era of reincarnation. Thinking of this, Zan Taiching, who was the #1 master of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace, narrowed his eyes, with a bit of fear and war intent in his surprised eyes. At this time, Zan Taiching moved his gaze to other positions on the chessboard. A red dot pops up in those places from time to time, representing a powerful godless powerhouse. It's time to act. Zan Taiching retracted his gaze, took out a piece of jade pendant for transmission, and issued a series of instructions. At this moment, the entire indisputable Supreme Nine Qing Palace seemed to be a sleeping behemoth resurrected. A famous master walked out of the station, spreading across the entire exile like a wave. The atmosphere of the world has gradually begun to condense. The other side, Lu Mingxuan concealed his figure and rushed to the border of the eastern desolation, but suddenly found that the ashes of the lifeline pointed to the far southeast. What? Changed position in an instant. How is this possible? Even the most advanced teleportation array cannot directly teleport this far. Lu Mingxuan was stunned, his face was amazed. How on earth did this happen? Simultaneously, he also deeply felt the difficulty of this enemy. Not only is it strong in combat power, and can kill his 2 seniors with 1 enemy and 2 in an instant, but also has weird means to teleport extremely far distances. Chapter 1585, Practice the Creation Authority, but, even if you are strong, I will not give up revenge. Quote. Lu Mingxuan gritted his teeth and turned to head south. His previous plan to devour the entire Fatian sect was interrupted by Chong Henzi, but it still succeeded in 99%. His realm will soon break through to Sidhu godless level. Lu Mingxuan believed that even if he couldn't beat Su Lang at the Sidhu godless level, he would not be easily killed by a spike. Of course, he is still very cautious. If he can't fight, he won't make a shot easily. The main purpose of chasing the past this time is to determine the specific strength of the enemy. Su Lang didn't know that Lu Mingxuan was trying to kill himself, otherwise he would be very happy. However, he is in a good mood now, because the clones have dug up all the treasures in the 2 godless life universes. Yes, the efficiency is so fast, because every avatar and incarnation of Su Lang possesses the strength of a godless level. Even if buying clones were used to transform into 100 weaker clones, the strength of these clones was infinitely close to the godless level. Thousands of such clones are working at the same time, and of course the speed is incredibly fast. There are so many treasures in these 2 godless universes. It seems that my Shifang universe can be refilled again. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately changed his mind, and the universe of life in Shifang suddenly changed drastically. I saw a large number of cracks once again appearing in life planets. From the perspective of the creatures on the ground, for example, in the eyes of Chu Xiaobei and the others, these cracks are simply a terrifying abyss. Immediately after, there are clones in these abysses. They appeared in the ground, and under Su Lang's control, they continuously threw out treasure lands, and then used their tremendous magic power to integrate them with the original ground. Time passed slowly. The torn horror rift abyss once again disappeared, replaced by more caves. Finally calmed down. How long is this? Before I even wake up, there will be another big change in the world. Whether this guy Su Lang progresses so fast, it's simply unreasonable. It's good to make progress quickly. Brother Su Lang can instill strength in us. He becomes stronger and we will be stronger in the future. I look forward to it. It turns out that these great changes in the world are all made by His Majesty Su Lang. It's really spectacular, so admirable. Quote. In a house, Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui, Marong Shenxian, Yu Ji, and Su Ling'er and Xiaomei Tuan were sitting together, chatting and talking. Haha, it's quite harmonious. Su Lang noticed the 5 girls who were talking about it and smiled suddenly. Su Ling'er and Xiaomei lived alone. However, because of the frequent drastic changes in Blue Star recently, the strength of Xiaomei and Su Ling'er is too low. So in order to protect the safety of the two, Chu Xiaobei took the initiative to take them over. Everyone got along very well. Chu Xiaobei and Yu Ji even became interested in Su Ling'er, and they would study this Su Lang's named disciple from time to time. Of course, they can take a look at the problems that even Su Lang can't solve, and satisfy their curiosity. At this moment, the Shifang Life planet is filled again. The volume and surface area have grown a lot, and it has become a more vast and extraordinary world. In such a world, it would be a waste not to live in some creatures. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and his heart was about to move. Originally, he wanted to use his life universe as a cultivation base for the adult race. But now it seems that the Blue Star alone cannot be completely occupied by the human race on Kanglan Star, and can only occupy a small continent. Let's talk about it. There are 10 supergiant and extraordinary planets that are many times larger than Cicada Dragon Star, and the human race can't live there. Moreover, the human races are now all on the Kanglan Star in the boundless universe, and cannot be collected into the Blue Star. Well, if there is only human race, it would be a bit monotonous. If this is the case, let's get some living creatures in and live in the Moon Mother nest. By the way, you can also practice my creation authority. Quote. While thinking about it, Su Lang took out the mother's nest of the godless core. Chapter 1586. Get to work, Moonmoth. The moon moth knocks on the master. The flat moth demon slowly bowed to Su Lang and fell to the ground. It was the spirit of the Moon Mother's nest. Give me spores with universal evolution characteristics. Su Lang commanded unceremoniously. The more the quantity, the more the better. Although the races bred from the mother's nest may seem different, they are actually subspecies of the moth. It's like there are many races of intelligent creatures on the Kanglan continent, but they all have human forms, but they have different racial characteristics and bloodlines, and can be regarded as subspecies of the human race. However, the moonhawk moth is a species with extraordinary potential and can reach the godless level, which can be seen from Huaishanlu. Such a race is already higher than the realm ceiling of most intelligent races. Therefore, Su Lang didn't dislike the spores that formed the Moon Mother's nest, so he used it directly. Yes, Master. The moon moth respectfully took its orders, and immediately kowtowed again, but the production of spores requires a lot of vitality, blood, mental power and aura, and the amount of moon moths stored is estimated to be insufficient. This is easy. Such a fragment of the great emperor's soul body can satisfy you. Su Lang nodded slightly and took out a large number of fragments of the great emperor's soul body. These soul fragments were all obtained by beheading the enemy of the great emperor. But Su Lang couldn't get past that hurdle psychologically, so he didn't eat it all the time. Now that his soul and body are fully integrated, he can't use it anymore, just use it as a consumable. Absolutely okay. Great Master, these soul fragments are simply the most suitable raw materials for me. They not only possess powerful vitality, blood and spiritual energy, but they also incorporate soul power, which is perfect. Moon Moth looked at the fragments of the great emperor's soul body that Su Lang took out, and his eyes were as bright as light bulbs. She has never eaten this perfect raw material. At most she has eaten some great emperor-level warriors. But the soul bodies of those great emperor-level warriors are mixed with ordinary flesh and blood, far inferior to the soul body fragments that have been systematically purified. That's good. These fragments of the great emperor's soul body are used to make up. But you have to do your best to produce spores for me. Su Lang nodded slightly, waved his hand again, and the fragments of the great emperor's soul body piled up into the mountains appeared in front of the moon moth. Oh my god, so much! When the moon moth looked at it, her body trembled with excitement, the moon moth promises to complete the order and satisfy the owner. Okay. Su Lang waved his hand indifferently, and immediately gathered the moon-constructing mother's nest and all the fragments of soul body into the Tai Sui universe. The Tai Sui universe is a wood attribute universe, which represents life and is very suitable for the reproduction and evolution of creatures. What a big planet of life! Moreover, this planet of life is actually made up of treasure lands. The whole world is dominated by wood properties, and there seems to be no shortage of other rules. It is simply the most perfect planet of life I have ever seen. I must spread the spores all over the world and cultivate countless races for my master. Moon Moth looked at the immensely vast and full of vitality, Tai Sui star. His eyes were full of excitement. Eat these soul body fragments and start working, Moonmouth. Su Lang controlled a clone and descended on Tai Sui star, standing next to Gayu Mother Nest. Yes, Master. Guyu Mother's Nest immediately began to swallow the fragments of the great emperor's soul body that became mountains and seas. Not long, all the fragments of the great emperor's soul body were swallowed by the moon's nest. A stream of strong and pure energy almost overflowed from the mother's nest. Master, I'm going to start. The moon moth took a deep breath and plunged into the body. In the next moment, the mother's nest of Guyu was soaring wildly, from a palm-sized octahedral crystal to an asteroid-like existence. Immediately afterwards, the mother's nest began to rotate rapidly, and countless spores were suddenly ejected from the small holes on the surface. These spores are so small that they are almost impossible to detect, but when they are large in number, they are condensed into a cloud shape, which makes people visible at a glance. Su Lang stretched out his hand and took a bunch of spores into his hands for observation. These spores are smaller than ordinary cells, but they contain a lot of energy. As soon as they came into contact with the regular avenues of this world, they began to evolve in the most suitable direction. Chapter 1587, The Illusion of Time Acceleration. But, although Su Lang's Tai Sui universe is connected to other universes, the avenue of rules has been improved. But on the whole, it is the Wood series avenue and derivative rules that occupy the vast majority of the attributes of the entire universe. Therefore, although the spores of the mother's nest have evolved in different directions, almost all of them have embarked on the evolutionary path of the extraordinary wood species. Among them, most of the spores have embarked on the same evolutionary path, and only a few have embarked on other different evolutionary directions. At this moment, all the spores of the mother's nest are evolving rapidly. Because they are controlled by the mother's nest, the process of their division, growth, evolution, and reproduction is very fast, as if they are accelerated by the rules of time. But in fact, it only speeds up the division of cells, allowing the spores to go through a lifetime and reproduce the next generation in a short time. So it looks like time has been accelerated, but in fact it is just an illusion. In the rapid evolution, many individuals mature and die soon. However, there are some individuals in the group who are more suitable for living in this world stand out. These individuals continue to grow and multiply and evolve into the next generation more suitable for survival. Soon, the spores embarked on 3 different evolutionary directions of plants, animals, bacteria and fungi. There are the most bacteria and fungi, and they have become one of the cornerstones of life on the Tai Sui star. The second most plant species, countless mosses covered the earth, and then continued to multiply and evolve, and gradually small grasses, shrubs, and even taller plants appeared. Many groups have emerged in this evolutionary direction of animals. What shocked Su Lang was that these animals gave birth to complete souls with soul origin. No, this is already a natural soul. Su Lang was surprised and smiled. It's incredible. It seems that the ability to construct the moon mother's nest is still impatient. This was the first time he saw a natural soul born by man. In fact, Su Lang had also produced a large number of complete souls. With soul origin before, it was the 100,000 sub-souls that he produced when he used the soul gathering and splitting technique to split the soul. But the soul origin possessed by those sub-souls is forged. To be more honest, it is not a true complete soul at all. Compared with the souls born of these spore creatures, it is a relatively poor product. Of course, the soul gathering technique is only an emperor-level technique after all, and it is already very rare to be able to forge that seamless soul. Let me see, are there more surprises? After being surprised, Su Lang became more interested and looked at the spore species on the vast planet, quickly. His eyes locked on one of the animal species. There is a sudden emergence of an evolutionary species, emerging from a large number of suzerains, rapidly growing. This is an extraordinary creature with a human form. Their bodies are only less than 20 centimeters high, and a pair of fluffy wings grow behind them. And they turned out to be exceptionally beautiful. Their bodies were very hot, and they were just miniature super beauties. The most important thing is that this is an extraordinary species with complete wisdom. It is a race of intelligent life. Lying down. How can this creature look like the legendary flower elves? Su Lang stared at these little people who were constantly dancing. He never expected that the largest group of spores evolved would be very similar to the flower elves in his impression. It is also a small body, waving its wings and flying around, with very strong vitality and wisdom. Except for the wings behind him. The flower elves are small translucent wings of different colors, a bit like dragonfly wings. The elves evolved from this spore have velvety wings, which are the racial characteristics of the moon hawkmoth. Tisk tut, the world is really amazing. Su Lang exclaimed, I didn't expect that such an existence could have evolved in my life universe. Chapter 1588, Miracle, Spirit of Life. This kind of ingenious thing is almost impossible to replicate. Because he is not yet the heavenly path of the Tai Sui planet of life, he cannot control the world line. Everything about the evolution of the spores is random, and any small change will make a huge difference in results. Even if a similar species evolved, Su Lang estimated that he would not be so close to the elves in his memory. This is the miracle of creation. Since you are so like flower elves, I will call you elves too. My world is a world dominated by wood attributes, with ample vitality and prosperous life. You can call it a life spirit. Quote. Su Lang stretched out his hand to take in a life elf, and took a closer look. The cultivation qualifications of the life elves are really very good, even the lowest level qualifications are top grade qualifications. Moreover, they are uniquely talented in the avenue of wood rules, and they can understand the rules of wood more easily. In other words, they can easily break through to the martial saint level, and their advantage in the martial emperor level is also very large. Really good. Su Lang smiled faintly. Since there is a life spirit, let's get the tree of life out again. The spirit of life and the tree of life can be said to be complementary existences, and the two appear at the same time, which will definitely increase each other's development speed and ceiling. I just saw some tall trees before. Let's choose and cultivate them based on them. Unexpectedly, one day I would also embark on the road of selective breeding. This is really a great road. Su Lang moved his body and came to the side of a large forest that had just evolved. This kind of tree is already very tall, with dozens of stories full, and it is simply a primitive giant tree on top of the previous blue star. But these trees actually only appeared for more than 10 minutes. And these trees are still growing, breeding and dying. The mother's nest is too powerful for the spores to accelerate cell division, and it has evolved and cultivated such a large species in such a short time. Of course, considering that this is a purely auxiliary supreme soldier, it is completely understandable. The tree of life must first be tall enough. It's best to cover the sky and the sun. It can be called the tree of the world. Then it has to be strong enough. It's best to look very extraordinary. The most important thing is to have a strong vitality, closest to the road of wood property rules. Quote. While thinking about it, Su Lang began to change the environment of this land. To make these trees more powerful, it is necessary to give them enough suffering. Just make a formation that consumes vitality. In order for trees to survive, they must evolve stronger vitality production and storage capabilities. It's like in the desert Gobi, there are succulent cactus plants growing. Quote. While thinking about it, Su Lang used the ability to form an array with one thought, and suddenly one formation covered a large area of land. Immediately after, these formations began to draw life. Large tracts of woods continue to wither, and only a few can survive. But these surviving trees also got more resources and quickly developed and expanded, regenerating large areas of forest. Moreover, the moon moth also sensed Su Lang's intentions, and immediately focused on this forest and cooperated with Su Lang to create new life. With the cooperation of moon moths, these trees develop and evolve faster. It takes less than a second for a tree to grow from a seed to a tree of thousands of meters and then die and wither and return to the soil. Quickly, the evolved trees have completely adapted to the harsh environment created by Su Lang. These trees have super vitality, they can be called giant plants and treasures. But this level is not enough. If you count according to the level of the martial artist, you are only at the level of the martial arts. How can a mere wuxian level be qualified to be a world tree level existence? Su Lang's expression was indifferent, and he arranged more formations again, and the trees that had just adapted to the environment withered again, with only a few remaining. Immediately after, these remaining trees have begun the repeated process of growth, reproduction, and evolution. Although this process is very complicated, it becomes very fast due to the ability to accelerate cell division. Chapter 1589, Guide to Create the Tree of Life. Time passed slowly. Finally, a giant tree with a height of 10,000 feet and a canopy breaking through the sky appeared. The branches of this tree are light-colored glaze, and the energy flow inside the trunk can be seen, which is very impressive at first glance. The canopy is light blue, very big. Moreover, it also possesses the fluffy racial characteristics of the Moon Hawkmoth clan, making its extremely broad canopy become like an endless sea of clouds. If a foodie sees it, it may be regarded as a giant cotton candy. And this kind of canopy does not look good, but has a very powerful function. It can absorb the essence of heaven, earth, sun and moon, transform it into vital energy, gather the wood attribute road between heaven, earth and the universe and its derived rules to surround itself, and ensure sufficient vitality from the root. Anything on this towering tree is a treasure of heaven and earth. Bark, branches, leaves, sap, all. If you are seen by the treasure hunt flying glider, you will definitely be crazy. In addition, perhaps, because of its huge size, although this kind of tree has a high transcendent level, it is not very intelligent. Their intelligence is similar to planetary consciousness, but they are more subjective and can be called giant tree consciousness. The level has reached the quasi-great emperor level. The attributes and characteristics also echo the tree of life in memory. Su Lang looked at the big tree in front of him, nodded very satisfied, and then cancelled the formation. Suddenly, more powerful vitality poured into this depleted land, so that the towering giant trees that survived were once again nourished. Rumble. The giant trees grew rapidly, and the breath on the body became more and more majestic. In the end, these trees reached the level of the emperor. Life elf is done. The tree of life is also complete. But this does not mean that the matter has ended successfully. The tree of life and the spirit of life evolved separately, and the symbiotic relationship between the two cannot be established suddenly, and they must also be guided. The light of wisdom flashed in Su Lang's eyes. He waved his hand and immediately ingested the endless life elves and plunged into this tree of life. Squeak. Although the life elves with wisdom have not developed a language in a short time, they can still communicate. They looked at the immensely huge tree of life, as if a child had found a mother, so excited. The life spirits are flying around the tree of life, like beautiful fireflies. They absorb the aura that the tree of life overflows, and comprehend the avenue of wood rules and the derived rules where the tree of life converges. At the same time, they admired the tree of life and realized that they wanted to protect these trees, so they gradually became the guardians of the tree of life. The symbiotic relationship is established quickly. But this is reasonable. After all, the tree of life was originally created specifically for life elves. There was a heartfelt smile on Su Lang's face, and he was obviously satisfied with this item. Moon Moth, I will leave it to you next, keep their status quo and develop their numbers. Yes, great master. The Moon Moth took its order and replied, but once the evolution is started, even the Moon Moth cannot be stopped, and it can only reduce the evolution rate of the spores to a basic level. Then adjust their evolution speed to the lowest. Su Lang nodded slightly. Yes. The Moon Moth nodded, and then performed some operations. Under its control, the evolutionary speed of the tree of life and life elves directly became the lowest. Of course, although the speed of evolution has been countless times slower, development is still going on. Especially the life elves as intelligent life groups. They got rid of the endless growth, reproduction, death and evolution, and began to have their own time to develop civilization. The development of civilization cannot be accomplished by accelerating cell division. Unless you can speed up time, you can only wait. One way or another, the tree of life and the spirit of life will definitely be one of the protagonists on Tai Sui Star. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and waved his hand to divide this vast forest into hundreds of thousands of pieces, and then placed it on every corner of Tai Sui Star. Among them, each has more than a dozen trees of life and hundreds of millions of life elves. The tree of life will multiply, and the spirit of life will also multiply. Presumably, there will be more numbers soon, truly becoming the protagonist of the planet. Chapter 1590. Overlooking the civilization created by yourself. Finish it all. Su Lang's gaze shifted to other spore races. The evolution of the tree of life and the spirit of life has become very slow, but the other spore races are still evolving at the fastest speed, quickly. A large number of races have evolved, and plants and animals are very rich, forming a very stable ecosystem. At the same time, the original life elves evolved other races. These elves who were not selected by Su Lang and put them in the forest of life must face countless dangers by themselves. They have evolved super combat effectiveness and their personalities have become more realistic. Unlike the group of life elves in the forest of life, they have not experienced any danger, and their character is very kind and naive. Moreover, the number of these elven races is countless times greater than the number of life elves. But after Su Lang divided the forest of life into hundreds of thousands and scattered them all over the country, these trees of life with infinite vitality are immediately coveted by a large number of creatures. The wars between races are constantly erupting. Although the life elves are not good at fighting, they can still easily repel the alien elves. Because they are backed by the tree of life, it is easier to practice. And the lifespan is simply too long compared to those alien elves that mature, multiply, and die quickly, and can be called a longevity species. Even if it is only a civilization that has been developed for tens of minutes, their civilization is much more advanced than the alien elves. The life elves have extraordinary talents, a huge base, and a large number of spells. Although the time is too short, these techniques are completely unsightly, but they have greatly improved their combat power to fight against endless alien elves and other creatures. They hate those alien creatures who attack the tree of life, and whether they are alien elves or other creatures, they are called short-lived species. But the reason why alien elves and other creatures have a short lifespan is because they trade their lifespan for the speed of evolution. In the rapid evolution process, alien elves and creatures gained more ability to restrain life elves. With the passage of time, there was even a group of alien elves who actually walked on the opposite side of the wood series avenue, that is the regular avenues such as dry and death. These regular avenues are also in the wood system avenues. They complement the positive ones. They are indispensable, just like yin and yang. This group of alien elves that go to the other extreme is called death elves by life elves, and has developed more branches, such as withered elves. They have more powerful combat power, and even took down a few trees of life and divided them. In addition to the evolution of alien elves, other races are also evolving, and the average strength of all races is also rapidly increasing. The races of some beasts became stronger and stronger, forming races similar to fierce beasts. Their living space is smaller, so they are more brutal, bloodthirsty and cruel, and their combat power is extremely powerful, and the emperor ranks are endless. These fierce beasts also joined the war between the two elves, and the three stood on their feet. A larger and magnificent war soon broke out, and the three parties fought to the death and the life. Of course, this kind of war that can be called epic to the elves is just a flash in the eyes of Su Lang, and it is not worth mentioning. The competitive situation has taken shape. However, the evolution of alien elves and fierce beasts is too fast. This is not a healthy world development situation. They have been able to conquer the tree of life, and if they evolve, the spirit of life will gradually decline and become extinct. It's time for all races to stand on the same starting line. Evolve and compete together. Moon Moth, now adjust the evolution speed of all races to the same, but not the slowest, nor the fastest. Keep the evolution speed of all races at the limit where their thinking can function normally, so as to promote their own civilization. Su Lang overlooked the entire planet Tai Sui with a calm expression, as if he was doing a trivial thing. Chapter 1591. A lively believer, yes, Master. It just so happens that the energy of the moon moth can no longer maintain the highest evolution speed. However, with the standard set by the Master, there is no problem at all for 10.5 months. The moon moth appeared beside Su Lang, kneeling at his feet and said respectfully. Okay. Su Lang nodded. So, by my standards, how many times the evolution speed is? Report to the Master. The moon moth replied, based on the cell division speed of the moon moth family, it is 10,000 times. 10,000 times. It's a super abnormal speed. The lifespan of the emperor level elves at this rate is only 5,000 years. Su Lang smiled and nodded, presumably they will develop a more exciting civilization soon. Most definitely. The moon moth nodded solemnly. Then, Master, shall I begin to adjust the rate of evolution now? Adjust it. Su Lang nodded. If you don't adjust, the life spirit will lose its advantage. Yes, Lord. The moon moth immediately adjusted the evolution speed of the spore creatures on the Tai Sui star. Suddenly, the evolution speed of the spirit of life and the tree of life became 10,000 times faster. With few people, they instantly expanded countless populations, and the tree of life also multiplied more plants. The evolution speed of alien elves and fierce beasts has been countless times slower. But like the life elves before them, they can finally operate their thinking normally, and can truly exert their wisdom and create their own civilization. All three parties made up for their shortcomings and began to compete more fiercely. Let's do this for the first time in this world. When there are more souls and flesh of the great emperor in the future, I will take you to my other universe. But there are still 8 universes in my body that need you to help me create creatures. These universes are all made from the core fragments of the boundless realm. They have all 8 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Seeing the rapid development, Su Lang nodded in satisfaction as if he had driven a fast-forward Tai Sui star. Yes, the great lord. After hearing Su Lang's words, Yu Mo was shocked and overwhelmed. She had lived for a long, long time, and was the first to see Su Lang such a strong man who created multiple universes of life. Moreover, the life planets in the universe like Su Lang were all made of the core fragments of the infinite realm. As an godless soldier, Moon Moth knew some secrets of the infinite realm, so it was extremely shocked. She could hardly imagine how Su Lang obtained so many core fragments of the infinite realm, and created 9 life planets. Okay, behave well. Next time I get enough materials, I will consider upgrading for you. Su Lang smiled and drew a big cake for Yu Mo. Of course, the probability of the moon moth eating this cake is extremely high. Moon moth, thank you, master. The master is really the greatest being in the world. Quote. The moon moth knelt on the ground and worshipped, a mad believer alive and well. All right, I have another important business here, so you can maintain the rate of evolution. Su Lang faintly waved his hand, removed the clone, and returned his will to his deity. I must create the most perfect wood universe for the Lord. Yu Mo made up her mind that she was so serious for the first time. Quickly, the mother's nest in the sky, which was as huge as an asteroid, suddenly became smaller, returning to the palm-sized octagonal crystal. Immediately after, the moon moth concealed into the octagonal crystal, turned into a streamer and fell into the Tai Sui star. The other side, Su Lang will return to his deity. His time limit for devouring the clone has long ended, and the power of the 4-crossing godless level has fallen to the Yidu godless level. Falling from the Sidhu godless level to the Yidu godless level, this drop is almost comparable to falling from the great emperor level to a mortal. Own combat power is ultimately the most important. Secrets and swallowing clones are best used as trump cards, otherwise they are likely to overturn. Quote. Su Lang felt his empty body and sighed softly. Of course, he is not a sentimental person. After sighing, he immediately picked up his mood and dispatched the avatar to detect the turbulence of time and find the lost Xuanwu. At the same time, he did not forget to take out the cauldron to refine the parts of the super-humanoid weapon. With Su Lang's current refining speed, one can be refined in 10 seconds, and this horror treasure can be born in less than a week. At the same time, Taishang Juqing Palace, deep into the turbulent place of time, in that seemingly ordinary wooden house. Zan Taiching looked at the light red spot on the chessboard in the south, with a hint of surprise on his face. Chapter 1592, estimated to sneer. What? Before slicing 2 godless grade 4 dudes, godless grade suddenly became a godless grade. Could it be that the reason why he was able to improve so quickly before was actually using some secret method? No, if it's just a secret method, it's impossible to instantly raise 3 small realms. This is a godless small realm. In other words, this mysterious powerhouse must be desperate at this time, consuming a lot of origin and even lifespan to have such a large improvement span. He must be very weak now, it must be very easy to kill him. Zan Taiching stared at the chessboard, silently thinking, eyes full of 3-point surprise, 3-point greed and 4-point complexity. If he guessed right, the opponent must be a very powerful godless. It is very likely that it is not just the 4 crossings without god level, the 5 crossings and even the 6 crossings are possible. And such a strong person has risen a big step from the godless level below Sandu. There must be countless treasures, weapons, exercises, and even rare godless treasures on his body. If you can kill the opponent and get everything about the opponent, the foundation of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace can increase by at least 1/10. This is because Zhang Taiqing's eyes are greedy. However, if you kill the opponent now, what about the War of Reincarnation? There are not many godless levels above Sandu. If the Battle of Reincarnation cannot lead to the coffin of the 9 dragons, then the arrangement of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace in this entire era will be vanished. And they, the strong, can only linger. It is very likely that they will fall before the next era of reincarnation, and will never be resurrected. Forget it, the Battle of Reincarnation is still important. HMPH, let you go for the time being. When the War of Reincarnation comes, I will kill you myself. Quote. A light flashed in Zhang Taiqing's eyes, and the color of greed gradually disappeared. At his level, the pattern is already large enough to include the entire exile, and the things considered are mainly the Battle of Reincarnation. That is the goal they should pay attention to. Of course, if there is a lost Xuanwu, everyone will give up the Battle of Reincarnation without hesitation, fight for the gate of the lost Xuanwu refining reverse exile, and escape from the place of exile. After a soft snort, Zhang Taiqing's eyes moved from the red dot that represented Su Lang to another red dot that was also in the south. The red dot that appeared suddenly, another resurgent guy. It looks like it is currently at the second duo godless level, and it is possible to reach Sandu or more after recovery. Some quasi-emperor level powerhouses around were killed by him. No, he was massacring in a large scale. His power seems to be stronger. Well, no matter how many low-level creatures there are, they won't be of much help to the War of Reincarnation. If you die, you will die. Quote. Zhang Taiqing looked at the red dot and nodded silently. At the same time, Su Lang didn't know that he was suddenly freed. If you knew it, I would sneer. In addition, he didn't know that Lu Mingxuan, who was full of hatred, was getting closer and closer to where he was. I saw the sky somewhere southeast of the exile. A handsome man sat cross-legged between the horns of a blood-red dragon, and disappeared from the clouds. This person is using the godless soldier Buddha Sky Star Dragon and various secret techniques to rush to Lu Mingxuan in the south. Suddenly, Lu Mingxuan's expression moved and stopped, because in front of him appeared an endless battlefield ruins. The cities spanning hundreds of thousands of miles were slaughtered, and all the creatures in the mountains died. All creatures have been sucked away from all energy, no matter if it is aura, blood or soul, no drop is left. This is a devouring evil method. Under normal circumstances, this kind of secret method has side effects, unless it is necessary, otherwise most powerful people will not do it. Then the person who did this kind of thing might have to do it. Perhaps, he is injured. Quote. Lu Mingxuan's eyes flickered, and he urged the godless soldier sitting down to continue flying forward. All the way through, a straight line distance of dozens of light years, all the creatures on this path are dead. Chapter 1593, Colorful Sky Star Dragon, Roar. The Buddha Tianxinglong suddenly let out a low growl, somewhat alert. The man is in front. Lu Mingxuan drove the Buddha Sky Star Dragon in rapid flight. Soon, a dark man who was slaughtering creatures frantically appeared in his vision. Countless creatures died while this pitch-black man waved his hand. All forms of energy such as spiritual energy, blood, soul, etc. were swallowed by him. This person is exactly what Zhang Taiqing observed before, the old monster of the last reincarnation era that has just recovered. But now he is no longer at the second duo godless level, but has returned to the Sandu godless level. It's him, black-hearted old man. The cruelest godless class in the last reincarnation era is the person with the most dead souls in the entire exile. At the beginning, the subordinate forces of Salonghai were also slaughtered by this guy hundreds of millions of lives. Unexpectedly, this cruel guy actually lived to the age of reincarnation. It happens that I must be promoted as soon as possible to avenge the seniors. Once the black-hearted old man is killed and swallowed, I will be promoted. This is an excellent opportunity. A trace of surprise and resentment flashed across Lu Mingxuan's face, and at the same time, his eyes suddenly became red when he thought of the death of the seniors. But after a flash of thought, Lu Mingxuan immediately made a decision. Kill. Lu Mingxuan's eyes flashed cold, and he acted outright in an instant. At the same time, The southern wilderness is close to a mountain range on the border of time turbulence. Roar, roar, quote. A 10-inch long, colorful dragon roared in a cave, very restless. Colorful sky star dragon, did you find anything? A man wearing a red crown looked over in surprise and asked. I suddenly felt it, my compatriot brother Fatu Tianxinglong is approaching here. But he suddenly stopped again, and he seemed to be busy with other things and didn't notice me for the time being. Quote. Colorful Tianxinglong answered, the light of memories gleaming in the long eyes. Your compatriot brother Fatu Tianxinglong. That must be a very powerful godless soldier. A powerful weapon like yours should not be held in the hands of waste. I will help you reunite with your brother. Quote. The man with the red crest showed a sneer, and immediately stood up and flew towards Lu Mingxuan with the colorful Tianxinglong. The colorful Tianxinglong naturally saw that the man with the red crest had no good intentions, but it did not stop it. One is because it doesn't know whether the current Buddha Tianxinglong is still in the hands of old Fourth Road Mingxuan. Second, even if it is really Lu Mingxuan, it doesn't matter. Because of the passing of time, it has been away from Liang Xiaofei for more than 1 or 2 billion years, and his feelings have long since disappeared. Besides, Lu Mingxuan is not its old master. Chikai Tian Xinglong was very satisfied with the current owner Jing Yuanbai. Because he is not only powerful, but also has a very deep background. In this world, to live better, you have to live more realistically. Feelings are something, just let the flow go, and insist on the opposite but not beautiful. In the Chasing Soul Emperor Palace, Su Lang is still refining immortal parts. The dark cauldron was on the ground. A group of colorful swirls slowly swirling around the cauldron, like a miniature nebula. This piece of colorful enveloping is the colorful burning heaven and wonderful flame, which is formed by the fusion of 88 different fires. Although it is only the fairy level, but because of the fusion of the crepe myrtle, the super-humanoid weapon parts used to refine the fairy level are the most suitable. The 65,000th, putting down the parts in his hand, Su Lang glanced at the cultivator. After finding that the white villain still hadn't all turned golden, he continued to refine the parts. Su Lang didn't know that the colorful sky star dragon that he didn't get from Liang Xiaofei had already appeared. If the Zishao Heavenly Star Dragon and the Promise Heavenly Star Dragon had not been disassembled, perhaps he would have discovered the location of the colorful Heavenly Star Dragon as soon as he arrived here. The other side, ha 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 ha, I finally broke through to Sidhu Godless level. Although the price paid is high, I have hope of revenge. Quote. In a messy battlefield, Lu Mingxuan was covered in blood and roared to the sky. Chapter 1594, Founding Level Return to the Original and Return to One Emperor Record. A mummy was kneeling in front of him. This corpse is the black-hearted old man who slaughtered creatures wildly before and had old grudges with Songhai. Lu Mingxuan killed the black-hearted old man, and through the secret method, dragon swallowing secret technique, the black-hearted old man was eaten alive and promoted to the Sidhu Godless level. Feeling the new power, Lu Mingxuan is full of confidence. While performing the secret technique, he hurried to the direction of Su Lang, and at the same time included the Buddha Sky Star Dragon into the universe of life. He did not choose the royal Buddha Sky Star Dragon, because this godless soldier was too consumed in the previous battle. Therefore, Lu Mingxuan put it into the life universe to restore, in preparation for the next battle of revenge. Just when Lu Mingxuan was on his way, going south, Jing Yuanbai was riding on the colorful Sky Star Dragon, and asked lightly. Yes, although I can't feel the position of the Buddha statue now. Chikai Tian Xinglong replied, but before that, I sensed its direction. Then turn around and keep chasing. Futu Tianxinglong, I must get it. By the way, there are also Zishao Tianxinglong and Promise Tianxinglong. No matter whose hands they are in, I will take them, ha 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 ha. Quote. Jing Yuanbai laughed presumptuously and drove the colorful Sky Star Dragon to chase after Lu Mingxuan disappeared. Time passed slowly. In addition to exploring the movements of the clones of the turbulent time, Su Lang concentrates on refining parts only, and does not hear foreign affairs. And when he refined the 70,000 parts, Ding, Return to Nature and Return to One Emperor, has reached the founding level. The appearance of the system prompt shocked Su Lang, and immediately showed ecstasy. What? This godless technique has actually been practiced to the founding level. But it's time to complete the training if you want to come. How long have you left it? Quote. Su Lang was pleasantly surprised, and his mind was full of thoughts. At the same time, a series of incomparably mysterious godless-level profound meanings were imprinted in Su Lang's soul. In a flash, Su Lang understood the cultivation method of godless level. After the soul-body fusion is complete, the conditions for the soul-space fusion are fulfilled. As long as you merge the soul-body and the soul-universe a little bit, you can step into the realm of godless level. The body, soul, and the universe of life are completely melted and transformed into the world. This is the practice method at this stage. Yes, the most critical power of godless grade is the power of twisting, the power generated by twisting the rules of the road. Although the fusion of soul and universe can master all the rules and avenues of the life universe, it must be extremely laborious to rely on the power of the soul to mobilize the rules and avenues of the life universe. It's just like what I saw on Fei Shui Xing at the beginning. He is the quasi-superior emperor who is in harmony with the world. It stands to reason that he has mastered all the rules and avenues of Fei Shui Xing, but he can't use the power of distortion. The most advanced method that can be achieved by soul-universal fusion is to use all the existing rules of the universe of life, but it is not enough to twist it. There must be a perfectly fused soul-body to join in to display the power of distortion. And the higher the degree of fusion between the soul and the soul, the more twisting power that can be used, the stronger. When the soul, and the body are 100% integrated, it is the time when they jump out of the constraints of the rules of the universe, completely embody the world, and become one. However, this is only the pinnacle of the godless level, the realm of quasi-primary beginning, because there is still a rule that has not jumped out, that is, the rule of time. Only if you have your own time rules and create a world line in your own world that is different from the boundless universe, can you be considered a completely unique world. It's like this place of exile has its own timeline, maybe this world is too junior. Su Lang pondered silently, thoroughly understanding the road ahead. At the same time, he raised an extremely strong vigilance and worry. Because he might be in a world transformed by a too junior boss. If this is the case, wouldn't his every move be seen by the early boss? Chapter 1595. Daily Combat Power 2 Crossing No ****** class, no way. Will the early boss discover my system? If he discovered my system and became interested in me, what should I do? It's really rough, the more you know, the more troubles you have, alas. The expression on Su Lang's face kept changing, and his eyes were full of worry and uneasiness, but suddenly his inspiration flashed, his eyes lit up. It's not right. If the place of exile was really transformed by a big boss from the beginning, how could I use the door of exile to come in? Not only me, but also the infinite universe creatures like Yuheng. They were also banished easily, which is too casual. The place of exile that can be entered by using the gate of exile is simply riddled with defects. After Su Lang's analysis, 3 conclusions appeared in his mind. First, the place of exile is a natural existence, independent of a world in the boundless universe. But Asafar, the bright sword weapon spirit, analyzed that the time avenue of the boundless universe is very stable, and it is almost impossible to naturally form a place of exile. Second, the place of exile was created by the Great War. It was a war in the entire universe, and the junior boss absolutely shot it. They control the rules of time. If there are too many, and fighting together, it is very likely that a place of exile will appear. After all, the timeline of the solar system formed by a part of the core fragments of the infinite realm is very slightly different from that of the infinite universe. At the beginning, the channel between the blue star and the wind spirit was a space-time channel, not a space channel. This nuance in the timeline is definitely caused by the battle of the infinite universe 4.5 billion years ago. Third, the place of exile is the world transformed by a certain tycoon from the beginning. However, this gangster has fallen, but the world is left behind. Because no one is in charge, it becomes a lost world that can be opened by using the gate of exile. In fact, there is another speculation that this world may be a fragment of a different universe with its own timeline, but the possibility is too low and too low. The most likely ones should be the second and third. Considering that the War of Reincarnation and the Coffin of 9 Dragons are most likely to be artificial rules, the third possibility is probably higher. But the second one cannot be ruled out. What if a later strong man discovers the place of exile and uses it? However, no matter what, it is better than this world who is directly alive in the beginning. Hopefully, it's not that some strong people used the land of exile to create the war of reincarnation, and the nine dragon coffin, mad, this is terrifying. Quote. After the analysis, although Su Lang was still a little worried, he was relieved a lot. What's more, no matter what the world is like, one has to live a life. If you think too much, it's pure trouble for yourself. After leaving the question about the place of exile, Su Lang began to check his property panel. Name: Su Lang. Race: Human. Qualification level: Turbidity Realm level, Quasi-Supreme Emperor Attack level, the Second Dual Supreme Defensive level, the Second Dual Supreme Emperor Shenfa level, Urdu Supreme Emperor Endurance level, the Second Dual Supreme Spirit level, Realm of Broken Nirvana. Mastering the exercises, Infinite Heart Sutra, 10,000 Laws into One, Unnamed, Number God level, Founding. Activated System Functions, 1 Key Practice Function level 41, 1 Key Martial Arts Function level 40, Clone Dispatch Function level 40, 1 Key Treasure Hunt Function level 40, 1 Key Alchemy Function level 15, 1 Key Mixer Function level 15, 1 Key Array Function level 15, 1 Key Synthesis Function level 15, 1 Key Empowerment Function level 19, 1 Key Enhancement Function level 1, 1 Key Decomposition Function, no grade. Chapter 1596. Lu Mingxuan appeared but pretended to ask for directions. The combat power has directly crossed a small realm. And this is because I haven't reached the godless level, and the power of the exercises cannot be used. Only when I reach the emperor level, can I use the profound meaning of return to nature and return to one emperor, to merge the soul, body and soul, and then reach the quasi-prime primacy, can I fully exert the power of this technique. The remaining 3 godless level exercises, according to their names, should all be secret techniques, and they may be able to exert a stronger power at a lower level. Well, 1,000 Ways to One, Unnamed, has finally reached the godless level, then, it's time to name it. This exercise is a combination of a large number of exercises, and it can continue to integrate a large number of exercises to continuously improve myself. I don't even know what the future will look like. Su Lang thought silently, then, call it Infinite Profound Meaning System, immediately change the name of Wanfa Gai Gongfa. Ding! 10,000 Ways to One, Unnamed, has been renamed 10,000 Ways to One, Infinite Secrets. Sounds pretty good. Su Lang nodded slightly and smiled. At this time, rumble, a ripple of energy covering a very large area ran across, just covering the location of the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. Immediately after, there was a whistling outside, seeming to be the sound of escape light. Excuse me, this fellow Taoist. I don't know where this is. What year is this eve? A vigorous man's voice sounded outside, and it passed through the defensive barrier of the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, and fell into Su Lang's ears. The host. God ********, it's disturbing you. Qi Ling Zuhun knelt in front of Su Lang with a look of panic. It's okay. Your current level is indeed a bit lower. I will upgrade you when I have the materials. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and his mental power instantly covered hundreds of thousands of miles around him. Suddenly, he saw a man outside. His eyes were extremely vicissitudes, and he was mixed with some doubts. This person has an unfamiliar face and a strong aura. Properties panel. Su Lang's heart moved, and he immediately called out all the information of the man. Okay, Lu Mingxuan, it's also Long Lu Dao Ti. Ha ha ha, it turned out to be Mingxuan on Salonghai Laosi Road. He came here for revenge, but pretended to ask for directions outside. This is because I thought I hadn't seen him. I didn't know he was Mingxuan on Salonghai Road, and wanted to lie to me to get out of soul-chasing Emperor Palace. However, why doesn't he do it directly? Is it because he doesn't know my strength and wants to verify it with his own eyes? Yes, I killed Che Chunghua and Zhong Wenshan in seconds. He must regard me as the Four-Deuce Supreme Emperor. This time I came here to compare the strengths of him and me, so as not to make a rash move and be killed by me instead. HMPH, think carefully, if I don't have an attribute panel, I can really be fooled by him. Quote. A sneer was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and then he directly took the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and appeared in front of Lu Mingxuan. What? Lu Mingxuan was taken aback when he saw Su Lang. Because Su Lang only exudes obvious quasi-no-god level realm fluctuations, although his aura is far stronger than the real no-god level fluctuations, there is only a second passing godless level. Could it be The reason why this dog can kill my seniors is entirely because of using some horror secret techniques to reach the Sidhu godless level. Yes, it is very possible that even the origin and lifespan have been consumed more than half, causing the realm to fall to the quasi-no-god level. Ha 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 ha, this is really great. I was worried that I was not strong enough, so I came to cheat on intelligence. Quote. Lu Mingxuan smiled in his heart, but he didn't move on the surface. It was still the same vicissitudes and doubts before, just like an old man just crawling out of the soil, at this time. This senior, are you a strong man who has just recovered? Well, it must be so. That's why you didn't know that this is the north of the land of exile, and the time is when Songhai was just established. Su Lang has a serious expression on his face, so sincere and sincere, every word in the word seems to be made of real gold, which is really incredible. But Lu Mingxuan turned black when he heard it, because he knew immediately that Su Lang had recognized his identity and was taunting himself. Chapter 1597, The ridiculous person doesn't know who it is. Humph, unexpectedly, you recognized me. However, you didn't run away when you recognized me. Instead, you dared to mock me. Could it be that your brain is broken? Or, do you think you can kill my 3 senior brothers? You can kill me. Don't say that I have far surpassed my seniors. Even if my strength is the same as the seniors, you will definitely die. Look at what you look like now. Because the realm of the secret technique has fallen to the quasi-no-god level, you dare to be rampant. It's really ridiculous. Quote. Lu Mingxuan sneered unscrupulously, and kept saying some contempt. Because he was suffocated for too long and too much along the way, and he felt uncomfortable without saying a lot. So he had to vent it, otherwise even if he killed Su Lang, he would not be vigorous. Maybe it's the reason why some villains always talk too much. Ha 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 ha, the ridiculous person doesn't know who it is. Obviously I am here for revenge, but I pretend to ask directions to test my strength. Can the methods be a little more contemptuous? Moreover, an old, weak, sick and disabled person takes himself too seriously. I really thought that after reaching the Sidhu godless level, I would be invincible in the world. Su Lang carried his hands behind his back, his expression was contemptuous, and his movements were slow and tidy. You old idiot, I can fight 2 each. He seemed to be fighting with Lu Mingxuan, but in fact he was taking back the clones and avatars from the turbulence of time. Although these clones and avatars are affected by the turbulence of time, their lifespan is greatly reduced. But the strength is not weak, and if it is used to swallow the clone, there is no problem at all. The only effect is probably that a few clones died in the turbulence of time, and they have not yet condensed again. Now there are 33 avatars of Su Lang, and 28 avatars. Although the clones and avatars were dissatisfied with the members, with his current daily combat power of the Supreme Emperor Erdu, it was not a problem at all to hit Lu Mingxuan after swallowing the clone. Otherwise, when he first discovered Lu Mingxuan, Su Lang had already used his clone to replace him, but Su Lang knows himself and the enemy, but Lu Mingxuan is different. Lu Mingxuan thought that Su Lang had used a secret technique to consume his origin and lifespan to kill his senior. That kind of terrifying secret technique is definitely not something that can be reused in a short time. Therefore, Lu Mingxuan is sure that Su Lang is already a tiger with a lost tooth. What's more, his own strength has reached the Sidhu godless level, he is the tiger. The misjudgment of the strengths of both sides caused Lu Mingxuan to make the wrong choice. One hit me too. Whether you are really crazy or pretending to be crazy, I will take revenge for my seniors today. You kill my 3 dear brothers, I will never let you die happily. I want you to survive and die, feel all the pain in the world before you can die miserably. Lu Mingxuan's expression is mixed with 3-point disdain, 3-point cruelty and 4-point thick hatred. But he was not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to crush Su Lang mentally and physically at the same time. That would be a complete revenge. Lying down, a man treats 3 men as his favorite. After hearing Lu Mingxuan's words, Su Lang rolled his eyes. You are really poisonous. Of course Lu Mingxuan understood Su Lang's meaning, and instantly his complexion was as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly realized that Su Lang was not brave at all, but was really not afraid of him at all. This made Lu Mingxuan feel a trace of frustration, but the anger in his heart instantly exploded. Narrow-minded goblin, you can understand the feelings between our brothers and sisters. Lu Mingxuan gritted his teeth and growled, he couldn't help but start. In a flash, Lu Mingxuan raised his right hand, and the Buddha Tianxinglong appeared, cruising around his palm, and the extremely strong Longwei pressed down against Su Lang. At the same time, a very powerful twisting force suddenly burst out of him, sweeping towards Su Lang overwhelmingly. Chapter 1598. Do you think you have a secret technique? Play Longwei in front of me, and get the axe. Su Lang smiled disdainfully, his body suddenly soared, rushing straight into the sky, and in a short time he reached the peak of the four-crossing godless level. A powerful and domineering dragon button Yushi appeared in his hands, and immediately turned into a dragon and a dragon nest. Fire! Ao Bing's roar came, accompanied by Su Lang's fiercely rolling eyes. The more terrifying Longwei was depressed like the sky collapsed. The twisting force that was condensed by the four-crossing godless grades turned into a luminous cannon, fiercely ejected from the mouth of the Shenlong. The Longwei sent by the Buddha's Sky Star Dragon was directly suppressed by Ao Bing's Longwei, as if a small flame had encountered a fire extinguisher. Roar! The Buddha Tianxinglong was suppressed by the godless dragon platform, and his breath was disordered, and his mouth whimpered. This sudden scene directly made Lu Mingxuan thunderous, stunned, dumbfounded, like a clay sculpture. What? He can actually explode out of Sidhu godless grade strength. Moreover, this breath has reached the peak of Sidhu, it is close to Wudu godless level. And this dragon without god soldiers is even scarier than the Buddha Sky Star Dragon. How is this possible? No one's dragon blood is more pure than my four dragons see in the exile. Quote. Looking at the incredible and unexpected scenes, Lu Mingxuan was almost shocked. It is really hard for him to believe that Long Wei, who has always been unfavorable, has been beaten by others. What is even more difficult for him to imagine is that a person who has already used the secret technique of killing 8,000 enemies and 10,000 enemies can once again burst out such a powerful combat power. These things are simply fantastic things. Lu Mingxuan can be regarded as a godless powerhouse who has lived for 2 lives, but this is the first time he has seen such an unthinkable thing. And just when he was horrified, the twisting force from the godless dragon platform has collided with the twisting force displayed by Lu Mingxuan. Wow, I saw that the twisting power of the godless dragon platform completely took the upper hand, defeating Lu Mingxuan's twisting power like a ruin, and the remaining force was undiminished. 9. Dragons breaking stars. Lu Mingxuan did not hesitate and immediately used the burst secret art. Another powerful twisting force condensed and blocked Ao Bing's attack at the very moment. But because of the hasty defense, although he blocked the attack, he was also repelled by a full 100,000 miles. Do not. He can't be my opponent. This is fake, all of this is fake. Yes, the cost of the secret technique he used is definitely terrifying, he can only perform this blow. He definitely can't stop me. The mirror of dragon refining Tianlong's blood is broken. Sacrifice to the dragon Baojian Tianlong slaughtered. Zulong Baojian Tianlong kills the heart. Meteor dragon's treasure Tianlong is broken. Quote. Lu Mingxuan's face is hideous, his eyes are red, and his heart is crazy. Immediately after, he once again burst out various secret techniques, carrying a terrifying and vast power, and slew towards Su Lang. This blow was the extreme pinnacle of his 2 lives for billions of years. Even Wudu godless grade, I am afraid it can be shaken. The distance of 100,000 miles is not worth mentioning to the godless class, and it will arrive in a flash. Do you think you have a secret technique? Let you see the means to see me. The inner world of 10 directions, the broken world. Emperor Hua Chen Xing, Reincarnation Evergreen. Blood Moon, Heaven and Soul, the world is dead. I'll give you another trick, break. 1. Sword. Su Lang smiled disdainfully, his body and aura skyrocketed, and he broke through the godless level chasm between Sidhu and Wudu. Suddenly, a burst of light bloomed from Su Lang, like the sun exploded. The terrifying energy and the twisting power that shield the sky and sun condense into a single sword light, appearing in front of Lu Mingxuan as if it penetrates time and space. Ho ho! The power placed there by the Buddha Tianxinglong, which was originally suppressed by the godless dragon platform and made it impossible to move, suddenly violently stood in front of Lu Mingxuan. The next moment, in the almost infinite 5-pass strength and majestic twisting power, the Urdu-level Buddha Tianxinglong was torn into 17 segments like a low-quality puppet. But Su Lang gathered a large number of whole cards to break a sword but did not lose much, still maintaining the power of Wudu godless level. Chapter 1599. 4 Dragons Baojian Endless Dragon Bite. Fatu. No. Dog awful, I fight with you, today is not for the complete, just for the jade. 4 Dragons Endless Dragon Bite. When Lu Mingxuan saw the Buddha Tianxinglong shattered, his eyes burst into tears, blood and tears splashed, and he launched a real suicide attack. This is the ultimate trump card he has shown at the cost of everything he has. He will consume every mana, every cell, every soul, every great power in the entire universe of life, and consume all the energy of heaven and earth within a light-year radius, and die with the enemy. The moment when the Endless Dragon Bite is displayed, it can no longer be described by words such as earth-shaking and earth-shaking. It's the terrifying catastrophe of the collision of the planets, the world-destroying disaster of the complete collapse of the world and the annihilation of flying ash. I saw all matter within a light-year radius, even light, suddenly collapsed around Lu Mingxuan. Even the spell that Su Lang used with his own mana was swallowed. Only the power of twisting detaches from the universe and remains unaffected. Awesome, this is a black hole. Unexpectedly, it will explode next. Su Lang stood still in the storm that was enough to tear a godless class, his brows raised slightly. And his thoughts had not flashed before, and suddenly an explosion happened. The black hole formed by Lu Mingxuan suddenly exploded. The godless power of Wudu has come to the world. A burst of energy is like a 9-day galaxy pouring around. A lot of twisting force is condensed into a torrent, all methods are changed, and everything you pass will be annihilated. Only Su Lang's breaking sword is like a mainstay, resisting the power of Endless Dragon Bite. But Lu Mingxuan is already so poor that he even died as a donkey, but Su Lang still has the Dragon Terrace without God, Yudian Sword, Bright Sword, Shinju Wufeng Sword, and Xing Quan Yunhe. The dragon's nest of the godless dragon platform suddenly unfolded, covering the sky and covering the sun, as if a big net would pounce on ordinary power to absorb. Immediately, fire. Ao Bing used the captured power to condense into a large amount of twisting power, and blast it out like a serial cannon. Before Lu Mingxuan absorbed the power in Su Lang's attack. At this time, Longchao absorbed the power of Lu Mingxuan's attack, and it can be said to be treating his body in his own way. Except for the godless dragon Terrace and the Yudian Sword, the Shinju Wufeng Sword and the Bright Sword were held in the hands of the godless avatar condensed by the stars and clouds, and they swung at the same time. A wave of twisting power joins the battle group to counteract the twisting power of the Endless Dragon Bite. Groups of gentle and warm light groups appeared on Su Lang, causing his recovery speed to surge again. Under the action of the Bright Sword, the Great Sun Haoshan, the Dantian Universe Sun, and the superb elixir as many as jelly beans. Su Lang recovered a half within milliseconds, and he recovered all within a blink of an eye. This kind of battery life is afraid that even dead ghosts can be scared to death again. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, but his vigilance did not relax. Although his strength has reached the Wudu godless level, he actually relies on the accumulation of conventional strength. The current Su Lang is still at the quasi-godless level, unable to rely on himself to condense the power of distortion, and all the distortion power displayed is relying on godless soldiers. In Su Lang's godless soldiers, the strongest is only Sandu godless dragon Terrace. The quality of the twisting power they condense is not as good as Lu Mingxuan. So we can only fight by quantity, and the power of condensing and twisting requires energy, and most of these energy must be provided by the master of the Emperor Soldier. So Su Lang himself had practiced a lot of founding level exercise techniques. There was a sun in the body, and it was still a fragment of the real sun in the boundless world. There is also the professional counterpart of Dari Hao Tien 2, as well as the densely packed quasi-no-god level perfect pill and no-god level perfect pill. In addition, the godless level clones condensed by the stars and clouds are exhausting themselves. How can these all be together to condense enough twisting power to offset the power of Lu Mingxuan's Endless Dragon Bite? Chapter 1600. Su Lang beat him to autism in an instant. Ao Bing, come again. Su Lang stood at the corner of the dragon's nest, and his whole body's energy poured into the godless dragon Terrace with the profound meaning of the world's death, leaving nothing behind. Fire, fire, quote. Ao Bing got the power of Su Lang and the dragon nest swallowed the power from the outside world, so he was able to continuously blast out a wave of twisting power. This terrifying speed, this crazy frequency, this huge amount of twisting power. If you are seen by an ordinary Sandu godless grade, you will definitely be trembling with fright. 10 breaths passed in a flash. The power of the Endless Dragon Bite was either consumed by destroying the heavens and the earth, or absorbed by the dragon's nest, or just offset by Su Lang, and finally all annihilated. The twisting power contained in it was also consumed by Su Lang's 4 godless soldiers. The space of 100,000 light-years across the world was swept across by too much twisting force, and the regular avenue of heaven and earth was severely affected. There are already too many rules and visions, and the terrifying power contained in them cannot be resisted even by the quasi-no-god level. Humph! Su Lang was irritated by the colorful and mottled regular visions around him, and with a cold snort, countless regular avenues overflowed. This is the avenue of regular rules that he comprehend. There are more than 3,900 rules, 490 rules avenue. Quickly, under the comfort of Su Lang's scattered regular road, the regular vision between heaven and earth was quickly smoothed out. Even the smoke, dust and haze from the Big Bang was wiped out. The world is clear, like a washed mirror. Simultaneously, the battlefield that has gone through countless rubbings has also become clearly visible. I saw a huge pit appeared on the ground. This pit is several light years deep, equivalent to tens of trillions of kilometers. The vertical and horizontal length and width have reached a light year, close to 1 million billion kilometers. Such a huge pit is enough for many solar systems. And in this interstellar scale pit, a person suspended in midair, it was Lu Mingxuan. Lu Mingxuan at this time is no longer the Sidhu godless level. He has completely lost all his power, even his breath is gone. It can be said that he is a corpse. Supporting Lu Mingxuan is the sole origin of only one part of the remaining trillion. In fact, this trace of soul origin should have been consumed. Even his body shouldn't be intact, but should be wiped out. However, when Lu Mingxuan found out that he could not hurt Su Lang with a single blow, his worldview completely collapsed. He was full of confusion and self-doubt, and it was difficult to accept the fact that he was defeated. At least to hurt the opponent. What is good is not for tiles, but for jade. That piece of jade did not even appear any cracks, it was broken. Lu Mingxuan was completely filled with emotions such as horror, despair, and self-doubt. He was beaten to autism by Su Lang at that moment. Because he couldn't believe the facts, he wanted to confirm that it was not true, but false. So he left a trace of soul origin to confirm the final result. Then, Lu Mingxuan saw it. Su Lang faintly flew over him, looking down at him condescendingly. Obviously experienced such a terrifying battle, but Su Lang didn't even have a messy hairstyle. Life is a dream, nightmare. Lu Mingxuan whispered in his heart, his eyes distracted, his whole body completely collapsed from the inside out, and even the last trace of soul origin began to dissipate. Want to die by yourself? This is dreaming. Su Lang smiled coldly, a bright sword appeared in his hand and swiped lightly. Stabbed. A gentle light and a different twisting force enveloped Lu Mingxuan and prevented his death. Why? Lu Mingxuan's thoughts are like candlelight in the violent wind, which may be annihilated at any time. Humph. Every time I make a shot, I must not come back empty-handed, and this time is the same. You have consumed everything now, only a trace of the soul is left. I have lost a lot, okay. If you dissipate the last trace of soul origin, I will suffer even more blood loss. Lu Mingxuan, I accept this trace of your soul origin. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and a smile appeared. Chapter 1601. Lu Mingxuan was wiped out, no. In Lu Mingxuan's desperate and numb soul, a trace of panic suddenly flashed like thunder. But the next moment, he was hit by Su Lang's fingers and turned into fly ash. Ding! You get the soul of the Supreme Emperor broken *1, the universe of life broken *1, and the Buddha Sky Star Dragon broken *1. The system prompted that this is Lu Mingxuan's funeral song. But this funeral song seems a bit short. Fighting such a big battle, just such a trophy, alas, I am too difficult. Su Lang slowly shook his head, showing regret, but it was a pity that he couldn't crush Lu Mingxuan and kill him perfectly, otherwise there would be more than these things. Sighed. Su Lang took out the 3 items he had obtained. The first one is the broken soul of the Supreme Emperor. The soul of the Supreme Emperor is different, originally divided into 3 layers. The first layer represents the red hazy mist of the soul and body, the second layer represents the colorful colors of the soul and the universe, and the third layer is the golden light spot that represents the soul's origin. And the broken soul of the Supreme Emperor obtained from Lu Mingxuan has only the third layer of golden light spots left. And this golden light spot consumes most of it, and the rest is hard to see with the naked eye. What can be called broken? There is only one thing left. Su Lang was speechless. then opened the void dragon vein heaven realm and threw it in. This golden light spot quickly absorbed a large amount of incense aspirations and turned into an incense creature. Perhaps this broken soul origin from the godless level will make a difference in the void dragon vein heaven realm. Of course, there is no way to escape Su Lang's palm. Next, Su Lang took out the second item, the broken universe of life. The normal universe of godless life is spherical like a jewel, but this broken universe of life is dark, and the surface is covered with countless cracks. The godless universe is already very stable, and can exist alone for a long time when exposed to the boundless universe. Now that the life universe has become like this, it can be seen that it has been completely squeezed. Su Lang also didn't need the help of the godless soldiers, and directly dispatched the clone to enter the universe along the rift. Then, a dark and dead space appeared before his eyes. The life planet in the life universe has completely collapsed, forming countless dust and small meteorites, filling the entire life universe. Lying down, even the treasure land has collapsed. The avenue of rules has been chaotic and annihilated. If this universe hadn't been put away by my perfect plundering function, I'm afraid it would completely dissipate when Lu Mingxuan died. Su Lang looked at everything in the universe through his clone, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. But he still did not give up on sending a clone to search the entire universe. As the saying goes, Huang Tian pays off, and Su Lang really found something. These things are dead, and there is no energy to consume, so they can be preserved in the endless dragon bite. Among them, most of them are some debris. For example, the inanimate tools made by the indigenous creatures in this life universe. But these debris are useless. The only useful things Su Lang found were some exercises classics. Almost all of these exercises classics are recorded on mortal materials. Only one of the exercises is recorded in godless transcendental materials. This exercise is exactly the 4 Dragons Treasures, practiced by Lu Mingxuan. The material used to record this exercise turned out to be a godless dragon crystal. Although because of the endless dragon bite, this dragon crystal was torn apart and almost lost all its extraordinary characteristics. However, after all, there was still a little power left. And a small part of the exercise is inside. If someone else finds this thing, it will be of no use to keep it. But Su Lang is different, he has the function of fragment repair. Chapter 1602. Try your luck in another place. The 4 Dragons Baojian contains the 4 profound meanings of refining, sacrifice, punishment, and falling, and corresponds to the 4 explosive secret arts. And these 4 profound meanings are gathered together, which is the ultimate secret method endless dragon bite. This exercise should be the supreme magical method created by Lu Mingxuan's collection of Salong Haishimen. Lu Mingxuan, the little junior in the sea of 4 dragons, is indeed the most talented and savvy among the 4 seniors. While sighing, Su Lang read the remnants of Salong Baojian's exercises with his spiritual thoughts. He has now practiced, returning to nature and returning to one emperor, to the founding level, and has a deeper understanding of the godless level of exercises. After analogy and analogy, it is not difficult to understand this small part of the incomplete exercises in Salong Baojian. Almost read. The system will complete the fragments of 4 dragons. After reading casually for a while, Su Lang gave instructions to the system. Ding! The fragments of 4 dragons has been repaired. Immediately, a complete exercise appeared in Su Lang's mind, which was the complete version of 4 dragons. Lu Mingxuan has used the 4 godless heavenly dragon secret techniques in the endless dragon biting secret technique. The system, enable the one-click martial arts function, and practice 4 dragons. Su Lang glanced at the exercises and gave the instructions again. Although this exercise can be seen at a glance, it is very likely that a warrior who has the blood of the dragon can perform it. But anyway, the one-click martial arts villain is also idle now, so it is better to practice it. What if this technique is integrated into the 10,000 Fas into 1, infinite profound meaning, and it becomes free to use? Ding! 4 Dragons Mirror has begun to practice. The system prompt came. Su Lang didn't care anymore. His eyes were attracted by the galaxy-level crater under his feet. The creatures of this land are miserable. Su Lang slowly shook his head. In the endless dragon bite, he didn't know how many billions of trillions of creatures were wiped out. This is the case in this cruel world. If the strength is not enough, even if it is affected by the strong, it will be forever. Strength is the truth, Su Lang said with emotion and looked at the bottom of the pit. His mental power has almost reached its limit before reaching the soil at the bottom of the pit. It's so deep, I haven't penetrated the place of exile. Not only is the breadth of this continent endless, but its thickness is also shocking. And such a big pit can only be healed naturally without countless years of exile. Su Lang thought silently, preparing to fill this big hole with ease. He stretched out his hand, and Lu Mingxuan's abandoned life universe was taken out. Immediately, all the wastes of the planet inside were dumped into the pit. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang displayed the powerful Earth System Avenue. With his current strength close to the Wudu level, he can easily gather the land around Dakeng to the center. I saw that the land around the big pit seemed to have gained life, and it seemed to have turned into low-flowing water, pouring towards the middle one after another. Soon, this endless pit was filled, although it is a desert now, but it must not be long before it will be full of life again. Su Lang looked at the deserted land, then turned to look at the turbulence of time and space beyond the boundary. Before, his avatars had already explored this time turbulence. The places that can be explored, and the places that cannot be explored, the avatar will die of old age as soon as it enters, and it is impossible to detect. Su Lang also tried to send an avatar to the unknown outside the turbulent time, but failed. Even the non-god level clones will die of old age in an instant. This is the reason why the creatures in the exile basically refused to leave the exile. So let's try your luck in another place. Su Lang was not very discouraged for not being able to find lost Xuanwu for so long. After all, the last time that thing appeared 300 billion years ago, the quasi-no-god class was old enough to die more than 100 times. To find that thing, it's all about looking at the face. Chapter 1603, Destroy his plan and indulge his dreams. Why is xianxia so lucky? Su Lang curled his lips, turned and flew towards the west. His current position is on the southeast border of the exile, and to the west is the extreme south of the exile. Move aside. Su Lang took out the third harvest, the broken Buddha Tianxinglong. The heavenly star dragon of the Buddha II was a godless soldier of the second cross, which was cut alive into 17 pieces by the Yudian sword, and was destroyed by the endless dragon bite, almost completely finished. Only half of the dragon's body that was cut off at 17 was left, and it was also badly wiped out. There is only a little bit of spirit left, even the spirit wisdom is gone. One-click decomposition, Su Lang thought, and the broken Buddha Tianxinglong in front of him was immediately decomposed into various materials. Ding! The decomposition is successful. You will get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, the soul of the Quasi-Supreme Emperor 23, the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1423, the soul of the Emperor Wu 36547, the godless level material Tianlong Remnant Soul 1, the Tianlong Remnant *1. The decomposed material is really less than half. Su Lang sighed and put all those materials into the storage space. This material is not enough to evolve without God, it can only exist first. So far, the harvest from killing Lu Mingxuan has been counted. Although it is relatively small, it is better than not coming at all. At the same time, somewhere in the southeast of the cloud, a colorful dragon shuttled fast, flashing like electricity, and teleporting. This dragon is the colorful Sky Star Dragon. Suddenly, the colorful Tianxinglong shocked all over and slowed down. What happened? The man with the red crown standing on the head of the colorful dragon opened his eyes, with a hint of impatience and awkwardness in his eyes. This person is the Supreme Emperor named Jing Yuanbai, the new master of the colorful Sky Star Dragon, the host. Colorful Tianxinglong replied, I sense that the Buddha Tianxinglong has fallen, and Lu Mingxuan probably has also fallen. What? They actually fell. Who is so bold? Dare to ****** my prey. Jing Yuanbai's eyes were cold, and his biting eyes were almost frozen for thousands of miles. His face was distorted and hideous in an instant. No one could ***** the prey he was fond of, it has always been like this. Now that the prey he had been chasing for so long was cut off, he was suddenly furious. The host, the colorful Sky Star Dragon couldn't answer in a hurry. I sensed the direction of the colorful Sky Star Dragon before it fell. Do you want to follow it? Does this still need to be said? Chase me. Jing Yuanbai was so irritable that he gritted his teeth, wishing to strip the murderer who killed Lu Mingxuan away. Yes, the colorful Tianxinglong took the command, and immediately chased him in the direction where Su Lang had left. At the same time, in the land of exile, the palace of long hatred, Chong Henzi, dressed in a simple robe, holding a black bowl, knelt and sat in the wide hall formed by He Chalet, died. Lu Mingxuan is dead. Holding the black bowl, Chong Hen-zi looked at the barren wasteland and desert reflected on the water. His murderous aura instantly enveloped the entire Chonghen Palace. Puff, puff. There were 3 consecutive sounds of knees landing. However, in the 3 shadows of the palace there were 3 kneeling supreme emperors. These 3 were dressed in black, blue, and red robes, and the weakest of them was Sandu Godless. But now, the 3 supreme emperors knelt on the ground and trembled. Because they have never seen Chong Hen-zi so angry, Chong Hen-zi has always been indifferent like water, rarely angry. Ha 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 ha, my front foot prevented Lu Mingxuan from killing Yu Fetian in order to preserve the strength of the exile land. As a result, only a few days, Lu Mingxuan died. Who doesn't know about such a big thing as Fetianjiao? Who is going against me on purpose? Chong Hen-zi suddenly got up, roared loudly, his eyes were bloodshot and flushed, his face was resentful and resentful. If it weren't for the Blackstone Palace, it's not an ordinary building, I'm afraid it would be wiped out. In Chong Hen-zi's eyes, every strong man in the exile is his stepping stone and ladder to the 9-dragon coffin. But now, someone has destroyed the stairs at his feet. Even the stairs are gone. How can you go to the coffin of 9 dragons? How can you leave the Nivanden, the place of exile, to see the prosperous endless universe? This is destroying his plan, indulging in his dreams. How does this make him not angry? How not to lose his temper? Chapter 1604. Repeatedly be shocked. After a long time, I don't care who you are. I will let you taste all the misery in the world. The penalty of the palace of long hatred is very different. Quote. Chong Hen-zi knelt down again, holding the black bowl, whispering like a cold wind in an ice cave. He looked at the black bowl again. This seemingly ordinary black bowl was the 9-yin eye of the treasure candle of the palace of Chonghen. Through this treasure, Chong Hen-zi can observe the great movement happening in the entire exile. However, the further apart, the later the picture will appear. This is the reason why Chong Hen-zi can only see the chaotic battlefield through the eyes of the 9-yin candles only after the war. As for the major event that happened to Fetian sect, Chong Hen-zi saw it directly because Chonghen Palace was very close. At this moment, looking at the barren wasteland and desert on the surface of the water, Chong Hen-zi thought for a moment and said, "The people we arranged in the blue blood sky are in the southeast, right? Return to the master." "Yes." Hongpao replied, making a woman's voice, "Do you want to use him? Let him find and kill the murderer who killed Lu Mingxuan. If you can, bring the murderer back to me. As for your identity, don't expose it if you can." Chong Hen-zi said in a cold tone, "It doesn't matter if it's exposed, just go back to Chang'an Palace. Anyway, I already know Bai Shuidian well." "Yes." The mysterious woman in the red robe knocked on her leader's orders, and disappeared from the place directly as a cloud of smoke. Black robe. Chong Hen-zi didn't raise her head, her voice was indifferent. "How about the things that I asked you to do? Report to the master. A lot of tragedies have been caused, and 179,000 blood feuds have been caused." The black-robed man replied, "These people all have unshakable enemies, and they will certainly provide a lot of humanitarian will. Carry on. Hatred is the most important force, and so is grief. Let hatred and grief become the theme of this reincarnation era, and led to the coffin of the 9 dragons." Chong Hen-zi's voice is not loud, but full of terrifying ruthlessness and cruelty. "Yes, master." The black-robed man knocked on the commander's orders, turning into black mist and disappearing. Blue robe. Chong Hen-zi looked at the third man in the blue robe. "What happened to the Taishang Ninqing Palace?" The host. "The Supreme Ninqing Palace has sent powerful disciples into the world to walk around the place of exile. These people are basically quasi-no god. They hone their fighting skills and seek breakthroughs." The blue-robed man replied, "Of course, their more important purpose is to promote the coming of the great world, to stir people's hearts, and to broaden the dojo. There is no difference in teaching." "Is that so? It seems that the old monster in the Ninqing Palace is still sober, knowing what is most important. However, their actions like that are too plain. As the first force in the exile, it is not an exaggeration to say that they have done nothing." Chong Hen-zi waved his hand faintly. Go and add some programs to those disciples who have joined the world in the Supreme Ninqing Palace." "Yes." The man in the blue robe took the order to leave. "The plan is good, but if the strength is not enough, everything is a dream." Quote. The ground where xianxia sat cross-legged turned into a passage, and a beautiful woman suddenly appeared beside her, looking at xianxia tenderly. "Come on, I will take you to see my secret." Xianxia smiled and took the woman's hand into the passage. Not long after, xianxia's sorrowful cry came from the passage. At the same time, Taishang Ninqing Palace, time-turbulent resident, in the wooden house. What is happening? Why does this person explode with such a powerful strength again? Didn't he just explode once a day ago, desperately killing 2 Sandu godless grades? Furthermore, the power he exploded this time is stronger than the last time. He has reached the Wudu godless level, and he has killed a Sidu godless level. Who is this person and why is it so weird? Zan Taiching looked at the bright red spots on the chessboard, his eyes filled with surprise. He hasn't shown such emotions for a long time, but in the past few days, he has been shocked by the mysterious and strange person many times. Chapter 1605, Kiran by Yi Rin. After a while, Zan Taiching continued to observe the chessboard, but not far from the bright red dot representing Su Lang, an equally not weak red dot followed. The latter one should be Jing Yuanbai from the blue blood sky. Is this person staring at the weird person? It seems to be unkind. The overall strength of the place of exile is worrying, and it can't be killed like this. Hey, the actions of the little boys below are still a little slower, and they haven't spread to the south. Otherwise, it might be possible to stop that battle and save the 4 crossing godless grade. He took out the special communication Jade Pendant and issued an instruction. Contact the Master of Jade Blood Heaven, Bai Yi Rin, and ask her to restrain her subordinates. Now is not the time to start. When the War of Reincarnation begins, there will be opportunities to fight. Finish it all. Zan Taiching continued, his gaze spread across the chessboard. However, 3 more red spots appeared on the chessboard, which were the old monsters of the last reincarnation era that crawled out of the ground. 9 already. The War of Reincarnation has not yet begun, and there are 9 godless level resurrections. According to the records circulated in the last reincarnation era, when the War of Reincarnation begins, there will be more godless level revivals at once. It seems that this time the Battle of Reincarnation will call out the coffin of 9 dragons more often than before. Of course, the most important thing is to gather enough humane will, otherwise the number of people will be useless. Zan Taiching sighed, his lifespan is running out. Had it not been for a turbulent flow with a slower time flow, it would be stable and safe, he would have died of old age. This time the War of Reincarnation was his only chance to step on the coffin of the Kowloon. Zan Taiching believes that stepping on the coffin of 9 dragons will definitely not only return to the boundless universe, but also gain greater good fortune. Just as Zan Taiching sighed, the people of the Supreme Ninqing Palace also contacted the master of Bai Shuidian, Bai Yi Lin. The power of Jia Shuidian is completely different from the other powers of exile. Because this is a force composed of monsters, spirit beasts, fierce beasts, divine beasts, and other beasts, it is the force that all beast powers in the exile are most yearning for. Basically, strong beasts with a certain strength will go to Bishuidian to ask for help. Bishuidian almost refused to come, and gradually gathered the beast powerhouses from the entire exile. As the master of Jia Shuidian, Bai Yi Rin was the strongest. She is a blue-blooded unicorn from Tianting continent of the boundless realm. She was living here at the beginning of the reincarnation era and gradually developed the blue-blooded sky. The number of strong men in Jieshuidian is very large. Lei in Temple and Long in Temple are not comparable, and Teibaihai and Ryushin are even more difficult to achieve. Only Taishang Ninqing Palace can compare with Bai Shui Tian in the number of strong people. However, the members of Bishuidian are mixed with dragons and snakes, with mixed good and bad. Although it was a bit too much to say that it was a mob, it was not much worse. And the top powerhouse of Bishuidian is not as good as Taishang Ninqing Palace. Therefore, the Supreme Ninqing Palace can sit firmly on the throne of the first power in the land of exile. At this moment, Bishuidian resident, a cluster of floating buildings surrounded by blue clouds obscured the sky. A large number of powerful birds and beasts shuttled among them, or swallowed aura. The aura of recklessness was very strong. Bai Yi Rin's cave mansion is at the top of Bai Shui Tian's residence, carved and refined from a large piece of godless jade. In the cave, message from the Supreme Ninqing Palace. Who came from it? A pretty and cold-looking young woman with long hair and high bun and cloud hair asked lightly. She has dark green eyes, a black tights, a heavy battle armor, and a crimson cloak on her back. She is heroic and energetic. This woman is the Lord of Jade Blood Heaven, Qilin Baiyi Rin. At the gate of Baiyi Rin's cave, a young man with a respectful look was kneeling down, with a hint of admiration in his eyes looking at Baiyi Rin's divine light. This young man was called Qin Chengen, and he was also a supreme emperor. His body has the Moken bloodline, and his strength has reached the Sidhu level, which is already very powerful. Chapter 1606. Long Hate Palace Chess Piece, Blue Blood Undercover. Return to the Supreme Emperor Qingting. It's a message from a quasi-godless class. The Supreme Nanqing Palace found that Jing Yuanbai was chasing and killing an Supreme Emperor. They hope you can restrain Jing Yuanbai and put the battle in the Battle of Reincarnation. Furthermore, the Supreme Nanqing Palace proposed that each force should reduce the situation of fighting each other, accumulate combat power and wait for the Battle of Reincarnation to begin. After Qin Chengen returned the report, he used his spare time to see Bai Yellen. He wanted to take a few more glances, because there was really not much chance of seeing Bai Yellen. I know, the proposal of the Supreme Palace of the Nine Qings is good. I will restrain Jing Yuanbai. After you go down, investigate the quasi-no-god level person who is speaking. Although I am more relaxed and undisciplined in Bishuadian, I cannot tolerate such people who privately have intimate relationships with other powerful forces. In addition, kill the people who contacted here in the Supreme Nanqing Palace. If you don't come to visit in person to pass the news, no matter what the reason is, it is defiant. Bai Yellen waved faintly, without much anger on her face. Yes, Qin Chengen took the order and turned to leave. War of Reincarnation, can it really bring me back to the boundless world? If I can go back, will I appear in Tianting continent, or somewhere else? Bai Yellen half closed her eyes, and there was a monstrous hatred hidden in the faint divine light. Pause briefly. Bai Yellen took out a treasure for transmission and sent the restraining order to Jing Yuanbai. A place close to the border in the southeast. Jing Yuanbai rode on the colorful sky star dragon and chased him in the direction of Su Lang. Suddenly, Bai Yellen's message, with a look on his face, he took out a piece of jade slip, swept across it in an instant and read the information. Ha ha, let me stop the hunt and put my grievances in the Battle of Reincarnation to resolve. If it is normal, even if I am unhappy with that person, maybe I will die. But now, Lord Palace Master has taken the lead in giving instructions to capture that person alive, and it doesn't matter if his identity is revealed. In that case, dear Bai Yellen, please forgive Jing Yuanbai for not being able to live anymore. The one who killed my prey, I will hunt down and kill him. After catching him, I will torture him severely. I hope that Lord Palace Lord will leave this person to me to deal with. I want his life too much. In other words, it's kind of interesting that the person who intercepted my prey could let Chonghen Palace and Bai Shuadian convey orders to me at the same time. After Jing Yuanbai saw the jade slip, he suddenly sneered and showed disdain. Yes, he is the high-level undercover agent of Chonghen Palace hidden in the blue blood sky. Not long ago, he received an order from the Palace of Long Hatred to hunt down Su Lang, which coincided with his idea. Did not expect. Only dozens of breaths passed. Bai Shuadian also sent an order to stop chasing Su Lang. Of these two completely different orders, Jing Yuanbai naturally chose to execute the first one. Because he was originally from the Palace of Long Hatred, black, blue, red, and white are just the four confidants of Chonghenzi. And he, the white-robed Jing Yuanbai, is the strongest of the four passing godless peak, and the 5 passing strong. It's time to restore your identity. Jia, Jing Yuanbai showed a grim smile, and the robes on his body flashed brightly and suddenly turned white. The other side, Su Lang didn't know that Taishang Nanqing Palace, Chonghen Palace, and Bai Shui Tian had already focused on him. If you knew it, you probably couldn't help but twitch at the corner of your mouth, then sighed again. After all, with his current strength, it is not a good time to deal with those big forces. At this moment, Su Lang is still rushing to the southern border, preparing to explore the turbulence of time and space, trying his luck to find the lost Xuanwu. It's almost the place, so be it. In a bare mountain range, Su Lang stopped and entered the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. Although the level of soul-chasing Emperor Palace is a little lower, it can also avoid most Xiao harassment. After all, the only one who could see through the hidden barrier of soul-chasing Emperor Palace was the godless grade. But where are there so many godless grades? Even if it is here, it won't do it for no reason. I was hit twice before. This time the 4 dragon seas are completely destroyed, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to hit the door. Su Lang sat cross-legged in the quiet room with a confident smile on his face. Chapter 1607. This person is not easy to mess with. At the same time, Taishang Juqing Palace, time turbulent in the resident. Weird, it's so weird. After the end of the secret technique this time, this person's cultivation has stabilized at the Urdu godless level. He has repeatedly exploded the secret technique, but there is no side effect at all, and even the cultivation base is constantly rising. Could it be that it is not difficult for this person to burst out that powerful force? And the reason can only be, this person's peak cultivation has far surpassed the Wudu godless level. I underestimated him before. Quote. Zan Taiching looked at the red dot on the chessboard that represented Su Lang, his eyes flashed with deep surprise and fear. Previously, he speculated that Su Lang might be the godless level of the 4 deuce and Wudus of the last Samsara era, or the godless level of the 6 deuce. But at this time, Zan Taiching overturned his previous guess. In his current view, Su Lang's peak strength should be Kidu godless level. Kidu, this is already at the top level in the godless level. 1 to 3 crossings are the entry level of the godless level, the 4 to 6 crossings are the senior godless level, but the Kidu and above are the top godless levels. Such an existence, even some weaker reincarnation eras have not appeared. This person is not easy to provoke. I must restrain those who are 2 in the 9 Qing Palace from provoke him. However, having such an opponent is also lucky for me from another perspective. Quote. Silently thinking, Zan Taiching, the boss of the Supreme 9 Qing Palace, regarded Su Lang as his opponent at the same level, at the same time. After Su Lang entered the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, he immediately began a hard-working day. With the number of super-humanoid weapon parts approaching 120,000, his passion for refining parts has increased a lot. Of course, after the avatars had cooled down, he did not forget to send them to the time turbulence to find the lost Xuanwu. Time passed slowly, but just when Su Lang thought that this day would pass so plainly, suddenly a system prompt came. Ding! The sea of repair is full, do you break through? Okay, the cultivation base is enough. Su Lang was surprised, his cultivation level was finally enough to be promoted from the quasi-no-god level to the true no-god level. This will be another huge leap. System, immediately give me a breakthrough. Su Lang thought, and gave the order without hesitation. Ding! Breaking through. Following the system prompts, countless cultivation bases merged into Su Lang's body. In the sea of knowledge, the countless golden mists disappeared rapidly again, and they continued to merge with the universe of life in Shifang. With the rapid increase in the degree of integration, Su Lang also feels that his ability to control the Shifang life and universe is getting stronger and stronger. More and more unfamiliar rules that he had never touched were naturally mastered by him, as if they had become instinct. At last, the soul fusion degree has reached 100%. Su Lang has perfectly mastered his 10 directions of life universe. Even if you don't use any means, as long as your mind moves, you can see every corner and everything. In the universe of life in the 10 directions, even a particle. Before Su Lang entered the Shifang life and universe to do things, he would usually send a clone first, and then use leaning or perception sharing. But now, he can appear anywhere in the 10 life universes with just one thought. Now I can finally perfectly control everything in the universe of life. In the Shifang life universe, apart from the time rule, I am an omnipotent god, do whatever I want. In the boundless universe, I also control countless rules and authority, and I can even say that I am the condensate of the boundless universe's rules. Su Lang looked inside the 10 life universes and clearly saw the 10 life universes operating in his body, which contained immense power. At this time, his mastery of the rules has reached the limit, far exceeding the previous number of 3,900. He has already controlled all the rules in the boundless universe, except for the rules of time. Chapter 1608. Breakthrough, the Supreme Emperor. Of course, it is not that the previous efforts have taken a detour. Every rule that Su Lang has worked so hard to comprehend has laid a solid foundation for the universe of life. It created better conditions for the fusion of soul and universe. Otherwise, even with the assistance of system functions, he would not be able to complete 100% soul fusion so easily. And now, the breakthrough is not over. Su Lang could feel that a very strange change was taking place in his body. Follow that wonderful feeling. Su Lang quickly found the reason in the Dantian. A soul-body fusion cell is fusing with every part of the Dantian universe. This is exactly the way of godless cultivation, embodied in the world. Tisk tut, even with the help of system functions, the fusion of a cell in the Dantian universe is so slow. The other Supreme Emperors don't know how long it takes to integrate a soul-body fusion cell with the life universe. Su Lang sighed, and immediately continued to look inside at that cell. This cell is slowly fusing with about 1/1000th of the Dantian universe. A singular force in cells fused with the space avenue is the main body and surrounded by the power of other avenues gradually crystallized it. Not long. Ding. Successful breakthrough. As the system prompt sounded, that cell completely merged with a part of the Dantian universe. In Su Lang's field of vision, this cell had become a small frontal dodecahedron crystal. The surface layer of the cell integrates the space avenue in its subsidiary rules, forming a perfect space barrier. Although small, this kind of space barrier is at the same level as that of the Dantian universe, and it is perfect. The space inside the cell has also become very large, and all the substances inside are perfectly integrated with various regular avenues. Those cell structures produced through cultivation and the sublimation of the essence of life are necessary for the storage and release of the martial artist's power. At this time, all cell structures are integrated with the rules of the avenue, and the power of the rules of the avenue can be stimulated with the most perfect efficiency. Only with such perfect efficiency can the conventional avenue be distorted, forming a twisting force that transcends all the regular avenues. Now I can use my own twisting power without using weapons. A trace of excitement flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately his mind moved, and countless energy poured into that special spatial crystal cell in the Dantian. Immediately after, these forces formed a twisting force in the spatial crystal cells. Snapped. Su Lang snapped his fingers, and an extremely weak twisting force appeared between his fingers. Under the influence of this twisting force, hundreds of thousands of miles around instantly broke out a terrifying vision of rules. Gravity disorder, rivers flowing backwards, mountains floating in the sky, and strange clouds formed distorted colorful colors, just like oil paintings with thick ink. This space around it seems to be a completely different world. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. If I want to, even the rules of space can be twisted and changed. Soon, he opened his property panel. Name: Su Lang Race. Human Qualification Level. Turbidity Realm Level. 1 Crossing Without God Level Attack Level. Sandu Supreme Emperor Plus Defensive Level. Sandu Supreme Emperor Shenfa Level. Sandu Supreme Emperor Endurance Level. Sandu Supreme Emperor Spirit Level. Realm of Broken Nirvana Mastering the Exercises. Infinite Heart Sutra. 10,000 Laws into 1. Infinite Profound Righteousness. Number God Level. Founding Activated System Functions. 1 Key Practice Function Level 41. 1 Key Martial Arts Function Level 40. Clone Dispatch Function Level 40. 1 Key Treasure Hunt Function Level 40. 1 Key Alchemy Function Level 15. 1 Key Mixer Function Level 15. 1 Key Array Function Level 15. 1 Key Synthesis Function Level 15. 1 Key Empowerment Function Level 19. 1 Key Enhancement Function Level 1. 1 Key Decomposition Function No Grade Chapter 1609. The one here is Jing Yuanbai. All aspects have improved to a small level. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly. Moreover, his attack level has almost increased by 2 small realms. Not bad, not bad. Finally breaking through to the Supreme Emperor, Su Lang's heart was too beautiful. There is no ***** level. This is a powerhouse that the entire Star Sea area does not have. Once you return to the Xinghai realm, you will be invincible directly. All the void sects in the Palace of Origination are all scum. I really want to find some lost Xuanwu. The time here is almost turbulent, and there is still no tortoise hare, so I can only change places. Thinking of the difficulty of returning to the Xinghai region, Su Lang began to feel uncomfortable again. Next, Su Lang took the clones back, and then took the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, ready to explore the past in a clockwise direction to the west. But at this moment, in the colorful sky, which is like a thick oil painting, a different kind of colorful light flashed. Immediately afterwards, the endless visions of rules were all calmed down. Ho ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** sky. However, he saw a white-robed man stepping on the head of a colorful dragon, looking proudly at the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. This person is Jing Yuanbai, the palace of long hatred who chased and killed all the way. What? A very powerful godless grade. Looking noisy, can you encounter such an existence in this remote place with no grass in a radius of 1,000,000,000 miles? Quote. Su Lang looked at the white-robed man with his nostrils upright, and there were 10,000 grass mud horses running wild in his heart. Immediately after, he immediately opened the opponent's property panel. The name is Jing Yuanbai, the race of the sun-devouring Tengu, the realm of the four crossings is no god, and the fighting power is close to the Wudu Supreme Emperor. What? Sun-Eater Tengu? This is a dog monster. Su Lang stared at Jing Yuanbai's race dumbfounded, stunned, and continued to look at the messages below. This Jing Yuanbai mastered a godless-level exercise, Heaven and Earth Hunyuan Ju, with a very common name, and a series of great emperor-level exercises and secret methods. Moreover, depending on the name of the exercise method, it is basically the exercise method exclusive to the monster beast, just like Yume's, resolving the demon axis. In addition, Su Lang knew at a glance that the colorful dragon at Jing Yuanbai's feet was the colorful Sky Star Dragon. Xianxia, the three great dragon godless soldiers have all fallen into my hands, and this is the seven-color Sky Star Dragon. I thought that Liang Xiaofei didn't have it on his body, and probably would never be found again, but I didn't expect to see it here. This Jing Yuanbai looks a bit unkind, and he is carrying a colorful Sky Star Dragon, perhaps the helper of Xianxia. If you really are Xianxia's helper, come to me for revenge, that would be great. Quote. Su Lang looked at the domineering and invincible Jing Yuanbai in the sky, and he had already regarded it as a feast. And while Su Lang was looking at Jing Yuanbai was also looking at Su Lang. This realm fluctuation is, there is no **** level. However, the intensity of his breath has reached the Sandu godless level, which is a bit strange. Perhaps this person used some secret method to kill Lu Mingxuan, causing the current state to be abnormal. HMPH, this is just right, it is better to solve this guy easily than to fight hard. The thought in Jing Yuanbai's mind flashed, and immediately stepped on the colorful Sky Star Dragon to fly directly above Su Lang, looking down from the top of Su Lang's head. Right now, he really aimed at Su Lang with his nostrils. At this time, is Jing Yuanbai the one coming? Su Lang's faint voice spread throughout the world, even tens of millions of miles away. But this sentence is the magical power displayed by the Great Emperor Sutra, and there is also the bonus of the twisted power before, which can be described as a hidden murderous intention. Exactly. Jing Yuanbai smiled disdainfully, and was about to threaten Su Lang to make him kneel on his own, when he suddenly felt a crisis coming. Immediately after, I saw an invisible strange breath falling on him, causing his skin to crack. The avenue of cause and effect. I didn't even do it, you dare to do it, it's just looking for death. Jing Yuanbai was furious, the twisting power of his whole body exploded, and the twisting power of Su Lang was cancelled in a short time. Court death. You are aggressive and domineering, the way to die. A faint smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Although his move did not work, it caused Jing Yuanbai to suffer a small loss. Chapter 1610. The cosmic fire devours the sun and the sky. Humph, a mere trash with sequelae after secret surgery, dare to shout in front of me. Jing Yuanbai snorted heavily, his eyes gradually cruel, his complexion gradually grim. Today I will let you taste all the pain. It's really uneducated. Su Lang rolled his eyes and said, well, some idioms, such as dying to live, not to live, to die, not to bear to see. Noisy, I want to tear your stinky mouth. Jing Yuanbai's face was blue and red. He stretched out his right hand, turning into a giant palm that covered the sky and squeezed it towards Su Lang. Return this sentence to you. Su Lang smiled coldly, and also stretched out his right hand. Not only that, his body suddenly became a giant of tens of thousands of feet, and he burst into a 5-do godless aura. There are also the 4 godless soldiers, Yutian sword, godless dragon Terrace, hard without edge sword, and bright sword, all together, condensing countless twisting powers. Rumble. The world trembled wildly, and it was riddled with holes in an instant, as if it was about to disintegrate. Countless regular anomalies spread all over the sky and underground, almost turning a radius of hundreds of millions of miles into chaos. 5. Wudu has no god level. He clearly fell to a level of godlessness. How can such a terrifying force erupt from such a severely injured and weak state? Jing Yuanbai's pupils shrank suddenly, horrified, completely puzzled, but strong combat instinct and rich combat experience made him an immediate response. Originally, his palm was just to capture Su Lang, not a killer move, and it was not powerful. At this moment, in front of the powerful attack of Su Lang Wudu godless level, it was simply not enough. The power of twisting. The sun bites the sky flame. In an instant, a large amount of twisting power burst out, covering Jing Yuanbai's huge palm. There are countless black and gold flames lingering around, like dancing flame-shaped black holes, as if they could swallow everything. The change of Jing Yuanbai's moves was completed in a single thought, and his power instantly rose to the peak of the Sidu godless level. The next moment, Su Lang's giant palm and Jing Yuanbai's giant palm collided fiercely. Boom boom boom. The terrifying shock wave like a galaxy explosion exploded and spread from the center, and the surrounding world was torn and destroyed like paper. The sky turned into a gray and black misty void, countless messy and fractured spatial rhythm lines were everywhere, and countless spaces were raging turbulently, turning all the surrounding places into a strangling hell. In this terrifying battlefield, the two figures flew back hundreds of thousands of miles at the same time, and they were not the same. Normal power really can't compare to twisting power. I only have a godless cell, and the quality of the twisting power is too low. The ranks of the Supreme Emperor's soldiers such as Yutian Sword and Emperor Longtai are not very high, and the quality of the twisting force is also not good. And that kind of black gold flame can actually swallow the power of twisting. If it weren't for my twisting power to far exceed Jing Yuanbai, I would be at a disadvantage in the first round. Su Lang revoked the world of law and turned into a normal body shape. His eyes were fixed on the black gold flame named sun-devouring sky flame. It turned out to be a very high-level strange fire. Universal fire. Heaven and earth profound yellow. Among the 8 levels of the universe, the 7th level of strange fire. Through the ability to recognize treasures, Su Lang saw all the information of the strange fire in his eyes. Unexpectedly, I would encounter a strange fire in this exile. It stands to reason that such things as different fires should only be available in Blue Star and Infinity Realm. It is impossible for this strange fire to come from the Blue Star, which has only 4 different levels of heaven, earth, black and yellow. Obviously, this cosmic fire must come from the boundless world, and this kind of alien fire, called sun-sweeping sky flame, possesses the ability similar to godless dragon stations, dragon nest, and endless dragon sweep, that is, devouring energy. And, because the different fire is beyond the boundless universe, it can swallow the power of distortion. And just when Su Lang's mind was full of thoughts, whispering sound. It's just a paper tiger, obviously possessing the power of Wudu godless grade, but unable to gather the corresponding twisting power. If it wasn't for those few godless soldiers, I could make you kneel down with one move. Jing Yuanbai's face was full of disdain and arrogance. He sneered. The colorful sky star dragon disappeared under his feet, and there was an extra long knife with a narrow blade in his hand. Chapter 16:11. The quality is not enough, the quantity comes together. The sacrificial blade. There is no soldier in the 4 crossings. When Su Lang saw the long knife in Jing Yuanbai's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank and his heart tightened. It was the first time he saw Sidu godless weapons, and Jing Yuanbai holding this sacrificial blade is tantamount to adding wings to a tiger, and can definitely burst out even stronger power. Never mind, the quality is not enough, the quantity will come together. As long as you can't kill me in seconds and fall into my rhythm, then you will be finished. A light flashed in Su Lang's eyes and directly activated all his whole cards. The firepower of the universe of life in the 10 directions is full, and the power of all the world is surging out. Reincarnation, eternal green, moon, sky, broken world, and other explosive secret methods have Su Lang squeeze every cell to the extreme. Dari Haotian's profound meaning enveloped the Dantian universe and sun, like a long whale sucking water, absorbing the energy of the sun wildly. The number of minutes incarnates the stars and clouds together, turning into a terrifying existence with the fighting power of the Wudu Supreme Emperor. More godless pills appeared, surrounding Su Lang and the clone, as if turned into a star field. This person can actually break out. Moreover, he actually has a Wudu Emperor level clone. And, godless pill, so many godless pill, oh my god, am I dazzled. Jing Yuanbai saw the continuous eruption of Su Lang, looked at the Wudu powerhouse who appeared out of thin air, looked at the dense pill that surrounds Su Lang. Stormy waves rose in his heart. At the same time, horrified, he wouldn't just stop like this. Sacrifice to the world, kill the enemy. The sacrificial world blade in Jing Yuanbai's hand was raised high, one sword at a time, condensing a substantial twisting force, and severely slashed at Su Lang. The world is dead, kill. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and all his strength was poured into Yudian sword, Emperor Dragon platform, and Shinju Wufeng. Doppelganger is the same action. He didn't have any reservations at all, and directly used the universal annihilation profound meaning to infuse all his strength into the bright sword, and the target to be cut was Su Lang's deity. Lightning and flint room. Jing Yuanbai's substantive twisting power rushed into Su Lang's overwhelming, vast torrent of twisting power like a galaxy. This is a pure twisting power confrontation, without a trace of conventional power. The normal rules of heaven and earth around were squeezed out hundreds of thousands of miles away. The world is upside down and collapsed, mountains and rivers are broken, and the torn space grid is scattered in countless spatial turbulences. But I saw that Jing Yuanbai's distorted force was like a broken bamboo, rushing forward fiercely. But Su Lang's twisting power, as vast as the Milky Way, was indomitable, entangled Jing Yuanbai's twisting power. During this period, the twisting powers of both sides are being consumed wildly. Especially Su Lang's twisting power, almost every millisecond collapsed by 1%. Chihuahua dog, vulnerable. Today I will defeat you, even if you are killed by the Palace Lord's order, I will never regret it. Sacrifice to the world, kill. Jing Yuanbai's eyes were red, and he once again waved the sword of sacrifice in his hand. In an instant, another twisting force that seemed to cut through the turbulent flow of space and slew Su Lang. You can't cut me with a single blow, so never want to cut me. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and the four godless soldiers condensed a twisted power galaxy to join the battle group. His twisting power blocked Jing Yuanbai's first blow and gave him time to recover. Su Lang possesses a large number of body-building exercises, profound meaning, 10 directions of inner boundaries, solar energy, and a large number of pills. Coupled with the fact that there is no god-level avatar holding a bright sword behind him, his energy almost recovered to its peak in the blink of an eye. The godless-level clone and Su Lang's deity are only behind the inner world, and although the recovery ability is far inferior, it is far beyond the same level. And the clone does not need to directly participate in the battle, just use the bright sword to assist Su Lang, and the pressure is much less. All kinds of trump cards and all kinds of methods made Su Lang abruptly block Jing Yuanbai's second cut when the quality of the twisting force was insufficient. What's the situation? That guy clearly used the most thorough explosive secret technique. How could his energy suddenly recover to a full state? It's simply impossible. Jing Yuanbai looked at Su Lang, who broke out again, and his whole body was dumbfounded, like an ordinary person who had seen a ghost. However, although Jing Yuanbai felt unbelievable, he still believed that he would win. Because he still has a whole card. Chapter 16:12. The strongest form of the Sun Eater Tengu. Rumble almost turned into chaos in the battlefield. The two twisting forces blasted together, madly vanishing each other. Let you see my true strength. Huatian demon. Jing Yuanbai sneered, his whole body suddenly arched. Moreover, his head and face are elongated, his tail is long behind him, and countless white hairs emerge from his skin. Immediately afterwards, Jing Yuanbai's figure swelled crazily, and in an instant he transformed from a human form into a 30,000-meter Sun Eater. The Tengu's body is so huge, from the ground, the sun and the moon seemed to be held in his mouth, ready to be swallowed. Even the blade of the Sidhu godless soldier sacrifice realm soared into the sky, flew into the Tengu's mouth and turned into one of the fangs. Immediately after, the endless terrifying demon power turned into twisting power in the mouth of Tengu. The energy spilled unintentionally made his white hair fly like a tsunami. At this moment, the Tengu that Jing Yuanbai transformed was almost like the innate gods and demons that existed in the legend, mighty and domineering, mysterious and unpredictable. Hiss. This is the first time I have seen such a big Samoyed. This breath is infinitely close to the Wudu godless grade, and the body is the strongest form of the Sun Eater Tengu. Su Lang looked at the terrifying Tengu, which could set off a storm of dozens of levels with a slight move, and his eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. At the same time, he felt a dangerous breath from the Tengu that Jing Yuanbai had transformed. This is not his final whole card. Su Lang squinted his eyes. Next, I'm afraid I can't resist, I must use some tricks. Several thoughts flashed. Su Lang immediately took action. All kinds of medicinal pills are simply plugged into the import without money, and they are instantly refined under the action of the one key practice function. Coupled with other various means, it was finally turned into a twisted power galaxy through 3 godless soldiers, blocking the front. Even more clone replacement has been started, it only takes less than half a second to complete. And at the same time, a more terrifying twisting power has been condensed in the mouth of the Tengu that Jing Yuanbai has transformed. You should be honored and proud to let me do my best to use my ultimate talent. Jing Yuanbai's Tengu looked high above Su Lang, his eyes disdainful and indifferent, as if he was looking at a dead person. The next moment, he launched the final hole card. Sudden stream lore. The 30,000 Zhong White Tengu has a huge mouth, and the world has changed. A group of vortex-like twisting force burst out fiercely, and instantly hit the twisted force galaxy condensed by Su Lang and the clone. Next moment, this whirlpool-shaped twisting power unexpectedly expanded suddenly, enveloping Su Lang's twisting power galaxy. Not only that, the twisting power of the vortex actually engulfed Su Lang's twisting power, forming a tornado-like terrifying torrent, and directly smashed in front of Su Lang. My twisting power was held up by him and used it. Su Lang's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was shocked for a moment. He and the godless soldiers tried their best to control those twisting forces, but there was no effect. The twisting power they condensed has become Jing Yuanbai's power. We must know that the twisting power of each supreme emperor or godless soldier is unique and completely different. Because the rule avenue is almost infinite, the twisted rule avenue based on this is truly endless. This makes it impossible for the two twisting forces to be the same, let alone fusion. Even though Su Lang alone seems to merge into a galaxy with the twisting power of 3 godless soldiers, there is still a clear distinction between the 3. If they touched together, these twisting forces would cancel each other out and annihilate. But now, the twisting power that Jing Yuanbai used with the biting flow lore has actually wrapped up his twisting power, strengthened himself, and killed him. Originally, Jing Yuanbai's twisting power was infinitely close to the godless level, and the number was much more than before. At this time, all the twisting power of Su Lang was also wrapped up, and its number instantly reached the Wudu godless level. The most important thing is that Su Lang here is tantamount to being defeated by his own power. And when it is unprepared, it is impossible to use defensive methods. Chapter 1613. It seems that your lore has a false name. Fortunately, I have left a counterattack. Su Lang was shocked for a moment, the expression on his face turned into a sneer. Next millisecond, the clone replacement is complete. The position of Su Lang and the position of the godless clone were directly switched. Rumble. The twisting force of the swirling tornado shape directly enveloped the godless avatar. Even if the conventional power of the godless avatar has reached the Wudu level, it has used a lot of defensive methods. For example, Emperor Hua Chengxing, Zhenyu Emperor Jing, Aotian God of War, and so on. And the clone itself also condensed some twisting power, forming a shield to block it in front. But in the face of that terrifying, sweeping lore, he still looked extremely vulnerable. The shield of twisting power that bears the brunt of it is instantly cancelled out and annihilated. Immediately afterwards, the clone's skin, which was so tough that Yudian sword could not cut it, gradually lost its defensive power under the force of twisting. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the skin of the clone began to fester, and the musculoskeletal body was wiped out. The whole person spent only 1 second in the power of distortion, and was completely erased from the world. Rumble. The twisting force of the vortex tornado that has not been consumed continues to rush into the distance, instantly passing 10 trillion li, trillion li, trillion li. All the rules of heaven and earth are distorted and squeezed out, and the mountains and rivers of the earth are directly broken, forming countless floating rubble. All the creatures living in these places died out immediately. These affected creatures were countless times more than those killed by Lu Mingxuan with endless dragon bite. At the same time, the center of the battlefield, the Tengu transformed by Jing Yuanbai suddenly changed back to its human form, and its breath was weak. What? This? How is this possible? How could he teleport to behind the clone and let the clone help him stop the catastrophe? Tomorrow's rules have been completely distorted, the space rules no longer exist, and all the distortions in the battlefield belong to me. How did he teleport? False. It must be false. There can be no terrifying force beyond the power of distortion in the world. This is impossible. Jing Yuanbai stared blankly at Su Lang, who had escaped the catastrophe, with endless disbelief and amazement in his face and eyes. It seems that your lore has a false name. Su Lang spread across the battlefield with a faint smile. Then, he held the Yutian sword in his right hand and the godless dragon Terrace in his left. The Xinju Wufeng sword circled around 6 times and flew slowly over Jing Yuanbai. No, I won't lose. Jing Yuanbai showed horror, turned around and ran. But at this moment, the twisting force surged out from the 3 godless soldiers, forming a cage, completely blocking all Jing Yuanbai's retreat. In fact, even if Su Lang didn't do this and just used the most basic conventional power, Jing Yuanbai had no possibility of escape. Biting the flow lore is Jing Yuanbai's most terrifying talent. Without going through any process of absorption and transformation, you can directly engulf and control the enemy's power to counter-kill. If the opponent is stronger, the bitter stream will kill the stronger. Even facing a higher-level enemy, it is possible to kill with one blow. But this talent method also has extremely terrifying side effects. First of all, this talent cannot be used at any time. It must take a long time to condense enough special twisting force, bag flow, before it can be used. Secondly, when performing the biting flow lore, it will definitely consume all the energy, and the mental power and physical chi and blood will also be consumed a large part. The remaining energy is only enough for the caster to maintain the most basic ability to act in an unsatisfactory mental state. In this state, there is no resistance at all in front of the same level. Although Su Lang's power of distortion is weak and inferior, his conventional power is a real voodoo godless level. Jing Yuanbai didn't have the ability to use twisting power anymore, so what would he use to fight Su Lang? With Su Lang's twisting power isolating everything, he now has no chance to pass information outside. Chapter 16:14. I don't like unfaithful dogs. Jing Yuanbai, I want to ask you a question. Su Lang smiled faintly. If you answer truthfully, I will give you a good time. You can ask questions. But you can't kill me, you must let me go. Do you know that I am a member of the Palace of Long Hatred, and the first confidant of our palace master? And I'm still a member of Bishuadian, one of Bai Yelan's most trusted people. If you dare to kill me, Chonghen Palace and Jade Blood Heaven Do will definitely come out and smash you into pieces. Jing Yuanbai heard Su Lang's words, and a glimmer of hope rose in his desperate expression. He immediately began to negotiate terms with Su Lang, and moved out of his backstage to threaten. In Jing Yuanbai's view, Su Lang would be shocked when he heard what he said, and then tremblingly apologized, hoping to turn the fighting into a jade silk. Because Chonghen Palace and Bai Shui Tian are both superpowers second only to the Supreme Nanqing Palace. Moreover, Chonghenzi and Bai Yiren are both the top powerhouses in the exile, and they have the qualifications to conquer the world and set foot on the coffin of Kowloon. However, what happened next made Jing Yuanbai feel incredible, and was shocked. Oh, you turned out to be from the Palace of Long Hatred. And you are also from Bishuadian. What's the matter? The so-called one dog does not recognize the two masters. You have abandoned the wonderful qualities that a dog has innately possessed. Are you still a dog? By the way, the question I want to ask is the origin of your identity. Before you said, even if I was killed by the palace lord's order, I will never regret it. I wondered what palace you came from. Su Lang looked at Jing Yuanbai with contempt and sarcasm, as if looking at one of the stupidest silly road deer in the world. Unexpectedly, I didn't even ask, so you hired it yourself. You mess. You dare to insult me. After hearing Su Lang's words, Jing Yuanbai's body first shook, thunderously, and then his face was blue and red as if he was painted. Ha ha, you are too stupid, and you blame me for insulting you. Su Lang disdainfully smiled. Forget it, too many people die from talking too much. I don't want to talk too much nonsense to you, you can die. Talking. The surrounding twisting force rushed to the center, as fast as a black hole collapsed instantly. You dare. Ah, how dare you. No, don't kill me, I know I was wrong. Please, don't kill me, I am willing to be your dog. I am a member of the Palace of Long Hatred, and I have entered the Jade Blood Heaven as an undercover agent. I know them well. You must have infinite benefits if you accept me. Ah, please raise your hands high. Jing Yuanbai screamed in the vast and turbulent power of the Milky Way condensed by Su Lang. The force of twisting constantly destroys his body and spirit. Twisting deprives him of the power of rules, and annihilates everything about him from the root. He hissed for mercy, heartbreaking, abandoning all dignity and arrogance, just begging to bow down and become Su Lang's dog. It's really rare to have someone like you who can kneel down and beg for mercy at any time at the godless level. Su Lang looked down at Jing Yuanbai, whose half-body had been destroyed, and his eyebrows were slightly raised, with a hint of playfulness. Please, give me a chance. I am Sidhu Godless. I would like to be your dog. I will bite whoever you let me bite. Jing Yuanbai was so painful that his face was twisted and his expression was hideous. His current fate is the most complete delay. Ha ha, sorry, I don't like an unfaithful dog like you. Su Lang's voice was cold, and his thoughts moved, and more twisting forces surged out, surrounding Jing Yuanbai into a twisted cocoon hundreds of meters in size. No. Jing Yuanbai howled miserably in the giant cocoon formed by the twisting force, and finally died completely. Ding. You get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, Daojing of the Supreme Emperor 1, Life Universe 1, Sidhu Godless Soldier Sacrifice Realm Blade 1, or Do Godless Soldier Colorful Sky Star Dragon 1 Flowing Heart 1, Sun Eater Skyflare 1, Sun Eater Soul Body 20,000, Godless Grade Material, Sun Eater Tengu Bloodline 1, Sun Eater Tooth 20, Sun Eater Claw 20, Sun Eater Bone * 4900, the Lower Emperor Source 155,856, the Superior Fairy Source 113,216,541. Chapter 1615. Long Hate Sun is Heartbroken. The system prompt came, and Jing Yuanbai, who declared his incompetence, was completely shrieked. In fact, if there is a way to completely control Jing Yuanbai, Su Lang might accept this guy. After all, this guy is not only powerful, but also has a different fire, which must come from somewhere in the boundless world. Jing Yuanbai was much younger than the bright sword weapon spirit Asafel, and he had a clearer understanding of the current situation of the boundless world. However, Su Lang was not sure that he could control this guy. The soul body and soul space of the godless grade have been fully integrated, and only the last soul source is left. There is no soul fire. And the method of Mingguang 10,000 realms is still useful for the quasi-no-god class without the power of distortion. But for the true godless class, the existence with the power of distortion is very unsafe. And Su Lang didn't want to waste time slowly torturing Jing Yuanbai. In order to prevent accidents, he could only behead it quickly. Jing Yuanbai's death will definitely attract the attention of Chonghen Palace and Bai Shuitian. Bai Shuitian is just in the southern wilderness of exile. Maybe someone will come over soon. Although Jing Yuanbai said that he was an undercover agent in Jia Shuitian, I knew it, but Jia Shuitian definitely didn't know it. It's difficult to make this clear. Most of the time, Jia Shuitian will not trust me. Looking at the messy world, Su Lang thought silently in his heart, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. I have to leave. Before I leave some information. While thinking, Su Lang used special means to leave a line of text, which explained Jing Yuanbai's dual identity. When you see someone from Bai Shuitian, your expression will definitely be ugly. Su Lang smiled faintly, turned around and replaced it with a clone, and directly reached the place where Zhang Wenxian and Che Chunghua were killed. Here in the extremely difficult place of the southern wilderness, it is also far away from the Palace of Sorrow in the central wilderness, and it is impossible for anyone to find it temporarily. And just when Su Lang settled on the northeast border of exile, in the wasteland, in the Palace of Long Hatred, Puff Chong Henko, who was practicing asceticism in the underground space, spewed blood without warning. Wow, scarlet blood spilled on the body of the woman in front, adding a trace of cruelty. Jing Yuanbai, fallen, how is this possible? He broke out, and even Wudu Godless Grade will be killed if he doesn't pay attention. Who is it? Who killed Jing Yuanbai? Who killed my henchman? Chong Henzi looked up to the sky in pain and roared. His face was terrifying and distorted, and his blood-stained mouth was extremely terrifying. A godless confidant who can be completely trusted is very, very precious. Because the godless grade is simply difficult to control, Chong Henzi can control Jing Yuanbai and others by relying on a more demanding godless grade secret method. Although the use of this secret method can completely control the godless level powerhouse, once the controlled powerhouse dies, Chong Henzi will be backlashed. The reason why Chong Henzi spouted a mouthful of blood just now was because of the backlash from Jing Yuanbai's death. And not only was he injured, but the fruits of these years of penance have also vanished. I must kill you, I must kill you. Chong Henzi roared very resentfully, and his trembling voice was like a beast that lost his mind. He took out the eye of the 9 yin candles, the black bowl, and the turbulent Emperor Yuan poured it into it as if he did not want his life. Suddenly, the water in the black bowl was rippling. The ripples continued for dozens of breaths, and finally gradually calmed down. The messy water surface became very calm, like the most clean and transparent mirror surface. Simultaneously, a vast godless battlefield appeared on the surface of the water. Everywhere was the mountains and rivers, and even space destroyed by the force of distortion. The battlefield is in the southern barren land. Jing Yuanbai has even used it to kill the stream. Even so, he was killed. Who can do this besides Bai Yi Lin? However, it is impossible for Jing Yuanbai to reveal his identity. He is the veteran of Jia Shuidian. Chang Henzi's eyes were shocked and his face changed uncertainly, and then continued to infuse Di Yuan. After all, the Emperor Yuan of his whole body was exhausted. The scene in the water started to retreat as if he had pressed the slow retreat key. Chapter 16:16. Now I can bear it. But the picture went backwards too slowly, and the two warring parties did not appear for a long time. Damn, Chang Henzi was ruthless in his heart, swallowing a large amount of pills, and struggling to maintain the picture's regression. At last, he saw a figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The figure has a stout figure, fair complexion, beautiful features, and a faint indifferent temperament exuding all over his body. The eyes are a bit deep, as if thinking, this person is Su Lang. This feeling is a bit familiar. Yes, he is the one who killed Lu Mingxuan. However, this person clearly killed Lu Mingxuan after a bitter battle. It stands to reason that it is definitely not Jing Yuanbai's opponent. What happened? What method did this person use to kill Jing Yuanbai? Chang Henzi stared slightly, filled with shock and disbelief. He wanted to see how Su Lang killed Jing Yuanbai, but the eye of the 9 yin candles had reached its limit, and the picture could no longer go back. Is it a powerful weapon? But, at most this person will urge the 4 crossing godless soldiers, right? Chang Henzi frowned and was puzzled, completely wondering how Jing Yuanbai could be killed so easily. Forget it. No matter how Jing Yuanbai died, the murderer knows who it is. The fierce light in Chang Henzi's eyes flickered, and the killing intent was raging. Now I will bear it. I will return it 100 times before the day of the War of Reincarnation. Yes, for the Battle of Reincarnation, for the Coffin of 9 Dragons, for the great dream of going to the boundless world. Chang Henzi once again curbed his murderous intention and stopped the impulse. But, I don't do nothing. Anyway, Jia Shuidian still doesn't know the identity of Jing Yuanbai. After Jing Yuanbai's death, Jia Shuidian will definitely shake him. If this is the case, let Yuanbai Shuidian also establish an antagonism. In the Battle of Reincarnation, everyone will have a hysterical battle. Chang Henzi gritted his teeth, but there was a twisted smile on his face. At the same time, Taishang Juqing Palace, time turbulent resident, in the wooden house. What happened? Bai Shuidian didn't stop Jing Yuanbai. The two sides fought together, and Jing Yuanbai was killed. Jing Yuanbai is a strong man with the ability to fight the Wudu godless level, a rare strong man in the land of exile, the main force in the Battle of Reincarnation, just died. Zhan Taiching looked at the disappearing red dot representing Jing Yuanbai on the chessboard, and could hardly believe his old eyes. The death of Jing Yuanbai made Zhan Taiching heartbroken. Although he is not a long-hate son, and has a master-servant relationship with Jing Yuanbai, in his opinion Jing Yuanbai is also a stepping stone. All this is caused by that mysterious existence. Since he appeared, the land of exile has been fighting continuously, and there is almost no rest. In just a few days, his strength quickly recovered, and at the same time he went from the quasi-no-god level to the Sidhu-no-god level. It stands to reason that such an old man in a place of exile can't care about the War of Reincarnation. How could he wantonly slaughter the Supreme Emperor? What on earth does this person think? No, I have to send someone personally. No, just send a clone to talk to him. Zhan Taiching held his forehead with one hand, his face full of sorrow and perplexity. After making up his mind, he put down his hand and looked at the land of exile, Nanwang. Then, Zhan Taiching was stunned. What's the situation? People, still there just now, and disappeared so suddenly. Could it be that after killing Jing Yuanbai, he also died? No, this person is not inferior to me. How can he be dragged to death by Jing Yuanbai? How come there is a red dot here in the northeast, and it looks very powerful, reaching the Wudu level? This person ran from the extreme south border of the exile to the northeast border in an instant. Quote. Zan Taiching's eyes widened suddenly. Such a fast transfer speed, if he were to come, he would definitely not be able to do it. Chapter 16-17. Bai Yelan's suspicion. It's not just that I can't do it. Even someone who is stronger than me can never do it with my own ability. By the way, isn't this place in the northeast where this person killed 2 Sandu godless level battlefields? Perhaps this person has arranged some great teleportation array beforehand to return here directly. Yes, it is absolutely true, otherwise there is no explanation at all. Quote. Zan Taiching quickly made up for Su Lang's transfer method, with a trace of admiration on his face. At the same time, under the blue blood sky, under the blue clouds, Jing Yuanbai is dead. How could he die? Who can be his opponent in the southern wilderness? Who has hatred against him? Could it be that he was chasing and killing the godless? But didn't I let him stop? Bai Yi Rin stands against the wind, and the surrounding wind and clouds are running in a regular rhythm, as if it contains the world's best principles. Although the expression on her face did not change much, she could feel her anger. This was when the envoy of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace was ordered to be killed before. It had never appeared before. Enlighten the Lord of Qing Ting. The subordinate immediately sent your order to Jing Yuanbai after he went down. But Jing Yuanbai didn't reply to me. I thought that although he accepted the order, he was at a loss and deliberately didn't reply to me, so I didn't think much. Who would have thought that before long, he fought with people in the south near the turbulent border of time and was also beheaded. According to our surviving spies near the battlefield, Jing Yuanbai used his unique skill to kill the stream, but he was still killed. Lord of Qing Ting, shall we issue a wanted for the person who killed Jing Yuanbai? Qin Chenggen, who had the blood of Ink Kun, knelt down not far from Bai Yelan, and explained to Bai Yelan with embarrassment. When Jing Yuanbai did not reply to his confirmation of the order, he should have reported to Bai Yelan. But because Jing Yuanbai's servant was very arrogant, in Qin Chenggen's opinion, it was very possible that he would not reply deliberately. In addition, under Bai Yelan, who are also 2 godless big monsters, Qin Chenggen always regarded Jing Yuanbai as an opponent, and a little disgusted. Therefore, Qin Chenggen's treatment of Jing Yuanbai's instinct was relatively perfunctory, and after conveying Bai Yelan's order, he didn't care about anything. At this time, Jing Yuanbai was dead, and Qin Chenggen was a little happy immediately. Of course, he would not have any good impressions of the mysterious murderer. No matter how you say it, Jing Yuanbai is a man of blue blood. You are also responsible for the death of Jing Yuanbai. Bai Yelan's faint voice came. Go, investigate this matter clearly and redeem the merits. Yes, the Lord of Qingting. Qin Chenggen bowed to take the order, then turned and left. Jing Yuanbai, why didn't he obey the order and insisted on chasing down that strange godless grade? Although he is arrogant, he has always obeyed my orders 100%. Bai Yelan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, gleaming suspiciously. What the **** is there in this incident? Just as Bai Yelan had doubts about Jing Yuanbai, Qin Chenggen started to investigate, and Chong Hengong secretly tried to provoke the relationship. The turbulent border in northeast time. Su Lang was flying to the north continuously. Since the clones and avatars are almost consumed during the battle, it is impossible to use clone dispatch and replacement to hurry. Although this is slow, it also has benefits. For example, you can count the harvest this time while enjoying the scenery. The system, deposit all the Diwan Shanyuan in my storage space into the balance. Su Lang shuttled among the vast sea of clouds and gave instructions with expectation. Ding! All have been saved in the system. As the system prompts appear, the balance of the subordinate Diwan in the mysterious space suddenly increased to 178,757. Approximately 200,000 lower Emperor source. Another system feature can be upgraded. It's a pity that the 1 key empowerment function can then be upgraded to level 20, but it will cost 1 million lower Emperor sources. Su Lang licked his lips, scanned the system functions he had mastered, and found that only the one-click martial arts function could be upgraded.